Chapter 1: The Immortals. Great-grandpa, look. This is the Bund in Shanghai, formerly known as the Concession. In the taxi, Ye Qingxiu smiled at the white-haired old man beside her. The old man, named Ye Tian, wore a grey tang suit and was tall. Although he looked old, his facial features suggested he must have been a handsome man in his youth. The Concession. Ye Tian gazed at the scene outside the window, his brows furrowing slightly. The next moment, deep within his memory, a long sealed door suddenly swung open. No one knew that Ye Tian was actually an immortal, his true age exceeding 10,000 years. However, approximately every 1,000 years, he would enter a nirvana period. During nirvana, his memories would gradually fade, like a computer that had been running for too long needing a reboot. This process usually lasted about 100 years. After passing through the nirvana period, the lost memories would be restored. His most recent period of rebirth began in the 1920s. Right now, approximately a century has passed. Coincidentally, he was living in the Shanghai International Settlement at that time. Gazing at the familiar scene before him, a vast amount of memories hidden deep within his mind surged forth like a spring. 10,000 years. Ye Tian murmured to himself, his eyes like bottomless abysses, seemingly encompassing the entire universe. He was born in a primitive, barbaric land, experiencing the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, witnessing firsthand the rise of human civilization. He had assisted King Wu in overthrowing King Zhou alongside Zhang Zia, and personally witnessed King Zhou's self-immolation on the star-picking platform. However, to conceal his identity as an immortal, he used his power to erase all history concerning him, thus remaining unknown to later generations. During the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, he single-handedly gave rise to the 100 schools of thought. Lao Tzu, Confucius, Zhuangzi, Mozi, they were all considered his students. Not only that, finding life boring, he also traveled to ancient India and ancient Greece. He discussed philosophy with Socrates in Athens, guided Buddha to enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, and discussed religious beliefs with Jesus in Jerusalem. When he returned to China, it was the end of the Warring States period. In Handan, the capital of Zhao, he met Qin Shi Huang, then a hostage, and took him as his disciple. Later, he brought Qin Shi Huang back to Xianyang and helped him conquer the 6 states and unify the country, after which he retired and lived in seclusion. Then, during the Han Dynasty, on a whim, he led an army to conquer the northern deserts, defeating the Xiongnu and earning him the title of a god of war. Afterwards, Wang Mang usurped the Han throne, plunging the people into misery. Ye Tian then took on his second disciple, a descendant of the Han imperial family named Lu Xiu. With Ye Tian's help, Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu rose from an insignificant country boy to become an emperor and established the Eastern Han dynasty in just over a decade. This legendary story led later generations to call Lu Xiu a chosen one, but no one knew that this was because he had been guided by a master. Upon ascending the throne, Lu Xiu wished to appoint Ye Tian as his imperial tutor, but Ye Tian declined again. He then ordered Lu Xiu to erase all historical records about him, and then vanished. At this time, he was over 8,000 years old. Having witnessed too much life and death, watching friends and family die before his eyes, Ye Tian's heart gradually grew cold, and he resolved to no longer interfere in the world's conflicts. The Eastern Han dynasty fell, the 3 kingdoms period unfolded, and the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties lasted for 500 years, a period of chaos across the land. Ye Tian remained detached, observing coldly as dynasties rose and fell, and the world crumbled. At this time, he began to devote himself to art. Because he had so much time, even without exceptional talent, the near-infinite time allowed him to reach the pinnacle of artistry. Chapter 2: The Pinnacle. He had instructed Wang Zizi in calligraphy, taught Huatuo in medicine, drunk with Ruan Ji and Jikong in the bamboo grove, wandered the world with the poet Li Bai, and even taught the painting master Wu Deizai. Even the 4 great inventions that have resonated throughout history were all actually the work of Ye Tian. Arriving at the end of the Yuan dynasty, unable to bear seeing the people of China suffer, Ye Tian decided to intervene one last time. However, having long since seen through everything, he did not intend to act personally. Instead, he took on a disciple and imparted all his strategies for governing the country. This disciple was Liu Bowen, who later helped the beggar-turned-emperor Zhu Yuanzhang unify China. After resolving the chaos in China, Ye Tian felt bored and traveled to Europe, where he settled for a century, unexpectedly sparking the European Renaissance. Afterwards, having grown tired of Europe, Ye Tian began his world tour. He had traveled to the then wild wilderness of Africa, walking alongside lions and elephants. He had also sailed across the ocean to the Americas aboard a European fleet, dancing with the local natives around a campfire. He had witnessed the magnificent aurora borealis on the Arctic glaciers and the icy world of Antarctica. For centuries, Ye Tian's footprints traversed every corner of the world, and everywhere, legends of him, almost mythical, abounded. It is no exaggeration to say that he was both a witness to world civilization and a driving force behind the development of human civilization. When Ye Tian returned to the land of China, it was the late Qing dynasty, and his 10th rebirth arrived as scheduled. 10,000 years had passed, and Ye Tian looked back suddenly. Everything seemed like a dream, and he felt an unprecedented weariness in his heart. So Ye Tian changed his name and settled in the countryside, adopting an orphan from a time of war. In the years that followed, Ye Tian concealed his identity and lived a completely ordinary life. 10,000 years of memories surged like a tidal wave, countless images flashing through Ye Tian's mind. At this moment, Ye Tian's memories were completely restored. He took a deep breath. Deep within his dantian, true qi surged, like a tidal wave bursting its banks, flowing into his 8 extraordinary meridians and even his entire body. With each breath, the true qi completed a great cycle within his body. Almost instantly, Ye Tian's body returned to its peak condition. His eyes shone brightly, as if they could generate electricity in an empty room. The signs of aging and decay on his body vanished, replaced by a vibrant sense of life. Chapter 2. That was 80 years ago. Great-grandfather, you. Ye Qingxiu also vaguely sensed Ye Tian's change, but couldn't quite put her finger on the strange feeling. She just felt that her great-grandfather seemed to have suddenly become somewhat different. Good child, you've worked hard these past few years. Ye Tian looked at Ye Qingxiu, his gaze softening. During the nirvana rebirth, others experience increasingly severe memory loss. In the end, they might even quickly forget things that happened just recently. It's somewhat similar to a state of dementia. However, now that she has broken through nirvana, all her memories have returned with crystal clarity. His adopted son and daughter-in-law had died 10 years ago. His adopted son had a son, Ye Qingxiu's father, who also died in an accident 5 years ago. Afterwards, Ye Qingxiu's mother remarried. At that time, Ye Qingxiu was only 17 years old. For the past 5 years, Ye Qingxiu's mother had repeatedly suggested sending Ye Tian to a nursing home, but Ye Qingxiu resolutely refused. To support her family and care for Ye Tian, Ye Qingxiu attended school, worked odd jobs, and earned extra money through live streaming in her spare time. Not long ago, Ye Qingxiu graduated from university and found a job. The first thing she did after finding a job was to bring Ye Tian to Shanghai. Recalling everything that had happened over the years, Ye Tian's eyes softened even more. Ye Qingxiu is truly a filial and kind child. Chapter 3 is amazing. Even after 10,000 years, familial bonds had long since faded for him. But from Ye Qingxiu, Ye Tian still found a long-lost warmth of family in his heart. Qingxiu, from now on, with great-grandpa here, I will never let you suffer the slightest grievance. Ye Tian spoke each word clearly and firmly. Hearing this, Ye Qingxiu was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. Great-grandpa, you remember. You see, before this, Ye Tian hadn't even remembered who she was. Now he was actually calling her name. Yes, I remember everything. Ye Tian smiled and ruffled Ye Qingxiu's hair, his face full of affection. That's wonderful. Ye Qingxiu was so happy she almost jumped for joy. If I had known this would happen, I really should have brought you to Shanghai sooner. Ye Tian also laughed heartily. The car continued its slow journey along the ancient street, lined with buildings from the Republican era. Yes, this is the HSBC building, this is the Customs House, this is Yu Garden, this is the Confucius Temple. Looking at the historically rich buildings around them, Ye Tian introduced them to his great-granddaughter as if they were his own treasures. Not only were the names of these buildings known, but Ye Tian also knew their origins and backgrounds perfectly. Not only was Ye Qingxiu astonished, but even the local taxi driver couldn't help but turn around frequently, his eyes filled with admiration. Sir, you must have lived in Shanghai before, right? Even I, a local, only know the names of these places. You know their backgrounds so well, it's amazing. Ye Tian smiled faintly. I did live here for a while, but that was about 80 years ago. The driver was startled, turning back to look at Ye Tian again, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Having lived in Shanghai 80 years ago and remembering it so clearly, that means this old man must be at least 90, perhaps even 100. Grandpa, you're joking. The driver thought Ye Tian was exaggerating and didn't believe him at all. Ye Tian didn't bother to explain. Only Ye Qingxiu knew that Ye Tian was probably telling the truth. After all, she knew best that her grandfather was already over 80 when he passed away 10 years ago. Although she wasn't entirely sure of her great-grandfather's exact age, he was definitely over 100. However, her great-grandfather was exceptionally healthy, never sick, and always spry, with a physical condition better than many young people. Great-grandfather, why don't we get out and go for a walk? Ye Qingxiu suddenly suggested. Sure. Ye Tian naturally had no objections. Soon, the two got out of the car and went to the riverbank. The cruise ship cleaved through the murky waters of the Huangpu River, leaving a long, churning white trail in its wake. The river breeze, carrying moisture and the distinctive scent of the city, a mixture of dust and desire, blew across the bustling crowds on the shore. Ye Qingxiu excitedly gripped the railing, pointing to the steel forest of skyscrapers across the river. Grandpa, look, that's Lu Jia's Y. the Oriental Pearl Tower, the Jin Mao Tower, and that tallest one, the Shanghai Tower. Pretty impressive, haven't you ever seen such tall buildings before? Her voice was clear and bright, brimming with youthful energy and a touch of self-satisfied superiority, a desire to show off her newfound world to her elders. Yet Tian stood beside her, dressed in a faded navy blue Zhongshan suit, the fabric worn but neatly pressed. He was tall and straight, and despite his advanced age, he showed no signs of stooping. His full head of silver hair was meticulously combed, fluttering slightly in the river breeze. His face retained the features of old age, his skin etched with the rings of time, but his eyes were clear and deep, unlike those of an elderly person. They were like deep pools containing galaxies in ancient time, calmly reflecting the bustling cityscape across the river. His hand, gripping the railing, was steady and dry, with distinct knuckles. Upon hearing this, he simply gave a faint hum. Chapter 4 Listening to the Waves Pavilion. Those towering buildings, their glass curtain walls reflecting the dazzling afternoon sun, were indeed magnificent, monuments to human technology and ambition. But in his eyes, they resembled toys built of sand, grand in appearance but lacking the weight of being rooted in the earth. Compared to some of the truly miracles he remembered, these were ultimately just mundane clamor. He had stood atop the hanging gardens of Babylon, overlooking the lights of Mesopotamian civilization. He had stood atop the Acropolis of Athens, gazing at the shimmering Aegean Sea. And even more so, he had witnessed the bustling prosperity of Chang'an during the Tang dynasty, with its streets lined with streets where nations paid tribute. All this before him was merely another ordinary ebb and flow in the long river of history. Having seen it all before, he grew weary. I brought you to Shanghai this time to broaden your horizons and let you experience what a truly international metropolis is like. Yet Kingxiu, oblivious to Yet Tian's indifference, remained enthusiastic. You've spent your whole life in that small county town, you've probably only seen these things on TV, right? I'll take you to the IFC mall later, that's real luxury. Yet Tian's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, a smile that also sounded like helplessness. His hometown, a small county town? After waking up, he was indeed found and cared for by Yet Kingxiu's descendants in a quiet town in the south. As for skyscrapers, some blurry images flashed through his mind, seemingly from 100 years ago on another continent, those clumsy stone towers that had initially tried to reach the sky. His memories were like a spiderweb covered in thick dust, a gentle touch would cause fragments to fall, making them indistinct. He adjusted the old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses on his nose, which Yet Kingxiu had insisted he wore after he awoke, saying they made him look more like a learned old professor. The lenses slightly distorted the deep light in his eyes, making him appear more like an old-fashioned scholar with an air of refined elegance, but seemingly out of touch with the times. The cruise ship sailed along the river, slowly turning around, bringing the magnificent World Architecture Expo of the Bund into view. The heavy granite walls, Romanesque arches, Gothic spires, and Baroque decorations, after nearly a century of weathering, still stood silently, telling tales of past glories and humiliations. Yet Tian's gaze swept over the familiar buildings, and his usually calm heart finally stirred slightly. When his eyes landed on a small, unassuming, grayish-white building near the north end, its walls covered in dense ivy, he subconsciously paused. The building's entrance wasn't the most grand, but its location was excellent, quiet amidst the bustle, exuding a restrained elegance. A small, unassuming black plaque hung above the entrance, bearing the three characters Tingtao Pavilion in bold calligraphy. Tisk, Tingtao Pavilion is still here, Yet Tian murmured to himself, his voice aged and peaceful, almost carried away by the river breeze. Ha! What did you say, great-grandpa? Yet Kingxiu, not hearing him clearly, leaned closer to ask. Yet Tian pointed to the small building, his tone casual and matter-of-fact, as if he had just visited his neighbor's house yesterday. Nothing. I just remembered living around here for a while. It seems, a few paintings and calligraphies I casually gave away were left in that building. Yet Kingxiu was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing, taking his wrinkled but strong arm and laughing so hard she almost fell over. Oh, my great-grandfather. You really dare to say that? Give it away casually, and throw it in that building? Do you know where that is? Tingtao Pavilion. It's one of the most exclusive private cultural clubs in Shanghai right now, supposedly with unfathomable backgrounds, and members are all truly top figures, with incredibly high entry requirements. Even my dad and his boss can't get a ticket. You actually live there? Why don't you mention that you filled in the bund back then? Chapter 5 Meteorology. She assumed it was just the old man being vain, unable to resist boasting and seeking validation in this bustling place. After all, this suddenly appearing, incredibly senior great-grandfather, despite his distinctive demeanor, looked like an ordinary, thin old man, a completely different world from a place like listening to the Waves Pavilion. Yet Tian glanced at his great-granddaughter, who was laughing hysterically, and offered no further explanation. Some truths are far more fantastical than lies. He adjusted his glasses, his silver hair shimmering in the sunlight, and turned his gaze back to the river and the new skyline on the opposite bank. The floodgates of memory seemed to have been pried open a crack by the three characters Tingtao Pavilion, and some long-forgotten images began to stir. The next day, in order to thoroughly shock her great-grandfather, Ye Qingxue used a friend's connections to obtain 2 tickets to the Shanghai Centennial Celebration auction. The auction was held in the Peninsula Hotel's banquet hall. Luxury cars lined the entrance, and elegantly dressed socialites, collectors, and wealthy tycoons moved about in formal attire and suits. The air was filled with the sense of perfume, cigars, and money. Ye Qingxue, herself a first-timer at such an event, was both nervous and excited. Carefully supporting Ye Tian, she whispered, "I heard there are many important pieces today, especially the grand finale, which is quite mysterious. Even the preview didn't fully reveal it. All we know is that it's a piece of calligraphy from the Republican era, supposedly the work of a reclusive master, with a clear provenance and extremely rigorous authentication." Ye Tian, helped by her, sat down in a seat near the back. He showed no interest in anything around him. The sounds of bidding, the glittering porcelain, jade, and antiques on display to him, they were nothing more than rubble. He even slightly closed his eyes, his consciousness seemingly drifting to a distant time and space. In a daze, he felt as if he had returned to Shanghai 100 years ago, equally bustling, only then the air was filled with the mingled scents of gunpowder, rouge, and ink. The auction proceeded smoothly, with one exciting moment after another. A Qing dynasty Qianlong period famille rose vase, after dozens of rounds of bidding, finally sold for hundreds of millions of RMB, causing a stir among the audience. Ye Qingxue was also astonished. Finally, the grand finale arrived. The auctioneer's voice carried an unprecedented solemnity. "Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the grand finale of this auction, and also the most anticipated treasure of this Shanghai Centennial Celebration auction, an anonymous cursive script scroll of admonition to oneself." The lights dimmed, except for a soft, precise beam illuminating the display stand. 2 staff members wearing white gloves carefully unfurled a slightly worn but well-preserved scroll of Xian paper. The paper was slightly yellowed, but the ink remained jet black and lustrous, as if imbued with divine light. The characters were in wild cursive script. The brushstrokes flowed like dragons and snakes, unrestrained and boundless. The lines were sometimes like precipitous cliffs, towering and rugged, sometimes like a mighty river, rushing down 1,000 miles, sometimes like ancient vines, twisting and gnarling. A magnificent, desolate, yet somewhat nonchalant and unrestrained artistic conception emanated from the paper. Even those unfamiliar with calligraphy could feel the powerful spiritual force contained within the lines, almost bursting forth from the paper. Even more peculiar was the fact that, apart from the 2 small characters at the bottom right corner of the signature, the entire work contained no other inscriptions or seals. A wave of barely suppressed gasps and whispers swept through the auction hall. "My God, the calligraphy, the grandeur. I've never seen such a style of cursive script before. It seems unrestrained, yet it adheres to strict rules and possesses a lofty and ancient artistic conception. It's something no ordinary calligrapher could achieve." An anonymous artist? There were such figures during the Republic of China era? Chapter 6: Exorbitant Price. Ye Qingxue was also stunned. Although she didn't understand calligraphy, her aesthetic instincts were still there. She felt that the calligraphy possessed a kind of magic, firmly drawing her gaze and making her heart race involuntarily. After the murmurs subsided, the auctioneer, his voice trembling with excitement, introduced the work. "This piece has been verified by more than 10 top calligraphy and painting appraisal masters at home and abroad, through carbon-14 dating and cross-referencing with historical documents, confirming it as a work from 1919, the 8th year of the Republic of China. Its provenance is clear, tracing back to the late great collector Zhou Shixiang. Before his death, Mr. Zhou said that this work was the masterpiece among masterpieces he had ever seen, and he concluded that the author was a rare and extraordinary person who lived a carefree life, indifferent to fame and fortune." He paused, took a deep breath, and announced the starting price. Anonymous cursive script admonition to oneself. Starting price, 500 million RMB. Each bid must be at least 50 million. The price was breathtakingly high, but the bidding instantly became fierce. 550 million, 600 million, 700 million, 800 million. The numbers soared like wild horses. The bidders weren't just the wealthy people present, but also secret buyers from all over the world who placed bids by phone. Clearly, the value of this calligraphy had long surpassed its artistic merit, becoming a symbol, a testament powerful enough to shake up certain established order. Yet Qingxue covered her mouth, her eyes wide, staring at the astronomical figures constantly fluctuating on the large screen, feeling breathless. She instinctively gripped Ye Tian's hand beside her, a hand covered in age spots but warm and dry. Just then, the large screen behind the display case zoomed in, focusing on the 2 small signatures. They were 2 characters of the same style, equally unrestrained, consistent with the main text, yet with an added touch of casualness, as if the writer had finished the main text and, on a whim, casually sketched them. The 2 words were boring. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared intently at those 2 words, their faces filled with utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. Boring. A calligraphic masterpiece hailed as a masterpiece among masterpieces by a master like Zhou Shixiang, a work that had drawn a frenzy of bidding from top collectors worldwide, was signed. Boring. This was a silent yet utterly arrogant mockery of the entire art world, of all the bidders present, and even of the word value itself. In this eerie silence, Tian, who had been half asleep, seemingly lost in thought, appeared disturbed by the sudden quiet and slowly opened his eyes. His clear, deep eyes pierced through the throng of people and landed on the two words on the large screen. Behind his black-rimmed glasses, a fleeting, almost imperceptible realization flashed across his eyes, which had remained as still as an ancient well. So, it was that one. It was the 8th year of the Republic of China, a chilly spring. Inside the Listening to the Waves pavilion, the charcoal fire was dying down. Though he wasn't the aged man he is now, his state of mind remained the same. He had just seen off a persistent lobbyist who insisted on persuading him to take a sinecure. A light drizzle fell outside the window, dripping from the eaves, monotonous and dull. He spread out a sheet of Xian paper, intending to write something to dispel the weariness that had accumulated over thousands of years, a weariness that seeped into his very bones. He picked up the brush for a long time, but felt that everything in the world was neither good nor bad. Finally, following his heart, he casually wrote down the 2 characters admonition to oneself, then scribbled a few lines of his thoughts haphazardly. Finally, his enthusiasm waned, he threw the brush down on the table, looking at the still wet ink on the paper, feeling only absurdity and emptiness. He then casually wrote those 2 characters in a corner. At the time, he thought it was just a piece of waste paper to be discarded, yet someone had picked it up and kept it until today? He shook his head almost imperceptibly, his silver hair moving slightly, almost as if he were about to laugh. The karmic connections of this world are sometimes truly, amusingly absurd. Chapter 7 Closing Remarks. His subtle movement in the fleeting "so that's what it is" expression on his face caught the eye of Qingxiu, who was standing beside her, her scalp tingling with shock at the boring signature. Qingxiu abruptly turned her head, staring intently at Tian's calm yet aged profile. An absurd thought, yet exploding in her mind like a thunderclap, uncontrollably sprang to mind. That handwriting, that signature, what her great-grandfather said on the bund yesterday. A few paintings and calligraphies casually given away, thrown in that building. Boring. She watched Tian adjust his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light in the shifting auction hall lights, obscuring any emotion that might be revealed in his eyes. But the almost indifferent calm surrounding him, so incongruous with the surrounding frenzy, was more unsettling than any turbulent storm at this moment. Qingxiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single syllable. Only her heart pounded wildly and uncontrollably in her chest, making her eardrums buzz, almost causing her to faint. The auctioneer, trembling, shouted the final hammer price with all his might. 10 billion. Sold. The resounding hammer blow, like a thunderclap from the heavens, shattered the deathly silence of the auction hall, and also shattered all of Qingxiu's knowledge of the past 20-odd years. She froze, her pupils dilated. The whole world seemed to shrink to only her great-grandfather beside her, the man in the old Zhongshan suit, with his full head of silver hair and black-rimmed glasses and the unfathomable calm on his face. The auctioneer's final 10 billion. Sold. Exploded in the banquet hall like a drop of boiling oil. The deathly silence was broken, replaced by a deafening roar, incredulous gasps, and heated discussions in various languages. Flashbulbs went off again, frantically trying to capture the already exorbitantly priced boring artwork. Qingxiu felt as if she were trapped in a vacuum. The sounds of the outside world became indistinct, only the deafening pounding of her own heart remained. She stiffly turned her head, her gaze fixed on Tian's face. Her once bright and clear almond-shaped eyes were now filled with immense confusion and a scrutinizing gaze bordering on fear. Great-grandpa. She finally found her voice, dry and hoarse like sandpaper, that handwriting, that signature. Tian slightly turned his head, his gaze behind his black-rimmed glasses calmly meeting hers. There was no ripple of emotion, no smugness, not even a hint of displeasure at being questioned. He simply looked at her, his silver-white eyebrows twitching almost imperceptibly, as if asking, "What's wrong?" He replied, his tone as flat as if confirming the weather was nice. "Looks like it's been picked up by someone." Qingxiu gasped sharply, her chest heaving. Picked up? A piece of calligraphy praised as a divine work by Zhou Shixian, fetching a staggering 10 billion yuan at auction, was, in his words, simply picked up? She wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Several sharp-looking staff members in black suits escorted a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair and gold-rimmed glasses as he strode over. The man went straight to Tian and Qingxiu. Although he tried his best to remain calm, his slightly rapid breathing and the barely concealed excitement in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. He first bowed slightly to Tian and Qingxiu with utmost respect, then presented them with a pure black business card. Its texture was unusual, cool to the touch, and it bore only a string of gold-embossed numbers, without any title or name. "Who is in Chapter 8? I apologize for disturbing you both," the middle-aged man said in a low voice, tinged with a cautious reverence. I am Zhao, the person in charge of this auction. May I ask, sir, do you have any connection with this painting, admonition to oneself? His gaze was fixed on Tian, filled with inquiry and an almost worshipful fervor. As a key figure in the auction house, he had handled countless rare treasures and encountered various reclusive families and mysterious figures, but never had any item made him tremble from the depths of his soul like this painting, admonition to oneself. It wasn't merely artistic value, the words conveyed a near Taoist meaning, a kind of truth that transcended the boundaries of time and technique. And the signature, boring, pushed this transcendence to its extreme. Now, the elderly man, seemingly connected to the author, sat before him. His hair was completely white, he wore an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit and vintage glasses, his demeanor serene and refined, like an ancient pine tree atop a mountain completely out of place in this glittering auction house, yet he commanded Tian's utmost respect. Tian didn't take the business card, nor did he even glance at the person in charge, Zhao. His gaze seemed to drift to some distant time and space, and he simply said casually, his voice aged yet calm, a youthful doodle, not worth mentioning. Youthful, doodle, work. The muscles on Zhao's face twitched violently, and the staff behind him held their breath, their eyes filled with absurdity. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, possessing an extraordinary air, calling a century-old masterpiece a youthful doodle? The image was too shocking. Yet Qingxiu felt a sudden darkness engulf her, nearly losing her balance. She pinched her thigh hard, the sharp pain bringing her back to her senses. This wasn't a dream. Her great-grandfather, the old man she had brought along to broaden his horizons and take care of, had personally admitted that a calligraphy piece that sold for 10 billion was his youthful doodle. The manager, Zhao, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his turbulent emotions. He bowed even lower, his tone almost pleading, "Sir, this matter is of great importance. Would it be possible to discuss it further? Our boss, and several distinguished guests who are extremely interested in this matter, very much hope to have the honor of meeting you." No time, yet Tian refused decisively, his voice still calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. He leaned on the armrest of his chair, slowly rising to his feet, his movements exuding a composed and dignified air. He straightened the collar of his old Zhongshan suit and said to Qingxiu, who was still in a daze, "Qingxiu, let's go." Let's go, let's go." Yet Qingxiu seemed to wake from a dream, almost instinctively stepping forward to take Tian's arm. Her palms were covered in cold sweat, her fingertips icy. The person in charge, Zhao, wanted to say something more, but when he met Tian's gaze sweeping over him through his glasses, all the words caught in his throat. That gaze wasn't sharp, but it carried a bottomless majesty, like an ancient mountain, instantly robbing him of all courage to stop them. He could only watch helplessly as the old man and the young woman, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, calmly walked through the noisy crowd towards the banquet hall exit. The elderly man with a full head of silver hair walked steadily, his back straight, creating a world of his own. Where they passed, the murmurs involuntarily subsided. Countless gazes focused on Tian's silver hair and faded old Zhongshan suit, filled with inquiry, speculation, and disbelief. Only after the two figures disappeared through the door did the auction hall erupt in an even more heated discussion than before. Chapter 9 Ridiculous. Who is that old man? Never seen him before, a complete stranger. He seemed to say something just now? The person in charge was so respectful? Could it be, he's related to the artist of that boring calligraphy? What a joke! That calligraphy is clearly the work of a master who has weathered many storms. If the artist were alive, wouldn't he be at least 100 years old? But that old man. But he admitted it. I was close enough to hear him say a youthful scribble. Crazy, this world has gone mad. Various speculations spread rapidly like a virus. At this moment, the internet was in an uproar. A calligraphy piece worth billions appears at a century-old auction in Shanghai, signed boring. The news shot to the top of the trending search lists on major platforms with lightning speed. High-resolution images of the entire admonition to oneself, and close-ups of the two striking boring signatures, were frantically shared, magnified, and analyzed. Even more eye-catching were some blurry short videos and photos leaked from the scene. In the footage, the auction house manager bowed respectfully to an elderly man with silver hair, who remained indifferent before leaving, supported by a young woman. Although the exact conversation was unclear, the manager's demeanor and the unusual silence of the crowd as the old man departed hinted at something unusual. Mysterious silver-haired elderly man, suspected boring author, appears at auction. The author of 100 billion calligraphy is actually an elderly man? Who is he? Internet detectives began their efforts, attempting to glean Tian's identity from the limited video footage. But in this information-saturated age, Tian's existence was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Aside from the internal files of Qingxiu's extremely distant branch of the family, long since removed from the core of power, almost no useful information about Tian could be found. The more mysterious he was, the more intriguing it became. Outside the Peninsula Hotel, the evening breeze, carrying the dampness of the Huangpu River, ruffled Tian's silver hair. Only after getting into the taxi and giving the hotel address did Ye Qingxue slump into the back seat, as if all her strength had been drained. She turned her head, looking at Ye Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed, with a complex expression. The neon lights outside the car window flashed like fireflies across his wrinkled yet serene face. His black-rimmed glasses and full head of silver hair created a strange image in the flickering light. "Grandpa," Ye Qingxue's voice trembled, you really, are the author of that calligraphy?" Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and instead of answering directly, asked, scared. Ye Qingxue nodded vigorously, then quickly shook her head. She didn't know how to express her feelings at that moment. Shock, confusion, fear, and a hint of indescribable excitement? That listening to the Waves Pavilion, she remembered what her great-grandfather had said on the bund yesterday, something she had taken as boasting. "Yes, I stayed there temporarily back then." Ye Tian's tone remained flat. "It wasn't called that then, it was a fairly quiet place." Temporarily stayed, fairly quiet. Ye Qingxue felt her brain's CPU was completely overloaded. She struggled to process this information, one shocking revelation after another exploding in her mind. A mere lad she casually pointed at became a top tycoon in Shanghai? A casually taken over apprentice established the world's largest conglomerate? A graffiti she casually tossed aside sold for 10 billion? If all of this was true, then what kind of person was sitting beside her? She recalled the vague, ancient legends about her great-grandfather, his extremely high seniority, his reclusive lifestyle, his long life. Now, those descriptions seemed utterly ridiculous. Chapter 10 Young Master Qin. The taxi weaved through the bustling streets, the dazzling, ever-changing metropolis visible outside the window. Inside, Ye Qingxue looked at her great-grandfather, with his full head of silver hair and ethereal presence, and for the first time clearly realized that what she thought was the world might only be the tip of the iceberg, and the colossal entity beneath the iceberg was slowly revealing its suffocating scales with her great-grandfather's awakening. She didn't know what all this would bring, only that her ordinary world was about to be turned upside down. She instinctively gripped her phone. On the screen, trending topics like billions of dollars in pointless calligraphy and mysterious silver-haired old man were climbing and gaining momentum at an alarming rate. The storm had only just begun. Shanghai at night was even more alluring than during the day. Ye Tian wanted to walk around, so Ye Qingxue carefully supported him, leading him away from the tourist hotspots. As if guided by some instinct, Ye Tian led her down a relatively quiet, yet still dazzling, street. This street was filled with understated yet extremely stylish luxury boutiques, private galleries, and members-only clubs. Wow, everything here looks so expensive. Ye Qingxue muttered softly, looking at the items in the shop windows. Items she didn't even dare to look at the tags closely. Her current circumstances were decent, but she was still a long way from reaching this level of elite consumption. As they walked, a small commotion seemed to be brewing in front of a flagship store with an extremely grand facade and lighting designed like an art gallery. Several security guards in black suits, each wearing a headset, were stopping an elderly man dressed simply, even somewhat shabby. The man was clutching a rather old-looking wooden box tightly in his arms, arguing agitatedly. A young man in a flashy pink suit, his hair slicked back, stood there with an arm around a beautifully made-up woman, looking impatiently at the elderly man with disdain. "What's going on?" Ye Qingxue asked curiously, standing on tiptoe to peek. At this moment, the young man in the pink suit, seemingly annoyed by the old man's nagging, raised his voice. "Old man, how many times have I told you? Our Qin family's treasure pavilion doesn't accept just any junk. You dare to bring this broken box, which you probably dug out of some obscure corner, to offend my eyes? Get out of here. Young Master Qin, this is truly an heirloom, an item from the Republic of China era. Please, have mercy, let the master craftsman inside examine it." The old man pleaded desperately, bowing deeply. The Republic of China era? Items from the Republic of China era are everywhere. Our treasure pavilion collects fine pieces, antiques, not junk. The young man called Young Master Qin was none other than Qin Feiyu, the eldest son of the Qin family, one of the three major families in Shanghai. He scoffed and waved his hand. "Get him out of here, don't block the door and affect business." Upon hearing this, security personnel immediately stepped forward and roughly shoved the old man. The old man stumbled, losing his grip on the wooden box, which fell to the ground with a clatter. The lid swung open, spilling out several yellowed old scrolls. "My paintings!" the old man exclaimed, lunging to pick them up. Qin Feiyu, however, seemed to have spotted something amusing. He casually kicked the end of one of the scrolls with the tip of his shiny leather shoe, his face full of mockery. "Oh, treating it like a treasure? This piece of scrap paper wouldn't even get picked up if you threw it on the street." This scene was witnessed by Ye Tian and Ye Qingxue, who happened to be walking over. Chapter 11 Chen Jixiang. Ye Qingxue was furious. This young master of the Qin family was going too far. She was about to speak up for him when she felt a weight on her arm. Ye Tian, standing beside her, had already fixed his gaze on the scrolls on the ground. Ye Tian didn't stop, gesturing for Ye Qingxiu not to help him, and walked straight over. He ignored the aggressive Qin Feiyu and the security guards, and instead slowly stepped forward, bent slightly, and gently brushed away the dust from one of the scrolls with his wrinkled yet remarkably steady hand. His movements were natural and focused, carrying the composure and tenderness of an elder, as if he were handling a rare treasure. This sudden action startled everyone. Qin Feiyu frowned, sizing Ye Tian up. He saw a full head of silver hair, dressed in a faded, old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, and wearing dowdy black-rimmed glasses. The girl beside him, though pretty, was dressed in ordinary brands. Clearly, she wasn't someone with connections, probably just some ignorant old scholar. Qin Feiyu's arrogance flared even more. "Hey, old man, who are you? Where did you come from, you antique? Don't touch the trash on the ground." Ye Tian seemed not to hear his shouting. His fingertips lightly traced the brocade cover of the scroll, on which were embroidered with a blurred lotus scroll pattern, the stitches fine and dense, a typical late Qing/early Republican style. A faint, familiar feeling emanated from his fingertips. "This painting, you want to sell it?" Ye Tian looked up at the panicked old man, his voice calm and aged. The old man, as if grasping at a straw, nodded repeatedly. Yes, sir. It was passed down from my ancestors, they say it has some history, but my family urgently needs money." "Background?" Qin Feiyu laughed exaggeratedly from the side. "What background could it be? I bet it's just something you poor bastards made up to scam money. Old man, I'm warning you, mind your own business and get lost." Ye Qingxiu, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward to block Ye Tian. "How dare you speak like that? What kind of skill is it to bully an old man?" Qin Feiyu's gaze fell on Ye Qingxiu's face, a hint of amazement flashing across her face, then turning into even deeper contempt. There's a pretty girl here too? What, trying to stand up for this old man? Don't you know your own limitations? In Shanghai, what I, Qin Feiyu, say is law." As soon as he finished speaking, the security personnel's faces turned fierce, and they surrounded Ye Tian and Ye Qingxiu, clearly intending to physically drive them away. Ye Qingxiu's heart tightened, and she instinctively shielded Ye Tian. Just then, a deep, slightly hoarse voice, yet imbued with undeniable authority, rang out from the outer edge of the crowd. "Oh? In Shanghai, since when did it become the Qin family's juniors to set the rules?" The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a strange magic, instantly drowning out the noise of the scene. Everyone turned to look. Beside the street, a seemingly ordinary black sedan, but one that any connoisseur would immediately recognize as a specially made bulletproof version, had appeared. The door opened, and an elderly man stepped out. The elderly man appeared to be in his 70s, dressed in a simple dark gray Chinese-style stand-up collared jacket and cloth shoes. He held a string of glossy sandalwood prayer beads in his hand. His hair was meticulously combed, his temples were gray, and his face was gaunt, but his eyes were strikingly bright, radiating a sharp light that seemed to pierce through to the heart. His aura was powerful yet restrained, clearly that of someone who had long held a high position. Behind him followed only a middle-aged man, also dressed in black, with a deep and unfathomable presence, silent as a shadow. Upon seeing the old man, the previously arrogant Qin Feiyu's face turned deathly pale, and fine beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His security personnel were frozen in place, as if under a spell, not daring to breathe. Several passers-by who recognized the old man also gasped in suppressed surprise, instinctively taking a few steps back to clear a space. "Old Master Chen." Qin Feiyu's voice trembled uncontrollably, his back involuntarily bending forward, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. You've come all this way." The person who arrived was none other than Chen Jixian, the true top tycoon of Shanghai, the head of the Chen family, whose every move shook the entire East China region. Chapter 12. Uncle Ya? Chen Jixian didn't even glance at Qin Feiyu. From the moment he stepped out of the car, his gaze was fixed on one person, Ye Tian, a man with a full head of silver hair, wearing an old Zhongshan suit, who had just straightened up. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, this elderly man, who controlled half of Shanghai's economy, strode up to Ye Tian. Without the slightest hesitation, he stopped 3 steps away from Ye Tian. Then, amidst countless incredulous stares, the septuagenarian, powerful figure, slowly but with utmost solemnity, bowed deeply to Ye Tian, who appeared even older and possessed an ethereal air. His movements were precise, his posture humble, as if a junior were meeting a highly respected elder. Then, his voice, filled with barely suppressed excitement and utmost respect, clearly reached everyone's ears. "Uncle Ya, after 80 years, you've finally returned." Uncle Ya. These 2 words, like 2 thunderbolts from the heavens, struck everyone present with devastating force. Qin Feiyu's legs went weak, almost collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened like saucers, filled with utter terror and absurdity. "Chen Jixian, called that old guy Uncle." Ye Qingxiu covered her mouth, her mind going completely blank again. Only Chen Jixian's respectful address of Uncle Ye echoed wildly in her mind. The surrounding security guards and passers-by were all petrified, as if witnessing the most unbelievable sight in the world. Chen Jixian, a top tycoon in Shanghai, actually addressed this silver-haired old man as uncle. Yet Tian looked at the bowing old man before him, his eyes behind his glasses flickering slightly, as if recalling something. After a moment, he gently raised his hand, offering a slight helping hand, his tone still calm, yet carrying a barely perceptible sigh. "It's little monkey. Get up. Little monkey." Chen Jixian's body trembled slightly, showing no anger or resentment, but rather his eyes instantly reddened. He straightened up. This old man, who had weathered countless storms and was usually impassive, now choked with emotion. "It's Uncle, yeah, it's me. The little monkey who almost got beaten to death shining shoes at the docks back then. You saved me and even gave me some pointers. Jixian, I'll never forget that." Boom! These words, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirred up a tidal wave in everyone's hearts. A shoeshine man at the dock? Almost beaten to death? Saved by this silver-haired old man? Given guidance? The legendary self-made, powerful boss Chen was actually a shoeshine man, and his rise was all thanks to the casual guidance of this mysterious uncle. Yeah, the amount of information was overwhelming, too shocking, almost bursting everyone's understanding. Qin Feiyu was deathly pale, trembling like a leaf. He was finished. He had not only offended the man Chen Jixiang respectfully called uncle, but he had also heard such a secret, a sore spot, about boss Chen's past. He knew that the Qin family was likely facing annihilation because of this. Chen Jixian took a deep breath, barely calming his turbulent emotions. His gaze shifted to Qin Feiyu, whose face was ashen. His eyes, which had been filled with excitement, instantly turned icy cold, like icicles in the dead of winter. Qin family brat, Chen Jixian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a suffocating pressure. "You just now, were you trying to attack my uncle, yeah?" Qin Feiyu collapsed to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Grandpa Chen, I was wrong. I was blind. I didn't know this person was." He was so frightened he couldn't speak coherently, unable to utter a complete sentence. Chen Jixian's eyes were indifferent, as if he were looking at an ant. He stopped looking at Qin Feiyu and instead said to the middle-aged man in black behind him, "Zhong, cripple his leg." "Yes, sir." The man in black, Zhong, bowed and replied, his voice devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 13 Declaration of War. Chen Jixiang ignored the chaos and looked back at Ye Tian, his tone returning to its previous respectful manner, even carrying a hint of cautious inquiry. "Uncle, yeah, it's too noisy here. Should we go somewhere else to rest?" Ye Tian glanced at the old scrolls on the ground, then at the terrified old man, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and nodded slightly. "All right." He uttered two words casually, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial interlude. Chen Jixian's face immediately lit up with genuine joy, like a child receiving immense praise. He quickly stepped aside to lead the way. "Uncle, yeah, please." Under Chen Jixian's respectful guidance, Ye Tian led the still deeply shocked Ye Qingxiu towards the black sedan. On the street, only the unconscious Qin Feiyu, the ashen-faced security guard, the still shaken old man, and a group of completely dumbfounded onlookers remained. A night wind blew, carrying the unique blend of Shanghai's bustling prosperity and chill. But everyone knew that after tonight, the world of Shanghai would change. And at the eye of the storm was the mysterious old man in the old Zhongshan suit, whom Chen Jixian called Uncle Ye. The shock of Chen Jixian's little monkey hadn't subsided when he made another suggestion that made Ye Qingxiu's heart skip a beat again. "Uncle Ye." In a high-class tea house, Chen Jixian's tone was respectful, tinged with a barely perceptible nostalgia. "Your old house on Zayafei Road, Ye mansion, I've had people take care of it all these years. The furnishings are kept as exactly as you left them, untouched. Would you like to go back and take a look? It's quieter than staying in a hotel." "Ye mansion?" Ye Qingxiu held her breath, looking at Ye Tian. Just how many secrets did her great-grandfather still hold that she didn't know? A faint, gentle warmth, akin to coming home, flickered in Ye Tian's cloudy yet clear eyes. He nodded slightly, saying nothing more than, "I'm a little tired today." Tomorrow night, Shanghai's first hospital, VIP ward. "Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, it seems Qin Shao's leg can't be saved." The doctor reported Qin Feiyu's condition. Besides Qin Feiyu's female companion, a middle-aged couple was also in the room. They were Qin Feiyu's parents, Qin Jianchang and Xiao Shajuan. After the doctor left, "You, tell me the whole story of how my son was injured." Xiao Shajuan pointed directly at Yao Bingbing and said coldly. Yao Bingbing dared not hide anything and immediately recounted the entire incident. Qin Jianchang, upon hearing it, was immediately enraged. "That Chen family. Does he really think Shanghai is their domain?" Qin Jianchang was truly enraged. Although the Chen family was the leader of the four major families, the Qin family had grown rapidly in recent years and was no longer inferior to them. Chen Jixian's actions were clearly an attempt to ride roughshod over the Qin family. How could he tolerate this? If I don't avenge this, I, Qin Jianchang, swear I'm not a man. Burning with rage, Qin Jianchang immediately summoned the core members of the Qin family and announced his decision on the spot. They severed all cooperation with the Chen family and publicly declared a complete break with them within the industry, adopting a stance of irreconcilable conflict. Meanwhile, the Chen family, upon learning of the Qin family's public declaration of war, saw its higher UPS panic. Chen Jixian, however, remained calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned. Chapter 14 Unsealing. Grandpa, the Qin family is declaring war on our Chen family. Why are you acting like nothing's wrong? Chen Jixian's grandson, Chen Qiwan, was extremely anxious. Chen Jixian glanced at his grandson. Look at your spineless coward. Since the Qin family wants war, then let's fight. Does the Chen family think we're afraid? Chen Qiwan was immediately astonished. In his past memories, Chen Jixian was a genuinely kind person, always amiable to everyone, which was why he had accumulated such a vast network of connections. What's wrong with him today? Why does he suddenly seem like a completely different person? Chen Jixiang seemed to see the confusion in their hearts and coldly smiled. Even the most good-tempered person has an Achilles heel. My Achilles heel is Uncle Ye. Disrespecting me is one thing, I won't hold it against those juniors. But daring to disrespect Uncle Ye is absolutely unforgivable. Chen Jixiang, usually known for his kindness and gentleness, was now filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, Ye Tian was unaware that, because of his appearance, this directly ignited a war between two major families in Shanghai. The news that the Qin and Chen families had broken off relations and openly declared war caused a huge sensation as soon as it spread. The Qin family, one of Shanghai's four major families, has experienced rapid growth in recent years, showing signs of becoming the leading family among them. In contrast, the Chen family has always maintained a very low profile, remaining largely unknown to the public. Their public declaration of war against the Qin family has truly shocked many. However, the Qin family is also well aware that, despite the Chen family's relatively small scale, it is nowhere near the size of the Qin family's business. However, the Chen family's network of connections was too strong. To bring down the Chen family, the Qin family alone was clearly insufficient. Therefore, after declaring war on the Chen family, the Qin family immediately contacted the other three major families, intending for the four families to join forces to suppress the Chen family. The Chen family dared to injure my son so brazenly. They don't take the four families seriously at all. The Chen family's only reliance is that old man Chen Jixian, but he's already 100 years old. How long can he keep up? The Chen family has always controlled the energy industry in the southeast region. Once we bring down the Chen family, the profits will be divided equally among the four families. Under the Qin family's instigation, the Lin and Zhao families among the four major families were tempted and decided to join the effort to suppress the Chen family. Only the Song family remained silent. After the stock market opened in the morning, the Chen Group's stock price plummeted due to the impact of the fishing boat incident. At the same time, the three major families also began to launch market attacks against the Chen family. In Shanghai, at the Chen family residence, Chen Qiwan's face darkened considerably upon seeing his subordinate's report. He clearly hadn't expected the Qin family to act so ruthlessly. In just one night, the Chen family's market value had shrunk by over $1 billion. Grandpa, now the Qin family, in alliance with two other major families, has begun a market attack on our Chen family. How can you still be smiling? Chen Qiwan was utterly bewildered to see that Chen Jixian showed no panic or anger, but rather a faint smile. Chen Jixian replied calmly, the Qin family, the Lin family, and the Zhao family are nothing but clowns. Don't bother with them. Chen Qiwan's heart leaped with joy. Grandpa, have you thought of a way to deal with the Qin family? No, Chen Jixian said nonchalantly. Chen Qiwan was speechless. Was he kidding him? Chen Qiwan and his son, Chen Jianhe, exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 15 Million Yuan Reward. Chen Jixian ignored the resentful looks from his grandson and great-grandson. You handle this little matter yourself. This old man has more important things to do. After saying this, Chen Jixian waved to Chen Jianhe. Uncle Ye is moving back to the Ye mansion today. Xiao Zhang, take a few people and come with me to help Uncle Ye move. Chen Qiwan was immediately annoyed again. The Chen family was being targeted by the three major families, and would lose at least billions. Was helping someone move less important? However, Chen Qiwan knew his grandfather's temper and could only complain inwardly, not daring to argue. In the other apartment. What? Kingxiu, you're moving? If you're worried that great-grandpa's arrival will affect me, there's no need for this. We sisters don't need to be so formal. A girl, slightly less attractive than Ye Kingxiu, said, pulling on Ye Kingxiu's arm. The girl's name was Lin Qianqian, Ye Kingxiu's best friend and roommate, and a moderately famous online streamer/influencer. Ye Kingxiu had brought her elderly relative to see a doctor, which Lin Qianqian knew beforehand, so she came early that morning, only to be surprised that Ye Qingxiu was moving out. She mistakenly assumed Ye Qingxiu was worried about inconveniencing her, since they shared the apartment, and having an elderly person move in would be somewhat inconvenient. Ye Qingxiu chuckled, Qian, you're overthinking it. Why would I be so formal with you? It's my great-grandfather. He used to own a house in Shanghai, and he insisted on moving this time. Lin Qian was a little confused. What? Your family still owns a house in Shanghai? Qingxiu, I didn't realize you were so discreet. Ye Qingxiu smiled wryly. It seems to be a house my great-grandfather bought during the Republic of China era. I don't even know if it still counts. Puffed. Lin Qian burst out laughing. Qingxiu, are you kidding me? Old houses from the Republic of China era have either been demolished long ago or nationalized. After so many years, who would still recognize them? In fact, Ye Qingxiu also thought this was unlikely, but yet Tian was adamant, and she couldn't go against his word. That's what I thought too, but my great-grandfather insists on moving there. Let's just say it's to keep him company. In Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qingqian's view, even if Ye Tian's house in Shanghai still existed, it would be difficult to reclaim it. After all, so many years have passed, and everything has changed. A short while later, Ye Tian, who had been meditating all night, emerged from his room. He had successfully passed through the nirvana stage, and his bodily functions were gradually recovering, even showing signs of some new breakthroughs. Seeing Ye Tian emerge from his room, Ye Qingxiu stepped forward to support him. Qian, this is my great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, this is the woman I told you about, my good friend Lin Qian. Lin Qian was stunned when she saw Ye Tian's white hair and beard and rosy complexion. She was clearly taken aback by his aura. Hello, great-grandfather. Ye Tian smiled and nodded. Just then, Chen Jianghe walked in, followed by several burly men in suits. Young Master Chen Jianghe, the general manager of the Red Star Hotel, Shanghai's premier hotel? Lin Qian, being an internet celebrity, had frequent contact with many high-ranking figures and immediately recognized the person before her, leaving her utterly shocked. Under Lin Qingqian's astonished gaze, Chen Jianghe quickly approached Ye Tian, bowing and saying, Grandfather, great-grandfather, fearing to keep you waiting, sent me ahead. He will arrive shortly. Ye Tian nodded. Then Chen Jianghe looked at Ye Qingxiu beside him, pointed to the several burly men in suits behind him, and smiled. Miss Qingxiu, if you have anything to take, just leave it to them. Lin Qian was completely bewildered. Chapter 16 Obsession. Ancestor? Miss Qingxiu? He even wondered if he had mistaken her for someone else. Chen Jianghe was actually calling Ye Tian ancestor, and was so respectful to Ye Qingxiu. What's wrong with this world? Have they gone mad? Or am I dreaming? It's an illusion. This must be my imagination. Lin Qian couldn't help but tug at Ye Qingxiu. Qingxiu, what's going on? Ye Qingxiu smiled and briefly explained what had happened yesterday. Lin Qian felt her head buzzing. Her best friend had actually become the elder of a top tycoon in Shanghai. This is too surreal. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to film something like this. Soon, under everyone's astonished gazes, Chen Jianghe's men loaded all of Ye Qingxiu's pre-packed belongings into the car. Ye Qingxiu also helped Ye Qingxiu downstairs. Downstairs, Chen Jixian's car arrived. It looks like the old patriarch of the Chen family. They say he's over 100 years old. A large part of the reason the Chen family is so powerful in Shanghai is because of this old man. Lin Qian recognized Chen Jixian and was immediately overjoyed. The old patriarch of the Chen family was a legendary figure. She had only seen him on television before, and now she was actually seeing him in person. However, what happened next made Lin Qingqian's eyes nearly pop out of her head. After getting out of the car, Chen Jixian immediately strode to Ye Tian and respectfully greeted him. Uncle, yeah. Lin Qian felt dizzy. The black, specially made sedan smoothly drove away from the bustling street and turned onto a quiet, tree-lined, old road. Finally, they stopped before an unassuming, even somewhat weathered, black wrought iron gate. The exterior appeared understated, even a bit worn. But when Chen Jixian stepped forward and unlocked the heavy gate with an antique brass key, the scene behind it left Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qian speechless. There was no ostentatious luxury as they had imagined. Instead, they were greeted by a meticulously maintained yet rustic courtyard, with towering ancient trees and winding paths, seemingly completely isolating them from the outside world's hustle and bustle. Deep within the courtyard, a three-story building, a blend of Chinese and Western architectural styles, covered in lush ivy, stood quietly. The bricks and stones were warm and smooth, bearing the weighty marks of time. This is the Ye mansion? Ye Qingxiu murmured, her arm tightening unconsciously around Ye Tian's. Just looking at the location and the size of the land, the value of this place was already astronomical. Lin Qian exaggeratedly covered her mouth. A moderately famous online influencer, she had heard of Shanghai's top luxury mansions, but the hidden grandeur and imposing presence of this particular residence far exceeded her expectations. Almost instinctively, she quietly pulled out her phone and started a live stream. Such great footage couldn't be wasted on her fans. She deliberately focused the camera primarily on herself and Yakingsu, only occasionally glancing at the surroundings and the two elderly people walking ahead, thinking she was being discreet. Chen Jianyi not only had the furniture replaced overnight but also hired several servants for Tian, showing meticulous attention to detail. Meanwhile, at the Qin family's residence, still no movement from the Chen family? Qin Jianchang frowned deeply. Logically, with the three major families joining forces, coupled with Yao Bingbing's online maneuvering, causing the Chen family to lose billions overnight, they should be on high alert. However, his expectations were not met. The Chen family seemed completely unaffected, showing absolutely no reaction. This outcome made Qin Jianchang feel inexplicably uneasy. Who was Chen Jixiang? On the surface, he appeared to be a harmless, kind-hearted person, but in reality, he was a cunning old fox. Otherwise, he couldn't have managed to navigate so skillfully and single-handedly develop the Chen family to its current position. Chapter 17 Powerful. The Red Star Hotel and Chen Group, which he built single-handedly, have stood strong in the Dragon Kingdom for 80 years, their network of connections surpassing even the four great families. It's only because Chen Jixiang is old that he dared to attack the Chen family. If it were 20 or 30 years ago, he would absolutely not have dared to do so. Before launching his attack on the Chen family, Qin Jianchang had prepared for a bloody battle. But now, he felt like he was punching cotton, unable to find any leverage. Could it be that old man Chen Jixiang is really past his prime? The Chen family is completely powerless to fight back? No, there must be something I don't know. At this moment, a subordinate walked in. Master, we've found out. That old man Chen Jixiang left early this morning. First, he went to an apartment, apparently to pick someone up, and then he went to the Ye mansion. The Ye mansion? Qin Jianchang's brows furrowed even more. He knew about the Ye mansion. It was one of the Chen family's properties, and it was said to have been uninhabited for decades. There are only so many old villas in Shanghai, and each one has extremely high investment value, so in Qin Jianchang's view, there was nothing suspicious. But why would Chen Jixiang go to an old house that hasn't been lived in for decades at this time? What on earth is that old man up to? Qin Jianchang racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. At a time like this, instead of thinking about solving the family's predicament, Chen Jixiang still had the mind to run around everywhere. Judging from the current situation, the Chen family stock price is plummeting under the attack of the three major families, and their situation seems extremely favorable. However, Chen Jixiang's strange behavior at this time is making Qin Jianchang feel increasingly uneasy. What's the situation with the Song family? Are they still unwilling to join forces against the Chen family? It's said that the Song family head himself intends to join forces with us, but for some reason, it seems that the old man of the Song family has held him back. After listening to his subordinate's report, Qin Jianchang's brows furrowed deeply. His unease grew stronger. The old man of the Song family is now over 90 years old, one of the few among the four major families who experienced the chaotic era, and is known for his shrewdness and calculating nature. Given the current situation, the Chen family seems to be on the verge of collapse, yet the Song family doesn't intend to take a share? This is highly illogical. Furthermore, Chen Jixiang's behavior is far too calm. This is abnormal. This is not just abnormal, it's abnormal. Does this old man have some powerful trump card up his sleeve? Meanwhile, at the Song family in Shanghai, Dad, why is this happening? Joining forces with the three major families to bring down the Chen family and divide up the energy industry in the southeast, what a great opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Why are you refusing? Song Mingxian, the current head of the Song family, asked his father with a puzzled expression. When he received Qin Jianchang's invitation to join forces to bring down the Chen family, Song Mingxian almost immediately agreed without hesitation. Firstly, he was unhappy that the Chen family had been dominating the four major families for too long. Secondly, destroying the Chen family and dividing their assets would also strengthen one's own power. If any one of the four major families wanted to take down the Chen family, they would certainly have to think twice. However, if the four families joined forces, the Chen family would undoubtedly be defeated. Chen Jixiang is old after all, and the Chen family's strength has long since diminished. Now is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of their weakness and annex them. Chapter 18 can be accepted. Looking at the bewildered Song Mingxian, the Song family patriarch, Song Ruwai, calmly sat in his armchair, slowly sipping his fragrant tea. He then glanced at his son indifferently. Do you really think the Chen family is that simple? This question stunned Song Mingxian. Father, from what you're saying, does the Chen family have some hidden trump card? That can't be. As far as I know, the Chen family has been entirely supported by that old man, Chen Jixiang, all these years. That old man did know quite a few high-ranking figures in the country back then, but those figures are long gone, and those connections have naturally been severed. If it were 30 years ago, no one would have dared to touch the Chen family. But the Chen family is not what it used to be. I really don't understand what we have to fear from them. Song Ruowei smiled coldly. What if I told you that the Chen family's backer has never been those big shots in the capital, but someone else entirely? Song Mingxuan's eyes widened immediately, clearly shocked by his father's words. Father, what do you mean by that? Does the Chen family have some other powerful backer? Song Ruowei slowly sipped his fragrant tea, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, before slowly saying, "Have you heard of the Green Brilliance?" Song Mingxuan's entire body trembled violently. Father, are you talking about the Green Brilliance Consortium, known as the world's most mysterious consortium? There are many enormous consortia in the world, such as the Samsung Consortium of South Korea, the Mitsubishi Consortium of Japan, the Morgan Consortium of the United States, and the Rothschild Consortium of Europe and America, etc. These consortia possess unimaginable wealth. Some can even control the life and death of a nation. There's even a saying that the world's 10 most powerful consortia control over 80% of the world's wealth, directly or indirectly controlling the world's economic lifeline. And among these world-class consortia, there is one extremely mysterious one, the Green Brilliance Consortium. The Qinghong Consortium is said to be the only world-class consortium controlled by Chinese people, and also the most mysterious super-consortium. There's even a claim that the Qinghong Consortium has been behind China's rise from the fall of the Qing dynasty to its current status as the world's second-largest power. Within China, from Tencent, owned by Pony Ma, to Alibaba, owned by Jack Ma, almost every unicorn company is rumored to have the Qinghong Consortium secretly supporting it. And this is just the tip of the iceberg for the Qinghong Consortium. Its influence and industries span the globe, and some even believe its wealth surpasses that of the Rothschild family. The Rothschild family, after all, controls the economic lifeline of the entire European continent and is openly the world's largest consortium. The fact that the Qinghong Consortium can be compared to the Rothschild family, even if exaggerated, speaks volumes about its power. Song Ruowei nodded first, then gently shook his head. No. To be more precise, what you know about the Qinghong Consortium is only a part of the Qinghong organization. What? Song Mingxuan's eyes widened, clearly shocked by Song Ruowei's words. The Qinghong Consortium, comparable to the Rothschild family, is merely a part of the Qinghong organization? Then what terrifying existence is the entire Qinghong organization? Song Mingxian even wondered if he had misheard. This was simply beyond his comprehension, like something out of a myth. Father, do you know what you're saying? You're not joking with me, are you? Song Ruowei took a deep breath, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his cloudy eyes. I know this is hard for you to believe. When I first learned this information, I also had deep doubts. But, it's the truth. Song Ruowei paused slightly, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Chapter 19. My great-grandfather had an apartment in Shanghai back in the day. After a long pause, he slowly spoke again. The Qinghong organization, it is said, was founded at the end of the Qing dynasty. No one knows who their founder was, but since its inception, it has grown and expanded at an astonishing pace, becoming a global force in just a few decades. It is said that the Qinghong organization is divided into two departments. One, beginning with Hong, gathers the world's top business talents and manages wealth. This is what outsiders call the Qinghong Consortium. The other, beginning with Qing, is unknown to the world and is in charge of killing in force, commanding countless powerful assassins. It is the guardian and cleaner of the Qinghong Consortium. The Qinghong Consortium's rapid rise in just a few decades, even surpassing other world-class consortia, is not only due to its strong business management capabilities, but also, and perhaps more importantly, to the unparalleled military strength of the Qing department. It's even said that during the national crisis, the leader of the Qing faction dispatched his disciples to save the country, and these disciples later became renowned heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. As Song Ruowei recounted what he knew, bit by bit, Song Mingxian was completely dumbfounded. If it weren't for his father's serious expression, he would have even suspected that his father was making up stories. Father, so you mean that the Chen family's backer is this Qinghong organization? Are you sure you're not mistaken? To put it bluntly, what merit does the Chen family have? The Chen family might be powerful in Shanghai, but compared to the Qinghong conglomerate, they're practically ants. If the Chen family is truly backed by the Qinghong Consortium, then with a little help from the latter, what chance would the four major families have? It's no exaggeration to say that even if the Chen family were tied to the four major families, they would still be nothing compared to the Qinghong Consortium. Song Ruowei shook his head. Although I still don't understand how the Chen family climbed onto the Qinghong Consortium's coattails, I'm certain of one thing, that old bastard Chen Jixiang has always had some kind of connection with the higher UPS of the Qinghong Consortium. So even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, we absolutely cannot make enemies of the Chen family. At least until that old bastard Chen Jixiang is buried, we'd better wait and see, otherwise we might needlessly invite annihilation. Song Mingxian opened his mouth, still somewhat unwilling, but he had to admit that his grandfather's approach was the safest strategy. If they really offended such a terrifying organization because of the Chen family, then the Song family's demise would be imminent. For a world-class conglomerate, bringing down the 4 major families of Shanghai would be as easy as crushing 4 ants. At this moment, inside the Ye mansion, Chen Jixian, like the most loyal butler, led Ye Tian, pushing open the heavy oak door, its main door adorned with simple carvings. The instant the door opened, a tranquil aroma, a blend of old wood, old books, and a faint scent of sandalwood, wafted out. First to greet the eye was a spacious, almost empty, foyer, a hallway with a ceiling nearly 6 meters high. Sunlight streamed in through the stained glass windows high above, its rays dappled and softly illuminating the entire space. Everything is exactly as it was. You've put a lot of thought into it. Ye Tian entered the room, glanced around, and nodded slightly. Aside from some new furniture and appliances, the layout of the Ye mansion was almost unchanged from when Ye Tian left. It was clear that the Chen family had been very attentive to detail for the past 80 years. Chen Jixian, over 100 years old, was overjoyed by Ye Tian's praise, like a child. Then, everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn to what hung on the walls. It wasn't modern decorative paintings, nor was it a common antique reproduction. It was a series of genuine calligraphy in paintings, imbued with the aura of time. Chapter 20. The Clown Was Me. The 4 walls of the lobby are almost occupied by these beautifully framed scrolls and mirror cores. They are not crowded, but they have a solemn aura. The paper silk is yellowed, the ink color is thick or light, and some of them can also be seen on the seals of collectors of past dynasties, densely packed, like historical footnotes. Yet Qingxiu does not know much about calligraphy and painting, but she can also feel the antiquity and extraordinary charm of these works. And Lin Qianqian, her mobile phone camera, has unconsciously and greedily swept over those calligraphy and paintings. But when she focused the lens on a green landscape painting with a colored silk book and a clear artistic conception, the barrage began to change. Wait, this style of painting, this silk color, why do I look a bit like the style of a certain anonymous person in the Southern Song dynasty? Don't be funny upstairs, can the authentic work be hung in a private mansion? The camera swept over another piece of calligraphy, and the iron painting silver hook penetrated the back of the paper, and a clear Zhengming seal at the place of the signature was captured by the camera. Damn! Wen Zhengming. Fake, right? What is the origin of this house? These 2 alone, if they are true, are enough to buy half of the financial street? Lin Qianqian looked at the rapidly rolling barrage. Her heart was both excited and a little weak. She lowered her voice and said to Ye Qingxiu, your grandfather. These paintings look so amazing, my live broadcast room is blown up. Ye Qingxiu was also in a state of confusion at the moment, and could only respond vaguely. The title of her live broadcast room was quickly changed by her hand to mistakenly enter the mysterious ancestral house of her best friend, suspected of appearing atop collection. As the camera continued to move forward, I saw a well-framed and antique vertical scroll ink painting hanging next to the quaint staircase. The edges of the drawing paper have been faintly yellowed, and the silk brocade frame also reveals the dark color of the years, and a strong historical atmosphere comes to the face. However, what caused the audience in the live broadcast room to be instantly restless was the extraordinary charm of the painting itself and the dense inscriptions and seals above that were enough to stop the heartbeat of any knowledgeable person. The main body of the painting is a vigorous pine and cypress and a jagged strange stone, with a strange layout, a strong brushwork, and a clear layered ink color. But what is even more jaw-dropping is the layers of inscriptions, poems, views and signatures of at least 30 people above the painting and in the blank space. These inscriptions are different in ink and age, but each name seems to have an echo of history, shining golden light in the pile of old papers and auction records. Carefully identify, there are the appreciation seals of the Qing court elders and princes and nobles, the names left by the head of the Dart Bureau who shocked the North and South with his vigorous pen power, and the private seals of ink treasures left by famous academic giants in Kyushu and strange people who have retired to the rivers and lakes. It is no exaggeration to say that this long volume of inscriptions is simply a flowing and condensed genealogy of famous people in the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China. Their ink treasures and private seals appear so concentrated on the same painting, and the humanistic history and collection value they carry are simply immeasurable. Do you think it's scary or not? However, the core and most puzzling aspect of this painting lies in the center of the scroll, next to the turquoise picture. Mr. Ye Tian's Fang family is elegant. Brother Bonian painted and gifted. Bonian? Could it be that Ren Bonian, a giant in the Shanghai painting world? And this picture scroll, which brings together dozens of influential figures in the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, was actually given to a person named Ye Tian? What makes the audience in the live broadcast room even more incredible is that in the case that all the inscriptions are a temporary choice, only this Ye Tian is the core object of the painting, as if the stars are arching the moon. Chapter 21. The Old Mansion Worth 2 Billion. Am I seeing things? A genuine Ren Bonian work? And so many inscriptions by famous figures? My God! Wang Tongyi's inscription, Li Ruking's poem, and that's Big Knife Wang Wu's signature. I'm stunned. If this is genuine, the auction houses would be going crazy with bidding. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at my phone. Could this be a high-quality fake, artificially aged? This is outrageous. Isn't the streamer afraid of getting into trouble for hyping this up and making fun of historical figures? I studied calligraphy and painting authentication. The handwriting and seal styles of these people, they all seem to match, but how could they all be concentrated on one painting? I'm reporting this immediately. It's too fake. I used to think the streamer was honest, but now, haha, he'll do anything to become famous. Not only were the viewers in the live stream in an uproar, but yet Kingsu was equally bewildered. She didn't know much about calligraphy and painting, but she recognized names like Ren Bonian and Wang Tonghe. Seeing the flood of doubts in the comments, her heart began to pound. How could her great-grandfather have something so outrageous? Could it be a fake? Kingsu, look over there. Lin Kinkin's voice trembled as she pointed to the other side of the corridor. Yet Kingsu instinctively turned the camera around. On the wall, instead of photographs, stood a row of calligraphy scrolls meticulously framed in rosewood. She pointed the camera at the closest one. It was a work of stone drum inscriptions, its strokes powerful and vigorous, its style ancient and refined, its structure well-balanced, full of the charm of bronze and stone inscriptions. At the bottom were several strong, forceful characters. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This handwriting, is it Wu Changshuo's? Canlu. Wu Junking. It really is him. This metallic quality, this ink, it's too much like the original. It's a forgery. It must be a forgery. How many genuine works by Wu Changshuo are there in museums? How could it possibly be in a private residence? Streamer, you're in big trouble. Put it away quickly. Just as the live stream was about to explode with excitement, Tian, leaning on his cane, slowly walked over. My dear granddaughter, what are you looking at these old paintings and calligraphy for? Kingsu suddenly snapped out of her daze, pointing at the canvas stone drum inscription, her voice stammering, great-great-grandfather, this really is a genuine work by Wu Changshuo. Tian glanced up, a knowing glint in his cloudy eyes, and said calmly, oh, you mean Wu Junking? Yes, back then he was selling paintings and seals in the Suzhou Shanghai area, not as famous as he is now. He was a straightforward and generous man, with the air of an ancient chivalrous hero. He admired my eye for art and often brought his works to me for critique. This stone drum inscription is one of his proudest works, and he insisted on giving it to me, saying it was a token of appreciation for a kindred spirit. Wu Changshuo, a token of appreciation for a kindred spirit? The live stream went silent instantly, then the comments flooded in like a tsunami. What did I just hear? Wu Changshuo offered his calligraphy as a token of appreciation for a kindred spirit? The old master gave Wu Changshuo guidance. I'm speechless. Wu Changshuo was a grandmaster of the Shanghai school. My head is spinning. What kind of seniority is this? Keep bragging. Let's see how you explain this. Tian seemed oblivious to the problem with his words. He strolled over to the painting of pine trees and rocks, which bore inscriptions by over 30 people, glanced at it, and said, this one, it was painted by that lad Ren Yi. It's quite lively, just a bit too soft-hearted. Back when he first arrived in Shanghai, he wasn't well known, so I had someone look after him, and he painted this to thank me. Ren Yi was indeed Ren Bonian's real name. Chapter 22 The Walking History Book. The old man spoke with the utter indifference of someone talking about the neighbor's kid from yesterday. Well, so many inscriptions by important figures on this. Kingsu felt her worldview crumbling. Oh, you mean them. Tian tapped the inscriptions on the painting with his cane. After this painting was hung up, friends kept coming to visit. Seeing it, one said they wanted to add a little something auspicious, another said they wanted to make a good connection, so they all wrote on it. We couldn't stop them. A perfectly good painting turned into something like a quack doctor's umbrella for everyone. Tian's tone seemed to carry a hint of helplessness and disdain. Brief blank in the comments. I'm speechless. Late Qing and early Republican era bigwigs collectively forming good relationships. Old man, your Versailles-like approach gets full marks. Please stop talking, my historical perspective is shattered. Kingsu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and turned the camera to a glass display case on a rosewood shelf. Inside, lined with bright yellow brocade, lay a thread-bound book with a blue cover. The cover was blank, but the pages were yellowed, clearly indicating its great age. Beside the book sat an antique-style short sword with a sharkskin scabbard, its hilt worn smooth, exuding a chilling aura. Great-grandpa, what are this book and this sword? Tian glanced at them and casually replied, the book? It was left here by a young man surnamed Chen. Back then, he was obsessed with expelling the Manchus, running around contacting secret societies. Before leaving, he said this register was very important and asked me to keep it for him. He never came back for it. He paused, then pointed to the short sword. This sword belongs to Dagger Wang, the one you might have heard about in storytelling Big Knife Wang Wu. He used a big knife, but also short weapons. He failed in his mission to escort Tian, and disheartened, he came to my place for a drink, leaving this short sword behind. A young man surnamed Chen? Expelling the Manchus? Secret Society Register? Dagger Wang Wu? Tan Sitan? These names and events firmly anchored the timeline to the turbulent years of the late Qing dynasty. Wait, surnamed Chen, involved in revolution, secret society, could it be Chen Xiaobai? Or Chen Tianhua? Wang Wu's dagger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Host, this script is going too far. I can't take it anymore, this is outrageous. Just then, the live stream was suddenly flooded with dazzling reward effects. User Xiangzhang Jiwan rewarded the host with 1,000 super rockets, adding the message, "I am Jiwan of the Hong family from Hongjiang. Every word old master Yes said is true. My Hong family ancestors left behind family precepts mentioning that great-grandfather Ye Tian was a great benefactor of my Hong family, and a guiding light for our Hong lineage. Every item in the old master's house has its historical origin and is not a forgery. My ancestors said that there is indeed a token of Master Wang Wu in the house. Anyone who dares to slander the old master is an enemy of the Hong family." Boom! The live stream chat exploded again. 1,000 super rockets. 2 million. Ji Huan? That young master from the Hong family in Hong Kong? Really? Another shill? It's a setup. It's all a setup. Is this a guild artificially inflating the revenue? This script is getting more and more elaborate, even bringing in a descendant of the Hongmen? Congratulations to the streamer for reaching the top of the popularity charts. Over 1.5 million viewers online. In a suite at a 5-star hotel, Ji Huan, furious at the skeptical comments in the live stream chat, turned ashen-faced. He was ordered by his grandfather to find and befriend Ye Tian. Through the family's intelligence network, he had located Ye Qingxiu's live stream and had been secretly monitoring it. When he saw the calligraphy, paintings, and antiques, he was utterly shocked. The family secrets did indeed mention this great-grandfather Ye Tian's connections with countless top figures of the past, and even vaguely referred to the Wang Wu token. This was undoubtedly the real person. Chapter 23. Have you heard of the Qinghong? Seeing the skepticism, he wanted to step forward to verify, but instead, he was mistaken for an actor. I'll say it again. I am Yi Jiwan. Grandpa Yes' kindness to my Hong family is immeasurable. I can testify that these items are absolutely genuine. However, the skepticism didn't stop, instead, it increased because of his vehement words. Oh, you're really into acting. If you're really young Master Hong, I'll eat my keyboard live. A low-level account without any noble status, what are you pretending to be? Just as Yi Jiwan was about to explode and was about to contact the platform to verify his identity, user Young Master Wang of the capital, Super Emperor, entered the live stream with a golden supercar effect. The entire platform's attention was drawn to him. It's Wang Xiaokong. Principal Wang is here. Wow, Brother Kong is interested in this too. A comment from Young Master Wang of Beijing, Wang Xiaokong, appeared in the live stream. I heard someone's impersonating Brother Hong here. I came to check it out. At Xiangzhang Ji Huan, Brother Hong, is that you? If so, show yourself, so these people won't keep spouting nonsense. Wang Xiaokong's appearance, and his direct tagging of Ji Huan, instantly changed the tone of the live stream. Ji Huan immediately responded, Xiaokong, it's me. These people insist I'm an actor. Wang Xiaokong, alright. Verification complete. This is indeed the genuine Hong Xiao from Hong Kong. Those of you who were yelling about eating keyboards, you can start your show now. Also, Miss Ye, the old man's mansion is truly overflowing with treasures. Could you please turn the camera around a bit more so I can see what other goodies he has? With Wang Xiaokong, the internet's well-known wealthy family authentication expert, personally endorsing him, the doubts in the live stream were instantly suppressed by more than half. They were replaced by countless exclamation marks and curiosity about Ye Tian's identity and the history behind this room full of antiques. Qi Jiwan also took the opportunity to activate her Super Emperor title, her golden ID shining brightly at the top of the live stream. Ye Qingxiu watched this dramatic reversal, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She glanced at her great-grandfather, Ye Tian, who remained calm and composed, seemingly unaffected by the outside world's turmoil. For the first time, she realized with a profound realization that her great-grandfather's past was likely far beyond her wildest imagination. Urged by Wang Xiaokong and countless viewers, Lin Qian turned the camera forward again. Just then, Lin Qian's camera inadvertently captured a massive central painting hanging above the main seat at the far end of the hall. It was a splashed ink landscape painting, magnificent and imposing, with churning clouds, a solitary peak, and an atmosphere of utter desolation, carrying a sense of aloofness and loneliness. In the upper right corner of the painting were only a few words of inscription, and the handwriting. In the live stream, an anonymous viewer, verified as a researcher at a top museum, posted the most shocking comment of the night, which was even automatically highlighted in red and bold by the system. Stop! Don't move the camera. Look at that hanging scroll. The brushwork, the artistic conception, and the calligraphy of the inscription. This is impossible. This is clearly from the same source as the boring calligraphy that sold for billions yesterday. Even, its spiritual realm is more transcendent. Where exactly is this place? At National Calligraphy and Painting Appraisal Center at Shanghai Museum at China Collection Association. This comment was like a nuclear bomb, thrown into the already boiling Livestream room. Billions from the same source. My God, what am I seeing? Yesterday it was boring, what is this today? Loneliness. Who is the owner of this house? I am kneeling. Truly, they're rich, no, even riches can't compare. Look at the signature and seal at the bottom of the painting. It looks like the character yeah. Which yeah? Chapter 24 discovered something amazing. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, the chat went completely wild, and screenshots and screen recordings spread across the internet at lightning speed. Hashtags like hashtag mysterious Yamanchen hashtag billion-dollar calligraphy painting Goftisami origin hashtag, and hashtag mysterious old man with the surname hashtag instantly topped the trending charts, completely overshadowing yesterday's auction. Lin Qian stared at her phone screen, its data usage exploding and the interface nearly freezing. Her hand trembled, and she almost dropped her phone. Yet Qingxiu also saw the chaos on her best friend's phone and the shocking chat messages. She nervously looked at Ye Tian and Chen Jixiang. Chen Jixiang frowned slightly, glanced at the phone in Lin Qian's hand, then quickly looked at Ye Tian and whispered, "Uncle Ye, this." Ye Tian, however, seemed completely oblivious to the massive uproar behind him. From the moment he stepped into the hall, his gaze slowly swept over the paintings and calligraphies on the walls. Most of these were things he had casually written or drawn at different times throughout his long life, gifts from friends, or objects of veneration by his descendants, things he had discarded like worn-out shoes, yet treasured by those with discerning eyes. His gaze finally settled on the most imposing ink-wash landscape painting, which he stared at for a long time. Then, under the watchful eyes of countless netizens watching on their screens, and amidst the tense breaths of Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qian, the elderly man with a full head of silver hair sighed softly. In a voice audible only to those nearby, tinged with a faint, genuine weariness, he murmured, "Just a bunch of old things taking up space. Why didn't I remember to clean them out when I moved out?" His tone was as flat as if he were complaining about old furniture gathering dust in a corner. Silence fell over the hall. Only in Lin Qian's mobile live stream room, the barrage of comments and gift effects, representing the utter despair and frenzy of countless viewers, silently roared. Looking at her great-grandfather's serene profile, Ye Qingxiu suddenly felt that she might never truly understand what kind of world lay hidden deep within the seemingly calm eyes of this man who had lived for countless years. And this world was slowly revealing a glimpse of itself to everyone in a way she could never have predicted. The storm sparked by Lin Qian's live stream was far more intense than anticipated. Terms like mysterious Yamanchen, a painting of the same origin worth billions, and the elderly man surnamed Ye spread like wildfire across the internet. High-definition screenshots and screen recordings were analyzed and interpreted by countless people. The magnificent grandeur of the splashed ink landscape painting, and the brushwork and artistic conception that authoritative experts identified as sharing the same origin as boring calligraphy, plunged the entire collecting world, the art world, and even the general public into unprecedented frenzy and shock. Outside the mansion, furtive figures began to appear, telephoto lenses attempting to pierce through the greenery of the courtyard. Some even began sifting through old Shanghai archives, trying to uncover the origins of the mansion and the elderly man surnamed Ye. Ye Qingxiu's social media accounts were also exposed, her private messages and comments exploding instantly, forcing her to disable all notifications. Chen Jixiang immediately deployed additional manpower, protecting the mansion like an iron fortress, silently blocking all prying eyes. But the online clamor could not be completely contained by human effort. Ye Tian, at the eye of the storm, remained calm. He moved into the best-lit and most spacious bedroom on the third floor of the mansion. As Chen Jixiang had said, the furnishings were basically the same as they were 100 years ago, with only some modern amenities added. He spent his days either sunbathing on a recliner in the courtyard or flipping through the yellowed old books in his study, as if the turbulent waves outside had nothing to do with him. Chapter 25, the live stream exploded again. Ye Qingxiu was in a state of persistent, dazed excitement and unease. Looking at the increasingly bizarre speculations about her great-grandfather online, and then at the real, calm, even somewhat overly silent old man before her, a profound sense of unreality enveloped her. Australia, inside a heavily guarded private estate near a lake. On a wall-to-wall screen, various news articles, analyses, and blurry video clips about the Ye mansion and the mysterious elderly man surnamed Ye were displayed in split-screen format. The room was filled with a heavy, sickly atmosphere that even disinfectant couldn't mask. A gaunt old man lay half-reclined on a large medical bed, his body connected to various sophisticated vital sign monitoring instruments. His hair was thinning and gray, his cheeks sunken, only in his deep-set eyes, where, occasionally they opened and closed, could one still see a trace of the sharp edge he once possessed, capable of wielding a trillion-dollar business empire and manipulating events. He is Ye Hungtu, the current head of the Qinghong Consortium, Ye Tian's second disciple, whom he casually took in years ago. Cough, cough. A violent cough interrupted his gaze. He laboriously raised his withered hand, pointing to the profile of the silver-haired old man captured by chance on the screen, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. Is it confirmed? Beside the bed, a middle-aged assistant in a custom-made suit, with a sharp demeanor, immediately bowed, his tone filled with barely suppressed excitement and a hint of uncertainty. Chairman, we've verified it using the highest authority. There's very little information from Shanghai, but Elder Chen Jixian did indeed personally appear, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Combined with these calligraphy and paintings, and the extremely limited records we have about Elder Ye, the possibility is very high. A sudden, almost final burst of light erupted in Ye Hungtu's cloudy eyes. He struggled to sit up, but collapsed weakly back down, panting, "It's Master, it must be Master. He's back. He's back." His emotions were so intense that the monitoring equipment immediately emitted a piercing alarm. Several top-tier medical experts in white coats rushed in to provide emergency treatment. "Mr. Ye, you must remain calm. Your health cannot withstand any emotional fluctuations," the leading expert and internationally renowned cardiologist warned sternly. Ye Hungtu seemed not to hear. He gripped his assistant's hand tightly, his nails digging almost into the assistant's flesh, his eyes burning with the last flame of despair. "Go. By any means necessary. Contact Master. Go now." The assistant, enduring the pain, nodded heavily. "Yes, Chairman. We are already trying to reach Elder Chen." "No, not enough." Ye Hungtu shook his head with difficulty, his breathing rapid. "Use Nightfall. Send Shadow personally. Take my token, to see Master. Tell him my situation. Go now." Nightfall. One of the most mysterious and powerful forces under the Qinghong Consortium, a sharp blade operating in the gray area, specializing in handling the consortium's most intractable and secretive affairs. Shadow is the master of Nightfall, a figure whom even Ye Hungtu rarely mobilizes directly, and whose presence is elusive. Chapter 26 Du Jiwan under scrutiny. With such a low level of talent and chi perception, Ye Xian was truly unsuitable to remain in their Quanzhen Dao sect. That's why he wanted to force Ye Xian to leave the mountain voluntarily. Now that Ye Xian had broken through to the Qi-gathering realm, there was naturally no need for him to do this anymore. Upon hearing this, Ye Xian quickly said, "Deacon Lei, I made a mistake and deserve punishment. Moreover, the ancestral hall still needs someone to clean it. This disciple is willing to accept this punishment." A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. These days, who's willing to accept punishment? Has someone lost their mind? Lei Zhang frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" "Sure. Fine. Whatever." Lei Zhang said nothing more and turned to leave. Ye Xian hadn't been able to cultivate qi perception for over a month, yet he had suddenly broken through to the qi-gathering realm. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. However, this wasn't anything extraordinary. Some people, though lacking in natural talent, possessed excellent comprehension. Once they cultivated qi perception, they could quickly break through realms in a short time. In Lei Jiang's view, Ye Xian might have exceptionally poor innate talent, but his excellent comprehension allowed him to achieve this breakthrough. However, having comprehension without innate talent is like a tree without roots. Ultimately, it will be difficult to achieve great things. Since you brought this upon yourself, you can't blame anyone else. The next day, Ye Xian got up early and first strolled around the activity area for the miscellaneous disciples. Host's current location has been detected, meeting the sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in at the Lingzi Garden? Host's current location has been detected, meeting the sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in at the lecture hall? Host's current location has been detected, meeting the sign-in criteria. Would you like to sign in at the Medicine King Hall? The system's prompts rang out one after another. Ye Xian didn't sign in immediately. He wanted to test which places he could sign in. After some testing, Ye Xian finally confirmed that within the activity area for the miscellaneous disciples, there were only 3 sign-in locations: the Lingzi Garden, the Lecture Hall, and the Medicine King Hall. It's worth mentioning that the Medicine King Hall, where he checked in yesterday, is open for check-in again today. So, there's only one check-in opportunity per day, but one place can be used multiple times. Ye Xian had a rough idea of what was going on, but still didn't use today's check-in opportunity immediately. After a quick vegetarian meal in the dining hall, Ye Xian headed straight for the steward's office. Miscellaneous disciples weren't allowed to move freely within the sect, let alone go to the ancestral hall at the mountaintop, so they needed to obtain a pass from the steward's office first. After explaining his situation to the steward on duty, Ye Xian successfully obtained the pass. Remember, you are a miscellaneous disciple. Even with a pass, you must be careful with your words and actions. You must not trespass or linger. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. The middle-aged steward handed the pass to Ye Xian, his face stern as he earnestly warned him. Sure enough, miscellaneous disciples have no rights. Ye Xian couldn't help but mutter a curse to himself. Soon, as Ye Xian moved through the sect, the system notifications began to ring out repeatedly. Host's current location has been detected. You are near the check-in point. Please proceed to the demon subduing hall to complete your check-in. Host's current location detected. You are near the check-in point. Please proceed to the array platform to complete the check-in. Host's current location detected. You are near the check-in point. Please proceed to the center of the training ground to complete the check-in. As long as Ye Xian appeared near the check-in point, the system would automatically issue a reminder. However, as a menial disciple, Ye Xian was restricted to many areas, preventing him from completing the check-in. This result greatly frustrated Ye Xian. The entire Quanzhen Dao sect covered a vast area, with dozens of main halls alone. Ye Xian discovered that besides the main halls, some outdoor areas could also be used for check-in, such as the array platform and the training ground. After traversing the entire sect, Ye Xian discovered over 30 places where he could check in, and this was only one route. If it weren't for the restriction on movement for menial disciples, he would have loved to explore the entire section. After passing through the mountain gate, Ye Xian walked upwards for about 7 or 8 miles, finally arriving at the summit of Zhongnan Mountain. There, atop the mountain, stood a dilapidated palace. This was the ancestral hall. Chapter 27: A shocking transformation of moral values. Using nightfall, even sending Shadow personally. The assistant was shocked, but dared not hesitate. Understood. I'll arrange it immediately. Also, the Chen family of Shanghai played a crucial role in finding our master. I heard they're in some trouble. Pass on my message, help that old bastard Chen Jixiang. With Ye Huntu's order given, his men quickly sprang into action. Shanghai. Ye Tian and Ye Qingxiu, having nothing to do, strolled around the antique market before preparing to head home. Just then, a middle-aged man walked towards them and suddenly bumped into Ye Qingxiu. Crack! The porcelain in the middle-aged man's hand fell to the ground, shattering instantly. Can't you watch where you're going? The middle-aged man cursed. I'm sorry. Ye Qingxiu was a little dazed and subconsciously apologized. And sorry, and that's it? This is a treasure I just bought for 3 million. Pay up. The middle-aged man pressed his advantage, continuing to roar. Ye Qingxiu then realized something was wrong. She had heard of this kind of extortion tactic before. Was she really that unlucky to run into this on her first visit to the antique market? You clearly bumped into me. And you say this thing is worth 3 million, how can you prove that? Do you have a receipt? Ye Qingxiu wasn't stupid, she immediately retorted. The middle-aged man paused, then a cold look appeared on his face. Enough nonsense. If you don't pay up today, you're not leaving here. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers. Young lady, you'd better pay up quickly. It's only right to pay for damaging other people's property. If this gets out of hand, it won't be good for your reputation. Several passers-by stepped forward, also urging Ye Qingxiu to pay. Ye Tian observed coldly from the side. He had clearly seen that the middle-aged man had done it intentionally, and those passers-by were obviously in cahoots with him. Most importantly, he sensed the unique true energy of ancient martial arts practitioners emanating from these people. Although they were just a bunch of ants in Ye Tian's eyes, they were enough to say a lot. These people weren't ordinary scammers, they were targeting Ye Qingxiu, or rather, targeting him. Ye Tian wanted to see what these people were up to. Sir, how about this, we call the police and let them handle this. Ye Qingxiu said, taking out her spare phone, intending to call the police. You dare. Behind the middle-aged man, a muscular young man lunged at Ye Qingxiu, grabbing her wrist to snatch her phone. However, at that moment, humph. Ye Tian, standing beside Ye Qingxiu, simply snorted coldly. The next moment, boom! The young man felt as if he had been hit in the chest by a cannonball. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, and then passed out. Even this was only because Ye Tian had shown mercy, as he didn't want to kill someone in front of Ye Qingxiu. Everyone around was stunned. In everyone's eyes, the young man hadn't even touched Ye Qingxiu's clothes. He seemed possessed, suddenly flying away. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He glanced at the composed Ye Tian, cold sweat pouring down his back. Before coming, Qin Jianchang had specifically instructed him that this old man was no ordinary person, likely a master of ancient martial arts. Indeed, this middle-aged man, named Agui, was Qin Jianchang's envoy sent to test Ye Tian's strength. The reason they chose a public place was to make the other party wary and hesitant to kill him. Chapter 28: The Chen family is not someone you can mess with. Before coming, Agui thought Qin Jianchang was being overly cautious. But now, it seemed, the opponent's strength might be even greater than Qin Jianchang had anticipated. Ye Tian had just stood there motionless, and Agui couldn't understand how the opponent had sent his subordinate flying. Could the opponent's cultivation have reached the Grandmaster level? You must know that the realms of ancient martial arts practitioners are divided into skin refining, bone forging, tendon changing, manifest strength, Anjin, Grandmaster. An ancient martial artist who is cultivated to the Anjin level can injure others with invisible energy, but an ancient martial artist at the Anjin level could never be as nonchalant as Tian. Therefore, there is only one possibility: the person he was facing was very likely a legendary Grandmaster. And in the entire ancient martial arts world of Dragon Kingdom, there are only a handful of people who have reached the Grandmaster level. Just what kind of terrifying being had he provoked? Agui felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. After years of arduous training, he had only reached the Yi Jin realm. If the opponent was truly a Grandmaster, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Most importantly, the nation has always been actively courting Grandmaster level experts. After all, the destructive power and danger posed by experts at this level are simply too great. In other words, even if a Grandmaster killed someone in the street, they might not face any substantial punishment. Yet Tian raised his deep, starry eyes and glanced indifferently at Agui. The latter immediately felt an overwhelming aura, as powerful as a mountain or a sea, suffocating him instantly, as if he had been plunged into a hellish abyss. Extreme fear spread through his heart. Thump! Under the terrifying and powerful pressure of the aura, Agui immediately knelt on the ground, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Senior, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Spare my life." Everyone around was stunned. The terrifyingly powerful aura Tian unleashed was directed at him, and only Agui could sense it. The others noticed nothing amiss. Seeing Agui frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, everyone was bewildered, even finding it somewhat comical. He was arrogant and domineering just moments before. Why was he suddenly kneeling and begging for forgiveness? Get lost. Yet Tian had no interest in even bothering with such an ant. He simply waved his hand, indicating that Agui could leave. Agui felt as if he had been granted a pardon and immediately fled with his men. Soon, Agui returned to the Qin family in Shanghai. "Agui, what are you doing? I sent you to test that old guy's strength, not to kowtow and beg for mercy. You brag about how awesome you are all day, and this old man scared you like this. Where's your backbone? You're a disgrace to me." As soon as Agui returned to the Qin family, Qin Jianchang launched into a tirade. Upon learning what had happened at the antique market, Qin Jianchang nearly fainted from anger. Agui listened silently to Qin Jianchang's furious rant before slowly speaking. "Mr. Qin, this matter isn't as simple as you think. If I'm not mistaken, that person is very likely a Grandmaster level expert. I'm extremely lucky to have returned alive." In truth, Agui was seething with anger. Although he had received a substantial commission from Qin Jianchang, who could have imagined that Qin Jianchang would be tasking him with dealing with a Grandmaster level expert? If he hadn't kowtowed and begged for mercy in time, he might already be a corpse. Money is a good thing, but you need to be alive to spend it, right? Thinking of this, Agui bowed deeply to Qin Jianchang. "Mr. Qin, I will return every penny of the commission you paid me. Our transaction ends here. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." After speaking, Agui didn't wait for Qin Jianchang's reaction and turned to leave. He wasn't about to provoke a potential Grandmaster level expert, he simply didn't have the guts. Chapter 29. As long as Uncle Ye is here, the Chen family will not collapse. Qin Jianchang was furious. "Stop right there. Explain yourself. What exactly do you mean?" This Agui was someone he'd hired at great expense, specifically to protect the Qin family's safety, and now he was leaving. Agui ignored Qin Jianchang's roar, walked to the door, suddenly stopped, and turned back, saying, "Mr. Qin, considering our past cooperation, I'll give you some friendly advice. If the Chen family has a Grandmaster level expert backing them, I advise you not to make an enemy of the Chen family. The power of a Grandmaster level expert is far beyond your imagination." With that, Agui left without looking back. Qin Jianchang was so angry he almost jumped up and down. He wasn't from the ancient martial arts circle, so naturally he didn't know what a Grandmaster level expert meant. "Dad, what do we do now?" Qin Feiyu couldn't help but ask. Qin Jianchang's expression shifted several times. "It seems this old man does have some influence. Let's not provoke him for now. However, our feud with the Chen family is already irreconcilable. If this man insists on interfering in the affairs of our major families, it will indeed cause some trouble. I have some connections with Sun Dingshan, the head of the Bagwaquan sect. Later, take a generous gift and pay him a visit." Qin Feiyu's eyes lit up immediately. "Dad, I heard that this headmaster's son is the vice president of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association. All ancient martial arts practitioners in Dragon Kingdom are subject to the Martial Arts Association's control. So, are you planning to use the Martial Arts Association's power to suppress that old man surnamed Ya?" Qin Jianchang smiled and nodded. "I don't care about grandmasters or anything like that. These days, as long as you're willing to spend a lot of money, is there anything that can't be solved? Qin Feiyo smiled as well. Dad is wise. The Ye family in Australia. Have you investigated everything? Ye Hengtu asked calmly. Ye Kanglan nodded. The person who attacked Master is named a Gui, just a small fry. The person who ordered him to do it is Qin Jianchang, the head of the Qin family, the head of the 4 major families in Shanghai. Ye Kanglan recounted the results of his investigation in detail. If Qin Jianchang were here, he would be utterly shocked. In just a few hours, the Ye family, currently in Australia, had thoroughly investigated all of his information. So, the Qin family, in alliance with the 2 major families, wanted to bring down the Chen family, and incidentally implicated Master? A sharp glint flashed in Ye Hengtu's narrowed eyes. Those familiar with Ye Hengtu knew that the old man was now intent on killing. In that case, let's help the Chen family. As for that Qin Jianchang, daring to scheme against Master, Ye Hengtu didn't say anything more, but his meaning was clear. I'll arrange it right away. That afternoon, a series of explosive news stories appeared on the headlines of major media websites across China. First, various scandals broke out involving the companies of the Qin, Zhao, and Lin families, the 3 major families in Shanghai. Immediately afterwards, major domestic and international companies associated with the 3 families publicly announced that they were completely severing ties with the 3 families' companies. Following this, Alibaba, Wanda, Tencent, Huawei, and other top domestic companies all announced high-profile plans to engage in in-depth cooperation with the Chen Group. Following this series of explosive news reports, Chen's group stock price immediately began to soar, reaching near the daily limit within just a few tens of minutes. Chapter 30. Is our Grandmaster really still alive? Meanwhile, the stock prices of companies controlled by the Qin, Lin, and Zhao families plummeted. The Chen family, previously on the verge of collapse due to the suppression of the 3 major families, experienced a stunning turnaround, as if they had been given a cheat code. The 3 major families, on the other hand, became pariahs, avoided by everyone. It's over. It's all over. Qin Jianchang sat dejectedly in his chair, his face deathly pale. Just now, all the major partner companies related to the Qin Group's business unilaterally severed their cooperation with the Qin family, even at the cost of breaching their contracts. This was a fatal blow to the Qin family. He racked his brains but couldn't understand how the Chen family had managed to do all this. If the Chen family possessed such immense power, why had they remained holed up in Shanghai for so many years? Could it be that old bastard Chen Jixiang had been playing dumb all along? Qin Jianchang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. A coincidence. There must be some mistake. Unwilling to accept this, Qin Jianchang immediately pulled out the phone numbers of business tycoons on his phone and dialed them one by one. He dialed 7 or 8 numbers in a row, but no one answered. Those who used to call him brothers now avoided him like the plague. Finally, he got through to a certain financial magnate, and Qin Jianchang was overjoyed. However, the other party's words plunged him back into despair. Qin Jianchang, you're really something. You even dared to offend the Qinghong Consortium. From now on, let's keep to ourselves. Don't you dare call me again, it's bad luck. Qin Jianchang was completely dumbfounded. The Qinghong Consortium? When did he offend the Qinghong Consortium? Just as Qin Jianchang was racking his brains, a figure like a ghost in the night suddenly appeared in the room. Qin Jianchang's composure had completely collapsed. He had heard of the Qinghong Consortium, a world-class super-consortium rumored to rival the Rothschild family. Compared to such a behemoth, the Qin family was nothing but an insignificant ant. Even if he had the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to oppose such an existence. But the facts were undeniable. Besides the Qinghong Consortium, who else possessed the power to plunge 3 major families into utter ruin in an instant? Qin Jianchang couldn't understand it. What had he done to offend this terrifyingly powerful consortium? Could it be because of the Chen family? But what did the Chen family possess that made the Qinghong Consortium condescend to deal with a mere Qin family? You are Qin Jianchang? A slightly mocking, icy voice suddenly rang out in the room. Qin Jianchang jumped in shock. Who? The next moment, a figure completely shrouded in black appeared before Qin Jianchang. The black-clad figure let out a sneer, seemingly talking to itself. What's the old man doing? This target is too weak. Someone with no cultivation and no power or background is being designated an S-rank target? The black-clad figure walked slowly towards Qin Jianchang, as if entering its own home, exuding an indescribable ease. You, who are you? What do you want? Qin Jianchang's heart pounded, for he sensed an unprecedented sense of danger emanating from the figure in black. The figure in black let out a cold laugh, its mocking voice ringing out again. Nightfall, ever heard of it? Qin Jianchang paused slightly, then realized something, and his expression changed drastically. The world's #1 assassination organization, Nightfall. Nightfall was said to be an assassin organization with nearly a century of history. No one knew their true nature, all that was known was that anyone targeted by Nightfall would inevitably meet a violent end. To date, Nightfall's assassination success rate remained 100%. There were even rumors that the assassination of a US president in the last century was orchestrated by Nightfall. Chapter 31 Headquarters. These thoughts flashed through Qin Jianchang's mind, and a strong sense of fear surged within him. He instinctively wanted to scream, "Help!" But before the sound could escape his lips, Qin Jianchang suddenly felt his throat tighten. He was being held firmly, unable to utter a cry for help. "Don't waste your time. Those we at Nightfall want to kill will never see the sun rise again." The man in black didn't rush to attack, speaking with a grin, like a cat toying with a mouse. Qin Jianchang felt utterly aggrieved. He didn't even know who wanted to kill him. The Chen family? But the Chen family had already won a great victory. Why bother with this? Can I die knowing why? Who wants to kill me? Qin Jianchang asked, his face filled with resentment. The man in black thought for a moment. Your question really stumped me. You know, you were personally selected by the old man, and you're a top-tier S rank. You know, even the President of the United States back then was only an A-rank target. Tisk tisk, actually I'm also curious what you did to make the old man so angry. This man in black completely lacked the aloofness of an assassin. He was more like a chatterbox. Just then, another voice suddenly rang out from the shadows. Stop talking nonsense, get to work. Okay, this is the first time I've encountered such a useless S-rank target. Can't you let me have some fun? The man in black complained again, then took out a small blue pill and put it into Qin Jianchang's mouth. This was a specially made poison. The person who took it would experience vasodilation within a short time, creating the illusion of a heart attack, and no trace of the poison could be detected. A moment later, accompanied by a violent convulsion, Qin Jianchang, filled with unbearable resentment, closed his eyes forever. The next day, the news of Qin Jianchang's sudden death at home spread throughout Shanghai. Moreover, the official investigation confirmed that Qin Jianchang died of a sudden heart attack, ruling out homicide. This news was like the final straw that broke the camel's back for the Qin family, causing the already precarious family to completely disintegrate. In Shanghai's Chen family, great-grandfather, is this the Qinghong Consortium's method? In less than a day, the three major families have all been trampled under our feet. Ha ha ha. Chen Jianhe couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Chen Qiwan, who had previously refused to believe that the Qinghong Consortium would intervene, was now beaming with pride. Originally, under the combined suppression of the three major families, the Chen family was almost on the verge of collapse. Who could have imagined that they could stage a comeback, and in such a short time, defeat the three major families in one fell swoop? The Chen family is now undoubtedly the #1 family in Shanghai, and may even join the ranks of the top families in the entire country in the near future. Grandpa, the heads of the Lin and Zhao families just sent someone to invite you to dinner to personally apologize. What should I say to them? Chen Qiwan asked. Chen Jixian smiled coldly. These two opportunists want to beg for mercy now? Too late. Go tell them that unless their two families voluntarily withdraw from the Shanghai market, everything is off the table. After saying this, Chen Jixian waved to Chen Jianhe. Come with me to the Ye mansion to pay our respects to Uncle Ye. Chen Jianhe quickly agreed. Chen Qiwan, standing to the side, said shamelessly, Grandpa, why don't you take me with you? Chen Jixian glanced at his grandson. You always made excuses before when I asked you to go, why are you so eager now? Chen Qiwan quickly smiled apologetically, Grandpa, I know I was wrong. This time, I will definitely kowtow and apologize to the old patriarch. Chen Qiwan wasn't stupid at all. He knew that Chen Jixiang and the old chairman of the Qinghong Consortium were old acquaintances, but given their relationship, it shouldn't be enough for the Qinghong Consortium to go to such lengths to help the Chen family. Otherwise, the Chen family would have already become a top family in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, the real reason behind all this was only one, Ye Tian. Chapter 32 Ye Huntu's excitement. After receiving the eternal spring pill from Ye Tian, Chen Jixiang immediately contacted the Ye family. Ye Huntu was critically ill, sending the pill sooner would ensure his recovery. Chen Jixiang had just returned home when a mysterious man in black appeared abruptly before him. This junior, Ye Qi, from the Qinghong Nightfall faction, pays respects to Elder Chen. Indeed, this mysterious man was Ye Qi, who had assassinated Qin Jianchang with Ye Shizhen the previous night. He also held another identity, Nightfall's head in China. Chen Jixian was greatly shocked. Although he knew King Hong's influence was global, the way they had found him so quickly and without anyone noticing was truly astonishing. Moreover, he had a feeling that Ye Qi was incredibly powerful. After receiving the eternal spring pill from Chen Jixian, Ye Qi rushed to Shanghai airport and boarded a plane to Australia. In fact, Ye Qi had no idea what he had received from Chen Jixiang. This was another mission personally assigned to him by Ye Kanglin, and its level was also S rank. This puzzled Ye Qi greatly. Yesterday's assassination of the powerless Qin Jianchang was already strangely classified as S rank. Now, simply delivering something to the Ye family headquarters had earned him another S rank. What was the old man up to? Could it be that he's really getting senile? Ye Kaibai was completely baffled, but it was an order, and he had to complete it perfectly without any conditions. At this moment, at the Ye family headquarters in Australia, the entire Ye family gathered outside the small building, their faces grave. Ye Huntu already suffered from an incurable disease, and his excessive focus on Ye Tian's livestreams these past few days had drained his energy. Upon learning that Ye Tian still cared about him and wanted to summon him back to the country, his overwhelming joy caused a relapse of his old illness. Although he had been given emergency treatment and was temporarily out of danger, he was already at his last gasp. We have done everything we can, but the old man probably won't make it through the night. Mr. Ye, please accept our condolences. Ye Huntu's attending physician, a white man in his 50s, spoke with a heavy heart in broken Chinese. The elderly white man, named Charles, was one of the top doctors in Australia and even the world, having won numerous honors throughout his career and enjoying a prestigious reputation in the global medical community. After Charles finished explaining his diagnosis, he expected Ye Jenice to be saddened or angry, but the result was unexpected. Ye Jenice didn't seem to take his words to heart, turning instead to Ye Kanglin beside him. When will Ye Qi be back? Ye Kanglin thought for a moment and said, judging by the time, he should be here soon. Ye Jenice nodded. Fortunately, Master gave him the medicine in time, the old man should be able to hold on. Charles, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. Although his Chinese was only so-so, he could still barely understand their conversation. Excuse me, Mr. Ye, did you not hear what I just said? Old Master Ye's illness has reached an irreversible stage. In your Chinese parlance, unless a god descends to earth, there is no possibility of a turnaround. Charles thought Ye Jenice might not have understood what he had just said, or perhaps he was unwilling to accept the fact. He had encountered families like this before. But as a responsible doctor, he had to tell the family the truth about the patient's condition so they could prepare themselves. Unexpectedly, Ye Jenice only glanced at him indifferently. Dr. Charles, thank you for taking care of my father all this time. But I want to tell you, perhaps there really are gods in this world? What? Charles frowned, completely bewildered by Ye Jenice's meaning. He was just using an analogy. How could gods possibly exist? Just then, Ye Yuanzi's joyful voice rang out from outside. Father, Uncle Kanglin, Ye Qi is back. Quick, let him in. Chapter 33. Old Bay, the world's richest man? Soon, Ye Qi, travel-worn, strode in carrying a box of pills. Master, I have fulfilled my mission. Good, you did very well. Ye Kanglin took the box, his face filled with excitement. Quickly, Ye Kanglin took out the pills from the box, then hurried to the bedside and gently woke Ye Huntu. Uncle Master, the pills Master gave you have returned. You are saved. Upon hearing this, Ye Huntu immediately struggled to sit up in bed. Quick, give them to me. Charles, seeing this, panicked. Old Mr. Ye, what are you doing? You can't just eat anything in your current state. Although Ye Huntu was beyond saving, eating anything at this time would only hasten his death, so Charles still tried his best to dissuade him. However, Ye Huntu ignored him completely and swallowed the pills without hesitation. Oh my God, what are you all doing? Charles was completely dumbfounded. He simply couldn't understand it. Not only did Ye Huntu ignore his advice as a doctor, but not a single member of the Ye family tried to dissuade him. In fact, they all seemed quite expectant. Were these people crazy? However, soon, a scene that left him speechless unfolded. After taking the longevity pill, Ye Huntu's condition began to improve at a visible speed. His various health indicators, which had been far below normal levels, began to slowly recover. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Huntu, who had been on the verge of death, not only miraculously came back to life but was even able to get out of bed and walk. The entire Ye family cheered wildly. Although they had seen the effects of the longevity pill in the live stream before, witnessing it firsthand was still incredibly shocking. Oh, my God! Charles covered his head with his hands, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it was real. A single pill could actually bring a dying man back to life. He suddenly remembered what Ye Jenice had said earlier. Could there really be immortals in this world? Go and prepare, I need to return to China immediately to see my master. In just over half an hour, Ye Huntu was already able to move freely and couldn't wait to return home. Ye Jenice said worriedly, Father, your health has only just recovered. You should have a full checkup first, and wait until your condition is stable before making any decisions. Ye Yuanzi also chimed in, Yes, Grandpa, you haven't been back to China for decades. Returning rashly this time will definitely cause speculation from all sides, and it might even affect our ancestors. Perhaps I should go back first to arrange things, and then you can return later. Ye Huntu thought for a moment and finally nodded, That's fine. Master prefers peace and quiet and dislikes ostentation. You should go back and make arrangements first. Remember, this trip must be kept low-key, you absolutely cannot displease Master. At this moment, Ye Kanglin also spoke up, Uncle Master, you and Z and I will go back together. I plan to make a trip to Kunlun. Ye Hunta gave Ye Kanglin a deep look and said, you want to find out where your master is, right? Very well, Kunlun controls the world's strongest intelligence agency, perhaps they can find some clues. Ye Hungtu has recovered. The head of the Qinghong Consortium is about to return home. This news, like another supernuclear bomb, exploded in the world's top circles. Wall Street was shaken. Intelligence agencies around the world were operating at full speed. The eyes of all forces were once again focused on China, on Shanghai, on that mysterious Ye Mansion. A massive wave affecting the global landscape officially began with Ye Hungtu's return. Chapter 34: The Power of the Qinghong Consortium. Despite Ye Hungtu's specific instructions to Ye Yuanzi to keep a low profile, news of his impending return to China still reached the ears of some interested parties. In the heart of Yanjing, in a courtyard with red walls and yellow tiles. What did you say? Elder Hong is returning to China? Is this news accurate? An elderly man with white hair, exuding a dignified air, asked, his face filled with excitement. This information comes from within the Ye family, so it's highly credible. They say he'll be arriving in Shanghai soon to visit an old friend. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the white-haired elder became even more excited, yet also puzzled. An old friend of Elder Hong? Could it be because of that patriarch of the Chen family? That shouldn't be the case. Even if he wanted to see the Chen family patriarch, it should be the patriarch visiting that person, not him. After muttering to himself for a while, the white-haired elder slammed his hand on the table. Never mind all that. Go and prepare. We're heading to Shanghai tonight to pick him up. His subordinate was dumbfounded. Elder Yi, with your status, isn't this unnecessary? Others might not know, but he knew exactly how high the old man's status was in China. Although he had long since retired, his influence remained, and it was no exaggeration to say that he was a leading figure even in the vast city of Yanjing. Such a prominent figure was actually going to personally pick him up at the airport? Old Master Yi scoffed. What do you know? In the past 100 years, without Old Master Hong and the Qinghong Consortium behind him, where would the prosperity of my Dragon Kingdom be today? Besides, he's my elder. What's wrong with a junior picking up an elder at the airport? Enough nonsense, do as I say. The subordinate had no choice but to obey, his heart filled with dread. He had heard of the Ye family of the Qinghong Consortium before, but he clearly hadn't expected that the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium held such a high position in Old Master Yi's heart. What shocked him even more was that the former chairman's position was already so revered, yet he had returned to the country to visit an old friend. And who was this old friend? That even the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium had to personally pay him a visit. This matter was terrifying to contemplate. The morning was bright and sunny. Ye Mansion. Lin Qian skillfully adjusted the angles of the fill light and phone stand, ensuring the best composition and lighting. She faced the camera, flashing a flawless, sweet smile that she had practiced countless times. Babies, we're live. Guess where Qian is taking you today? She deliberately lowered her voice, creating an air of mystery. Not a five-star hotel, not a popular internet celebrity spot, but my best friend Xiaoxiu's ancestral home Ye Mansion. Today, we will witness an unprecedented livestream, I guarantee, it's one of a kind on the entire internet. The livestream's popularity soared, and the comments began scrolling. Kin's retro style today. This courtyard has such a great feel, like the residence of a reclusive master. Big news? Did she get another promotion for a high-end Chinese-style brand? Lin Kin's smile deepened as she looked at the comments. Promotion? No, today's content is priceless. Today's protagonist is my best friend Xiaoxiu's great-grandfather, a true reclusive old man. Remember how the owner of Xingyun Pavilion showered my livestream with gifts? He wanted to earnestly request the old man to demonstrate his calligraphy. After my tireless communication and efforts. She then winked playfully. The old man finally agreed today, giving us the privilege of observing. Chapter 35. Who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, Tian stood before a stone table in the courtyard, holding the calligraphy brush gifted by Xingyun Pavilion. Qingxiu stood quietly beside her, watching her busy best friend with a gentle smile, occasionally handing Lin Qian a water bottle or steadying her slightly unsteady stand. The live stream was also bustling with activity. Finally, we can admire the old master's masterpiece. It's said that Boss Tian of Xingyun Pavilion is a renowned collector of calligraphy and paintings. For him to value it so highly, the old master must be extraordinary. Qian has such influence, she managed to negotiate this. User Xingyun Pavilion gifted a rocket and commented, Qian, please put in a good word for us. Xingyun Pavilion is determined to acquire the old master's calligraphy. User Old Chen from Jiat Auction House gifted a rocket and commented at Boss Tian of Xingyun Pavilion, "Be fair. The highest bidder wins." Wow. Mr. Chen from Jiat is here too. The old man hasn't even picked up his brush yet, and these two big shots are already at it? Kinkin's livestream is really impressive. The livestream chat was buzzing with discussion. At this moment, Chen Jixiang stood by, while Chen Jianghe personally ground the ink for Ye Tian. Chen Jixiang brought Chen Jianghe to pay their respects to Ye Tian every day. At first, Chen Jianghe was a little annoyed. He was, after all, the general manager of the Red Star Hotel, but now he'd been reduced to a menial job. But after yesterday's events, Chen Jianghe's enthusiasm returned. This old man not only had a terrifying background, but his methods were also incredibly miraculous. Yesterday, he had personally witnessed the miracle that occurred to the old man from the Yi family. Is this power something a mortal could wield? Just this ability to bring the dead back to life was enough to make those at the very top of the social hierarchy flock to him. In fact, after yesterday's live stream, many powerful figures in the country had already inquired about him and asked about the elixirs. After all, many prominent families have elderly members nearing the end of their lives. And for such powerful figures, if there were a medicine that could extend their lives, they would certainly be willing to spend any amount of money. However, he didn't dare to ask Ye Tian about the elixirs. Not even his great-grandfather would dare. Therefore, Chen Jianghe figured he could only find an opportunity to inquire with Ye Qingxiu. Just as Chen Jianghe's thoughts were racing, he suddenly sensed a sharp gaze, which startled him so much that he almost knelt down. "Ancestor, is there something I did wrong?" Chen Jixian used to practice calligraphy occasionally, and Chen Jianghe, having been exposed to it since childhood, considered himself fairly proficient in grinding ink. Ye Tian withdrew his gaze and slowly spoke, "Young man, you must be attentive in everything you do. Even in ordinary things like eating and sleeping, if you can be single-minded, you can cultivate skills that others cannot match. The way you do things, with 100 thoughts and 1,000 calculations, no wonder your skills haven't reached their full potential." Chen Jianghe was immediately shaken, feeling that even Ye Tian's casual words contained boundless profound truths. Even more strangely, despite keeping his head down, Ye Tian could immediately tell that he was lost in thought, something he thought he had done well enough to conceal. The ancestors' teachings are indeed true. Then may I ask, Ancestor, what is Kung Fu? Chen Jianghe mustered his courage and asked. This was a golden opportunity to learn from the old man, and he naturally didn't want to miss it. Even Chen Jixian, standing nearby, couldn't help but step forward and prick up his ears to listen. Chapter 36 Great-Grandpa, you can also refine pills? He knew all too well that the old man never easily imparted his teachings. Often, a single sentence could be enough to benefit someone for a lifetime. Ye Tian picked up his brush, lightly dipped it in fragrant ink, and his voice slowly rose. What is skill? Nothing more than sincerity. With utmost sincerity, one can communicate with the divine. As his voice faded, the brush in Ye Tian's hand touched the paper. The viewers in the live stream, seeing Ye Tian finally put pen to paper, didn't bother to ponder the deeper meaning of his words, and flooded the screen with comments. The old man is about to write. Quick! Streamer, please zoom in. So exciting! Let us quickly admire the old man's masterpiece. Looking forward to it. Watching the live stream's popularity steadily climb and the battle among the wealthy viewers, Lin Qianqian was inwardly excited, but her professionalism kept her outwardly calm. She steadily focused the camera on Ye Tian at the stone table. However, when Ye Tian picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and lightly sketched a perfect circle on the rice paper, Lin Qinqian's smile froze for a moment. But when Ye Qingxiu pushed the phone camera closer, everyone, including Ye Qingxiu, was stunned. Ye Tian simply twirled his brush and drew a circle on the large sheet of rice paper. Yes, that's right, a circle. If there was anything special about it, it was that it was a special circle. It was even more precise than one drawn with a compass, yet it gave off a natural, unique feeling. And after finishing, Ye Tian put down the brush, making no further move. That's it? What is that, Grandpa? Tilting head. A circle? I inexplicably thought of the story of Leonardo da Vinci drawing eggs, but this doesn't look like an egg at all, laughs. Puffed. Forgive me for laughing so hard. I guess the old man just wanted to practice his drawing, or maybe he just hasn't had any inspiration yet. I remember the streamer saying that the old man had some memory problems before, but we should understand given his age. Boss Tian and President Chen are probably going to be disappointed. But seriously, the circle the old man drew is really not your average perfect circle. No exaggeration, my drawing skills are probably only one compass away from the old man's doge. While everyone in the live stream was making fun of him, Chen Jixian, standing to the side, stared intently at the circle on the paper, his whole body trembling. Because just as he was focusing on it, he felt as if he had entered a wondrous space, his thoughts becoming incredibly clear, instantly eliminating all distractions. Previously stuck at the 5th level of the 5 animal frolics, he was now showing faint signs of a breakthrough. Yet Kingxiu, seeing the complaints in the live stream, felt embarrassed and was about to move the camera away. Just then, user Xingyun Pavilion gifted 10 super rockets and commented, "Streamer, I want this painting by the old man. Name your price." User G at Auction Household Chen gifted 30 super rockets and commented, "Streamer, sell it to me. I'll offer 100 million. Xingyun Pavilion, 100 million? Who do you think you are? I'll offer 300 million. Old Chen from G at Auction House, I'll pay 500 million. The live stream chat exploded. Logically, neither Mr. Tian from Xingyun Pavilion nor Mr. Chen from G at Auction House are fools. How could they possibly spend hundreds of millions just to buy a circle? What's going on with these two big shots? Isn't anyone going to explain? Probably just joking with the streamer. Don't take it seriously. That's right, anyone can talk big. I'll bid 1 billion. That's too small-minded. I'll bid 10 billion. Yet Kingxiu, seeing the situation in the live stream, was equally amused and exasperated. "Mr. Tian, Mr. Chen, please don't joke with me like this. Maybe my great-grandfather wasn't feeling well today, which disappointed you. I apologize." Xingyun Pavilion streamer, you don't need to apologize. I wasn't joking. I really want to buy it, and I'm willing to pay any price. If you don't believe me, I can write a contract right now. Old Chen from G at Auction House, me too. As soon as the two said this, the live stream chat immediately became chaotic again. Chapter 37 Penetrating to the core. Judging from their words, they seemed serious. At this moment, someone in the live stream finally noticed something amiss. "Everyone, focus your attention on the center of this circle, there's a big surprise." Holy crap, there really is a surprise. I played King of Glory all night last night, and I just tried to concentrate for a while, and I feel instantly energized. Don't stop me, I can get a pentakill. I'm a programmer, and I've been tormented by a bug for over a month. I just tried what the expert upstairs suggested, and I immediately figured out a way to fix it. I'm a struggling author on Tomato Novel Network, and I've been having terrible writer's block lately. I just tried it, and now I feel like my inspiration is bursting. I'm going to go right now. Is it really that amazing? Is the person upstairs a shill? I didn't see anything. I swear on my integrity, this is true. My experience wasn't as miraculous as the others described, but after watching it, I really felt refreshed and invigorated. It's unbelievable. +1, +1, +1. I think I've figured it out. This isn't an ordinary circle, but a circle that can bring sudden enlightenment. No wonder the two big shots were arguing so fiercely, they'd already seen through it. At this moment, the owner of Xingyun Pavilion and General Manager Chen of G at Auction House, who were watching the live stream, both frowned deeply. In fact, after Tian completed this work, they discovered its extraordinary nature, which is why they were so eager to raise the price and complete the transaction as quickly as possible. After all, this is a masterpiece capable of bringing sudden enlightenment. If the top tycoons and powerful figures knew about it, they would definitely buy it at any cost. Fortunately, such figures wouldn't appear in a small live stream. Their only competitors are each other. That's why the two bid so fiercely to acquire it as quickly as possible. However, someone with ulterior motives discovered the secret. Xingyun Pavilion at G at Auction Household Chen, if Mr. Chen is willing to give me this painting, I'm willing to pay an extra 100 million as a T-money fee. How about it? G at Auction Household Chen, if Mr. Tian is willing to part with it, I can give you an extra 200 million. Xingyun Pavilion, Mr. Chen is determined to compete with me? Okay, then a fixed price, 1 billion. If Mr. Chen can raise the price any further, I will not participate. The live stream room immediately erupted in an uproar. No one expected Mr. Tian, the owner of Xingyun Pavilion, to be so extravagant, bidding from 500 million to 1 billion. I'm dumbfounded. Is this the kind of bigwig in the antique world? Spending 1 billion just to buy a circle? This might be the most expensive circle in the world. What do you know? For truly wealthy people, this masterpiece by the old master is worth far more than 1 billion. That's right, if I weren't broke, I'd buy it too. Looking at it when I'm tired from working overtime will instantly revitalize me. Upstairs, are you trying to make me laugh? You already have 1 billion and you're still working overtime? At National Husband Principal Wang, aren't you going to make a move? The nation's husband, I'd love to, but I'm broke. You all know my situation. If I ask my family for money again, my dad'll probably kill me. Old Chen from G at Auction House, 1 billion? Old Tan, not to belittle you, but can you even come up with that much cash? Although both are billionaires, their liquid assets are limited, only a few hundred million at most. 1 billion is a significant burden for both Boss Tan and President Chen. Xingyun Pavilion, don't worry about that. I'll sell everything I own to buy this painting. After being reminded by everyone, Kingxiu also noticed the painting's unusual nature, but seeing that the owner of Xingyun Pavilion was willing to spend 1 billion still seemed unbelievable. The old man casually drew a circle, and it's worth so much? Chapter 38, What terrifying being did we provoke? 1 billion. For ordinary people, that's an astronomical figure. Mr. Tian, are you serious? Yeah, Kingsu felt like she was dreaming. Xingyun Pavilion, host, don't worry, old Tian, have never been so clear-headed in my life. I'll say it again, if you don't believe me, I can draw up a written agreement right now, or I can come to your door in person to complete the transaction. Besides, there shouldn't be anyone in this live stream who can bid higher than me, right? The live stream suddenly fell silent. Even Mr. Chen from Jiat Auction House didn't speak. He really couldn't pull off 1 billion in one go. However, just when Mr. Tian thought the matter was settled, a comment suddenly flashed on the screen. Wanda's Wan Yi, I bid 2 billion. The live stream immediately became lively again. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This is Chairman Wan from Wanda? Did Principal Wan specially invite Chairman Wan? At National Husband. Equals with Chairman Wang involved, Boss Tan's wish is probably going to be dashed. National Husband, don't talk nonsense. I didn't tell my dad about this, and he never watches live streams. Besides, he's upstairs right now, this is definitely an imposter. Wanda Wan Yi, I really am your dad. National Husband, oh, you're getting too cocky, aren't you? What are the moderators doing? Hurry up and kick this idiot out. User Wanda Wan Yi has been removed from the live stream by the moderators. Why does this plot suddenly feel a bit familiar? That's right, remember the previous Hong Kong City third young master? It was a similar situation back then. Haha, if this person really is Chairman Wan, wouldn't he be furious? Wang Xiaokong, who was lounging on his sofa watching a live stream, felt a sense of foreboding as he saw the comments from his viewers. The next moment, an angry figure appeared on the second floor, his eyes seeming to want to tear him to pieces. Wang Xiaokong jumped in fright, seemingly realizing something. Wait, Dad, that idiot in the live stream just now, could it really be you? When did you start watching live streams? And even created a secondary account? Wang Yi, still furious, said sternly, enough nonsense. If you don't buy that painting today, don't even think about getting a single penny from me again. Chapter 54 Grand Disciple pays respects to Grandmaster. National Husband, ahem, well, I need to clarify, that person was indeed my dad. Boom. Wang Xiaoking's comment caused the entire live stream to explode again. Holy crap. No way, the person upstairs actually guessed right. Really? When did Chairman Wang start doing live streams? Principal Wang personally clarified, how could this be fake? It seems it really is Chairman Wang himself. Haha, so Principal Wang actually dumped his own father? What a scene of father and son laughing at each other. I don't know if Principal Wang can still laugh, but I certainly did. Wait, if that person was really Chairman Wang, doesn't that mean the offer was real too? 2 billion. Tisk tisk, Chairman Wang is so generous. At this moment, Boss Tan, who thought he had it in the bag, saw this scene and immediately slapped his thigh. Oh no! Sure enough, Wang Xiaokong quickly followed up with another comment. My dad said he's going to buy the old man's painting. 2 billion, anyone else bidding? With his father's backing, Wang Xiaokong was brimming with confidence, displaying a touch of his former online swagger. Mr. Tan of Xingyun Pavilion looked ashen-faced, nearly fainting. With his wealth, he could probably hold his own against Mr. Chen of Jiat Auction House if he gritted his teeth. But compared to someone like Wang Yubai of Wanda, a billionaire, they were simply not in the same league. Chapter 39 A Stunning Comeback. Although Wanda has been somewhat lackluster these past 2 years, even a weakened giant is still formidable, easily crushing Xingyun Pavilion. His net worth is at most tens of billions, and the vast majority of his assets cannot be immediately liquidated. His liquid assets are at most a few hundred million, raising 1 billion would be a nightmare. This guy is asking for 2 billion. How can anyone compete? The nation's husband, if no one bids higher, then this painting by the old man belongs to the Wang family. Hey streamer, when are you free? Let's arrange a private meeting to complete the transaction. Wang Xiaokong was incredibly pleased. He'd given female internet celebrities quite a bit of money in his live streams before, but it was always a few million at most. Today, it was a full 2 billion. Keep in mind, the initial startup capital his father gave him was only 500 million. Dad, you always say I'm a spendthrift, but when it comes to spending money, you're way more extravagant than me. Yeah, Kingsu was still a little dazed. Boss Tan's initial offer of 1 billion was already outrageous, but now Wang Xiaokong had raised it to 2 billion. Principal Wang, I'm afraid I can't make that decision. Please wait a moment, I'll go ask my great-grandfather. At that moment, Tian went to a nearby pavilion and was arranging medicinal herbs. The longevity pill he had previously refined had helped improve Kingsu's physique, but its effects were quite limited. Kingsu was an ordinary person with no cultivation. Although her talent wasn't bad, she had missed the optimal age for cultivation. Therefore, Ye Tian was considering refining some more pills that could cleanse her meridians and marrow, allowing Ye Qingxu to become a cultivator in a short time and possess a certain degree of self-defense ability. Soon, Ye Qingxu recounted the entire situation to Ye Tian, paying particular attention to the part about someone offering 2 billion for the painting. She spoke very cautiously, as she considered it an astronomical sum. However, Ye Tian remained completely unmoved after listening. Money held no meaning for him, even if presented with a fortune, he wouldn't bother to look at it. From now on, you can decide these things yourself, you don't need to ask me. Ye Tian didn't even look up. If there's anything you don't understand, just let Xiao Zhang help you. Chen Jianhe, standing to the side, quickly bowed and agreed. Ye Tian thought for a moment, then said, by the way, with this money, it should be enough to buy you a big house in Shanghai, right? Chen Jixian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Uncle Ye, is there something I haven't done well enough? Ye Tian waved his hand, don't overthink it. I'm an old man, it doesn't matter where I live. It's just that I noticed Xiaoxu doesn't seem to be used to this place, so I was thinking of finding her another place to stay. Chen Jixian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart. Uncle Ye is really exceptionally good to this granddaughter. This was indeed a rash decision on my part. Uncle Ye, don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Afterwards, Chen Jixian hurriedly left with Chen Jianhe. Ye Qingxu exchanged contact information with Wang Xiaokong, and the two agreed to meet at the Red Star Hotel that evening to discuss the transaction. As for Ye Tian's masterpiece, Ye Qingxu didn't dare to be careless. She carefully put it away and returned to her room to find something to store it. Perhaps because she was too excited and nervous, Ye Qingxu placed her phone on the stand on the table and forgot to turn off the live stream, which was also pointed directly at Ye Tian's location, although it was a bit far away and not very clear. Just as the viewers in the live stream were about to leave, Ye Tian suddenly spoke without warning. You've been loitering outside for so long, why don't you get in here? Chapter 40, the most useless S-rank target. What's going on? Who is the old man talking to? I didn't see anyone else in the yard. Just as everyone was puzzled. Whoosh! A figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared in the yard, as if it had been there all along. Holy crap! There really is someone. Am I seeing things? I saw it clearly just now, there was no one in the yard. It seems to have suddenly appeared. Could this person be a ghost? It's probably just an illusion caused by network latency, don't be alarmed. It looks like an old man, maybe a friend of the old man. That's possible. Originally, many people were about to leave the live stream because the phones were too far apart, but seeing this scene, they suddenly became interested again. Amidst the discussion, the old man stepped to within 5 meters of Ye Tian, then knelt on the ground. Grand Disciple Ye Kanglin pays respects to Master. Wow! The live stream chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Master? This old man is actually the old master's grand disciple? I thought he was a friend of the old master. Seriously, did you guys overlook the old master's age? Didn't someone calculate before that he should be around 130 years old? He just looks younger. Isn't it normal for him to have a grand disciple in his 60s? The key is, I've never heard of the old master having a grand disciple before. The viewers in the live stream had no idea that the man kneeling before Ye Tian was none other than Ye Kanglin, the founder of the world's #1 assassin organization, Nightfall. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Shanghai, Ye Kanglin has entered the Ye mansion? Li Qingkang asked. He's inside. Commander, I'm a little curious. With Ye Kanglin's strength and decisive personality, why would he be so hesitant about meeting someone? He lingered outside the Ye mansion for so long, this doesn't seem like the rumors about him. The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor looked puzzled. A glint of light flashed in Li Qingkang's eyes. You don't understand. If it were me, I would be hesitant too, and might not even have the courage to face that person. The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor's eyes widened. Commander, are you joking? Who exactly is the owner of the Ye mansion? How could he even? Although he had overheard Li Qingkang and Ye Kanglin's conversation, he hadn't heard it clearly, and many things were still unclear to him. Li Qingkang, remember Elder Qing I mentioned to you before? The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor nodded. Ye Kanglin's master, didn't he disappear deep into the Kunlun Mountains? What's his connection to this person at the Ye mansion? Li Qingkang glanced at him and said, what if I told you that the person at the Ye mansion is Elder Qing's master? What? The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor's eyes widened. He used to describe Elder Qing as almost godlike whenever Li Qingkang mentioned him, and the person at the Ye mansion is actually Elder Qing's master. Putting everything else aside, just living this long is probably unprecedented in the world. Li Qingkang continued, for so many years, only I know that Ye Kanglin has always harbored a deep-seated sorrow. When Elder Qing passed on his mantle to him, he said something along the lines of, although he is Elder Qing's personal disciple, if he cannot gain the approval of that person, he can never be considered a true disciple. For so many years, we all thought that person was no longer alive, and Ye Kanglin's long-cherished wish seemed destined to remain unfulfilled. But who could have imagined that person is still alive? So now you understand why Ye Kanglan is so eager to return to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor was almost dumbfounded upon hearing this. So, in other words, Ye Kanglan's return to the country this time is to gain the approval of his master? With his current strength, this shouldn't be difficult, right? What's there to be conflicted about? Chapter 41 Miraculous Pills. In his view, Ye Kanglan had already stepped into the celestial realm, surpassing even the old martial in strength. Did such a person need recognition? If this were in the old martial arts sects, they'd probably treat him like an ancestor. However, Li Qingkang gently shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Ignoring the Dragon Soul Chief Instructor's skeptical expression, Li Qingkang continued, "Let me put it this way, in Kunlun, you worship me as a god. But the god in my heart is Elder Qing. However, in Elder Qing's heart, he worships someone else as a god." The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Although the explanation was a bit convoluted, the meaning wasn't difficult to understand. In short, the one from the Ye Mansion was the most powerful. After the initial shock, the Dragon Soul Chief Instructor's curiosity was successfully piqued. "Old Commander, don't you want to see what's happening at the Ye Mansion right now? Should I deploy the drones for aerial photography right now?" Before he could finish, Li Qingkang ruthlessly interrupted him. "No. Putting aside his strength for now, he is Elder Qing's master, and therefore my senior. How can I do such a thing as spying? That's disrespectful." The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor had no choice but to give up, feeling extremely unwilling. After all, a meeting of such legendary figures is something one might only witness once in a lifetime. Just then, a Dragon Soul intelligence agent strode over. "Commander, Instructor, I spotted Ye Kanglan in the Livestream room of Ye Kingsu that you asked me to keep an eye on." Li Qingkang was slightly taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. "Quick! Transmit the Livestream footage to the big screen." At this moment, in the Ye Mansion, Ye Kanglan knelt on the ground, his breathing rapid, his body trembling slightly. Once upon a time, he thought he would never have the chance to return to his ancestral home. After learning that Ye Tian was still alive, he didn't sleep a wink all night. If Ye Hunta's condition hadn't been so serious at the time, he would have returned to the country immediately. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely earn Master's approval with my own strength." Ye Kanglan was full of confidence. After all, in this world, he wouldn't dare say he was invincible, but he was at least at the very top. Decades of arduous cultivation, all for this moment. Finally, Ye Tian spoke. "Are you Changqing's disciple?" Ye Tian didn't look up, continuing to organize the medicinal herbs. "Yes. I was originally an orphan, fortunate to be adopted by my master, who gave me a name and taught me martial arts, which is why I am where I am today. However, when my master taught me martial arts, he said that it would be a great disrespect to accept disciples without the sect's permission. If I cannot obtain my master's permission in the future, I can never be considered his disciple." Ye Tian snorted coldly. "At least he follows the rules." Actually, Ye Tian could understand. He had left in haste, and the Qinghong sect was still in its infancy. In that chaotic world, it would have been difficult for them to establish themselves. Yet Changqing's decision to accept disciples without his permission was probably out of necessity. Ye Kanglan gritted his teeth and knelt down again. "This grand disciple has come today to humbly request my master to formally accept me as a disciple." Ye Tian remained silent, saying calmly, "You may leave. You are not qualified to be my disciple." This wasn't arrogance on Ye Tian's part. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, Ye Tian had mentored many, but only a handful had truly become his disciples. He wouldn't even consider anyone without exceptional talent. While Ye Kanglan's talent was decent, it paled in comparison to Ye Changqing's, naturally failing to meet Ye Tian's standards. Boom! Upon hearing this, Ye Kanglan trembled violently. A flash of deep disappointment crossed his eyes, followed by an unwavering resolve. The next moment, Ye Kanglan abruptly raised his head, meeting Ye Tian's gaze directly. This was the first time he had looked Ye Tian in the eye since entering the Ye Mansion, and a fierce fighting spirit even shone in his eyes. Chapter 42 All the major families arrive. I refuse to accept this." Ye Kanglan uttered each word clearly, his fighting spirit surging. He had waited for decades. Naturally, he wouldn't give up so easily because of a single sentence from Ye Tian. Ye Tian finally raised his head, put down the medicinal herbs in his hand, slowly rose, placed his hands behind his back, and looked down at Ye Kanglan kneeling on the ground. "What? Are you planning to attack me?" Ye Kanglan took a deep breath, meeting Ye Tian's gaze again. "This disciple dares not disrespect my master. But my master said I am unworthy to join his sect, and I refuse to accept it. This disciple dares to be so bold as to humbly request my master's guidance." As his voice fell, Ye Kanglan stood up, his fighting spirit reaching its peak. Even the surrounding grass and trees trembled, as if an impending storm was brewing. Chapter 56 A step away, yet worlds apart. At this moment in the live stream, due to the distance, Tian and Kanglin's conversation was difficult to hear clearly. Many viewers, bored, left the live stream, but many others began speculating. This old man's posture is terrifying. Could he be planning to attack the old man? Where's the streamer? Come out and call for help for the old man. Calm down, have you forgotten that the old man knows Kung Fu? Is this old man alright? He's so old, he wouldn't really want to fight, would he? At the abandoned factory, Li Qingkang stared intently at the screen. Although he couldn't hear the audio clearly, he could guess the gist of their conversation from their actions. That Kanglin guy, could he really be planning to attack that person? Hey, could you find a way to increase the volume in the live stream? I want to know what they're talking about. The Dragon Soul intelligence agent immediately replied, no problem, I'll connect a voice enhancement plugin, it'll be ready in a minute. In the pavilion of the Ye mansion, Tian looked at the battle-ready Ye Kanglin before him, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Although Ye Kanglin's talent was somewhat inferior, he admired his indomitable spirit. I stand here. If you step into the pavilion, I will grant you entry into the section. Ye Kanglin was slightly taken aback, then his face lit up with ecstatic joy. Master, are you truly serious? Frankly, he had never dared to hope of defeating Ye Tian. After all, this man before him was someone even his master revered as a god. Moreover, from the moment he entered the Ye mansion, Ye Kanglin had been secretly observing Ye Tian. He discovered that he couldn't sense a trace of martial arts aura from his master, yet he possessed an unfathomable quality. A return to simplicity, as if one with heaven and earth. This was Ye Kanglin's direct impression of Ye Tian. This profound state of being was something even his master, Ye Changqing, had never sensed. But, despite his admiration, to gain Ye Tian's approval, Ye Kanglin decided to take a gamble. Originally, his plan was that if he could withstand even one move from Ye Tian, no, even half a move, perhaps it would change Ye Tian's mind. But now, Ye Tian's test for him was simply to step into the pavilion. Ye Kanglin couldn't help but laugh. This pavilion wasn't small, it was about 7 or 8 meters in diameter. He admitted his advisor was strong, but wasn't he underestimating him? After all, he was the founder of the infamous Nightfall organization, feared throughout the world, with one foot already in the celestial realm. If he was fast enough, stepping into such a large pavilion wouldn't be difficult, would it? Ye Tian seemed to see through Ye Kanglin's thoughts and smiled. I always keep my word. Good. Ye Kanglin gave a low shout, his body suddenly swaying. Chapter 43. This is a magical live streaming room. Whoosh. The next moment, he appeared behind Ye Tian as if by teleportation. His thinking was simple, avoiding direct confrontation was the wisest course of action before he could ascertain Ye Tian's strength. After all, Ye Tian had just said that as long as he could step into the pavilion, he would have won. The live stream viewers gasped in surprise upon seeing Ye Kanglin's ghostly figure. What's going on? How can this old man be so fast? He was just in front, how did he suddenly circle around to the back of the pavilion? Is it network lag again? It must be. This damn internet provider, the live stream is turning into a slideshow. Li Qingkang stared intently at the screen, his eyes filled with doubt. Isn't this senior Ye a bit too arrogant? That's Ye Kanglin after all. In Li Qingkang's view, Ye Tian might be strong, but Ye Kanglin was, after all, a celestial realm cultivator. Ye Kanglin circled behind Ye Tian, who stood motionless in the pavilion, seemingly oblivious. A perfect opportunity. Ye Kanglin suddenly pushed off with his foot, instantly appearing before the pavilion steps. Ye Tian still made no move. Just, that simple. Ye Kanglin was puzzled. He had expected Ye Tian to intervene and stop him from entering the pavilion, but the latter had remained standing there without budging. This was rather strange. However, the next moment, something even stranger happened. Just as Ye Kanglin was about to step into the pavilion, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. It was as if the pavilion before him was disappearing into the distance. How could this be? Ye Kanglin's foot, which should have stepped onto the stone steps, inexplicably missed. He hurriedly looked up, the stone steps were right in front of him, still just one step away. Ye Kanglin took another step, but unexpectedly, he missed again. After trying more than 10 times, Ye Kanglin was completely bewildered. The pavilion before him, seemingly so close, felt impossibly distant, like a flower in a mirror or the moon's reflection in water, visible yet unattainable, eerily unsettling. To the viewers in the live stream, Ye Kanglin's actions appeared utterly comical. What's that old man doing, jumping around the pavilion like that? Is he performing a shamanistic ritual? Only Li Qingkang saw something amiss, his expression grave. Old master, what's Ye Kanglin doing? Why isn't he going in? The Dragon Soul chief instructor scratched his head frantically, utterly bewildered. Li Qingkang remained silent for a moment, then said quietly, it's not that he doesn't want to go in, but that he can't. This senior Yes cultivation level is simply unbelievable. After dozens of attempts, Ye Kanglin still couldn't step into the pavilion, and finally had to give up, his face filled with frustration and deep confusion. How could this be? Ye Kanglin returned to Ye Tian's side, his gaze now filled with profound awe. Ye Tian stood in the pavilion, motionless from beginning to end, without making a move, yet he simply couldn't get close. It was as if the two were from different dimensions. A single step away, yet worlds apart. What kind of supernatural power was this? I don't understand, Ye Tian said calmly. Ye Kanglin knelt on the ground with a devout expression. I humbly beg you, master, to enlighten me. Ye Tian slowly said, let me ask you this, in cultivation, what are you cultivating? What are you refining? Ye Kanglin was immediately stumped. This seemingly simple question pointed directly to the essence of cultivation. Although he had thought about it before, he hadn't found the answer. This disciple is foolish. Ye Tian frowned slightly. How did that brat Changqing teach you? Very well, then today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of that good-for-nothing disciple. Ye Kanglin immediately pricked up his ears to listen. Chapter 44, Everyone knelt down. So-called cultivation is about cultivating one's state of mind, refining one's essence, energy, and spirit. Refining the skin, tempering the bones, and transforming the tendons. These three realms constitute refining essence. Manifest strength, hidden strength, and mastery. These three realms constitute refining energy. Furthermore, that is refining spirit. These words were like a sudden awakening for Ye Kanglin, as if a ray of dawn had appeared in the darkness. Things he hadn't understood before suddenly became clear. Ye Tian continued, your aptitude is quite good, you've barely reached the refining spirit level. Your spirit is also much stronger than ordinary people, but in my eyes, it's still very weak. My spirit is stronger than yours, therefore I won't allow you to enter the pavilion, and you will never be able to enter. This may sound illogical, but the principles of the world are never fixed. Great merit overrides reason. My merit is greater than yours, therefore I am reason. I am the rule. After saying this, Ye Tian waved to Ye Kanglin. Go! Come back to see me when you truly reach the refining spirit realm. Chapter 57. Dad, do you have to be so obsequious to the Ye family? Ye Kanglin left. Although he hadn't achieved his long-cherished wish, he left with great joy. Because Ye Tian's words not only gave him a completely new understanding of the path of cultivation but also pointed him in the right direction. Moreover, Ye Tian's meaning was quite clear. Once his cultivation truly reached the refining spirit level, he should be qualified to enter the path. Li Qingkang was also inspired. Refining spirit. So that's how it is. Li Qingkang's eyes reddened slightly with excitement. His cultivation had been stuck at the Grandmaster level for decades, always feeling like he had reached the end of the martial arts path, unable to find a direction to continue. After hearing Ye Tian's words, he suddenly understood, and the martial arts barrier that had always been insurmountable instantly loosened slightly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Li Qingkang bowed respectfully to Ye Tian towards the screen, even though the latter couldn't see it at all. Immediately afterward, Li Qingkang turned and walked outside. The Dragon Soul Chief Instructor beside him was dumbfounded. Old Commander, what are you doing? Li Qingkang continued walking without stopping, back to Kunlun. I'm going into seclusion immediately. You will temporarily take charge of all affairs of Kunlun. With that, Li Qingkang's figure disappeared, leaving in such a hurry. The Chen family in Shanghai. Great-grandpa, all the information on high-end villas for sale in Shanghai is here, and you haven't found a single one you like? Chen Jianghe looked frustrated. Ye Tian planned to find a new place for Ye Qingxiu, and Chen Jixiang agreed to this. Upon returning home, he ordered Chen Jianghe to bring over all the information on high-end villas in Shanghai, but all of them were met with disdain by Chen Jixiang. Those are what you call high-end villas? Even I would find them shabby. How can you let Uncle Ye live in such a place? You're really something. Chen Jixiang shook his head repeatedly. Chen Jianghe looked utterly dejected. If that's how you put it, then I really have no other choice. Slap. Before Chen Jianghe could finish speaking, Chen Jixiang's cane lashed out. You brat. What kind of attitude is this? We finally get to do something for Uncle Ye. It's an honor for the Chen family. I don't care what methods you use, if you mess this up, I'll break your legs. Chen Jianghe was on the verge of tears. There were only so many high-end villas in the entire Shanghai. He had previously used his connections to gather all the information on the local real estate industry, compiling a list of all the top-tier luxury homes for sale. But Chen Jixiang couldn't find a single one that suited his taste. How was he supposed to proceed? Just then, a phone call came in. It was Wang Xiaokong. Chen Jianghe quickly took the opportunity to step aside and answer the phone. Hello, is this Brother Chen? This is Wang Xiaokong. Wang Xiaokong was a regular at the Red Star Hotel and knew Chen Jianghe, but they weren't very close. Chapter 45. Uncle Lin, what are you doing here? Young Master Kong, what's up? Well, today I helped my dad bid on that painting for the old man in Miss Yes Livestream, and we've arranged to meet at the Red Star Hotel tonight. So I was wondering if Brother Chen could reserve a VIP room for me. Upon hearing that it concerned Ye Qingxiu, Chen Jianghe immediately said, "A VIP room won't do. I'll go there myself and arrange a VIP room for you." He also wanted to ask Ye Qingxiu about the pills. Wang Xiaokong was overjoyed. "Thank you so much, Brother Chen." Just as he was about to hang up, Chen Jianghe suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Wang family is in real estate, isn't they? They might know about some high-end luxury properties that he didn't. Young Master Kong, there's something I'd like to ask you about. He then explained the situation to Wang Xiaokong. There was a moment of silence on Wang Xiaokong's end. "Brother Chen, my dad asked me to ask you, is this house for old Master Ya?" Chen Jianghe was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting that Chairman Wang from Wanda was also listening. Without much thought, he immediately replied, "Yes, the old master is worried about his granddaughter. The facilities at the Ya mansion are too outdated, so he wants to find a better place to live." Chen Jianghe had barely finished speaking when a deep voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Wang Yi. "Xiao Chen, please tell Grandpa Chen that the house matter is in my hands. I guarantee that Grandpa Ya and Miss Ya will be satisfied." Chen Jianghe was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. Then I'll thank Chairman Wang on behalf of my great-grandfather." At the Wang family's side, after hanging up the phone, Wang Yi immediately picked up his phone again and called his assistant. "Xiao Lu, immediately send someone to Shui Yunju to clean out my villa number 1. Also, talk to the owners of the villas next to villa number 1 and buy them at all costs. Be quick." After hanging up, Wang Yi breathed a long sigh of relief, a smug smile spreading across his face. This series of actions left Wang Xiaokong dumbfounded. "Dad, you're not thinking of selling villa number 1 in Shui Yunju to that Grandpa Ya, are you?" Wang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Not bad, kid, you've improved since before. But you're wrong about one thing, it's not selling, it's giving it away." Wang Xiaokong's eyes widened. "What? Dad, are you kidding me? That Shui Yunju villa number 1 was your retirement home, built for yourself. If it were on the market now, it'd be worth at least 5 billion. You're planning to give it away. Are you crazy?" Wang Yi glanced at his son. "You don't know anything. This is an investment. Son, trust me, this deal is guaranteed to be profitable." Wang Xiaokong felt like he was going crazy. "No, Dad, I admit that old Master Ye is quite extraordinary, but behind him are only the Chen family and the Du family. Is it worth you spending so much on him? You wouldn't happen to have your eye on that female anchor, would you?" Slap. Wang Yi raised his hand and slapped Wang Xiaokong on the back of the head. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think your old man is as unreliable as you?" Wang Xiaokong rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. "Then why are you doing this? Buying paintings, giving away houses. You were once the richest man in China. Do you really need to fawn over the Ye family like this?" Wang Yi glanced at his son indifferently. "Do you really think that old man Ye only has the Chen and Du families behind him?" Chapter 46. Lin Mingyuan, overwhelmed with praise. "Wang Xiaokong, isn't that right?" Wang Yi said irritably, "I just praised you for improving, but I didn't expect you to still be so superficial. Tell me, the Chen family was almost destroyed when attacked by the 3 major families, so how did they manage to turn things around overnight?" Wang Xiaokong thought for a moment and said, "It's said to be because of that mysterious Qinghong consortium." "Wait, Dad, you mean the Qinghong consortium helped the Chen family because of that old Master Ya?" Wang Yi nodded with satisfaction. "At least you're not too stupid. To tell you the truth, Chairman Ya of the Qinghong consortium called an emergency meeting with several of us members of domestic chambers of commerce." Wang Yi briefly explained the situation to his son, then his eyes narrowed slightly. "Based on my analysis, this old Master Ya holds a very high position in the Qinghong consortium. Even the former chairman is probably only his junior. Putting all that aside, you should remember the scene of the Du family patriarch's miraculous recovery, right? I've heard that many powerful figures are now inquiring about the elixirs old Master Ye possesses. In short, cultivating a good relationship with old Master Ye will only benefit our Wang family, not harm it." Wang Yi paused slightly, then continued, "By the way, didn't you have an appointment with Miss Ye tonight to discuss a deal? This is an opportunity, you must seize it." Wang Xiaokong's eyes lit up. "Dad, you mean I should win her over?" Slap. Wang Yi raised his hand and slapped her again, harder than the first time. "What are you thinking? I told you to make friends with them, to flatter them, not to chase girls. Besides, do you think they'd even be interested in you?" Wang Xiaokong looked annoyed. "Dad, how can you talk about your own son like that? I'm not that bad. Besides, in terms of family background, am I not good enough for a little internet celebrity?" Wang Yi raised his hand to slap him again, but Wang Xiaokong dodged it in time. "Then let me tell you, you really aren't good enough for them. With our meager resources, what are we compared to the Qinghong consortium? You brat, I'm warning you, it's one thing for you to act recklessly all the time, but this time you absolutely can't cause me any trouble. Offending the Qinghong consortium is no joke. If you dare to cause any trouble, I'll break your legs." Wang Xiaokong smiled obsequiously. Dad, look at what you're saying, don't you trust me? I may act recklessly sometimes, but I know who I can and can't offend. Wang Yi nodded. He wasn't worried about that. His son, despite his usual carefree attitude and arrogant online persona, actually only picked on the weak and knew exactly how to handle things. In short, remember one thing, do everything you can to please Miss Ye, make her happy, and leave a good impression on her. Wang Xiaokong immediately felt a little embarrassed. No, Dad, I'm the son of the richest man. Even if Ye Qingxiu has an extraordinary background, she doesn't deserve to treat me like this, does she? I, Wang Xiaokong, will never be a lapdog. You don't know anything. Wang Yi looked at him with exasperation. Compared to the Qinghong Consortium, what is our Wang family? Seeing that force wouldn't work, Wang Yi tried a more sentimental approach. Son, you're not getting any younger. You can't keep drifting like this, can you? Our Wang family's foundation isn't strong to begin with. How many of the second-generation members of those top families in China take you seriously? Don't you want to fight for your future? Wang Xiaokong hesitated. Chapter 47. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. His father was right. To outsiders, he seemed incredibly successful, one of the wealthiest second-generation rich kids in the country. But in the eyes of the truly elite second-generation families, they looked down on their newly rich families, considering them nouveau riche. Coupled with his already flamboyant personality, he was even more disrespected by those elite second-generation families, to the point that those elite second-generation circles completely excluded him. This was a perpetual source of pain for him. He had fantasized about one day turning the tables and crushing those arrogant second-generation rich kids who looked down on him, but it was just a fantasy. Making it happen was far too difficult. Dad, if I become Ye Qingxiu's lapdog, as you said, will I really be able to trample those rich kids under my feet? Wang Yi said confidently, yes. Wang Xiaokong hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted her teeth and said, fine, Dad, I'll do as you say. That afternoon, Lin Qian came to the Ye mansion to see Ye Qingxiu. Before coming, Lin Mingyuan repeatedly instructed his daughter to cultivate a good relationship with Ye Qingxiu. Of course, she couldn't be too deliberate, or it would seem too distant. As for Lin Feng, Lin Mingyuan ordered him to see Ye Qingxiu less often to avoid offending her. Seeing Lin Qian arrive, Ye Qingxiu was very happy. Qian, you've come at the right time. Come with me to the Red Star Hotel later. Thinking about meeting the famous national husband, Ye Qingxiu was still a little nervous. After all, his online reputation wasn't very good. Having her best friend accompany her made her feel much more at ease. Lin Qian blinked, looking surprised. No way, Xiaoxiu, Zhang Xiaoyang actually invited you. Ye Qingxiu was stunned. Zhang Xiaoyang? What does this have to do with Zhang Xiaoyang? Zhang Xiaoyang was their college classmate, a wealthy second-generation heir from Shanghai. He had pursued Ye Qingxiu for a while during college, but Ye Qingxiu wasn't interested, and they didn't end up together. Lin Qian was also stunned. You didn't know? Zhang Xiaoyang and Lu Jiaojiao got engaged and specially invited our whole class to a banquet at the Red Star Hotel. You didn't go to the Red Star Hotel because of that? Ye Qingxiu shook her head. Of course not. Besides, he didn't invite me. I went because of other things. Lin Qian, I knew it. Why would he invite you? Even if Zhang Xiaoyang had that idea, Lu Jiaojiao definitely wouldn't agree. The Lu Jiaojiao Lin Qian mentioned was also a student at Shanghai University, considered their classmate. Back then, she and Ye Qingxiu were known as the two most beautiful girls at Shanghai University. I heard the Zhang family is quite different now. Before, when the three major families were fighting fiercely with the Chen family, the Zhang family took the opportunity to acquire a lot of business. And somehow, they managed to get on the good side of the Li family in Beijing. Now, their influence in Shanghai is second only to the Chen family. Lin Qian spoke confidently. Ye Qingxiu laughed. When did you start caring about these things? And you even talk about them so knowledgeably. Lin Qian stuck out her tongue. I only heard my dad mention them occasionally. Now that Lin Mingyuan is the core figure of the Lin family, his perspective has naturally broadened considerably. By the way, Xiaoxiu, shouldn't you avoid them? It would be so awkward if you bumped into them. Lin Qian said. Ye Qingxiu shook her head. There's no need for that. He can get engaged, and I can see my partner. It won't affect anything. Knowing that Ye Qingxiu was going out, Ye Tian called her over and took out a bracelet. This bracelet was neither wood nor jade, its material was unclear. Its surface was smooth and rounded, and it emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Remember, you must wear this close to your body, even when bathing. Ye Tian instructed. This bracelet was equivalent to a ritual implement in the eyes of Taoists and Buddhists, imbued with Ye Tian's divine power. Wearing it, Ye Qingxiu could not only ward off deadly attacks, but Ye Tian would also sense if she were attacked and come to her rescue. Chapter 48. Are there really gods in this world? The two left the Ye mansion. Lin Qian took out her car keys and pressed a button. A sleek red Ferrari parked on the roadside lit up. Wow, Qian, you're driving such a luxurious car now. Yet Qingxiu's eyes flashed with envy. She was, after all, in her early 20s. How could she not be tempted by something so beautiful? This had nothing to do with being materialistic. After all, if you had money, who wouldn't want to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car? It's human nature. Lin Qian noticed Ye Qingxiu's interest and said with a smile, "Qingxiu, if you like it, I'll give this car to you." In the past, she wouldn't have had the audacity to give away a car worth millions so easily. But now, if Ye Qingxiu was willing to accept it, she believed her father wouldn't scold her. Instead, he would praise her for doing so. No need. Once I finish this deal today, I'll definitely be richer than you. Do you know how much my great-grandfather's painting sold for? 2 billion. Ye Qingxiu proudly waved the painting in her hand, which she had wrapped in over a dozen layers of protective film, as if afraid of damaging it in the slightest. Lin Qian was clearly shocked. Really? Someone actually spent 2 billion to buy a painting by my grandfather? Who's this sucker? She hadn't watched Ye Qingxiu's previous livestream and didn't know the painting's significance. Ye Qingxiu immediately rolled her eyes cutely. What are you saying? My great-grandfather's paintings are incredibly valuable. And you know the person who bought this painting, it's that national heartthrob. Lin Qian's beautiful eyes widened. You mean, Wang Xiaokong? Oh my god, Xiaoxiu, you're not kidding me, are you? Really? Although Lin Qian was also a second-generation rich kid, she used to be completely unknown in Shanghai, and there was a huge gap between her and a second-generation rich kid like Wang Xiaokong. Moreover, Wang Xiaokong is also an internet celebrity. Ye Qingxiu smiled smugly. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out when we get there. The two got into the car, and about an hour later, they arrived at the Red Star Hotel. Because Chen Jianghe had specifically instructed them beforehand, the staff immediately and respectfully ushered them inside upon seeing Ye Qingxiu. The Red Star Hotel's layout had regular private rooms on the first floor, and VIP rooms on the second and third floors. Wang Xiaokong had previously mentioned that Ye Qingxiu was coming, so Chen Jianghe had specially arranged for them to stay in the VIP room on the third floor, second only to Ye Tian's exclusive number 1 in the heavenly class room. Just as the two were about to go upstairs, they bumped into an acquaintance. It turned out that Zhang Xiaoyang had booked a regular private room, and it happened to be near the stairwell. Qian, Qingxiu. A plump, short-haired young woman came up and hugged the two of them. The girl's name was Lu Wan, and she was their class monitor back in college. I was just saying, were you two coming? Especially you, Qingxiu. I didn't expect that woman Lu Jiaojiao to be so generous, actually inviting you too. In Lu Wan and the others' view, the Red Star Hotel wasn't a place just anyone could come to. Lin Qian and Ye Qingxiu must have received invitations from Zhang Xiaoyang and Lu Jiaojiao to be here. Everyone in the class knew about Zhang Xiaoyang and Ye Qingxiu's affair, and assumed that given Lu Jiaojiao's personality, she definitely wouldn't have invited Ye Qingxiu. Class monitor, it's not. Ye Qingxiu tried to explain, but Lu Wan didn't give her a chance. Let's go inside and talk. The whole class is here now, just the two of you are missing. With that, Lu Wan pushed the two into the private room without further ado. Classmates, look who's here. It's our beautiful Lin and our school beauty Ye. Inside the private room, just as Lu Wan said, the entire class had arrived. Sitting at the head of the table was a young man in a white suit, none other than Zhang Xiaoyang, the star of the evening. Next to Zhang Xiaoyang was a beautifully dressed woman, the other star of the day, Zhang Xiaoyang's fiancée, Lu Jiaojiao. Seeing Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qian enter, the boys cheered. Chapter 49. The Dragon Kingdom Shakes. After all, beautiful women are always the most popular, no matter where they are. Ye Qingxiu, needless to say, was the former campus belle of Shanghai University, and in terms of beauty, she even surpassed Lu Jiaojiao. While Lin Qian's looks were slightly less striking, she was still a rare beauty. But at this moment, the instant they saw Ye Qingxiu, both Zhang Xiaoyang and Lu Jiaojiao's faces turned green. Zhang Xiaoyang, what's going on? Inviting Lin Qian is one thing, but what's the meaning of inviting Ye Qingxiu? Lu Jiaojiao was furious and immediately whispered angrily to Zhang Xiaoyang. Back then, Zhang Xiaoyang's unsuccessful pursuit of Ye Qingxiu was common knowledge, if not universally known, at least among his classmates present. Because of this, Lu Jiaojiao was often gossiped about behind her back. Everyone said that Zhang Xiaoyang only chose her as a second choice because he couldn't win over Ye Qingxiu. Moreover, Ye Qingxiu's appearance was indeed superior to hers, which fueled Lu Jiaojiao's jealousy. Zhang Xiaoyang, with a bitter face, quickly explained in a low voice, I really didn't invite Ye Qingxiu. I don't know why she came. Maybe Lin Qian dragged her along. Lu Jiaojiao's mood improved slightly upon hearing this, but her gaze towards Ye Qingxiu still held undisguised resentment. However, since things had come to this point, she couldn't openly drive Ye Qingxiu away, that would make her seem petty. As for Ye Qingxiu, although she hadn't intended to come at all, Lu Wan had forced her in, and everyone present was a classmate. Turning away now would obviously be inappropriate. Helpless, Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qian had no choice but to stay, planning to find an opportunity to leave later. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Jianghe also arrived, intending to ask Ye Qingxiu about the pills. Has my aunt arrived? Hotel manager Wu, Miss Ye has arrived, but it seems she ran into someone she knows. She didn't go to the VIP room on the 3rd floor, but instead went to a regular private room on the 1st floor. Oh, Chen Jianghe was slightly surprised, but didn't think much of it. Since she's my aunt's friend, let's waive this order. Tell the staff to prepare some extra good food and send over a few bottles of good wine. Let them eat first, and I'll go over and offer a toast later. In Chen Jianghe's view, Ye Qingxiu had finally come to the Red Star Hotel, and with friends present, he naturally had to give her plenty of face. In the private room, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Lu Wan pushed Ye Qingxiu to the seat next to Lu Jiaojiao. Some people who saw this couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. One was the dream goddess he had once pursued relentlessly, and the other was his current fiancée. Zhang Xiaoyang felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his embarrassment almost giving him a heart attack. Lu Jiaojiao's face turned even greener. The atmosphere in the private room became somewhat awkward due to the sudden arrival of Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qian. Finally, Lu Jiaojiao spoke first. Qingxiu, I heard you're still doing live streaming? The live streaming industry isn't easy these days, especially for female streamers. If you don't accept some unspoken rules, it's very difficult to make it big. Lu Jiaojiao clearly wasn't going to hide anything, her words were laced with sarcasm, and her target of Ye Qingxiu couldn't be more obvious. Everyone was shocked, clearly not expecting Lu Jiaojiao to be so direct. It seemed she was ready to start a fight right from the start. Before Ye Qingxiu could speak, Lin Qian couldn't hold back any longer. You don't need to worry about that. Our Xiaoxiu is good in every way, except she's too strong-willed and never relies on men. Otherwise, with Xiaoxiu's qualities, finding a rich second-generation boyfriend would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Chapter 50 The Terrifying Ye Kanglin. After Lin Qian finished speaking, Lu Wan chimed in, that's true. Back in school, countless talented young men and rich kids pursued Qingxiu. If it were me, I would have married a rich man long ago. Why would I work so hard? Everyone echoed her sentiments. This was indeed true. If Ye Qingxiu wanted to gain wealth and status through her beauty, she wouldn't need to work so hard doing live streams. Therefore, the idea of unspoken rules was utter nonsense. Lin Qian continued, our Xiaoxiu isn't like some people who, after finding a rich boyfriend, get all high and mighty, thinking they're so great. These words were practically a direct attack, making Chen Jiaojiao so angry she almost vomited blood. She had only intended to annoy Ye Qingxiu, her former rival, but instead, Lin Qian's sarcastic remarks nearly caused her internal injury. First round, a complete defeat. Soon, the food was served. Because Chen Jianghe had made arrangements, the meal consisted entirely of top-tier delicacies like lobster and abalone. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, naturally showering Zhang Xiaoyang with praise. Chen Jiaojiao felt she had regained some face and her mood improved considerably. Only Zhang Xiaoyang frowned slightly. These dishes were more than 10 times his original budget. However, hearing everyone's praise, Zhang Xiaoyang couldn't say anything openly, though he secretly felt a pang of regret. His Zhang family had been doing well recently, he could probably manage if he gritted his teeth. To maintain his image of being wealthy and generous, he endured it. When the waiter brought out 4 bottles of red wine, Zhang Xiaoyang could no longer contain himself. Wow! Young Master Zhang, that's extravagant. If I'm not mistaken, this is 1974 Romani Conti, worth 300,000 yuan a bottle. Then 4 bottles would be 1.2 million yuan? Really? Could it be counterfeit? Watch your mouth. Where are we? This is the Red Star Hotel, how could they sell fake wine? At this point, everyone finally realized something was amiss. With Zhang Xiaoyang's current wealth and status, spending tens of thousands of yuan on a meal was still within reason. But now, the wine alone cost over 1 million yuan. That's terrifying. Zhang Xiaoyang quickly stopped the waiter. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I didn't order such expensive wine, and these dishes aren't what I ordered before. He was joking, a meal costing over 1 million yuan. If his family knew, they'd break his legs. His family gives him less than 100,000 yuan a month in allowance, and his personal savings over the years amount to only about 1 million yuan. This meal is going to bankrupt him. The waiter smiled and said, no mistake, this was all personally instructed by our CEO Chen. And he also said that this meal is on him, he hopes you all enjoy your meal. The waiter then left. The entire private room erupted in cheers. Holy crap! Young Master Zhang, that's awesome. CEO Chen? Is that Chen Jianghe from the Red Star Hotel? I've seen him on TV before, he's a big shot in Shanghai. Wow! 1,000,000 yuan dinner. I probably only have this one chance in my life. Let me post this on my WeChat moments first. In the end, it's all because of young Master Zhang's influence. We're all benefiting from his connections. Exclamations of surprise filled the air, and everyone's gaze towards Zhang Xiaoyang had completely changed. They only knew Zhang Xiaoyang as a rich second-generation heir, and that the Zhang family's fortunes had been booming recently. But clearly, no one had expected Zhang Xiaoyang to have such influence. Even a big shot like Chen Jianhe was showing him such goodwill. Chen Jiaojiao was overjoyed. Her man was so outstanding, and she naturally felt incredibly proud. The feelings that Lin Qianqian had suppressed before were now completely gone, and she felt a sense of triumph. However, Zhang Xiaoyang, the protagonist being praised by everyone, was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 51 Ye Changqing's Trail. What's going on? Do I really have that much influence? How come I didn't even know? I had no idea I was this powerful. Indeed, the Zhang family is a completely different family now. They seized the opportunity presented by the power struggle among the major families and staged a comeback, becoming a first-rate family in Shanghai. But they still can't compare to an established family like the Chen family. Besides, who is Chen Jianhe? He's a powerful figure in the Chen family, in charge of the Red Star Hotel, and the undisputed future head of the Chen family. Even if the Chen family wanted to be on good terms with the Zhang family, the person they should be on the same level as is his grandfather, the current head of the Zhang family. To put it bluntly, even his father is now 3 points inferior to Chen Jianhe. As for him, the difference is even greater. Their status is simply not on the same level. Chen Jianhe's sudden show of such respect is making him very nervous. Zhang Xiaoyang racked his brains but couldn't understand it. The facts were undeniable, leaving him no choice but to believe them. If it wasn't because of him, then it made even less sense for anyone else. Everyone present was a classmate, and they knew each other well. Who else among them, besides him, had such influence? Wait, could it be because of the Li family of Yanjing? A thought suddenly flashed through Zhang Xiaoyang's mind. Previously, the Zhang family, by chance, had climbed the ladder of power with the Li family of Yanjing. And coincidentally, the Li family of Yanjing also intended to enter the Shanghai market and needed a springboard, so they chose the Zhang family. The Zhang family's recent meteoric rise was entirely due to the strong support of the Li family of Yanjing. In Zhang Xiaoyang's view, the Chen family might be powerful in Shanghai, but compared to the top-tier Li family of Yanjing, they were ultimately inferior. Could it be that the Chen family wants to use me to get in touch with the Li family in Yanjing? Yes, that must be the reason. After a frantic daydream, Zhang Xiaoyang instantly regained his previous confidence, his eyes gleaming with intense fervor. I never thought I, Zhang Xiaoyang, would have a day like this. Even a rich second generation like Wang Xiaokong wouldn't receive this treatment. Chapter 61 The Most Unforgettable Meal. In the entire private room, besides Ye Qingxiu, only Lin Qianqian knew that Chen Jianhe's order for his men to do this meant he knew Ye Qingxiu was present. However, even if she revealed Ye Qingxiu's relationship with Chen Jianhe now, everyone would probably think she was making it up. Ahem, Mr. Chen is really something. We're all on the same side, why go to such lengths? Having figured it out, Zhang Xiaoyang chuckled. Seeing Zhang Xiaoyang's reaction, everyone showered him with praise, their gazes towards him becoming even more admiring. Even a few of the girls present began to flirt with him. Look at that. What's a successful person? What's a promising young talent? What's humility? They're all about the same age, yet he's already on friendly terms with Chen Jianhe. That's the difference. Zhang Xiaoyang felt the intense gazes of the crowd and was incredibly pleased. Lu Jiaojiao, standing beside him, also felt a sense of pride and unconsciously moved closer to Zhang Xiaoyang, her heart filled with joy. Originally, she felt she'd made a bad deal marrying Zhang Xiaoyang, but now it seems her judgment was spot on. Thinking this, Lu Jiaojiao couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at Ye Qingxiu. It was as if to say, regretting it now? If you hadn't rejected Zhang Xiaoyang, this glory wouldn't be mine. Unfortunately, Ye Qingxiu didn't even look at her. Lin Qianqian, however, couldn't stand it any longer. Mr. Zhang, judging from what you just said, you and General Manager Chen of the Red Star Hotel must be quite familiar, right? Zhang Xiaoyang didn't think much of it and immediately replied, of course. Our Zhang family and the Chen family are old friends, and Brother Chen has always taken good care of me. Chapter 52 What is Kung Fu? In fact, he had only met Chen Jianhe a few times, or more precisely, a few times he had met Chen Jianhe with his father. After all, the Zhang family and the Chen family were not on the same level at all. Even Zhang Xiaoyang's father had to fawn over Chen Jianhe, let alone him, he was practically invisible. However, he now believed that Chen Jianhe was trying to curry favor with him and the Zhang family, so he boasted without restraint. Anyway, none of the people present had even met Chen Jianhe, so he wasn't afraid of being exposed. Puffed. Lin Qianqian almost burst out laughing. Young Master John, you call President Chen brother. According to that generation, then you should call Xiaoxiu aunt. What do you mean by that? Not only was Zhang Xiaoyang bewildered, but everyone else was also completely confused. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a young man walked in. It was Chen Jianhe. He figured that since the people in the private room were Ye Qingxiu's friends, he should naturally step forward to support his aunt. Upon seeing Chen Jianhe, Zhang Xiaoyang immediately stood up from his seat, his face beaming with a bright smile, and quickly went to greet him. "Oh, Brother Chen, you're too kind. Such expensive wine, how can we juniors accept it?" Chen Jianhe was stunned. He thought, who is this guy? Do I know him? Are all young people these days so overly familiar? If it were an ordinary person, Chen Jianhe would definitely ignore them. After all, he was a prominent figure in Shanghai, and not just anyone was qualified to call him brother. But considering that the other person was Ye Qingxiu's friend, he decided to give him some face and nodded with a smile. "I'm glad everyone likes it." Upon hearing that the newcomer was the renowned President Chen, everyone immediately rose to greet him, even Lin Qianqian stood up. Only Ye Qingxiu remained seated. Seeing this, Lu Jiaojiao immediately scolded, "Ye Qingxiu, what are you doing? You dare to put on airs in front of President Chen?" Ye Qingxiu ignored her. But what happened next left everyone except Lin Qianqian speechless. Chen Jianhe strode up to Ye Qingxiu, bowed slightly. "Auntie, are you satisfied with the food and drinks I arranged?" Ye Qingxiu nodded, "Very good, Jianhe, you're very thoughtful." Hearing their conversation, everyone froze on the spot. "Auntie? Am I hallucinating? President Chen just called school beauty Ye auntie? School beauty Ye called President Chen, Little John? And that Romani Conti just now, was that also something President Chen prepared for school beauty Ye? What's going on?" Zhang Xiaoyang's face changed drastically, turning pale and then flushed, a truly remarkable sight. Even a fool could see now that everything President Chen did was for Ye Qingxiu, not for him, Zhang Xiaoyang. Although he couldn't understand how Ye Qingxiu had become Chen Jianhe's aunt. Thinking about what he had said earlier, Zhang Xiaoyang felt like dying. This is unbelievable. He's utterly humiliated. But that's not all. Then, a slightly chubby young man walked into the private room. That's right, it was none other than the nation's heartthrob, Wang Xiaokong. He had arrived early, but hadn't seen Ye Qingxiu, so he found Chen Jianhe and learned that Ye Qingxiu was in the private room downstairs, so he followed her. Seeing Wang Xiaokong enter, Ye Qingxiu stood up. "Principal Wang." Wang Xiaokong quickly waved his hand. "Miss Ye, please don't. Principal or anything like that, that's just what people online call me. Just call me Xiao Wang, or Xiao Kong." Everyone was once again petrified. Chapter 53 I really am your dad. Everyone stared at Ye Qingxiu in disbelief, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Lu Jiaojiao, standing to the side, was completely bewildered, her mind blank. Ye Qingxiu, who had previously been seen as having no background, had suddenly become the aunt of General Manager Chen of the Red Star Hotel. Even the nation's heartthrob, Wang Xiaokong, was so polite to her. No, to be more precise, his tone even carried a hint of humility. The usually outspoken Principal Wang was like a model student in front of Ye Qingxiu. What was going on? Could it be that Ye Qingxiu had been hiding her identity all along, and was actually the daughter of a wealthy family? No wonder she remained unmoved by the advances of so many rich second-generation heirs. She actually had such an impressive background. At this moment, everyone looked at Ye Qingxiu with deep awe, especially Lu Jiaojiao, who broke out in a cold sweat as she recalled all the time she had targeted Ye Qingxiu. Luckily, they didn't stoop to her level, otherwise, she might not even know how she died. "Gentlemen, young Master Wang and I have some matters to discuss, so we won't disturb your meal any longer. Please continue." Ye Qingxiu, unable to bear the stares of everyone, immediately took the opportunity to leave the private room. Even long after Ye Qingxiu, Lin Qianqian, Chen Jianhe, and Wang Xiaokong left, the entire private room remained completely silent. For them, this was perhaps the most unforgettable meal they had ever eaten. In the VIP private room on the third floor, the transaction with Wang Xiaokong went smoothly. Both parties signed a contract, and the money would be transferred to Ye Qingxiu's account in installments. After all, the amount was too large, and the procedures involved weren't so simple. It would be difficult to pay in full at once. Wang Xiaokong carefully put the painting away, then looked at Chen Jianhe beside her and said, "By the way, Brother Chen, about the house, my dad asked me to inquire about Villa number 1 in Shuiyanju. What do you think?" Chen Jianhe was both surprised and delighted. That would be fantastic. Villa number 1 in Shuiyanju is the most luxurious villa in all of Shanghai. The owner is very mysterious. I asked around before but couldn't find out anything. Chairman Wang is truly resourceful. If Villa number 1 in Shuiyanju couldn't satisfy his great-grandfather, Chen Jianhe believed that there wouldn't be a better option in the entire city. Wang Xiaokong grinned. "To be honest, this house is actually ours. My dad originally planned to keep it for himself. Chen Jianhe suddenly understood. I see. Wang Xiaokong, in that case, how about I take Miss Ye and Grandpa to see the house tomorrow? Chen Jianhe naturally had no objection. Ye Qingxiu also wanted her great-grandfather to have a more comfortable place to live, so she naturally had no objection either. Besides, she'd just received 2 billion, she wasn't the poor, struggling livestreamer she used to be. At worst, she could pay it all back. As long as her great-grandfather was comfortable, it was worth it. Ye Qingxiu thought to herself. She had clearly underestimated the market value of Villa No. 1 in Shuiyanju. Afterwards, Ye Qingxiu and Wang Xiaokong agreed that she would take Ye Tian to see the house the next morning, and then the group chatted for a while. Chen Jianhe suddenly said, "Auntie, may I ask you something?" Ye Qingxiu, of course, go ahead. Chen Jianhe, the pill that the patriarch gave to old Master Du at the Ye mansion, does the patriarch still have it? Old Master Du, suffering from a terminal illness, miraculously recovered after taking the longevity pill, and the news has spread throughout high society circles. These past 2 days, the big shots in these circles have practically bombarded Chen Jianhe's phone with calls, all inquiring about the longevity pill. Especially those powerful families with elderly members suffering from terminal illnesses are going crazy, some even offering Chen Jianhe a sky-high price of tens of billions. Wang Xiaokong, who had already planned to leave, immediately sat down again upon hearing Chen Jianhe mention this. He had heard about this from his father before. Many powerful figures are now inquiring about this pill, including many wealthy and influential families from Yanjing. Chapter 54 Disciple pays respects to Master. Ye Qingxiu paused, then pulled a plastic food container from her bag and took out a bright green pill. You mean this? Whoosh! Chen Jianhe abruptly stood up, and Wang Xiaokong beside him stared wide-eyed, huffing and puffing. Chen Jianhe stared intently at the pill in Ye Qingxiu's hand, his breathing becoming rapid. He clearly hadn't expected Ye Qingxiu to have such a pill, and it seemed like she had more than one. Auntie, how many more pills do you have? Chen Jianhe's voice trembled with nervousness. He had originally thought that even if Ye Tian had more pills, he wouldn't dare ask for them. The best way would definitely be through Ye Qingxiu. But he never expected Ye Qingxiu to casually pull out a pill. Based on his understanding of Ye Tian, since he gave the pills to Ye Qingxiu, he assumed she could use them as she pleased, just like with the painting before. And indeed, that was the case. Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment. My great-grandfather refined 9 everlasting spring pills in total. I took one when I had a cold last time, then I gave one to the old man of the Du family, and another to Grandpa Chen. Now I have 6 left. When Chen Jianhe heard that Ye Tian had actually used a divine pill to cure Ye Qingxiu's cold, he almost coughed up blood. Those were divine pills worth 10 billion, and he used them to treat such a minor illness as a cold. Could there be anything more wasteful? What a tragedy! Chen Jianhe took several deep breaths to calm his excitement, then looked at Ye Qingxiu with a serious expression. Aunt, do you know what price this pill you have is currently fetching in the industry? 10 billion. 1 pill. What? Ye Qingxiu was dumbfounded. Lin Qian beside her had her mouth agape, almost big enough to fit an egg. Wang Xiaokong, though somewhat expecting it, was still taken aback. However, it wasn't hard to understand. For those truly at the top of the pyramid, money was just a number. Life was what mattered most. Ye Qingxiu's hands began to tremble. 1 pill for 10 billion, and she had 6 that was 60 billion. Although she had personally experienced the pill's miraculous effects, she clearly hadn't imagined it would be worth so much. The main problem was that Ye Tian had been so casual when he gave her those pills. She remembered Ye Tian telling her, "These longevity pills are just low-grade pills. The first time you take them, the effect is best, but after that, they're not very useful. Just eat them like snacks, they'll still be good for your health." So Ye Qingxiu naturally assumed they weren't very valuable. Who would have thought that 1 pill would be worth 10 billion? Luckily, she hadn't eaten them, otherwise, this would probably be the most expensive snack in the world. Xiao Zhang, you're not joking, are you? Ye Qingxiu was still somewhat skeptical. 10 billion per pill? That's outrageous. Chen Jianhe, his face flushed with excitement, said, "Auntie, you might not understand the situation. That old man from the Du family had terminal liver cancer. After taking the longevity pill, he's completely recovered. Do you know what that means for those who are on the verge of death?" Wang Xiaokong interjected, "It means hope for survival." Chen Jianhe, that's right. For those top tycoons, money is just a number, living is everything. At this point, Chen Jianhe paused slightly, his eyes gleaming with renewed fervor. He took a deep breath and said, "Auntie, if you're interested in selling these pills, I can help you with the process. I guarantee you'll make a fortune." Wang Xiaokong quickly replied, "I can do that too." Chen Jianhe became impatient. "Yan Master Kong, who are you to be competing with me for this little bit of business?" Chapter 55 I am not convinced. Wang Xiaokong rolled her eyes. "What do you mean this little bit of business? That's 60 billion. Do you really think I'm stupid? Besides, Brother Chen, you have a wide network of connections, and I'm not lacking either. The two argued fiercely. At this moment, Ye Qingxiu spoke up, you two stop arguing. How about this? I'll give you 3 pills each, and after you sell them, I'll give you a 30% commission. What do you think? Although Ye Qingxiu possessed 6 longevity pills, she didn't have the top-tier network and resources of Chen Jianhe and Wang Xiaokong. Moreover, Ye Qingxiu trusted both of them quite a bit. Chen Jianhe, needless to say, was family. Given Wang Xiaokong's status and position, she probably wouldn't do something like keeping the pills for herself. Chen Jianhe and Wang Xiaokong exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with excitement. Success! Each pill was conservatively worth 10 billion, so 3 would be 30 billion. With a 30% commission, they could easily get 10 billion. Only a fool would refuse such a deal. More importantly, having the sales rights to these pills was equivalent to possessing a trump card to negotiate with top-tier figures. Chapter 63 Another Trespass, Death. Evening. Several uninvited guests arrived at the Ye mansion. Leading them was a young man exuding nobility, accompanied by a stern-looking old man, and several attendants in black suits. Are you sure the person who gave the Du family patriarch the pills lives here? The young man asked. The subordinates quickly replied, yes. The old man said, I specifically watched the live stream video before. The person who cured old Master Du seemed very extraordinary. The young man didn't care at all. In terms of strength, Elder Ming, you are a Grandmaster level expert. In terms of background, who in the Dragon Kingdom can surpass our Li family? It turned out that this young man was named Li Anran, from the Li family of Yanjing. Li Anran's grandfather was seriously ill, and after a long and difficult treatment, the family sent Li Anran to seek a miraculous elixir after hearing about old Master Du's situation. However, we are asking for their help, so please be polite later. Li Anran gave this instruction again and stepped forward. The guards Chen Jixian had arranged at the Ye mansion immediately blocked their way. Hello, I have important business to discuss with old Master Ye. Please inform him. Before coming, Li Anran had already investigated Ye Tian and Ye Qingxiu's background. I'm sorry, but old Master Ye has instructed that he does not receive outside guests. Having been frequently disturbed these past few days, Ye Tian was somewhat weary, hence the order. Being flatly refused by the guard, Li Anran's face immediately darkened. As the eldest son of the Li family's direct line, even in Yanjing, few dared to disrespect him like this. Moreover, he urgently needed elixirs to treat his grandfather's illness and could not afford any delay. Today, I must see old Master Ye. Please be sure to inform him. Li Anran said in a deep voice, no longer as polite as before. The guards still refused. Chen Jixian had specifically instructed them to treat Ye Tian's words as imperial edicts. Humph. The old man beside Li Anran immediately snorted coldly, unleashing a powerful aura. Thump, thump, thump. The two guards were immediately forced back by the overwhelming aura. Insignificant ants. The old man sneered, about to step through the gate. But just then, boom! An invisible force suddenly surged forth from the Ye mansion. What? The old man's expression changed drastically. Without time to think, he immediately retreated rapidly. He retreated nearly 10 meters, yet still coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 56 A step away, yet worlds apart. Elder Ming, Li Anran and the others were all dumbfounded, completely bewildered by what had happened. How could Elder Ming, a Grandmaster-level cultivator, be injured? The next moment, a cold voice rang in their ears. Where did this fly come from? Daring to trespass again, you'll die. Elder Ming's face instantly turned deathly pale. He immediately bowed deeply towards the Ye mansion. It was my rudeness. I'll leave immediately. Please forgive me, senior. Without further ado, he grabbed Li Anran and quickly got into the car, speeding away. In the car, Elder Ming, what just happened? We haven't even gotten the pills yet. How can we just leave like this? Li Anran was still somewhat confused. Elder Ming's face was solemn, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. He had no doubt that the owner of that aura could have killed him effortlessly. Young Master Ran, there's an extremely powerful being in the Ye mansion, likely already at the celestial realm level. If we had left a moment later, our fate would have been uncertain. Li Anran, himself a martial artist, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Celestial realm? How is that possible? My great-uncle cultivated diligently for decades and never even reached the celestial realm. How could a small city like Shanghai have such an ability? Elder Ming smiled bitterly. I never expected this either. But for someone to inflict such severe injuries on me without revealing themselves is something even your great-uncle couldn't do. Now it seems this Mr. Ye is far more complex than we thought, and extremely difficult to approach. It seems we'll have to take another route to obtain the pill. Li Anran frowned deeply. He had rushed over from Yanjing with the intention of capturing the leader first, directly finding Ye Tian, the source of the pill. He had thought that with the strength of his Li family, this would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, they fled in disarray without even entering the gate. Meanwhile, on the other side, after obtaining the pill, Chen Jianghe immediately contacted several powerful families who had previously expressed interest in purchasing it. Wang Xiaokong, meanwhile, directly posted a photo of the longevity pill in the second generation group chat. I currently have 2 longevity pills on hand, the ones that cured old Master Du's late-stage liver cancer. Those interested in purchasing can contact me. Starting price, 10 billion. Highest bidder wins. As for why there were only 2, it was because Wang Yi had kept one for himself. Wang Yi originally intended to acquire all 3, but even he couldn't easily come up with 30 billion, so he had to give up. Before long, the second-generation members of various families called Wang Xiaokong one after another to inquire, addressing him affectionately as Brother Wang or Young Master Cong. Li Anran, who was currently worrying about the pills, naturally saw the message and dialed Wang Xiaokong's number as well. Xiaokong, this is Li Anran. You must leave me one of the 2 pills you have. Li Anran's attitude was firm, even carrying a hint of command. This was out of habit. After all, the Li family's status was what it was, and Li Anran had always looked down on Wang Xiaokong, and even the entire Wang family. Wang Xiaokong sneered inwardly. As a leading figure among the second-generation elites of Beijing's elite circles, Li Anran was usually incredibly arrogant and disdainful of others. He never expected to be begging from him like this. However, his haughty attitude while asking for help was incredibly irritating. Oh dear, young Master Ran, I'm so sorry. I only have 2 in total. One has already been sold to Elder Wen. Young Master Yun is also interested in buying the other one, and he's offered 12 billion. Before Wang Xiaokong could finish speaking, Li Anran immediately said, I'll offer 15 billion. Chapter 57. Dad, do you really need to fawn over the Ye family like this? Wang Xiaokong, isn't that a bit much? After all, it was young Master Yun who brought it up first. Li Anran, I'll offer 20 billion, and I'll personally explain it to young Master Yun. Wang Xiaokong was incredibly pleased. According to his previous agreement with Ye Qingxiu, he would get 6 billion of the 20 billion. And most importantly, he made Li Anran the sucker, which was incredibly satisfying. Frankly, he had been somewhat resistant to Wang Yi's previous advice to do everything he could to please Ye Qingxiu. Now, it seemed so appealing. That evening, Ye Qingxiu returned to the Ye mansion and told Ye Tian about the pills. Great-grandpa, I sold the pills without your permission. You won't blame me, will you? Ye Tian smiled faintly. Since I gave them to you, you can do with them as you please. Besides, they weren't anything particularly valuable to begin with. However, Ye Tian paused slightly. What great-grandpa wants to tell you is that pursuing money isn't wrong in itself, but those are merely glamorous appendages. If you possess a higher level of power, even if you don't strive for these things, countless people will willingly offer them to you. Ye Qingxiu looked somewhat bewildered. Ye Tian continued, I ask you, why would those people spend so much money to buy the pills you have? Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment, because those pills can save lives. For those wealthy people, living is the most important thing. Ye Tian nodded, that's right. Ordinary people pursue money, the wealthy cling to power, and those who wield power fear death. If you possess the power to control life and death, then you would be a god in the eyes of the world. So-called money and power, even if you didn't want them, would be given to you willingly. Ye Qingxiu seemed to understand, but not quite. Don't rush, you are my granddaughter, Ye Tian. I will teach you these things slowly. After saying this, Ye Tian flipped his hand, conjuring a purple pill out of thin air. This is a marrow cleansing pill. Take it, it will help you temper your muscles, bones, and skin. Starting tomorrow, your great-grandfather will impart true power to you. Ye Qingxiu naturally believed Ye Tian's words completely. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Ye Qingxiu immediately felt her blood and qi surging within her, and she felt dizzy, as if she were drunk. Great-grandpa, I suddenly feel so sleepy. I'm going back to my room to rest. Ye Tian nodded. Ordinary people have blocked meridians and cannot refine essence into qi. Therefore, they must first pass through the 3 stages of skin refining, bone tempering, and tendon strengthening. Only after their muscles, bones, and skin have strengthened can they be guided by special methods to open the 8 extraordinary meridians and formally enter the qi refining realm. If an ordinary person follows this process, it would take at least 10 years of cultivation to reach this realm, and the process is fraught with difficulties. A slight mistake could result in disability. However, after taking the marrow cleansing pill, the 8 extraordinary meridians can be opened in just one night, allowing direct entry into the qi refining realm. Then, through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the muscles, bones, and skin are slowly tempered. This is not only much faster but also almost risk-free. A night passed, and when Ye Qingxiu woke up the next day, she was startled to find that her entire body was covered in black grime and smelled terrible. After washing, Qingxu found her skin was better than before, her hair smoother, and her eyes brighter. She was radiant. Most amazingly, she now felt light as a feather, as if she could fly with a single leap. Could this be the effect of that marrow cleansing pill? Qingxu was overjoyed. Chapter 58. It's not shameful. Son, remember. Do everything you can to get Grandpa into Villa number 1. The future of the Wang family depends on this. If this were before, Wang Xiaokong would have thought his father was crazy giving away a multi-billion-dollar villa so casually, and even seeming afraid the recipient wouldn't accept it. It sounded utterly absurd. But after last night's events, Wang Xiaokong now fully understood his father's good intentions. Putting everything else aside, just the ability to refine the longevity pill alone was enough to make even the most powerful figures bow down. Meanwhile, on Qingxiu's side, urged by her viewers in the live stream, she left her room and found Tian in the backyard. Come here, my dear granddaughter, come quickly. Tian waved to Qingxiu. Qingxiu first placed her phone on the stone table beside her, pointing the camera in Tian's direction, before walking over. Anyway, she'd figured it out now. Whenever Tian appeared on camera, the viewers went wild, so she didn't need to put in any effort to create anything interesting. Besides, she no longer needed to stream for money. She continued because of her interest and because she couldn't bear to part with her fans. After all, many people had helped her during her most difficult times, and she couldn't forget her roots. Good morning, great-grandpa. Tian nodded. Come on, my dear granddaughter, follow my movements. Tian said, slowly raising his arms and slightly squatting, assuming a pose. Qingxiu didn't understand, but she still followed Tian's instructions and began to imitate his movements. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream started discussing, is the old man teaching Xiaoxu martial arts? Maybe. But it looks soft and weak, a bit like Tai Chi, and a bit like gymnastics. I just tried it out, and I felt warm all over. I don't know if it's just my imagination. I just tried it too, and I really felt that way. I'm a Taoist priest from Wudang Mountain. I just had my Master Ziyang, take a look, and he said the old man practices an extremely profound form of Qigong. Holy crap. Really? I'm going to try it too. Because of Wang Xiaoking's huge donation, the live stream was very popular. At this time, many people started imitating Tian's movements through the live stream. Little did they know that what Tian was teaching Qingxiu was actually a very basic qi gathering technique. However, with his level of skill, he could already turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. A few casual movements could directly point to the true essence of qi cultivation. Qingxiu had taken the marrow cleansing pill, and now her 8 extraordinary meridians were open. She first learned to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper her body, and within half a year, she could enter the Ming Jin realm. Although the viewers in the live stream didn't have the marrow cleansing pill to open their meridians, they still benefited greatly from practicing this qi gathering method. One viewer commented, I only practiced for a minute, and I feel warm all over, like I have inexhaustible energy. Another viewer commented, I caught a cold last night, and after trying this for a while, I broke out in a sweat, and my illness was cured. Another viewer commented, is this old man some kind of deity? Amazing. User Invisible Chicken Wings gifted the streamer a paper airplane. User Sleeping Posture Determines Hairstyle gifted the streamer a cruise ship. Users. The live stream chat was flooded with gift comments, leaving many first-time viewers completely bewildered. These days, live-streamed calisthenics can be this popular? As for Qingxiu, now that her meridians were open and she had Tian's personal guidance, the effects were naturally even more pronounced. She felt a strong current of heat coursing through her body, eventually converging in her danshan, giving her a feeling of ethereal bliss. Remember, practice this 3 times every morning from now on. Keep a calm mind while practicing and pay attention to the changes in your body. Tian advised, sharing his experience. Chapter 59 Red Star Hotel Class Reunion. Hey, Xiaoxu seems even prettier than before. Humph. No matter how pretty this old woman is, she can't mess with my Dao heart. I'm here to see Grandpa. That's right, hurry up and let Grandpa out. Seeing the comments in the live stream, Qingxiu said angrily, you guys are the heartless ones. I was busy negotiating a multi-billion-dollar deal last night, I'm exhausted, and I'm already live streaming for you this morning, and you're still not satisfied. What? A multi-billion-dollar deal? When did this old woman start bragging? Hee, streamer, actually I also have a multi-billion-dollar deal I'd like to discuss with you. Upstairs, something's not right. Damn, driving so early in the morning, who can handle that? Wait a minute, didn't the streamer go to see Principal Wang yesterday? Could this multi-billion-dollar deal be something she discussed with Principal Wang? That's not right either. Wasn't the old man's painting only worth 2 billion? Upstairs, you used the word only really well. Holy crap. Could the streamer have already been won over by Principal Wang? That's possible. Notice the streamer's choice of words just now, last night, very tired. Holy crap. Yet Kingsu was furious when she saw the comments, and was about to defend herself. Another golden comment popped up below. National husband, you guys upstairs. If you dare to talk nonsense and spread rumors again, I'll kill you, you believe me? Wang Xiaokong, who was also watching the live stream at that moment, was both angry and furious when he saw the comments in the live stream room. Since tasting the sweetness yesterday, Wang Xiaokong was even more determined to please and flatter Ye Qingxiu, so he got up before dawn and waited in Ye Qingxiu's live stream room. If these rumors upset Ye Qingxiu, things would get very bad. Seeing Wang Xiaoking's outburst, the live stream immediately fell silent. Given Wang Xiaoking's usual personality, if she were to get together with some internet celebrity, she wouldn't care what others said, and might even be smug about it. But her reaction today was very unusual. Soon, Wang Xiaokong posted another comment. I want to clarify again, Ms. Ya and I are friends and business partners, not the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Anyone who dares to spread rumors again will be receiving a lawyer's letter. Everyone fell silent. Wang Xiaokong was clearly serious, it didn't seem like a joke. Immediately afterward, user National Husband gifted the streamer 1000 super rockets, adding the comment, "Thank you, Sister Shui, yesterday I earned over 10 billion. From now on, I'm your most loyal follower. Just let me know if you need anything, smiley face, smiley face." This comment immediately, the entire live stream chat exploded. Holy crap, over 10 billion? Really? Principal Wang wouldn't joke like that, would he? Could it be that what the streamer said earlier was true? She really did close a deal worth tens of billions yesterday. Sister Shui, please take me on a trip. Does the streamer need any accessories for her legs? I'm so curious about what kind of business it was, making tens of billions in one night. That's terrifying. Is this the world of the rich? Making tens of billions so easily, I'm so jealous. It wasn't just Ye Qingxiu's live stream that was in an uproar. Because of Wang Xiaoking's massive donation, the live stream's popularity surged to the top, far surpassing the second-place streamer. The other streamers were dumbfounded. What idiot started this ranking surge so early in the morning? Did they have too much money to burn? Streamers usually choose to boost their rankings in the evening when there are more viewers, as this is more effective. To start the ranking surge so early in the morning and donate 5 million in one go seemed incredibly foolish to them. However, after they saw the ID and the live stream's name, they immediately understood. No wonder. Chapter 65 Ye Hunter returns to China. Sister Shui, is Grandpa awake? When would you like me to pick you and Grandpa up this morning to look at houses? Wang Xiaokong sent Ye Qingxiu another private message. Ye Qingxiu, no need to trouble yourself. Grandpa Chen and Xiao Zhang will come to pick us up later, they know the address. Wang Xiaokong, alright, then my dad and I will be waiting for you and Grandpa at Shuiyanju. After making the appointment with Ye Qingxiu, Wang Xiaokong immediately reported the situation to Wang Yi. The father and son then headed to Villa No. 1 at Shuiyanju to begin preparations. On the way there, Wang Yi repeatedly gave instructions. Chapter 60 I had no idea I was this awesome. Sister Shui, is Grandpa up yet? When would you like me to pick you and Grandpa up this morning to look at the house? Wang Xiaokong sent Ye Qingxiu another private message. Ye Qingxiu, no need to trouble yourself. Grandpa Chen and Xiao Zhang will come to pick us up later, they know the address. Wang Xiaokong, okay, then my dad and I will be waiting for you and Grandpa at Shuiyun residence. After making the appointment with Ye Qingxiu, Wang Xiaokong immediately reported the situation to Wang Yi. The father and son then headed to Villa No. 1 at Shuiyun residence to begin preparations. On the way there, Wang Yi repeatedly gave instructions. After practicing all morning, Ye Qingxiu's face was rosy, and she seemed to have gained an ethereal, fairy-like aura. In the morning, Chen Jixiang and Chen Jianhe arrived as scheduled. Uncle Ye, as you instructed, I've found a nice place to stay. Shall I take you to see it? Okay. So Chen Jianhe personally drove the three of them straight to Shuiyun residence. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Airport, dear passengers, due to unforeseen circumstances, the airport is temporarily closed, and all flights are delayed until further notice. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. The airport announcement played repeatedly. Passengers who were about to board were all stopped. What's going on? How could the airport close down like that? What's the reason? We have the right to know. The airline must give us a reasonable explanation. Passengers complained, and the airport staff were all helpless. They had also received a sudden notice from above, and even they didn't know the specific reason. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. Just as everyone was bustling about and arguing, whoosh! A group of heavily armed soldiers poured into the airport, isolating the crowd. Then, the crowd saw an elderly man walk in from afar. Behind the elderly man stood a group of local Shanghai officials. Seeing this display of force, the entire Shanghai airport fell silent instantly. Some people began to whisper among themselves. That old man, he looks familiar? Could it be? Who is he? Please tell us. I can only say one thing, he's a big shot from Yanjing. Judging from this display, it seems they're welcoming someone. That's unlikely, isn't it? That person has been retired for many years. Could there really be such a person in the world as someone personally welcoming him? That's right, the elderly man who suddenly appeared was none other than Elder Yi from Yanjing. According to the intelligence he received, Ye Huntu would be returning to China this morning, so he rushed over immediately. Although Ye Huntu instructed Ye Yuanzi to keep a low profile during his return to China, it was ultimately impossible to keep it a secret from everyone. Mr. Yi, although that person is your senior, is it really necessary for you to come in person? After all, you have been retired for many years, doing so will definitely arouse speculation from all sides, said the secretary standing next to Mr. Yi with some concern. Old Master Yi, however, remained resolute. I want the world to know that there was once an old man who silently supported the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Without him, there would be no prosperity in our Dragon Kingdom today. We should remember the heroes who fought on the front lines, but the unsung heroes behind the scenes should not be forgotten. The secretary immediately asked curiously, Old Master Yi, could you tell me what that person did back then? Old Master Yi glanced at him and said leisurely, there are too many to count. Basically, behind every major event that has happened in the Dragon Kingdom in the past century, there is his shadow, and he has always stood firmly behind our Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that without him, there would be no Dragon Kingdom today. Take the last few decades, for example. From the rapid economic takeoff of the Dragon Kingdom in the 1990s, to the Wall Street Consortium's failed attempt to develop the airport city economy, and then to the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States, that person and the Qinghong Consortium were behind everything. Old Master Yi's words immediately sent chills down the secretary's spine. Chapter 61 The Most Unforgettable Meal. He previously only knew that the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium was a legendary figure, even hailed as a god of the business world, but he didn't have a clear concept of what he was doing. Only today did he realize how many impressive things that man had done. Just how much economic power would it take to openly challenge a consortium on Wall Street in the United States? But I'm genuinely worried about his sudden return to the country. Old Yi spoke again. All along, the world's major conglomerates have hated him to the core and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. I heard he was seriously ill before, and he's been at the headquarters of the Qinghong conglomerate, so even if those conglomerates wanted to assassinate him, they wouldn't have had the opportunity. Now that he's back in the country, I'm worried that someone might try to harm him. By the way, how's the contact with Kunlun going? The secretary quickly replied, we've contacted them. It seems that Marshal Li has suddenly gone into seclusion, handing over all the affairs of Kunlun to General Zhu Tianyang, the chief instructor of Dragon Soul. He personally selected 20 elite Dragon Soul soldiers, who are now on standby outside Shanghai. Old Yi nodded, tell them that once Elder Hong enters the country, they will secretly protect Elder Hong's safety. Yes. About 10 minutes later, a private jet landed at Shanghai airport. Immediately afterwards, the cabin door opened, and an elderly man stepped out. It was Ye Huntu. Ye Yuanzi, who had been waiting at the airport, immediately went to greet him. Grandpa. Ye Huntu glanced at the crowd ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? What kind of person are you? Ye Yuanzi smiled wryly. Grandpa, this is, after all, China. What can be kept from that Elder Yi? Ye Huntu understood, and said nothing more. A short while later, Elder Yi, leading a large entourage, also arrived in a grand procession. Uncle Hong, decades have passed, and you still retain your former glory. Elder Yi smiled and stepped forward to bow. Ye Huntu extended his cane to stop Old Yi from bowing, then playfully tapped him on the shoulder, chuckling, you old rascal, you're in pretty good shape. Little Yi, it's been 30 years since we last met, hasn't it? Old Yi smiled, yes, Uncle Hong, the last time I saw you abroad was in the early 1990s. The Shanghai officials standing nearby were dumbfounded. Who on earth was this old man who dared to call the highly respected, nearly centenarian Old Yi Little Yi? Soon, Ye Huntu and Old Yi boarded a stretched hunky limousine, the kind with two small flags stuck in the front. Uncle Hong, may I ask what brings you back to the country so suddenly? Where are we going now? Ye Huntu glanced at Old Yi with a mocking look. You know perfectly well why. If you knew I was returning, how could you not know why? Ahem. Old Yi was slightly embarrassed by Ye Huntu's words. Uncle Hong, you are as perceptive as ever, nothing can be hidden from you. At this point, Old Yi paused slightly, his expression becoming somewhat serious. But I am truly curious, is the person at the Ye residence truly your master? Although he had discovered Ye Huntu's purpose for returning, he still harbored some doubts. He had never met Ye Tian, only heard snippets of information from Ye Huntu. Judging by age, Ye Huntu's master was probably at least 150 years old, which was truly unbelievable. Moreover, he had seen Ye Tian's video footage, and he looked to be only around 60, much younger than himself. Ye Huntu said irritably, are you saying I'm blind? Even if I'm confused, I can't possibly not recognize my own master, can I? Alright, let's not talk about that now. Quickly send your men to the Ye mansion. Once you see my master, you'll understand. The car started and headed towards the Ye mansion. Along the way, security vehicles led the way, followed closely by officials from Shanghai, attracting the attention of passers-by. However, when the large group arrived at the Ye mansion, they learned that Tian was not there. Chapter 62 1 Pill, 10 billion. Only Wang Xiaokong remained bewildered, whispering to his father, "Dad, who is this boss Hong that old Master Chen mentioned?" Wang Yi exclaimed excitedly, "Who else could it be? The former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium." Holy crap! Wang Xiaokong almost swore out of excitement. The former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium. Previously, worried that his son wasn't paying enough attention, Wang Yi had specifically explained the background of the Qinghong Consortium to him, emphasizing the legendary former chairman. He never expected to have the opportunity to meet this legend today. Uncle, yeah, you know, with Boss Hong's status, even if he wanted to keep a low profile, it's unlikely. This might not be his true intention. Chen Jixian mustered his courage and spoke up in defense of Ye Hongtu. Ye Tian's expression softened slightly. "Fine, go, tell him to come in and see me." Yes. Chen Jixian was overjoyed and immediately led Chen Jianhe to the villa entrance. After realizing what was happening, Wang Yi and his son quickly followed. Ye Tian could disregard the old chairman of the Qinghong Consortium. After all, Ye Tian was the man's elder. But they couldn't. Soon, the four arrived outside the villa. Although they were somewhat prepared, the other three, except for Chen Jixian, were still startled when they saw the people outside the villa. Wang Xiaokong, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding. He didn't recognize Ye Hongtu, but he recognized Elder Yi and the officials behind him. Each of these people, individually speaking, was someone even his father, Wang Yi, would greet with a smile. And Elder Yi was a figure at the very top of the Chinese financial pyramid. Yet, such a powerful figure was standing behind a white-haired old man in a purple tang suit, his expression extremely respectful. Without a doubt, the old man in the purple tang suit was the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium. However, at this moment, this former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium, whose words could shake the entire world's economy, was kneeling on the ground, his face showing a hint of nervousness. "Boss Hong." Chen Jixian quickly stepped forward, his expression excited. Ye Hongtu smiled, "Brother Xiang, it's been so many years. How have you been?" Chen Jixian replied excitedly, "Thank you for your concern, Boss Hong. I'm fine. By the way, Uncle Ye wants you to come in." "Really?" Ye Hongtu was overjoyed and immediately shakily got to his feet. "We'll catch up later. I'll go in and pay my respects to my master first." Ye Hongtu took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and then nervously stepped into the villa. Ye Yuanzi, standing nearby, was dumbfounded by this scene. In his memory, his grandfather had always been a man of exceptional wisdom, capable of remaining calm and collected in any situation. However, today he had never seen his grandfather so nervous, which greatly surprised him. Just then, Ye Tian and Ye Qingxiu walked out of the room together. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Ye Hongtu's gaze was fixed on Ye Tian. His body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Then, his eyes welled up with tears, which streamed down his face like a burst dam. "Master! Your disciple has searched for you so desperately all these years." Ye Hongtu's voice, filled with endless pain and longing, echoed in the air. Thump! 10 meters away, Ye Hongtu knelt on the ground, his cane already thrown aside. He crawled almost on his hands and feet to Ye Tian's side, tears streaming down his aged face. Chapter 63 If you dare to trespass again, you will die. Those outside the door were both moved and shocked by what they saw. The old man in the villa looks to be only in his 50s or 60s at most, and he's actually the former chairman's master. Even Elder Yi, who had known beforehand, still found it hard to believe. Wang Yi and his son, Wang Xiaokong, were completely dumbfounded. Wang Yi had previously guessed that Ye Tian was an old acquaintance of the former chairman, but he clearly hadn't expected the two to be master and disciple. Moreover, the former chairman's respect for Ye Tian far exceeded his expectations. Then, the father and son exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with elation. This time, they had truly struck gold. Sigh. Ye Tian gazed at his white-haired disciple and sighed deeply. "Only 80 years have passed since we parted, and you've aged so much." When he left, Ye Hongtu was a spirited young man, but now he was an old man in his 80s, a stark reminder of the relentless passage of time. This was also why Ye Tian had rarely taken on disciples over the past 10,000 years, and why he had rarely been involved in romantic relationships. Watching one's loved ones and friends grow old and die was a pain few could bear. Ye Tian's words were heartfelt. Ye Hongtu, however, thought his master was blaming him and immediately felt ashamed. "It's my fault. My martial arts talent is far inferior to my senior brothers. I've disappointed you, master." In fact, Tian had taken Yahuntu as his disciple because of his intelligence, and judging from Yahuntu's current achievements, he had not disappointed Tian. "Get up! You're so old, why are you crying like that? What kind of behavior is this?" At this moment, Qingxu quickly stepped forward. "Grandpa, let me help you." Qingxu didn't know Yahuntu's identity, and had never even heard of the Qinghong Consortium. Hearing the white-haired Yahuntu address Tian as master, she was very curious. In a mysterious manner in the United States, "Chairman, the news has been confirmed. That old guy from the Qinghong Consortium has come back to life, and today, he returned to Shanghai, the capital of China." A middle-aged white man in a suit and glasses stood outside the door, reporting the situation to the people inside. Bang! A sound of something shattering suddenly came from inside the room. Then, a voice, aged yet imposingly angry, echoed from within the room. "Damn it! That old bastard should have died long ago. He's still alive. Is he a devil?" Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged white man outside stepped forward, his face full of worry. "Your Excellency, Chairman, you must take care of yourself. The Morgan Group needs you." The voice that had spoken inside belonged to none other than Morgan IV, the chairman of the Morgan Group, the leading financial conglomerate in the United States. Morgan IV was now nearly 100 years old and was hailed as the most outstanding chairman in the history of the Morgan Group. Under his leadership, the Morgan Group had developed rapidly over the decades, not only firmly controlling the economic lifeline of the entire United States but also becoming one of the world's top financial groups, alongside the Green Gang Group and the Rothschild Group. During Morgan IV's reign, the Morgan Group was virtually invincible, with its wealth and assets spread all over the world. It could even arbitrarily control the appointment and removal of the heads of state of dozens of countries. Chapter 64 Streamer, please take me with you. However, this man who commanded global respect suffered two crushing defeats. The person responsible for his utter failures was none other than Yahuntu, the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium. Their first clash occurred over 20 years ago. At that time, the Morgan Consortium, led by Morgan IV, entered the Asian financial market. After careful consideration, Morgan IV set his sights on Hong Kong, known as the Wall Street of the East. He mobilized hundreds of billions of US dollars, attempting to short-sell Hong Kong's financial market, and then planned to make Hong Kong a bridgehead for entering the mainland Chinese market. The series of plans was flawless. However, at this crucial moment, the Qinghong Consortium suddenly intervened forcefully, not only disrupting his original plans but also pouring in massive sums to aggressively drive up stock prices, resulting in record-breaking trading volume. In this battle, the Qinghong Consortium emerged victorious, while the Morgan Consortium suffered a staggering loss of tens of billions of US dollars. It's important to understand that this was tens of billions of US dollars from over 20 years ago, a huge loss even for the Morgan Group. This battle also made the world's top financial groups realize that the previously mysterious Qinghong Group possessed terrifying power. This solidified the Qinghong Group's status as a world-class financial group, placing it alongside the world's top 10 financial groups. However, what truly cemented the Qinghong Group's legendary status was the financial battle with the Morgan Group 10 years later in their home turf, the United States. At that time, the United States, having suffered heavy losses after the Morgan Group's defeat in Hong Kong, was rife with internal strife, with various factions eager to seize power. Although the situation was eventually stabilized under the leadership of Morgan IV, numerous internal conflicts remained. Seizing this opportunity, Yahuntu launched a powerful counterattack, using the real estate industry as a springboard, directly triggering an unprecedented subprime mortgage crisis in the United States. This was the second encounter between Yahuntu and Morgan IV, with the latter once again suffering a complete defeat. Since then, the Morgan Group avoided the Qinghong Group like the plague, and Morgan IV both hated and feared Yahuntu, the leader of the Qinghong Group. He even offered a hefty bounty on the dark web for Yahuntu's head, but no one succeeded, and ultimately, no one dared to take the job. This made Morgan IV deeply aware of the terrifying nature of the Qinghong Group's leader. Not long ago, upon learning through special intelligence that Yahuntu was seriously ill and dying, Morgan IV was overjoyed and even began celebrating in advance. After all, in his view, Yahuntu was the only one in the Qinghong Group he feared. As for Ye Jianese, Ye Yuanzi, and other members of the Ye family, he didn't take them seriously at all. Once Yahuntu was dead, no one in the world could suppress him. But now, Yahuntu has suddenly come back to life, and is even back in China, lively and energetic. How could Morgan IV possibly accept this? His composure was crumbling. By the way, Chairman, there's another crucial piece of news. According to our intelligence, Yahuntu returned to the country alone this time, only bringing a few Nightfall assassins with him. Most importantly, Ye Kanglin doesn't seem to be with him. The middle-aged white man finished speaking. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. A tall, elderly white man with incredibly sinister eyes stepped forward. It was Morgan IV. What did you just say? Ye Kanglin isn't with Yahuntu? Is the information accurate? Chapter 65 Yahuntu returns to China. The middle-aged white man bowed nervously and said, "According to our latest intelligence, we can be fairly certain that Ye Kanglan is not with Ye Huntu. Currently, only 7 Nightfall assassins are responsible for his safety." He paused slightly, then continued, "However, it seems the Dragon Kingdom authorities have taken action, apparently deploying Dragon Soul personnel." Before he could finish, Morgan Force suddenly burst into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha ha, this is truly a golden opportunity bestowed upon us by God. With Ye Kanglan not around, this old bastard still dares to go out so boldly. He's practically courting death." Morgan Force secretly pondered. He had sent assassins to kill Ye Huntu multiple times before, but had always failed. There were 2 main reasons. First, Ye Huntu always hid in his heavily guarded lair, making it difficult to find an opportunity. Second, and most importantly, Ye Huntu was always protected by the peerless expert Ye Kanglan, making any assassination attempt extremely difficult. However, the situation has now changed drastically. Ye Kanglan is no longer by Ye Huntu's side, and Ye Huntu has left his stronghold and returned to the Dragon Kingdom. In Morgan For's eyes, this is undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Quickly, summon Peter and the others. Immediately. Without the slightest delay. Morgan For excitedly commanded. The news of the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium's return to China swept through high society like a whirlwind. It spread like wildfire, causing a huge uproar. Upon learning of this, the major top families and powerful clans reacted like a powder keg ignited. Without hesitation, they dispatched their most trusted representatives to Shanghai, eager not to miss the opportunity to meet this legendary figure. Among these people, the tycoons who were already members of the Qinghong Chamber of Commerce were particularly enthusiastic. They unhesitatingly cancelled all their work, as if it had become unimportant. They were burning with anxiety, wishing they could fly to Shanghai immediately to meet the former chairman. At Shanghai Airport, the once peaceful tarmac suddenly became unusually lively. One private jet after another streaked across the sky like shooting stars, then landed smoothly on the runway. The arrival of these private jets left the airport staff dumbfounded. It's important to understand that the number of registered private jets in the entire Dragon Kingdom is extremely limited, and their takeoffs and landings require advance application. They can't just fly anywhere. Normally, the airport might not receive a single private jet for weeks, but today, they were landing one after another, like dumplings being dropped into a pot. This scene was truly unprecedented. The staff exchanged bewildered glances, their faces showing surprise and curiosity, and began whispering amongst themselves, speculating about what had happened. Considering the sudden airport closure that morning, and the seemingly pre-arranged arrival of various VIPs in the afternoon, this series of events gradually gave some people a clue. They seemed to realize that a huge secret might be hidden behind this. Perhaps, these bigwigs were all after the elderly man in a tang suit who had returned from overseas on a private jet that morning. This idea gradually became clear in people's minds, as if everything could be explained. Chapter 66. This Wang father and son are clearly trying to steal the credit. Outside Shanghai Airport, a bustling crowd had gathered. Just then, a black Maybach slowly pulled up and stopped in front of the VIP exit. The door opened, and a tall, elegant man in casual clothes stepped out. It was none other than Mark Jacobs. Mark Jacobs strode confidently through the crowd and entered the VIP lane. His appearance caused a stir among the airport staff, who began whispering and discussing amongst themselves. "Wow, isn't that little Ma? What's he doing here? Yeah, I didn't expect even Boss Ma to be here. What big thing happened in Shanghai? I bet it's related to that old man in the tang suit who returned from overseas this morning. After all, Elder Yi personally picked him up at the airport." That's right, that's right. Anyone who can get Elder Yi to personally pick them up must be extraordinary. I wonder what kind of background that old man has that could attract so much attention from so many big shots. Amidst the noisy discussions at the airport, the black Maybach sped off like an arrow, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Inside the car, all was quiet. "Have you found out where the old chairman is?" Little Ma, sitting in the back seat, asked anxiously, his face grave. It turns out that after learning that Ye Huntu had returned to China, Ma Yun did not hesitate to cancel a crucial meeting and took his private jet to Shanghai at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat was the head of Tencent's operations in Shanghai. Hearing Pony Ma's question, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "Mr. Ma, is there even a need to investigate? All the bigwigs have gone to the same place, Villa number 1 of Shuiyanju." Pony Ma frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by the answer. He muttered to himself, "Villa number 1 of Shuiyanju? If I remember correctly, that should be Lao Wang's house. Could it be?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, his face darkened. Damn it, that old fox. Pony Ma's remarkable success in the business world was no accident. His mind was as sharp and astute as a computer. From this brief conversation alone, he had gleaned crucial information instantly. The previous collaboration between 2 major domestic and international live streaming platforms had given Pony Ma a significant boost in the Qinghong Consortium's profile, overshadowing other bigwigs. This incident not only left a good impression on the upper echelons of the Qinghong Consortium, but also established a connection with Bezos. Currently, Tencent and Amazon are already drafting some collaborative projects. This further solidified Little Ma's determination to impress the Qinghong Consortium. In short, following the Qinghong Consortium means there's profit to be made. However, he never expected that Wang Yi would beat him to it this time, but he was genuinely curious about how Wang Yi had managed to do it. He had actually managed to bring the former chairman to his home. Faster! Drive faster! Little Ma kept urging the driver on. Guangzhou is too far from Shanghai. People like Jack Ma who live nearby have probably arrived long ago. Wang Yi, that old fox, even brought people to his home. How could he not be anxious? Chapter 67 Master and Disciple Meet. Half an hour later, Little Ma's car finally arrived at Shuiyanju. The area around Villa No. 1 at Shuiyanju was already teeming with big shots. After getting out of the car, Little Ma quickly spotted Jack Ma, Demile, and other bigwigs. Little Ma, you're a bit slow this time, Jack Ma said with a smile, a half-smile playing on his lips. As soon as Little Ma arrived, he felt everyone's eyes on him. He smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, haha, a bit of traffic. Jack Ma looked at Little Ma, a teasing smile playing on his lips, and continued, but this speed isn't like your usual style. Little Ma chuckled and scratched his head, then quickly scanned the surrounding crowd. Suddenly, as if noticing something, he deliberately raised his voice and asked, hey, where's Lao Wang? His words had barely left his lips when a murmur arose from the crowd. Seeing this, Jack Ma's smile widened. He coughed lightly, then said mysteriously, you don't know yet, do you? This Shuiyanju Villa No. 1 belongs to Old Wang. Oh, Little Ma was clearly surprised. Old Wang is really something else. Jack Ma nodded, then continued, yes, and I don't know what methods he used, but he even managed to bring the former chairman to his house. Tisk tisk. At this point, an undisguised look of envy appeared on Jack Ma's face. Sure enough. Upon hearing this, Little Ma sighed repeatedly, sigh, I should have bought a few villas in Shanghai. Just then, Boss Lei walked over, patted Little Ma on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Little Ma, this isn't as simple as you think. I heard that after the old chairman got off the plane, he said he wanted to see an old friend. He first went to a place called Ya Mansion, but couldn't find him, so he came to Villa No. 1 in Shuiyan residence. Judging from the current situation, the old chairman's old friend is most likely living in Villa No. 1. A thought struck Xiao Ma. The Ya Mansion? That place sounds familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this the place where that female streamer named Ye Qingxiu and her great-grandfather lived? Could it be that the old chairman returned this time to see these two people? Recalling what Ye Jini said before, the reason for connecting the two major live streaming platforms was so that the old chairman could see an old friend through the live stream. And this old friend must be the female streamer's great-grandfather. That makes sense. Because he was in charge of the live streaming platform liaison, Xiao Ma knew about Ye Qingxiu's situation. However, because he was busy negotiating the cooperation with Bezos, he hadn't thought about it too deeply, intending to find an opportunity to further investigate this line later. But he never expected Ye Hengde to return so hastily. Now that he understood the whole story, Xiao Ma was filled with regret. This opportunity should have been his. Now it's been snatched away by someone else. That old dog is such a scoundrel. We can't just stand here, can we go in and pay our respects to the old chairman? Little Ma asked again. Jack Ma scoffed, what are you thinking? Look over there, even that guy is waiting outside. Little Ma looked in the direction Jack Ma was pointing and immediately saw Elder Yi and the others guarding the door, and was dumbfounded. Chapter 68 The big guys came to report. He was secretly astonished. The power and status of the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium were simply beyond his imagination. He had thought he had a certain understanding of this legendary figure, but now it seemed he had far underestimated his influence. Especially when he saw even a highly respected figure like Elder Yi personally waiting at the door, Little Ma's shock was indescribable. He couldn't help but re-examine the former chairman's background and connections, and his offer him deepened even further. However, after the initial shock, Little Ma's thoughts didn't stop. Instead, like a high-speed machine, he quickly analyzed the current situation. His gaze involuntarily fell on the villas surrounding Villa No. 1, and he thought to himself, since the former chairman has moved into Villa No. 1, won't the surrounding villas also increase in value because of his move? It's like school district housing, which becomes extremely sought after because of its proximity to a good school. Just as Little Ma was mentally calculating the potential value of these villas, Jack Ma, standing beside him, seemed to read his mind, a faint smile playing on his lips. What? Little Ma, you're not thinking of taking over these villas, are you? These words were like a sharp sword piercing Little Ma's heart, instantly making his face turn somewhat unnatural. He inwardly cursed, his thoughts had been so easily seen through. However, on the surface, he forced himself to remain calm, chuckling dryly, haha, old Ma, you're really joking. How could I possibly be interested in these villas? Jack Ma's lips curled into a slight, ambiguous smile as he looked at Little Ma, clearly not fooled by his words. Seeing this, Little Ma grew increasingly uneasy and quickly pressed, "No, old Ma, you haven't already made your move, have you?" Jack Ma slowly shook his head, his movements hesitant, as if deep in thought. His voice was soft, yet unusually calm, like a deep pool, seemingly still on the surface, yet turbulent beneath. "No, not at all." These words struck Little Ma like a hammer blow, finally easing his anxiety. He let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had woken from a nightmare. However, just as Little Ma's mood relaxed, a strong sense of curiosity welled up within him like a clear spring. He knew Jack Ma too well. Given Jack Ma's personality and style, if he had considered this possibility, he wouldn't have stood idly by. So why had he chosen to remain indifferent? A series of possibilities flashed through Jack Ma's mind, and the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that Jack Ma had other plans? Or had he encountered some insurmountable problem? Jack Ma continued, "I had someone check. All these villas around here were transferred last night at 30% above market price. And what's even more surprising is that the buyer of all these villas is the same person. Can you guess who it is?" Little Ma thought for a moment and immediately understood. To be able to predict the appreciation of these villas around Villa Number 1 so accurately, a day in advance, who else could it be but Wang Yi? Thinking this, the tycoons exchanged glances, their faces clearly showing envy and jealousy. "That old Wang, he's really too damn cunning," Little Ma said through gritted teeth, his tone filled with resentment and helplessness. Chapter 69. That old Wang is such a scoundrel. Inside Villa Number 1, in the main hall, Ye Hunter gave Ye Tian a general report on what he had done over the years. Ye Qingxiu, standing to the side, was completely stunned. According to Ye Hunter, almost all the major events that have occurred in the Dragon Kingdom over the past few decades are related to him and the Qinghong Consortium. Was this old man just making things up? "Master, you once taught your disciple that a true man should establish a moral heart for heaven and earth, establish the meaning of life for the people, and create a peaceful and prosperous world for future generations." His words revealed deep respect and admiration for his master. "Over the years, your disciple has always remembered your teachings and has never forgotten them for a moment. Through unremitting efforts, I have now achieved some small success." His voice lowered slightly at this point, seemingly with humility. However, if these words were heard by the bigwigs outside, they would probably be speechless with astonishment, perhaps even collapsing completely. After all, in their eyes, the old man's achievements were already legendary, yet he so casually referred to them as a small achievement. How could those self-important bigwigs bear this? Ye Hunter continued, "The Qinghong Consortium was established according to your orders. Now that you've returned, please take over." After speaking solemnly, Ye Hunter knelt down again, bowing to Ye Tian. Standing outside the back door, Ye Yuanzi's expression was complex. Frankly speaking, the Qinghong Consortium was built single-handedly by Ye Hunter, and its current status was the result of generations of effort from the Ye family. Now that Ye Hunter was willing to hand it over to Ye Tian, he felt somewhat uneasy. However, he knew Ye Hunter's temperament well. Once his grandfather made a decision, no one could change it. Ye Tian casually waved his hand, and an invisible force gently lifted the kneeling Ye Hunter up. "What era are we living in? Don't just kneel like that. Besides, what use would I have for your things? Are you giving me charity?" Ye Hunter panicked, "Master, that's not what I meant." Ye Tian waved his hand, "All right. I appreciate your kindness, but let's not talk about this again." At this point, Ye Tian paused slightly, then added, "You did very well. I'm very pleased." Hearing this, Ye Hunter became immediately moved, tears streaming down his face again. He had persevered for so many years, worked so hard for so many years, and now, to hear his master's affirmation, it was all worth it. "Those people outside are all here for you, aren't they? All that noise and commotion, making it impossible to have peace and quiet." Ye Tian suddenly frowned. Ye Hunter quickly said, "I'll have them leave right away." After saying this, Ye Hunter walked to the door and beckoned to Ye Yuanzi. "Go and tell Xiao Yi personally that we'll find another opportunity to catch up. As for the others, tell them to go back to where they came from. They've made a mess here, disturbing your grandmaster's rest." "Yes." Ye Yuanzi quickly responded and walked towards the door. Wang Yi thought for a moment and hurriedly followed. He was, after all, the host here. While Ye Tian and Ye Hunter could casually show disrespect to those big shots outside, he wouldn't dare. Especially old Master Yi. Normally, it was practically impossible for him to even get a glimpse of him. Chapter 70. These guys are all such scoundrels. Soon, the two emerged from the villa. The crowd outside stirred with excitement upon seeing the gate open, but when they saw that it was Ye Yuanzi and Wang Yi who came out, they were immediately disappointed. Ye Yuanzi relayed Ye Hunter's message to Elder Yi, whose face immediately showed deep disappointment. He had hoped to have a chance to meet his master, whom Ye Hunter regarded as a god. Unexpectedly, Ye Tian had no intention of seeing him at all. Sigh. Elder Yi sighed, then suddenly noticed Wang Yi beside him. Eh? You are that young man from the Wang family, aren't you? Given Elder Yi's age and status, Wang Yi was indeed just a junior in his presence. Wang Yi was flattered and quickly said, "It's me, Elder Yi, you still remember me." The Wang family was a newly wealthy family, but their status among the prominent families in Beijing's elite circles wasn't particularly high. Even within Beijing's elite circles, Elder Yi was a dominant figure, a world apart in status from Wang Yi. In fact, Elder Yi didn't have much of an impression of Wang Yi, given their respective backgrounds. However, Elder Yi had just had his secretary investigate the background of Villa Number 1 and had already gathered some information. "Young Wang, you're quite impressive, young, and promising. When do you have time to visit me?" Wang Yi trembled with excitement. Who was this Elder Yi? Even the top figures in Beijing's circles found it incredibly difficult to meet him. Now, he had personally extended an invitation. Wang Yi naturally understood the reason, but he was still unable to contain his excitement. "Thank you for your kind invitation, Elder Yi. I will definitely pay you a visit later." The surrounding tycoons immediately cast envious, even jealous, glances at Wang Yi. To be personally invited by Elder Yi, this was an opportunity few could have. Seeing this, Little Ma was filled with regret. That old Wang, he's really riding high right now. No wonder he kept making excuses when we asked him to play ball these past few days. Now we know why. He kept such a good thing from us. That's so unfair. Let's go. Let's all go and give him a piece of our minds. Just as Wang Yi saw old Yi and the others off, Little Ma and the others came to greet them. "Yo, everyone's here," Wang Yi said with a smile. "Old Wang, you." Little Ma was about to complain. Suddenly, Jack Ma strode up to Wang Yi, grabbed his hand, and said, "Brother Wang, from now on you're my brother. Please take me under your wing." Demi, Lei Zong, and the others chimed in. "I told you long ago, Chairman Wang is a man of great things. Look at him, when he strikes, it's a game changer." "That's right. Brother Wang, we've been brothers for so many years, let's not forget each other when we're rich and powerful." Little Ma was dumbfounded. What happened to the promised condemnation? These guys are all such scoundrels. Wang Yi accepted the flattery with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then looked at Little Ma. "Little Ma, what were you trying to say to me?" Little Ma paused slightly, then a bright smile spread across his face. "Hey, Brother Wang, I heard these 3 villas over there are yours too? Sell one to me, brother." Jack Ma and the others panicked upon hearing this. "Old Wang, what kind of relationship do we have? You have to reserve one of these villas for me. I'll offer 5 billion. I'll offer 10 billion. 15 billion. The bigwigs were fiercely arguing. Wang Xiaokong, following behind, secretly clicked his tongue in amazement at this scene. "You really have to admit my dad's goodness. Why didn't I think of this?" The 3 villas surrounding Villa Number 1 were vastly different in size and overall style, their market value at most 1 billion. Wang Yi bought these villas last night at a 30% premium, only spending a few hundred million more. Now, they've resold them for more than 10 times the price. A bloodbath. Chapter 71 Dragon Soul vs Nightfall. Of the 3 villas surrounding Villa Number 1, one was ultimately purchased by Pony Ma and another by Jack Ma, both tycoons, for 15 billion each. Wang Yi kept one for himself. The cash flow of the other tycoons couldn't compare to that of the 2 Ma's, so they could only sigh in despair and left with regret. After the handover of the properties, Wang Yi pulled the 2 aside. "I must warn you beforehand, this old Mr. Ye prefers peace and quiet. You'd better not wander around aimlessly. If you disturb his peace and quiet, I can't help you." Jack Ma laughed. "Old Wang, do you think we're so inconsiderate?" Pony Ma asked, "By the way, Old Wang, do you know what the relationship is between that old Mr. Ye and the former chairman?" Jack Ma was equally curious. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You definitely won't believe it. I was right there when the old chairman met with old Master Ye. Guess what I heard the old chairman call old Master Ye? Master." "What?" Little Ma and Jack Ma's eyes widened simultaneously, clearly shocked by this news. They knew Ye Tian was an old friend of Ye Hengtu, and that Ye Hengtu's return to China was because of Ye Tian, but they never imagined that Ye Tian would actually be Ye Hengtu's master. After all, Ye Tian looked much younger than Ye Hengtu. Seeing that he had stunned the 2, Wang Yi smiled smugly and continued, "Let me tell you something else. You've probably heard about the everlasting youth pill that's been circulating in the circle, the one that can cure cancer, right? That also comes from this old Master Ye." In fact, even if Wang Yi hadn't said it, with the 2 Ma's influence, they would have found out sooner or later. Is that so? The 2 couldn't help but exchange a glance, their eyes beginning to gleam with fervent light. Having previously spent 10 times the market price on the villa, the 2 men still felt a pang of regret. But after hearing Wang Yi's words, they suddenly felt it was all worthwhile. Initially, they wanted to get close to Ye Tian to use him as a means to get closer to Ye Hengtu, but now, it seemed this old man Ye was quite a figure himself. Thinking of this, their smiles widened even further. Brother Wang, if you have the chance in the future, you have to introduce us. Wang Yi patted his chest, leave it to me. But this can't be rushed, we have to take it slow. Just as the three big shots were chatting in front of the villa, whoosh! Several military jeeps drove up and stopped in front of Villa Number 1. Immediately afterwards, soldiers in camouflage uniforms jumped out of the vehicles, each one agile and imposing. Jack Ma and Little Ma, each with a bodyguard, immediately stepped forward to shield their boss. These people could be Kunlun, Dragon Soul. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance, both revealing excitement. He Guang, you used to be in the special forces, do you know these military personnel? Jack Ma asked curiously. His bodyguard, He Guang, was formerly the captain of the Blood Wolf Special Forces in the Kunlun War Zone. He had retired and become a professional bodyguard, hired by Jack Ma at a high price. The presence of military personnel at Villa Number 1 didn't surprise the three bigwigs at all. After all, the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium was inside, it would be perfectly reasonable for them to deploy an army for protection. However, the arrival of just a few jeeps seemed rather low-level to Jack and his companions. Yes, boss. If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Kunlun Dragon Soul Special Forces. As he spoke, He Guang's eyes shone with deep respect. Within Kunlun, there are 13 Special Forces teams, each named after an animal, like the Blood Wolf Special Forces team he previously belonged to. These animal code names also represent strength, so naturally, the Dragon Soul team is the most prestigious among the 13. Only the strongest Kunlun warriors are qualified to join the Dragon Soul. Jack Ma didn't think much of it and subconsciously said, He Guang, you're also from Kunlun, so these people's strength should be about the same as yours, right? Jack Ma had witnessed He Guang's strength before. He could subdue more than 10 armed thugs with his bare hands, and could easily take on 100 adults single-handedly, definitely a top-tier soldier. Hearing Jack Ma's words, He Guang and Jack Ma's bodyguard both gave a wry smile in unison. Boss, you're joking. Even the weakest person in Dragon Soul could easily crush me. What? Jack Ma was immediately dumbfounded. After all, in his eyes, He Guang was already powerful enough, but these people before him were all stronger than He Guang. This was simply unbelievable. Just then, a middle-aged man jumped out of the jeep. He Guang and Jack Ma's bodyguard stared wide-eyed at this man, as if they had seen a ghost. Jack Ma, observing their reactions, grew even more curious. Who is this person? Why do you two look at me like that? The two swallowed hard. The head instructor. The strongest one in Dragon Soul. That's right, this person was none other than Zhu Tianyang, the head instructor of Dragon Soul. He had received orders from Elder Yi to lead 20 of Dragon Soul's most elite soldiers to protect Ye Hengtu's safety. Zhu Tianyang walked to Villa Number 1, preparing to first see the person in charge. However, just then, asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. 8 dark figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like ghosts, blocking Zhu Tianyang's path. Holy crap! Who are these people? Jack Ma cursed out loud. The three of them had been chatting here for so long without noticing that there were 8 people hiding nearby. He Guang and Little Ma's bodyguard were equally dumbfounded, both gasping in shock. They hadn't noticed anything amiss. What did this mean? It meant that the 8 men before them were far more powerful than they were. Night assassins? Heh, finally seeing them alive. Zhu Tianyang chuckled, seemingly unsurprised. The 8 men in black before him were the night assassins who had escorted Ye Hengtu back to China. The night assassins were named by code names. The 8 men before him were 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 13. You must be the head instructor of Dragon Soul? The old chairman's safety has always been the sole responsibility of Nightfall. Dragon Soul doesn't need to interfere, please leave. The speaker was Ye San, the leader of the 8 and also the strongest martial artist in Nightfall. Zhu Tianyang smiled, I'm truly sorry, obeying orders is a soldier's duty. Until I receive new instructions from above, I cannot comply. As he spoke, Zhu Tianyang took another step forward. Chapter 72 Peerless Assassin, Undeterred and Unstoppable. He Guang, who had overheard the conversation, exchanged a glance with Little Ma's bodyguard, both their eyes gleaming with excitement. Nightfall. No wonder they hadn't noticed these 8 men in black before, they were the legendary Nightfall assassins. The two groups before them. One side was the Dragon Kingdom's top special forces, the other the world's #1 assassination organization. This scene was truly a once-in-a-century event. They were genuinely curious, which was stronger, Nightfall or Dragon Soul? Seeing Zhu Tianyang's resolute attitude, Ye San frowned slightly. What? Do you think Nightfall isn't up to the task of protecting the old chairman? Or do you think your Dragon Soul can replace Nightfall? Zhu Tianyang maintained his faint smile, you're overthinking it. We're just following orders. Of course, if that's what you insist on thinking, then so be it. Boom! The 8 Nightfall assassins were instantly thrown into disarray. Zhu Tianyang's words, though spoken calmly, were laced with provocation. He was clearly looking for trouble. In truth, given Zhu Tianyang's usual temperament, he would never be so arrogant. The main reason was the previous defeat of the entire Dragon Soul team, where Ye Kanglan had single-handedly crushed them. This was undoubtedly the biggest humiliation in the history of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, a complete disgrace. While losing to a top expert like Ye Kanglan wasn't shameful, their defeat was utterly humiliating, and the thought of it infuriated them. Now, having encountered Ye Kanglan's disciples and their descendants, Zhu Tianyang and the Dragon Soul members naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to get revenge. We can't beat that freak Ye Kanglan, but surely we can beat his disciples? The Nightfall members, unaware of this reason, were immediately agitated by Zhu Tianyang's provocation. Since that's the case, then I'll experience it for myself today. Ye San hadn't finished speaking. Whoosh! A figure darted out. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Let me deal with him first. This was the youngest of the 8, looking to be under 30. It was Ye Shizhen, the one who had been responsible for assassinating Qin Jianchang. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Shizhen had already closed in on Zhu Tianyang, raising his hand to unleash a half-step crushing fist, as fast as lightning, aimed straight for his face. Well done! Zhu Tianyang was not surprised but delighted, immediately parrying. Bang bang bang! Both of them moved with lightning speed. Ordinary people couldn't even see their movements, only hearing the sounds of air exploding, as if they were shattering the void. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 blows, then quickly separated. Clearly, both were testing each other, unsure of the other's strength. Not bad kung fu, but your cultivation is a bit lacking. You're no match for me. Zhu Tianyang's lips curled into a confident smile. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. After this initial probing, Zhu Tianyang estimated that Ye Shizhen's cultivation was only at the peak of Ming Jin, while he himself was already at the peak of An Jin, 1 foot already in the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, he was in his prime, meaning he could even contend with a Grandmaster. Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were very few who dared to claim absolute superiority over him. Whether I'm a match or not, we'll only know after we fight. Ye Shizhen let out a low shout and launched another attack. Zhu Tianyang smiled coldly. His arm suddenly twisted, his fist trembling wildly, its trajectory unpredictable. Just as Ye Shizhen closed in, his arm suddenly shot out like a snake emerging from its hole, seemingly growing longer, transforming from fist to claw, aimed straight for Ye Shizhen's throat. Simple, brutal, and direct, yet utterly unexpected. This was precisely the characteristic of military martial arts, simplifying complexity, achieving great skill without artifice, striking directly at the vital points. Of course, only this Dragon Soul chief instructor, honed through countless trials, could unleash such a powerful effect from such a simple move, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. If this attack landed, Ye Shizhen would be severely injured, if not killed. At this moment, retreat was the only option. This was also part of Zhu Tianyang's calculations. He hadn't truly intended to kill Ye Shizhen, he merely wanted to vent his anger. However, something unexpected happened to Zhu Tianyang. Faced with this seemingly unavoidable punch, Ye Shizhen neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes, and his right hand transformed from a fist into a finger, like a sharp blade, stabbing fiercely towards Zhu Tianyang's heart. A peerless assassin, charging forward without hesitation. Zhu Tianyang was stunned. Even with his extensive experience and having seen countless situations, he clearly hadn't expected his opponent to resort to a suicidal attack in the blink of an eye. While his punch could kill his opponent instantly, this move was enough to take his life as well. Madman! Zhu Tianyang cursed inwardly, but ultimately chose to defend. He had only intended to spar. Who the hell would have thought his opponent would fight him to the death? Sizzle! Zhu Tianyang narrowly avoided the attack, but his military uniform was still torn. At the same time, Zhu Tianyang's backhand palm strike sent Ye Shizhen staggering backward, his blood churning and a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. The entire arena fell silent. The Dragon Soul members, who had been preparing to cheer, were now completely dumbfounded. Zhu Tianyang's cultivation was clearly far superior to Ye Shizhen's. It should have been a one-sided victory. But in reality, the two were evenly matched, with Zhu Tianyang holding a slight advantage, and his clothes even being torn. Zhu Tianyang glanced down at his wound, lost in thought. After a long while, he spoke again. Your courage is truly admirable. I've heard that the Nightfall assassin's strength is ranked by numbers. May I ask where you rank within Nightfall? Ye Shizhen grinned, instantly transforming from the cold-blooded assassin into a sunny, approachable boy next door. My name is Ye Shizhen, and I'm the weakest among us. What? Zhu Tianyang and the rest of the Dragon Soul team were all stunned. He Guang, who had been watching this scene from afar, was also dumbfounded. The weakest one in Nightfall actually fought to a draw with the Dragon Soul's head instructor? No way. Zhu Tianyang took a deep breath, barely managing to steady his composure, which was on the verge of collapse again. Although he had been careless and underestimated his opponent, he still highly regarded Ye Shizen's strength. He had thought that Ye Shizen's strength was at least in the top 10, or even the top 5, in Nightfall. But to his utter surprise, the opponent's ranking was only 13th. I've heard that among those in the Nightfall, Mr. Ye San is currently the strongest. May I ask who it is? Could you perhaps offer some guidance? After calming himself down, Zhu Tianyang spoke again. Although it was clear to everyone that Ye Shizen's strength was far inferior to his own, they had indeed fought evenly. For the number 1 player of Dragon Soul to only manage a draw against the 13th ranked player of Nightfall, if word got out, Dragon Soul would lose face immensely. Even if he were to lose, he should at least lose to the strongest, otherwise it would be disgraceful. Moreover, Zhu Tianyang believed that if he gave it his all, he might not necessarily lose. Chapter 73 Guess. Ye San stepped forward. I've long heard of the Dragon Soul Chief Instructor's reputation, and I've always wanted to test my skills. Please. As his voice fell, Ye San's aura surged, unleashing a powerful aura. Zhu Tianyang's expression hardened. The seemingly unremarkable man's cultivation was actually no less than his own. He was also a half-step grandmaster. All right. Zhu Tianyang's fighting spirit soared, and he too unleashed his full aura. He had rarely encountered a worthy opponent. Sensing the immense power emanating from the two, the surrounding crowd immediately dispersed to the sides. Seeing a clash between two powerful figures about to unfold, everyone was filled with anticipation. However, just then, if you make another sound, all of you get out. A slightly disgruntled voice suddenly came from inside the villa. And then, whoosh! A teacup shot out of the villa, carrying an immense and unparalleled force, hurtling straight towards the two men. What? Zhu Tianyang and Ye San's expressions changed drastically at the same time. Without time to think, they hastily mustered all their strength to block it. Thump, 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 thump. Under the pressure of the powerful force, the two men were simultaneously forced back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to regain their footing, their faces increasingly grim. The Dragon Soul elites and Nightfall assassins standing nearby were all stunned. The strongest members of their respective factions, working together, couldn't even stop a teacup? Then, everyone turned their gaze in unison towards the villa, their eyes filled with deep awe. Clearly, the one who had just thrown the teacup must have been an absolute powerhouse. Could Ye Kanglin be in the villa? The Dragon Soul elites couldn't help but whisper among themselves, their eyes filled with deep fear, and they involuntarily took several steps back. Having been utterly defeated by Ye Kanglin with a single hand, these people were all traumatized. Only Zhu Tianyang knew that the one who had just attacked wasn't Ye Kanglin at all, but someone even more terrifying than Ye Kanglin. Grandmaster, please forgive me. Ye San hurriedly bowed respectfully towards the villa. Seeing that there was no movement from inside the villa, Ye San finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had only heard Ye Kanglin mention this grandmaster before. Today he had personally experienced how terrifying this grandmaster was. Mr. Ye San, may I be so bold as to ask, do you know what realm your grandmaster is at? Zhu Tianyang's curiosity was bursting, and he couldn't help but ask Ye San in a low voice. Ye San glanced at Zhu Tianyang, thinking, you're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Guess. Ye San deliberately feigned an air of mystery. Zhu Tianyang thought for a moment, at least the celestial realm, right? Ye San shook his head. Zhu Tianyang's eyes widened. Could it be that you've already reached the legendary immortal realm? Throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, martial artists who have reached the celestial realm are extremely rare, perhaps only one every 100 years. And the immortal realm, which surpasses the celestial realm, is said to have only existed for 2 people. One is Bodhidharma, the founder of Shaolin, and the other is Zhang Sanfan, the founder of Wudang. Ye San shook his head again. Zhu Tianyang stared at Ye San with a strange expression, finally realizing what was happening. You're playing me. Ye San gave Zhu Tianyang a playful look. I never said I knew. With that, Ye San left with several Nightfall assassins. Zhu Tianyang was so angry he almost exploded again, but thinking of the person in the villa, he forced himself to hold back. Just then, a Dragon Soul subordinate ran over. Instructor, what do we do now? What do you mean, what do we do? Go do what you're supposed to do. Zhu Tianyang said irritably. At this moment, inside Villa Number 1. Those guys outside, you brought them back, right? Changqing's disciples and their followers? Ye Tian asked after casually giving the two a lesson. Ye Hunta chuckled, nothing escapes Master's notice. Back when the Qinghong Consortium wasn't doing too well overseas, my senior brother made an exception and took on some disciples to protect the consortium. After explaining to Ye Tian, Ye Hunta thought of Ye Kanglin. By the way, Master, didn't my senior brother's disciple, Ye Kanglin, come looking for you before? In fact, Ye Hunta had seen Ye Kanglin visit Ye Tian at the Ye mansion through a live stream. However, he didn't know the content of their conversation and wasn't sure what happened. Afterwards, Ye Kanglin neither returned to Australia nor contacted him again, as if he had vanished into thin air. Ye Hunta guessed it must be related to his master. Ye Tian glanced at Ye Hunta. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, that kid is alright. He should come back once he completes the test I gave him. Ye Hunta was overjoyed. Being recognized by his ancestors and gaining Ye Tian's approval was Ye Kanglin's long-cherished wish, something Ye Hunta knew. Ye Tian was willing to give him this opportunity, and Ye Hunta was genuinely happy for him. Ye Hunta continued, Master, now that you've returned, I, your disciple, will naturally serve you. I plan to transfer the Azure Dragon Consortium back to the Dragon Kingdom. What do you think? Chen Jixiang, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise, this is a major event. Decades ago, the Dragon Kingdom was in a state of war, and its economy was relatively backward. Due to various factors, Ye Hunta could only focus the Azure Dragon Consortium's development overseas. In recent years, under his behind-the-scenes planning, the Dragon Kingdom has flourished, its economy has rapidly taken off, and it is no longer comparable to what it was decades ago. Of course, the main reason is that Ye Tian has returned. Therefore, Ye Hunta conceived the idea of shifting the Qinghong group's focus back to China. Ye Tian waved his hand, you don't need to ask me about this, just decide for yourself. Seeing that Ye Tian didn't object, Ye Hunta immediately beckoned to Ye Yuanzi beside him. Contact your uncle immediately and convey my message to him. Also, notify the entire family to return to China. The Ye family has been wandering abroad for so long, it's time for them to reunite with their ancestors. Ye Yuanzi quickly responded, a glint of excitement in his eyes. The Qinghong group's return to China is absolutely groundbreaking news that will shock the entire world. Meanwhile, at dusk, 3 strangely shaped foreigners appeared at the exit of Shanghai Airport. One was exceptionally tall, easily over 2 meters, with unusually developed muscles, like a muscular monster from a comic book. One was a bald dwarf, less than 1.2 meters tall, looking utterly comical, somewhat like a clown from a circus. The last was a stunningly beautiful, sexy white woman. Any one of these 3, placed on the street, would definitely turn heads. Now, walking side by side, they attracted even more attention from passers-by. Chapter 74 X-Bureau, Super Gene Warriors. Peter, I told you this wouldn't work. Did you think we came to China for a vacation? We're here to assassinate someone. Do you understand assassination? With this big fuss, we'll probably be on the radar of China's intelligence agencies before we even leave the airport. The bald dwarf launched into a tirade, looking utterly exasperated. The burly man called Peter remained calm. Relax, brother. There's an old saying in China, the darkest place is under the lamp. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Besides, our identities have been processed by the X-Bureau, guaranteed to be cleaner than your bald heads. They won't find anything useful. The bald dwarf was even more distraught and could only look at the white woman beside him. Monica, don't you have anything to say? The white beauty, Monica, swayed her long legs and sexy figure, not forgetting to flirt with the stunned male passers-by. Frank, I think Peter is right. You're an elite member of the X-Bureau, you shouldn't be so cowardly. And I really enjoy this feeling of being the center of attention, it's fantastic. The bald dwarf, Frank, immediately clutched his shiny bald head, looking utterly hopeless. Madmen. They're all madmen. There isn't a single normal person in the X-Bureau. Peter laughed, grabbed Frank, lifted him up, and easily placed him on his broad shoulder. Brother, you have to have confidence in our abilities. Didn't that old man Morgan say that Ye Kanglin and Li Qingking aren't in this city? Besides those 2, who else in Dragon Kingdom can threaten us? As long as we follow the plan, completing this mission should be easy. Frank's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. The sky gradually darkened. At Villa Number 1, Shuiyun residence, Chen Jianghe had already sent people to move all of Ye Tian and Ye Qingxiu's belongings from the Ye mansion. Seeing Ye Tian and Ye Hunta catching up, Ye Qingxiu, feeling bored, started a live stream. Fans flooded in, the chat was as lively as ever. Asterisk streamer, you've finally shown some conscience. Asterisk where's the old man? Asterisk same question. I'd like to ask the old man about that Kagong session this morning. Asterisk we've been waiting all day, hurry up and let the old man out so we can have a good look. The entire chat was urging Ye Qingxiu to let Ye Tian appear on camera, something Ye Qingxiu was already used to. Excuse me, everyone, but an old friend of my great-grandfather's has returned from abroad. The 2 elders are catching up, and I don't want to disturb them. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let everyone know that my great-grandfather and I have moved again. Come and see our new home. As she spoke, Ye Qingxiu switched the camera to the front and began walking around the yard. Asterisk moved again? Asterisk a 2 billion yuan old mansion, just like that? Is this the life of the rich? Wait, excuse me, is this the Shuiyunju Villa Number 1? I heard a lot of big shots went to Shuiyanju Villa number 1 today. Apparently, a super big shot returned from abroad and is now staying there. Could that super big shot be an old friend of the old man? Holy crap. It matches up. Huntu's return to China had already caused a huge sensation in Shanghai. It was no secret anymore. After the viewers explained it to them, the entire live stream chat exploded. Qingxiu, on the other hand, was slow to realize what was happening and was still a little confused when she saw the comments from the viewers. Just as the live stream was buzzing with discussion, "Who goes there?" accompanied by a loud shout, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" 2 figures suddenly appeared in the previously empty courtyard, blocking Qingxiu's path. It was Zhu Tianyang and Yesan. Immediately afterwards, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the rest of the Dragon Soul members and the other 7 Nightfall assassins also emerged from the shadows. The once empty courtyard suddenly had nearly 30 people. Qingxiu was completely dumbfounded. The viewers in the live stream were also startled by this scene. Holy crap! Where did these people come from? Are they going to harm the streamer? Judging from their clothes, they seem to be military personnel. Not surprising. After all, the mysterious super tycoon was personally picked up by Elder Yi at the airport. It's normal for him to have military protection. Speaking of which, those men in black look really scary. They don't look like soldiers. Just as the live stream was buzzing with discussion, bang! With a loud crash, the door of Villa number 1 shattered. Immediately afterwards, a burly man about 2 meters tall walked in, followed by a sexy, curvaceous white woman. That's right, these 2 were Peter and Monica, sent by Morgan 4 to assassinate Huntu. As for the bald dwarf Frank, he was nowhere to be found. Yo, Dragon Soul and Nightfall's little brats are here. Peter grinned, slightly twisting his body, causing a series of crackling sounds. Zhu Tianyang and Yesan exchanged a glance, both revealing a serious expression. Sam's ex-bureau, Golden War God, Peter, Storm Girl, Monica. They had anticipated that someone would try to harm Huntu upon his return, but they hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. At that moment, Jack Ma and Iguang in the neighboring villa also heard the commotion and could see the situation inside Villa number 1 through their window. Oh no! It looks like people from Sam's ex-bureau, Iguang exclaimed. Jack Ma raised an eyebrow. At his level, he naturally knew things that ordinary people didn't. Is that the mysterious department that uses biotechnology to create super gene warriors? Iguang nodded. I came across some information about this when I was serving in Kunlun. If I'm not mistaken, that big guy should be Peter, known as the Golden War God. It said he's fused with the genes of an ancient creature called the Golden Crocodile, making him invulnerable to bullets and blades, able to withstand artillery shells. As for the woman, nicknamed Stormgirl, she's said to have innate superpowers, incredibly fast, like a hurricane. Jack Ma's face lit up with excitement. From what you're saying, these 2 are very powerful? How do they compare to the Dragon Soul Chief Instructor and that Nightfall guy? Iguang shook his head. I can't say for sure. The strong in the US rely on genetic technology, following a completely different path from ours in China. In China, martial artists typically need over 10 years of diligent training to become masters. But these people from the US Bureau might evolve into top-tier experts with just 1 genetic mutation. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were all agitated by what they saw. Chapter 75, The Perfect Plan. Asterisk, holy crap. How did 2 more foreigners suddenly appear? Asterisk. Asterisk, you scared me. I thought some giant bear from the zoo had escaped. Asterisk. Asterisk, speaking of which, that foreign girl next to her is really something. Those long legs, that figure, wow. Asterisk. Asterisk, wait, aren't you guys overlooking something? That iron gate just now, it seems like this big guy smashed it open. Is that even human strength? Asterisk. Maybe the gate wasn't very sturdy. Dojimoji. Asterisk, I feel like I'm in a movie. It's so surreal. Asterisk. The viewers in the live stream clearly hadn't realized what was about to happen. Qingxiu was completely stunned, holding her phone blankly, also observing the uninvited guests before her. First, dozens of people suddenly appeared, then 2 foreigners showed up. The atmosphere in the courtyard now had an eerie feel. 1 for each of them? Yesan glanced at Zhu Tianyang. Zhu Tianyang, with a powerful leap, shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the Golden War God Peter. This big guy is mine. He had read the ex-bureau's files and knew that Peter possessed a formidable physique, perfectly suited to his straightforward martial arts style. As for Stormgirl Monica, her strength lay in speed, making her a more suitable target for Yesan. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yesan shouted, equally eager to follow suit, charging towards Monica. Bang! Zhu Tianyang unleashed a simple, unadorned punch, a deafening explosion of energy erupting as the force of the punch reached Peter with overwhelming force. Peter grinned. I didn't expect there to be such a tough man in China. I like it. As he spoke, Peter swung his massive fist, meeting Zhu Tianyang's punch head-on. Boom! Their fists collided in mid-air, a direct clash of strength, devoid of any fancy moves. A sound like an explosion rang out, like two meteors meeting in the sky. Even the surrounding ground trembled. The next moment, Zhu Tianyang staggered back 3 steps, while Peter only managed half a step. Clearly, in terms of sheer power, Zhu Tianyang was significantly weaker than the genetically modified Peter. Again! Peter's eyes gleamed fiercely. He clearly hadn't expected his opponent to withstand his powerful punch. After all, his genetic modification granted him strength comparable to a ferocious beast. This time, Zhu Tianyang didn't try to withstand the blow head-on. Instead, he began to employ agile movements. Peter, though powerful, lacked agility and was immediately struck repeatedly. The Dragon Soul members cheered at the sight. Boom! Zhu Tianyang, with a swift and unpredictable movement, suddenly appeared behind Peter, unleashing a powerful strike to the back of his head with a ferocious attack, tiger descending the mountain. If this punch landed, even a master of internal energy would die instantly. However, Peter suddenly roared in fury. The next moment, a layer of golden leather armor appeared on his body. Ah! Zhu Tianyang screamed in pain, retreating rapidly backward, his fists already covered in blood. The suddenly appearing golden leather armor not only blocked Zhu Tianyang's attack but also inflicted damage upon him. Meanwhile, Yasan, after exchanging blows with Storm Monica, was also in a precarious situation. Monica was incredibly fast. If Yasan hadn't consistently forced her back with a mutually destructive fighting style, she would likely be injured by now. Attacked together. Seeing the situation was dire, the other Nightfall assassins immediately rushed to her aid. Meanwhile, the Dragon Soul members also joined the battle. For a time, the two sides fought fiercely, the battle becoming extremely intense. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were already exclaiming in surprise, the chat filled with comments like snowflakes. Am I seeing things? Is this really a movie shoot? This is so realistic. Streamer, don't you have anything to say to us? Yet Kingxiu opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would definitely have thought it was a movie shoot too. The live stream footage was relatively blurry, and many viewers couldn't see it clearly at all. She had just witnessed firsthand that the large foreigner's body sprouts scale-like structures, like a scene from a science fiction movie. At that moment, someone in the live stream suddenly spoke up again, making a fuss. Ever heard of ancient martial arts? Ever heard of Dragon Soul? Ever heard of the supergene warriors of the United States? This world isn't as simple as you think. What's the person upstairs talking about? Sounds pretty impressive. Ancient martial arts? I'm a cultivator. Heh, you haven't heard of them, which only shows your level is too low. This live stream is probably going to be shut down soon. After all, if the public knew about this, it would affect social stability. Clearly, some people in the live stream had extraordinary knowledge, revealing secrets that many didn't know. Yet Kingxiu had just finished reading the comments from her viewers when suddenly her phone went black. It really had been shut down. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch. Although Peter and Monica possessed powerful special abilities, they were ultimately outnumbered. Dragon Soul and Nightfall were no ordinary forces. Soon, under the combined attack of the group, the two were forced into a defensive position. At this moment, Peter suddenly roared, shattering the bluestone floor of the courtyard with his foot, leaving a clear footprint, and then leaped into the air, breaking free from Dragon Soul's encirclement. Foolish Dragon Kingdom people. I've played with you for so long, it's about time it ended. At the same time, Monica's figure blurred, transforming into a hurricane, instantly breaking through Nightfall's encirclement and arriving beside Peter. 8 against 1, you Chinese men really have no gentlemanly manners at all. Monica giggled. But don't you want to know where our other companion went? Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianyang and Yasan's expressions changed simultaneously. They clearly hadn't expected that the other side would send 3 people, and they hadn't noticed at all. Who was the third person? Speaking of which, Frank should have succeeded by now, right? Peter grinned. It turned out that Peter and Monica had deliberately launched a frontal attack to distract Dragon Soul and Nightfall, while the bald dwarf Frank had already quietly infiltrated the villa. After all, their target this time was Ye Hungtu. It seems the third person should be Frank, the dwarf known as the King of Shadows, Zhu Tianyang said. Yasan nodded. Then, the two of them glanced into the villa simultaneously, a mocking look in their eyes. It has to be said, the three's plan was indeed perfect. Peter and Monica were responsible for distraction, while Frank, the King of Shadows, carried out the assassination. Unfortunately, they hadn't anticipated that there was someone else in the villa. Chapter 76. Before our Grandmaster, we are all but mortals. Inside the villa, Tian and Ye Hungtu were chatting. In fact, Ye Hungtu had already heard the commotion outside and guessed that someone was trying to assassinate him. However, since Tian hadn't said anything, he naturally wouldn't say a word either. Besides, was there anywhere in the world safer than by his master's side? Even if it meant going against the entire world, he wasn't afraid. At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared in the hall, less than 3 meters away from Yahuntu. It was none other than Frank, the King of Shadows. President long time no see. Frank didn't rush to attack. At less than 3 meters away, and with the opponent being a man over 100 years old, even if Yakanglin were present, it wouldn't stop him from killing. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had tried to assassinate Yahuntu. However, with Yakanglin always protecting him, he had never had a chance to get close. If it weren't for the fact that he had fused with the genes of an ancient lizard, granting him invisibility, he would likely have died at Yakanglin's hands during his last assassination attempt. This was also the only failure in his assassin career. But now, he finally had the chance to wash away this shame. Thinking of this, Frank's heart inexplicably surged with excitement. This former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium finally died at my hands. I, Frank, am still the world's #1 assassin. As for Tian standing to the side, he had completely ignored him. Because he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations from Tian, he was just an ordinary old man. Kill him too? Forget it. How could I, Frank, the world's #1 assassin, kill an ordinary old man who offered no resistance? Oh God, do you see? I am truly a merciful assassin. Frank, his mind racing, slowly walked towards Yahuntu, feeling completely under control. A mocking smile played on his lips, like a predator toying with its prey. Yahuntu glanced at Frank. Has that old bastard Morgan run out of people? Why is it you again, you shorty? Frank froze slightly, both astonished by Yahuntu's unusually calm demeanor and furious at his form of address. He hated nothing more than being called short. You're asking for it. Enraged, Frank tried to leap up and deliver a fatal blow to Yahuntu. However, at that moment, something incredibly strange happened. Frank found himself enveloped by an invisible yet powerful force, his body completely immobilized. What? Frank was utterly horrified. His body was completely controlled. And he was certain this wasn't the chi of that so-called ancient martial artist from China, but the power of the mind. Then, he thought of someone, the professor from their ex-bureau, a powerful mind controller. Did China really have such a person? How could he have been completely unaware beforehand? Frank desperately tried to break free from that force, but the more he struggled, the stronger the mental pressure became, like the will of a god, inviolable. Ah! With a scream, Frank's mental system collapsed. His eyes widened in terror, then his pupils slowly dilated. Yet Tian hadn't even raised an eyelid. After shattering Frank's consciousness, he simply waved his hand, and the latter flew away like trash. Meanwhile, in the courtyard outside, Peter and Monica had expected Zhu Tianyang and Yesan to rush into the villa immediately after their plan was exposed. Seeing that the two had no reaction, and even looked on with amusement, they were completely baffled. But then, bang! Frank's body flew out of the villa and crashed heavily to the ground. Frank! Peter and Monica exclaimed simultaneously. Frank, known as the King of Shadows, had been killed. It should be noted that among the three of them, Frank might not be the strongest in direct combat, but in terms of superior survival skills, no one in the entire X-Bureau could match him. And now, he's dead just like that. Could the intelligence have been wrong? Is Yakanglin in the villa right here? Even so, while Yakanglin is incredibly strong, he couldn't have killed Frank so easily, especially since the latter didn't even have a scratch. Retreat! Realizing this, Peter immediately shouted and turned to run. Mission failure was certain. If that mysterious expert could kill Frank, he could certainly kill both of them. However, just as the two were preparing to escape, a voice suddenly rang out from inside the villa. You've made such a mess of my yard, and you think you can just leave like this? Boom! Peter and Monica were simultaneously jolted violently, as if a bomb had exploded in their minds. Their brains went completely blank, and they collapsed stiffly to the ground. That's all done? Zhu Tianyang and Yesan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock, while the rest of the group stared in disbelief. They knew Tian was incredibly powerful, yet he killed the Shadow King Frank in the blink of an eye, and stunned the Golden War God Peter and Storm Woman Monica with a single sentence. Is this even achievable by a human? Even gods wouldn't be this powerful. What are you all standing there for? Seize them. Inject them with 10 times the normal dose of sedatives. Take them back to Kunlun tonight. Zhu Tianyang was the first to react, immediately giving the order. The Dragon Soul members, after reacting, were all beaming with excitement. Dragon Soul had clashed with the X-Bureau several times before, and almost every time they were at a disadvantage. There was no way around it. The X-Bureau's experts were all rapidly developed, or more precisely, their genes had long surpassed the human realm, belonging to a new species. Although if one reached the level of Li Qingkang, they could still suppress these monsters, there was only one Li Qingkang in the entire Kunlun. Therefore, in the past, when Dragon Soul encountered the X-Bureau during missions abroad, they were almost always the ones being suppressed. But today, they had actually captured 2 key members of the X-Bureau in one fell swoop and even killed one. Let's see if these inhuman monsters dare to run rampant in Dragon Kingdom again. Immediately afterwards, the gazes of the crowd towards the villa were filled with profound awe and reverence. In the past, in the eyes of the Dragon Soul and Nightfall members, Li Qingkang and Ye Kanglan were gods. But today, after witnessing Ye Tian's abilities, their mythical figures began to crumble. It wasn't that the two were weak, but rather that beyond these 2 towering mountains, they saw an even higher and more majestic one. In comparison, Ye Kanglan and Li Qingkang seemed far less insurmountable. Now I finally understand why the old man insisted on gaining the Grandmaster's approval. Before the Grandmaster, we are all mere mortals. Yes, San exclaimed sincerely. Chapter 77, a hot topic across the internet. This battle between 2 nations actually lasted only about 10 minutes in total. However, this event was extraordinary and quickly caused a stir. Yet Kingxiu's unintentional livestream allowed millions of netizens in China to witness the scene. Although internet regulators promptly blocked Ye Kingxiu's livestream, the relevant video was still edited and went viral online, causing a huge sensation. For a time, the entire internet was discussing topics such as ancient martial arts, the X Bureau, and genetically modified humans. I'm shocked. Is this real? Could someone have deliberately photoshopped it as a prank? I'm a master of Photoshop, and I can say with absolute certainty that this video has not been digitally altered in any way. Holy crap. Are there really people this powerful in the world? This is practically Superman. Here's another bombshell. Do you know where that place in the video is? Shuoyunju Villa number 1. What? Isn't that the mysterious place where all the big shots from China flocked yesterday? I heard a super tycoon who just returned from overseas lives there. That should be it. I heard that when this mysterious super tycoon returned to China, the famous Mr. Yi personally picked him up at the airport, and all the officials of Shanghai were there too. Later, this mysterious tycoon moved into Shuoyunju Villa number 1. Are you kidding me? If he's such a powerful person, how could he just let someone leak his information like that? Wasn't this video supposed to be from a live stream? Hee, you're so out of touch. You should check out the female streamer's background on Huya platform. Her great-grandfather is definitely a god. I am a streamer on the Huya live streaming platform, and I can testify that the old man is indeed amazing. It is said that this mysterious big shot who returned from overseas came back this time because of the old man. Let's talk about mutants. Those 2 foreign mutants looked like villains. I wonder what happened to them. At this moment, at the Dragon Kingdom's Cybersecurity Monitoring Center, everyone wore worried expressions. This department's responsibility is to filter and block sensitive information, especially that which is highly likely to cause public panic. After all, many things that exceed the bounds of common sense, once widely disseminated online, will inevitably cause unrest, so the usual approach is to suppress them. This isn't just a common practice in Dragon Kingdom, it's standard practice in countries around the world. This incident has blown up too much online, public opinion is out of control. Dragon Soul Special Forces, Night Assassins, the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium, the supergenetic mutant from the US X Bureau. Every single one of these terms is extremely sensitive. Now that they've all come together, it would be strange if public opinion didn't explode. What are the censors doing? Such a sensitive livestream, why wasn't anyone monitoring it in time? They even filmed the entire battle. Seeing everyone arguing endlessly and starting to shift blame, the person in charge slammed his fist on the table. All of you shut the hell up. The most important thing now is to find a solution to the problem, not to shirk responsibility. Everyone, tell me, is there any way to quell this online uproar? A moment of silence followed, then someone began to complain. Boss, this is really difficult to handle. Do you know how popular that live stream was? Before it was blocked, there were a whopping 3 million viewers. That means at least 1 million people witnessed what happened in Villa number 1. And after it spread and went viral online, even trending on social media, the number of people who saw the video is even greater. A rough, conservative estimate is that, by now, at least over 100 million people have seen the video. There's simply no way to suppress this level of public opinion. And netizens these days are so savvy. Nobody believes it's just a prank video effect. After listening to his subordinate's report and analysis, the person in charge frowned deeply. In this age of information overload and the widespread use of social media, hiding anything is incredibly difficult. Could we talk to the female streamer at the source of the video? The person in charge asked again. The subordinate said, that probably won't work either. I investigated this female streamer before, her background is far from simple. And since she was able to appear at Villa number 1, she must have some connection with that person. Banning her livestream probably won't work either. The person in charge was even more troubled. It seems I have no choice but to consult with my superiors first. Soon, the report was relayed through the ranks, eventually reaching Elder Yi. After all, it concerned the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium, and even the highest-ranking official in the relevant department dared not make a decision lightly. They had to hear Elder Yi's opinion first. In this day and age, some things can't be hidden forever. There's no need for deliberate suppression, and the authorities don't need to explain. Let nature take its course. Elder Yi ultimately gave this instruction. As a result, the online discussion on this matter immediately intensified, even digging up some strange legends from abroad, such as vampires and werewolves. At the same time, Ye Qingxiu's livestream became the focus of countless people's attention. Morgan Group headquarters. What did you say? Frank is dead? Peter and Monica have also fallen into the hands of Dragon Soul. How could this be? Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Morgan IV was utterly shocked. Could the intelligence be wrong? Have you found out who did it? Ye Kanglin or Li Qingkang? In Morgan IV's view, only two people in the current Dragon Kingdom could kill Frank, the Shadow King, Ye Kanglin and Li Qingkang. But what he couldn't understand was that killing Frank and capturing Peter and Monica alive even for Ye Kanglin, that wouldn't be so easy, would it? After all, given their personalities, even if they were outmatched, they would never allow themselves to be captured and humiliated. To capture Peter and Monica alive, their strength must far surpass theirs, leaving them no ability to resist. Could it be that the old man has become stronger again? At this thought, Morgan IV's expression changed drastically. Quick! Get me to the X-Bureau immediately. Ye Hongtu wasn't stupid. Seeing Frank and his two companions, he naturally guessed that Ye Hongtu was the mastermind. If Ye Kanglin's strength was even more terrifying than before, then the defenses of the Morgan Group headquarters would likely be insufficient to stop his retaliation. Now, hiding in the X-Bureau was the safest option. Chapter 78 Morgan IV's Schemes. Ye Hongtu settled into Villa Number 1. The following days, after receiving orders from Ye Hongtu, Ye's descendants gradually returned to Shanghai, the capital of China, from all over the world. The return of the Qinghong Consortium was undoubtedly a piece of incredibly good news for the top leadership of China. Behind every major world power lies the support of world-class conglomerates. For example, the Morgan Group in the United States, the Mitsubishi Group in Japan, the Samsung Group in South Korea, the Rothschild Group in the European Union, and even India is backed by a powerful Brahmin conglomerate. In fact, the Qinghong conglomerate has always been a strong backer of China, but being based overseas, its sense of belonging to China isn't particularly strong. Therefore, the Qinghong conglomerate's return is of paramount strategic importance to China. And the most excited are undoubtedly the local officials in Shanghai. Because of Ye Tian's connections, the Qinghong Consortium established its headquarters in Shanghai, undoubtedly bringing a top-tier benefactor to the city. Although Shanghai was already the economic and financial center of China, its foundation was insufficient, and its status remained far inferior to that of Beijing. The arrival of the Qinghong Consortium would undoubtedly change this landscape, elevating Shanghai's status once again. This change caused concern and even dissatisfaction among some powerful families in Beijing. However, the Qinghong Consortium's strength and status were undeniable, and with Elder Yi's strong support, these families dared not say much. To welcome this benefactor back to the country, Shanghai's top leadership worked overnight to plan a top-tier commercial building as the Qinghong Consortium's headquarters, and yes, numerous descendants were properly accommodated. A rough count revealed that Ye Hongtu had over 20 children, more than 60 grandchildren, and over 100 great-grandchildren. Even the oldest great-grandchild already had children. On the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, looking at the 200-plus people kneeling in the courtyard, even Ye Tian was slightly astonished. However, upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. In ancient times, it was normal for royal families and powerful clans to have hundreds or even thousands of descendants after a century of reproduction. Take the Ming dynasty as an example. According to statistics, by the time of its fall, the descendants of its founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Ye Qingxiu looked at the group of children calling her grandma, feeling both amused and exasperated. She hadn't expected to be a grandmother at such a young age. In the western part of the United States, deep in a remote desert, lies a mysterious military base. This is the headquarters of the United States' most secretive department, Bureau X. At this moment, Morgan IV had been hiding in Bureau X for several days, his mood extremely agitated. He had assumed that, given Ye Kanglin's past temper, the failed assassination attempt would surely lead to retaliation against him and the entire Morgan Group, and he had already prepared for battle. However, after waiting anxiously for several days without any movement, this was the most agonizing part. As the saying goes, you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days if you're a thief for 1,000 days. If he continued to live in such fear, he would probably have a mental breakdown before Ye Kanglin even arrived. After much deliberation, Morgan IV steeled his heart and decided to take a gamble and launch a preemptive strike. Professor Charles, what's your decision? If you help me eliminate these two major threats, Ye Kanglin and Ye Hongtu, I can immediately add $500 billion to your research funding. In the conference room of Bureau X, Morgan 4 spoke to a bald elderly man in a wheelchair. The bald elderly man was named Charles, the head of Bureau X. Although Bureau X was established with investment from the Morgan Group, the two were not subordinate to each other. Especially since Professor Charles, with his formidable strength and charisma, unified Bureau X, it is now an ironclad entity, with even Morgan 4 only having partial jurisdiction. Of course, Bureau X focuses on creating powerful individuals using biotechnology, which consumes a large amount of funds every year. From this perspective, the Morgan Group can also be considered the financial backer of Bureau X. Professor Charles glanced at Morgan 4 with his incredibly deep eyes. Chairman Morgan's proposal is indeed very tempting. However, killing Ye Kanglin will not be an easy task. If they could truly obtain 500 billion in funding in one go, it would mean that Bureau X wouldn't have to depend on Morgan 4 for at least the next few years. It would be impossible not to be tempted. However, Professor Charles also knew how difficult it was to fulfill the condition proposed by Morgan 4. While genetic technology could allow some exceptionally talented individuals to quickly become top-tier experts, reaching the level of Peter and Frank comparable to grandmaster-level martial artists in China was practically the limit. This was currently a bottleneck in Bureau X's genetic technology. As for killing an expert of Ye Kanglin's level, with Bureau X's strength, it wasn't necessarily impossible, but the risks were also enormous. The loss of 3 key figures had already dealt a significant blow to Bureau X, making the continuation of the assassination plan a serious matter. 800 billion. If you can find a way to kill those two, I'll give you 800 billion US dollars. Morgan 4 gritted his teeth and immediately raised the price by another 300 billion. Professor Charles frowned in thought, still not immediately agreeing. Just then, a burly figure walked in from outside the meeting room. Professor, leave this mission to me. I'm confident I can kill Ye Kanglin. The newcomer was nearly 2 meters tall, with long blonde hair, a full beard, and appeared to be around 40 years old, carrying a silver scepter. This man was named Zeus, the undisputed strongest mutant in Bureau X. Charles saw Zeus and his gaze fell on the silver scepter in Zeus's hand. Zeus, what are you holding? Zeus nodded. That's right, this is the weapon we found in the ruins of the ancient Maya. I have now fully mastered how to use it. As he spoke, Zeus's hands suddenly trembled. Buzzing. Lightning crackled on the silver scepter, arcs of lightning flashing as if it were about to explode at any moment. Professor Charles and Morgan 4 exchanged a glance, both surprised and delighted. Now that I possess the weapons of the ancient Maya, even a grandmaster like Ye Kanglin will be utterly helpless before me. Having said this, Zeus walked directly towards the door. Just wait for news of my victory. After Zeus left, Morgan 4 immediately summoned his assistant. Has everything been settled with the island nation? The assistant replied, as you instructed, we found that Sword Saint Miyamoto, and he's agreed to take action. Professor Charles, standing nearby, was greatly surprised. You actually managed to get that old Sword Saint from the island nation to help. Morgan 4 smiled slightly. Back in World War II, the island nation was defeated, and the emperor was supposed to be executed. Miyamoto found me, and I intervened to save the emperor's life, so he owes me a favor. Now it's time for him to repay it. Besides, the person I'm having him deal with this time, I'm sure he'll be quite interested in, hee. Professor Charles gave Morgan 4 a deep look. President Morgan is truly shrewd and calculating. It seems that this time, that person is doomed. Chapter 79 Shock. At Villa Number 1, Shuiyun residence, Ye Tian and Ye Hengtu were playing chess in the courtyard. Ye Qingxiu, as usual, had opened her live stream. The video from before had gone viral online, and now Ye Qingxiu's live stream had become incredibly popular. Almost every time she went live, the number of viewers never fell below 10 million, and at its peak, it even exceeded 50 million. Moreover, many influential figures, upon learning that Ye Hengtu occasionally appeared in her live streams, began to tune into Ye Qingxiu's streams, hoping to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. At the Li family residence in Hong Kong, it was breakfast time. Li Ka-shing, the former richest man in China, was sitting at the head of the table, eating with some of his descendants. Master, the live stream you asked me to keep an eye on just started. The butler rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, Li Ka-shing immediately forgot about his meal. Quick, give me the phone. His children were stunned. The Li family was known for its strict discipline. Li Ka-shing adhered to the ancient precept of not speaking while eating or sleeping, and even the slightest sound during meals could result in a reprimand. Now, their father was skipping his meal for some livestream. They had heard about the Qinghong Group's return to China, but it wasn't relevant to their family. After all, several years ago, the Li family had begun withdrawing investment from the mainland, shifting their market focus to the UK, and even selling off most of their Hong Kong headquarters. Dad, that old chairman of the Qinghong Group is indeed a formidable figure, but he's over 120 years old, isn't he? How many more years can he live? Is he worth your concern? Li Ka-shing's eldest son asked. The second son chimed in, I really don't understand. The Qinghong Consortium would actually return to China at this time. Those powerful families in the country aren't exactly pushovers. While Ye Huntu is alive, they might not dare to make any moves, but once he's gone, why would they willingly submit to the Ye family? As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. This old chairman Ye is shrewd his whole life. How can he not understand this principle? Is he getting senile? Li Ka-shing immediately glared at him insolence. Have you forgotten that our Li family owes its current success to the Qinghong Consortium's support? If I hear you disrespecting the old chairman again, I'll break your legs. The second son shrank back in fear, quickly lowering his head to eat, not daring to say another word. He knew that in his father's heart, the old chairman of the Qinghong Consortium was a godlike figure. Li Ka-shing's expression softened slightly before he spoke. The old chairman must have his reasons for doing this, though I haven't quite figured them out myself. Besides, I'm not just interested in the old chairman himself, but also in the person beside him. His eldest son seemed to realize something. Dad, are you talking about that mysterious owner of the Ye mansion? I heard he's an old friend of Chairman Ye. It seems Chairman Ye's return to the country this time was because of him, and perhaps the decision to bring the Qinghong group back to China was also due to this person. The second son laughed. Brother, stop joking. The Qinghong group's return to the country is such a big deal, how could it be because of an old man? Li Ka-shing waved his hand. That's not the point. Do you remember that old guy from the Du family? It was because of that person's pill that he was practically on his deathbed, but now he's completely healed. And that old chairman, I received definite news before, he was clearly terminally ill, but now he's miraculously alive. If I'm not mistaken, it should also be because of this person. Li Ka-shing's two sons exchanged a glance, immediately understanding their father's thoughts. Their father was now nearly 100 years old. Although he had always been in good health and had never had any major illnesses, he was, after all, gradually declining. In recent years, Li Ka-shing had been funding research on extending lifespan, investing tens of billions annually, but unfortunately, he hadn't achieved any significant results. Everyone dreams of pursuing immortality, especially when you're already at the top of the pyramid, possessing everything. Immortality becomes the only pursuit. Even emperors of unparalleled stature, like Qin Shi Huang, Emperor Wu of Han, and Emperor Taizong of Tang, were not immune to this. Meanwhile, at the insistence of reviewers, Ye Qingxue shifted the camera to Ye Tian and Ye Huntu, who were playing chess. These past few days, due to the return of the Qinghong Consortium and the Ye family's recognition of their ancestral lineage, Ye Qingxue could only spare a short time each day for live streaming. Ye Huntu had occasionally appeared on camera during previous streams, but many people were unaware of his relationship with Ye Tian. If Ye Qingxue knew that even a tycoon like Li Ka-shing was eagerly waiting to watch her stream, what would she think? Is this the mysterious tycoon who returned from overseas and was personally picked up by Elder Yi? Rumored to be the founder of a top-tier global consortium. Looks like just an ordinary old man. Indeed, he's far inferior to the old man's aura. Disappointing. To be fair, the old man's demeanor was undeniably commanding. Since this was the first time they'd been on camera so close, many viewers began to comment on Ye Huntu. In fact, Ye Huntu's overall demeanor wasn't bad. After all, he was a world-class tycoon, and the aura of authority he had cultivated over the years was far beyond what ordinary elderly people could match. However, sitting next to the dignified and otherworldly Ye Tian, he was instantly overshadowed. Furthermore, in front of Ye Tian, Ye Huntu naturally didn't dare to put on airs as a conglomerate tycoon, and his presence unconsciously weakened further. At this moment, the livestream's moderators, watching the viewers' comments, were filled with trepidation. Days ago, the higher UPS had specifically and repeatedly emphasized that no insults were allowed in this livestream, especially any disrespectful remarks directed at these two old men. Anyone who dared to speak disrespectfully would be permanently banned. Snap! Ye Tian's white chess piece fell to the ground. Ye Huntu stared at the chessboard, stunned for a moment, then finally surrendered, letting out a long sigh. Master's chess skills are as unfathomable as ever. I thought my skills had improved considerably over the years, but I never expected I still couldn't last 100 moves against him. As soon as Ye Huntu said this, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Clearly, no one had imagined that this elderly man, who looked much older than Ye Tian, was actually Ye Tian's disciple. But the most shocked were none other than the likes of Li Ka-oren, who were still unaware of the situation. They never imagined that the owner of the Ye mansion was actually the master of the former chairman of the Qinghong Consortium. Chapter 80, The Chess Saint is actually the old master's student. Judging solely from appearance, Ye Tian was far younger than Ye Huntu, leading many to mistakenly believe he was Ye Huntu's junior. Actually, your talent in chess isn't bad, it's just that you started learning late and haven't been focused enough, Ye Tian casually remarked, putting away the chess pieces. Ye Huntu sighed, Master is right. I remember when you took me as your disciple, I was already over 10 years old, learning chess was indeed too late. Boom! Ye Huntu's words immediately shocked many in the live stream. Especially those big shots who knew Yahuntu's true age were dumbfounded. Although Yahuntu had previously addressed Ye Tian as master, most didn't believe Ye Tian was older than him. After all, a master being younger than a disciple wasn't uncommon. But now, judging from Yahuntu's words, Ye Tian had taken him as his disciple when he was 10. That meant Ye Tian was definitely older than Yahuntu. Yahuntu is already over 120 years old, so wouldn't Ye Tian be at least 130? But he looks only in his 50s or 60s. He's incredibly well preserved. The longtime fans in the livestream, knowing Ye Tian is Ye Qingxiu's great-grandfather, weren't surprised. Instead, they were very curious about Yahuntu's words. Learning chess at 10 is too late? That's ridiculous. This old man's excuse is so lame. At this moment, a user with the ID Go Master K Zheni posted a comment. The old man is absolutely right. In our Go world, there's a saying, if you don't become a national champion before the age of 13, you have no hope for the rest of your life. It means you must start learning Go early. Starting after 10 is indeed too late. This comment immediately attracted the attention of some sharp-eyed viewers who recognized the ID. At Go Master K Zheni, may I ask if you are Emperor KG? What? He's the youngest 8-time champion in Chinese history, KG? Wow. Really? Passing a cigarette to the Go Master. At Go World Agent Emperor KG, I'm curious what you think of the game between the two old men? Amidst everyone's anticipation, KG posted another comment. Go player K Zheni, both of these old gentlemen are highly skilled, at least at the 9th Dan level. Especially the gentleman on the right, his skill is so profound that even I can't fathom it. I only felt this way during my match against AlphaGo. I really want to play a game with him. Hearing KG's evaluation, the live stream chat exploded. To get the usually outspoken KG to express such admiration is truly remarkable. It seems the old man is not only a master of calligraphy and painting, but also a master of Go. The old man is awesome. The chat was filled with comments. Yahuntu then spoke again. Master, do you still remember the Wu family child you mentored back then? Ye Tian thought for a moment and smiled. The child's talent in Go is no less than yours, and he has a sincere heart for Go. As long as he doesn't die young, his achievements in Go will definitely far surpass yours. Yahuntu smiled wryly. Master, you are wise. That young Wu is indeed remarkable. After you left, his family sent him to Japan to learn Go. Later, he single-handedly swept through the entire Japanese Go world, earning the title of the strongest Go saint in history. Upon hearing Yahuntu's words, the previously noisy live stream room fell silent. Many people were very curious, who was this young Wu, whom Yahuntu had instructed? According to Yahuntu, someone called the strongest Go saint must not be an unknown figure. Sweeping through the Japanese Go world single-handedly, and surnamed Wu at that, could the two old men be referring to that person? Has anyone guessed who it is? Please explain. +1, my country has such an amazing person? I didn't even know who this person was. I think I've guessed who it is. This person, well, his skill in Go is extremely high, arguably unparalleled throughout history, but he had a slight flaw when it came to matters of principle, so not many people in China know about him. Who is he? You guys are making me even more curious. Go player K Zheni, let me tell you. If I'm not mistaken, the two gentlemen are talking about Wu Qingyuan, who was known as the strongest Go master of the last century. I never imagined that the Go master was actually one of the old man's students. I just searched Wu Qingyuan's resume on Baidu. His achievements in Go are indeed unprecedented, but unfortunately, he twice acquired Japanese citizenship, ultimately a flaw in his integrity. You can't say that. In those war-torn years, the only way to study Go peacefully was to go to Japan. Wu's acquisition of Japanese citizenship was probably out of necessity. People who don't play Go simply can't understand the immense contributions Mr. Wu has made to the sport. Haha, what a convenient excuse, forced to do it all. When it comes to national righteousness, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Can you be ambiguous about that? That's right. Go has no borders, but Go players do. No matter how high someone's achievements are, their actions will ultimately leave an indelible stain. While the debate raged in the live stream, user Go Master K Zheni gifted a rocket and left a message. Streamer, could you please ask the old man if I could play a game with him online? KG, who had just sent this message at home, looked nervous and apprehensive. He didn't want to comment too much on the Go Master's character, but his contributions to Go were indeed unprecedented and unparalleled. In the world of Go, Wu Qingyuan is revered as a god by countless players. Now, learning that this Go Master was once Ye Tian's student, KG could no longer sit still. Furthermore, the previous game between Ye Tian and Yahuntu was of extremely high quality, a truly world-class duel, and he was already itching to play. He even had a premonition that he might find the key to defeating AlphaGo in this old man. Ye Qingxiu saw this message. Go has become incredibly popular in China in recent years, and she had heard of Emperor KG's reputation. Ye Qingxiu immediately relayed KG's message to Ye Tian, explaining KG's status as the world's #1 Go player. After listening, Tian looked at Hengtu opposite him. How does this kid named KG compare to you? Hengtu thought for a moment. Above me. Although he was also a 9-dan player, he wasn't a professional player, and he was getting old, past his peak. KG, on the other hand, was a once-in-a-century Go genius, currently at his prime, so his skill level should naturally be above Tian's. Upon hearing this, Tian immediately became interested. In thousands of years, only a handful of people could play more than 100 moves against him. Finding an opponent wasn't easy. Sounds good, better than playing against a terrible Go player like you. It's no fun at all. Hengtu was both amused and exasperated, thinking, Master, I'm a 9-dan player, how come you call me a terrible Go player? Chapter 81. The old man isn't a chess saint, he's a chess god. Soon, after everything was ready, a Go match began online, with KG dictating the moves via livestream and Kingsu playing on his behalf. It's worth mentioning that KG originally intended for Tian to play black, but the latter refused. What a joke! In his thousands of years of playing Go, he had never played black before. How could he possibly take advantage of a junior? In fact, according to modern Go rules, white has a komi, money point, similar to compensation for the second player. However, even with komi, black still holds a significant advantage, a consensus in the Go world. Meanwhile, news of KG and Tian's match was spread online, attracting the attention of many Go enthusiasts, including some of the Go world's giants. Somewhere in China, Nai Wuping, known as the contemporary Go saint of China, was also watching the live stream, accompanied by several other Go masters and his students. Master Nai, what are your thoughts on this match? Everyone turned to look at Nai Wuping. After all, he was a leading figure in the Chinese Go world and KG's mentor. Everyone wanted to hear his opinion on this game. Nai Wuping pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. I just watched that old gentleman's previous game. His mastery of the game is indeed unfathomable. Although he used traditional Go techniques, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, upon closer inspection, they are incredibly profound. This reminds me of AlphaGo's match against Xiao Jia. The simplest and most direct moves could turn the impossible into the possible. It's like the no moves are better than moves realm described in martial arts novels, simply unbelievable. Hearing Master Nai's evaluation, everyone's faces showed astonishment. They could naturally see that Tian's Go skills were very high, but they clearly hadn't expected Master Nai to compare this old man to AlphaGo. It's worth noting that KG, hailed as the world's #1 Go prodigy, confidently challenged the AI AlphaGo, only to lose all 3 matches, nearly leaving him with psychological trauma. Since that defeat, a new consensus has emerged in the Go world: artificial intelligence is invincible. However, Master Nai spoke again. While this old man's Go skills are unfathomable, he is, after all, getting on in years. The human brain ultimately cannot compare to artificial intelligence, so in this match, I still favor young KG to win. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement. The computational power of the human brain can never rival that of artificial intelligence. This is now a global consensus. Moreover, this old man is said to be over 100 years old, and his mental capacity must have declined, making him even less capable. A Go player's peak period is generally between 30 and 40 years old. After 50, due to factors such as brain degeneration and declining energy, their Go skills will inevitably decline. For someone like Tian, over 100 years old, to maintain a top-tier 9th dan level is already a miracle. As for defeating KG, who is in his prime, it's indeed asking the impossible. This was what everyone thought. However, as the game began, everyone's expressions grew increasingly serious. Just as Nai Wuping had said, Tian's playing style and opening moves resembled those of ancient Go players' basic, unremarkable moves, seemingly outdated relics obsolete in modern Go. Yet, the way Tian executed them somehow gave them a sense of profound mystery. Moreover, Tian played with such nonchalance, seemingly without any intention of winning, even giving the impression of playing casually. In contrast, KG's style remained as sharp as ever, like a raging storm, possessing a fierce, unstoppable killing intent. To the untrained eye, KG's frequent captures and relentless pursuit of Tian seemed to have given him a decisive advantage. However, at this moment, KG, in front of his phone, was already drenched in sweat. On Nai Wuping's side, everyone's brows were furrowed, their eyes glued to the screen. The room was deathly silent, you could hear your own breathing. On the surface, KG seemed to have a firm advantage, but to true Go experts, the black stones had unknowingly fallen into a trap set by the white stones. Strangely, no one, including KG himself, could understand how the black stones had fallen into the white's trap. Tian's seemingly random, incomprehensible moves at the beginning had now become the key to turning the tide, as if he had foreseen this entire turn of events from the very start. How powerful his calculation ability and how perfect his strategic vision must have been to achieve this. After 100 moves, KG's playing speed noticeably slowed, and he seemed to ponder each move for a long time. Finally, on the 107th move, Tian placed his white stone in the center, leaving his opponent unable to defend both ends and effectively encircling black's 30-stone group. At this point, there was no possibility of a comeback. The live stream chat erupted in uproar. Even someone with only a basic understanding of Go could see that a large group of black stones was surrounded by white, and black's defeat was inevitable. The world's #1 ranked Go player, KG, had actually lost? And it was so fast. I lost. When KG typed these 3 words on his phone screen, he felt no discouragement or frustration, but rather an overwhelming excitement and elation. Before this, almost all Go players, including himself and even his mentor Niwaping, believed that artificial intelligence was invincible. But now, Tian's appearance had completely changed his mind. It's worth noting that although he had lost 3 consecutive games to AlphaGo, he had only lost by narrow margins. In this game against Tian, after only 100 or so moves, his large group of stones was completely slaughtered, a utterly one-sided crushing defeat. He could say without exaggeration that this old man's skill and strategic vision surpassed AlphaGo's. In other words, artificial intelligence is not invincible. If he was a 9 Dan, and AlphaGo a 10 Dan, then this old man should be at least a 15 Dan. At this moment, Niwaping and the other Go masters exchanged glances, all becoming incredibly excited. In the past, people called me the chess saint, and I was quite proud of it. But now, what kind of chess saint am I? This old man is the real chess saint. No, a chess saint is still just a mortal. This old man should be called the chess god. Chess Saint Nai sighed sincerely. Chapter 82 Trip to West Lake. Tian was equally pleased. For thousands of years, only a handful of players had ever managed to surpass 100 moves against him. Although the gap between him and KG was still significant, an opponent of this caliber was a rare find. Moreover, he hadn't expected that Go, a simple game he had casually created, could have developed to this point. KG's modern Go style was very different from the ancient Go methods, which Tian found quite novel. This kid plays well, he's a promising talent. It's just that his desire to win is too strong. You must know that relentlessly pursuing victory will inevitably reveal weaknesses. The Go board is like a battlefield. Revealing your intentions too early is like giving your opponent a handle, making you vulnerable to being led by the nose. KG, still pondering the previous game, was greatly shaken by Tian's comment and immediately posted a comment. May I ask, Senior, if one doesn't seek victory in a game, how can one remain undefeated? Kingxiu relayed KG's words to Tian. Tian slowly said, a skilled strategist first ensures invincibility, then waits for the enemy's vulnerability. When you launch an attack, that's precisely when you're most vulnerable. The same applies to the way of chess. The highest level of warfare is not fighting, the highest level of chess is not winning. Don't consider your opponent as the enemy, your only enemy is yourself. Only by achieving invincibility in your heart can you be invincible under heaven. Tian was always generous in sharing his insights with those who caught his eye. How much they could comprehend was up to them. Boom! These words struck KG like a thunderbolt, making him feel as if he had touched upon a completely new realm of chess. On the other side, Chess Saint Nai and the others were also greatly shocked. Only by achieving invincibility in your heart can you be invincible under heaven. This old gentleman's level of understanding is truly admirable. It was already noon. After greeting her viewers, Kingxiu left the livestream despite their attempts to persuade her to stay. Great-grandpa, Grandpa Hong, it must be so boring staying home all day. Why don't I take you out for a walk? During the meal, Kingxiu suddenly suggested. She had originally planned to take Tian on a trip after she started live streaming full-time, since Tian was getting old and she might not have many opportunities to be filial in the future. However, the return of the Qinghong group these past few days had kept her too busy, so the plan had been put on hold. Now that she finally had some free time, Kingxiu's thoughts began to stir again. Tian chuckled, I think you just want to go out and have some fun. Kingxiu giggled, you really can't hide anything from great-grandpa. But it's true, I want to take you out for a walk, you can't stay cooped up at home all the time. Hungtu also laughed, Master, I think Kingxiu makes a good point. Speaking of which, I've been away from China for so many years, I'd like to see what changes have occurred. Tian nodded, alright, then tell me, where do you want to go? Kingxiu thought for a moment, there's not much to do in Shanghai. I've heard that West Lake in Hangzhou is quite beautiful, I've never been there before. Hungtu smiled and said, the scenery of West Lake is indeed unparalleled. I remember the last time I went was 60 or 70 years ago, and I'd love to revisit it. Tian naturally had no objections. In fact, he had boated on West Lake more than 2,000 years ago, but back then it wasn't called West Lake, it was a desolate, uninhabited wilderness. After lunch, Hungtu summoned Ye Yuanzi and asked him to arrange the trip. Soon everything was arranged, and Ye Yuanzi personally drove Tian, Hungtu, and Kingxiu out of Villa No. 1. Dragon Soul and the Nightfall group followed closely behind, setting off in a grand procession towards Hangzhou. Meanwhile, several days earlier, many media reporters had learned that a super mysterious tycoon had moved into Villa No. 1 at Shuiyun residence. Many had been staking out the area, hoping to dig up some news about this mysterious figure, but after several days, nothing had happened. What a spectacle! Looks like that mysterious big shot is about to head out. Let's follow. And so, following the convoys of Dragon Soul and Nightfall, a convoy of media reporters and paparazzi followed, stretching for hundreds of meters, a truly magnificent sight. Soon, his subordinates reported the situation to Ye Yuanzi, who then relayed it to Ye Tian and Ye Huntu. Grandmaster, Grandpa, should I send someone to chase away those annoying flies? Ye Huntu looked at Ye Tian, clearly seeking his opinion. Ye Tian waved his hand, no need. As long as they don't spoil our fun, let them be. After these past few days of observation, Ye Tian had gained a comprehensive understanding of the current state of this world. This is an era of highly developed technology and information. Given Ye Qingxiu and Ye Huntu's current global fame, maintaining a low profile is clearly not an easy task. Moreover, after experiencing 10 rebirths, his mind is more enlightened, and he no longer cares so much about many things. To put it bluntly, even if his identity as an immortal is exposed, so what? Who in this world can do anything to him? 2 hours later, the car exited the highway and, after another half hour, successfully arrived in Hangzhou's West Lake District. Ye Yuanzi had contacted the relevant departments early in the morning and learned that this super powerful figure, Ye Huntu, was coming. The scenic area had already been sealed off in advance. We bought tickets, why can't we enter the scenic area? That's right. You have to give us a proper explanation. Many tourists who were stopped outside the scenic area were indignant. The staff were also helpless. We're so sorry, everyone. We received a last-minute notice from above. Those who have already bought tickets can go to the ticket office for a refund and receive a free gift worth 1,000 yuan as compensation. The tourists, having received their compensation, gradually calmed down and dispersed, still very curious about the sudden closure of the West Lake scenic area. Shortly after Ye Tian and his companions entered the scenic area through a special passage, a Toyota appeared near the West Lake scenic area. Then, 2 people got out of the car. One was a long-haired white man holding a silver scepter, none other than Zeus from the X-Bureau of the United States. The other was an elderly man dressed in Japanese samurai attire, a long sword hanging at his waist. He had graying hair, a wrinkled face, and a hunched posture, only his eyes were sharp as an eagle's, seemingly capable of piercing the void. Chapter 83 Miyamoto Hiroichi's Determination. I can handle Ye Kanglin alone. Mr. Miyamoto, you can simply watch from the sidelines, Zeus said arrogantly to the old man beside him. This old man in samurai attire was none other than Miyamoto Hiroichi, the Japanese swordsman invited by Morgan IV. Miyamoto Hiroichi glanced indifferently at the confident Zeus and said, Ye Kanglin is nothing but a junior. I have never taken him seriously, and he is not worthy to be my opponent. I have come to the Dragon Kingdom this time for 2 reasons. First, to repay a favor from Morgan, and second, for Ye Kanglin's master, Ye Changqing. Zeus's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He had naturally heard of Ye Changqing, the leader of the Qing branch of the Qing Hong. That man had been the undisputed #1 on the world's dark list for decades. Wasn't he supposed to have disappeared 30 years ago? Is he still alive? Zeus frowned deeply. Although he possessed the Mayan Thunder Scepter, he was confident that dealing with Ye Kanglin was a piece of cake. However, facing the world's strongest individual, who had been renowned for decades, he wasn't so sure of his chances, as he didn't know the true extent of the opponent's power. It was said that when the Dragon Kingdom was first established, the world's nations were wary and plotted to assassinate him. Upon learning this, Ye Changqing single-handedly stormed the Western papacy, forcing the Pope to concede. He then defeated several powerful figures from Eastern nations, shocking the world and causing them to abandon their assassination attempts. It's no exaggeration to say that he was an absolute powerhouse who dominated an entire era. However, in recent decades, there has been no news of him, leading many to speculate that he is no longer alive. Miyamoto Hiroichi smiled dismissively. You Westerners use technology to strengthen your bodies, but in the end, it's nothing but a heretical path. How could you possibly understand the mysteries of Eastern martial arts? Ye Changqing reached the celestial realm decades ago, his lifespan more than double that of an ordinary person. How could he die so easily? Miyamoto Hiroichi paused slightly, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Thinking back, my first encounter with Ye Changqing was nearly 80 years ago. Zeus was immediately filled with curiosity. Mr. Miyamoto fought with that person 80 years ago. He only knew that Ye Changqing had defeated many powerful figures from various countries, but he didn't know if Miyamoto Hiroichi was among them. Miyamoto Hiroichi said, in my life, I have fought Ye Changqing 3 times. The first time was 78 years ago, and I defeated him by 1 move. At this point, an undisguised smug look appeared on Miyamoto Hiroichi's aged face. Zeus was also taken aback, clearly not expecting this old swordsman from the island nation to have actually defeated Ye Changqing. And what about the results of the other 2 encounters? Zeus couldn't help but ask. Miyamoto Hiroichi's expression faltered slightly, a clear hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he continued. The second encounter was 8 years later. We fought at sea for a day and a night, and in the end, I lost by half a move. That was my first defeat. I couldn't accept it. For the next 10 years, I secluded myself to cultivate, finally comprehending a higher level of swordsmanship. Then I found Ye Changqing and challenged him again. At this point, Miyamoto Hiroichi's expression grew increasingly somber. Zeus had a vague idea of the outcome, but couldn't help asking, what was the result? Miyamoto Hiroichi sighed heavily. I lost again. And, utterly. I never imagined that in just over 10 years, he would have reached the legendary celestial realm. Do you know? He only used 3 moves, and he severed my sword with his fingers. Zeus was speechless. Although he had guessed the outcome of the battle, he hadn't expected Miyamoto Hiroichi to lose so badly. Was the legendary celestial realm in the Eastern martial arts world really that powerful? Thinking this, Zeus's grip on his scepter tightened. Now that he possesses the Mayan super weapon, could he defeat a celestial realm expert? While Zeus was lost in thought, Miyamoto Hiroichi had recovered from his despair, his eyes now filled with intense fighting spirit. That defeat almost broke me, even making me nearly give up my pursuit of the sword. It took me 3 whole years to wake up from my despair. If Ye Changqing could reach the pinnacle of martial arts, why couldn't I, Miyamoto Hiroichi? So, after my sudden awakening, I made an incredibly important decision. I personally killed my wife and children. What? Zeus exclaimed in surprise, even wondering if he had misheard. What the hell is this? Miyamoto Hiroichi glanced indifferently at the dumbfounded Zeus. You don't understand. The swordsmanship I practice is called demon god slash. It requires severing all emotions to possibly comprehend its true, supreme essence. Indeed, it is so. After severing emotional ties, my previously stagnant swordsmanship has indeed begun to experience a qualitative leap. I can clearly feel my strength growing stronger every day. This feeling of becoming stronger is simply wonderful. Zeus, standing to the side, felt a chill run down his spine, and his gaze towards Miyamoto Hiroichi changed. This guy is a complete madman. He had long heard of the Japanese being perverse, but he never imagined Miyamoto Hiroichi would be this perverse. To increase his strength, he actually killed his own wife and children. Is this something a normal person would do? Miyamoto Hiroichi continued, even if I may never reach that profound realm of celestial being, so what? As long as my sword is strong enough, I can slay even demons and gods. As he spoke, an incomparably sharp aura began to rise from Miyamoto Hiroichi's body, making him resemble a sharp sword, as if he were about to soar into the sky and pierce the heavens at any moment. But I never expected that when I mastered the demon god slash and wanted to fight Ye Changqing again, I couldn't find him anywhere. He even sent word to me that he would never fight me again in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Zeus inwardly raged. Isn't that obvious? If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't fight you either. You're a fucking lunatic. Thinking this to himself, he said aloud, so, you're planning to use Ye Kanglin and Ye Hunta to lure Ye Changqing out for a fight? Miyamoto Hiroichi nodded. Originally, I didn't want to use such despicable methods, but my time is running out. If I can't finish this battle before I die, I won't die in peace. Chapter 84 Old Friends from 1,000 years ago. In West Lake Garden, the 3 were sightseeing, walking along the Long Su Causeway from south to north. Long Hun and the Nightfall group had already spread out around to prevent outsiders from approaching. This is the famous Su Causeway, built by the great Song dynasty writer Su Shi when he served as the prefect of Hangzhou. It has 6 stone bridges: Yingbo, Sulan, Wangshan, Yadi, Dongpu, and Kuaheng. Ye Huntu, knowledgeable and eloquent, knew that Ye Qingxiu was visiting for the first time, so he took on the role of tour guide. Listening to Ye Huntu's explanation, Ye Tian's thoughts wandered, and an image of a always smiling, bearded man appeared in his mind. That's right, it was the builder of the Su Causeway that Ye Huntu was talking about, Su Shi, Su Dongpo. In his long life spanning thousands of years, Ye Tian had also befriended many famous and renowned figures. Especially during the nearly 1,000 years between his 8th and 9th nirvanas, Ye Tian experienced a low point in his life, a period marked by immense longevity. At that time, he felt a profound weariness with his endless existence. The immortality coveted by countless emperors seemed to him an invisible shackle, a cage he could never escape. He even began to envy ordinary people who experienced birth, aging, sickness, and death. He ceased interfering in worldly affairs, stopped caring about life and death, and devoted himself to the study of art, hoping to find new meaning in life. He drank with Ji Kong and Ruan Ji in the bamboo grove, instructed Wang Zizi in calligraphy, taught Wudayazai painting techniques, discussed tea with Lu Yu, and traveled with the poet Li Bai. Among these countless literary figures, the one who left the deepest impression on Ye Tian was this bearded man, Su. In a sense, this man even changed Ye Tian's state of mind, helping him slowly emerge from an unprecedented depression. Among the literary figures he associated with, some were rigidly bound by etiquette, overly serious, others appeared arrogant and unrestrained, but were inwardly melancholic. Still others were cunning and scheming, using art as a stepping stone to success. But Tzu Shi was truly unique. He possessed extraordinary talent, yet never flaunted it. He had a childlike heart, remaining true to himself until death. He was naturally optimistic and cheerful, able to sleep soundly even in death row. He was also a true gourmand, inventing countless delicacies that are still celebrated today during his years of exile. Moreover, he had a wide circle of friends, including aristocratic officials, literary figures, and even rustic peasants. In his own words, "I can keep company with the jade emperor above and the beggar in the field below. I see no one in the world who is not a good person." Such a remarkable person, even in Ye Tian's 10,000 years of life, was unique. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, he had arrived at the end of the Tzu Causeway. For him, this short stretch of road felt like a journey through 1,000 years, a revisit to familiar places and people, filling him with a myriad of emotions. The scenery remained the same, but his old friends had long since vanished into the annals of history. Fortunately, posterity had not forgotten that such an interesting person had once existed in this world. Upon reaching the end of the Tzu Causeway, ahead stood an ancient temple, causing Ye Tian to pause in surprise. That was the Yufei Temple, the burial place of the renowned General Yufei. Distant memories flooded Ye Tian's mind once more. He remembered first meeting this peerless general when he was a young boy. Ye Tian immediately recognized the boy's extraordinary talent. Among the famous generals he had encountered in his life, only a handful by Zhuyi, Han Xin, Wei Qing, Huo Qubing, and Li Hongzhang could compare to him. Moreover, he was skilled in both literature and martial arts, and his personal virtues were near perfect. He possessed the strengths of his predecessors without their weaknesses. If Su Dongpo was Ye Tian's #1 scholar, then Yufei was undoubtedly his #1 general. Although in terms of achievements in military strategy, he might not have been the strongest, in Ye Tian's heart, he still ranked him first. Unfortunately, Ye Tian was undergoing his 9th nirvana period at that time, suffering severe memory loss. Otherwise, he might have taken Yufei as his disciple. Later, upon learning that this brilliant general had been persecuted to death by the court, Ye Tian, enraged, once stormed the palace, nearly killing the cowardly and useless emperor. But ultimately, he chose to give up, because he knew this was not the outcome the general had wanted. Killing a dog of an emperor was easy, but the country defended by countless soldiers' blood would collapse as a result. Perhaps this was why the brilliant general, despite commanding 2/3 of the nation's military power, possessing prestige surpassing even the emperor, and being able to declare himself emperor, still chose to submit to execution. Loyalty to the country, this was the hallmark of his life, and the highest belief in his heart. "Great-grandfather, are you all right?" Ye Qingxiu, looking at the stunned Ye Tian, couldn't help but ask. Pulled back to reality, Ye Tian smiled slightly. "It's nothing, I just remembered some things from a long time ago, and I felt a little sentimental." "Girl, go into this temple and burn some incense for me, and offer your prayers." Ye Qingxiu blinked, not thinking much of it. "Okay, great-grandpa." Ye Qingxiu had heard the story of Yufei since she was a child, knowing he was a great hero. After Ye Qingxiu entered the temple, Ye Hunta noticed something amiss. "Master, did you deliberately send Xiaoxiu away?" Ye Tian didn't answer, but looked towards the lush forest in the distance. "Tell me, why are there always some annoying flies that like to spoil people's fun? Following me for so long, why don't you come out now?" Ye Hunta's expression changed slightly. The Dragon Soul and Nightfall members hiding nearby were also very curious. There were other people here? How come they hadn't noticed at all? "I never expected that there would be such a master as you among the Qinghong." A hoarse voice rang out. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, and Miyamoto Hiroichi's figure appeared out of thin air. Then, bang! Following Miyamoto Hiroichi's appearance, a loud crash followed, and Zeus, wielding his scepter, descended from the sky, blocking Ye Tian and Ye Hunta's path. Where did these two come from? Wait, that white man seems to be the strongest in the USX Bureau, Zeus, the god of thunder. And who is that old man? His aura is so powerful. The Dragon Soul and Nightfall members exclaimed in surprise, quickly appearing and surrounding the two. "Humph!" Zeus snorted coldly, slamming his scepter heavily on the ground. Rumble! The entire earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Cracks, like a spiderweb, spread outwards from the scepter. Everyone except Ye Tian immediately lost their footing and stumbled backward. "All of you, step back." Ye Tian waved his hand. Yes. The Dragon Soul and Nightfall members also realized that the strength of these two was far beyond their capabilities, and immediately retreated obediently to the side. Chapter 85. Who exactly is this person? A corner of the West Lake scenic area. "Sister Dan, what if we get caught sneaking in like this?" A young man carrying a camera asked a capable-looking woman beside him with concern. The woman was Su Dan, a reporter for a news website. She and her photographer had followed a convoy all the way to Hangzhou, only to be stopped outside the scenic area along with other media reporters. However, Westlake is an open scenic area. Although it was temporarily closed by the relevant departments, it was difficult to be completely safe in such a short time. Fortunately, Su Dan was a local of Hangzhou and managed to sneak in through a secret path. What are you afraid of? If we get caught, we'll just pretend to be tourists. Westlake Scenic Area is temporarily closed. It's perfectly reasonable for 1 or 2 tourists to get lost inside. Besides, do you know what it means if we can get first-hand news about that mysterious big shot? The photographer was immediately persuaded by Su Dan and nodded emphatically. Okay, Sister Dan, I'll do as you say. That's right. I just estimated that the mysterious big shot should be up ahead. I heard there are military personnel protecting him nearby, so we can't get too close. We'll be counting on you. Don't worry, Sister Dan, my skills are absolutely fine. Soon, the two stealthily arrived near Yufei Temple. Look, they're over there. Ha, who are those 2 people over there? And there's a foreigner too? Are they cosplaying? After their initial surprise, Su Dan and the photographer spotted Zeus and Miyamoto Hiroichi, and their curiosity was piqued. Despite their curiosity, the two continued working. The photographer quickly turned on his equipment and zoomed in. Su Dan activated his audio recording equipment, hoping to pick up the conversation, but due to the distance, he could only hear some indistinct words. Meanwhile, in front of the Yuan Temple, Miyamoto Hiroichi didn't rush to make a move, because his purpose in coming to the Dragon Kingdom was Ye Changqing. Although Ye Tian gave him a sense of unfathomable depth, he didn't believe there was another being in the Dragon Kingdom comparable to Ye Changqing, and he couldn't detect any energy fluctuations from Ye Tian. Perhaps it was just a coincidence? After all, neither of them had deliberately concealed their auras. Zeus basically shared the same thought. The emergence of Ye Changqing in the Dragon Kingdom was already a once-in-a-millennium event. For 2 beings of that level to appear simultaneously, the Dragon Kingdom's fortune was simply too extraordinary. President Ye, it's been many years since we last met. I didn't expect you to still be so vigorous. Miyamoto Hiroichi gave Ye Tian a deep look before turning his gaze to Ye Huntu. In Miyamoto Hiroichi and Zeus's eyes, Ye Tian should be Ye Huntu's junior, or perhaps a bodyguard or something similar. Ye Huntu smiled lightly. Senior Miyamoto is still alive and well. How could I, a junior, dare to leave first? In terms of age, Miyamoto Hiroichi was older than Ye Changqing and had achieved fame much earlier. When the two first clashed, Ye Changqing's martial arts were not yet fully developed, while Miyamoto Hiroichi was already the undisputed strongest martial artist in Japan. Therefore, according to seniority, Ye Huntu was indeed a junior. Miyamoto Hiroshi completely ignored Ye Huntu's sarcasm. Tell me your senior brother's whereabouts, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. As his voice fell, Miyamoto Hiroshi's sword aura surged skyward, and his previously hunched figure straightened considerably, like a sword ready to be drawn at any moment. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly raised his arm. Just as he was about to casually crush the 2 hopping ants before him, he suddenly sensed something, and slowly lowered his raised arm. While Ye Huntu stood curiously to the side, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Even if you are the #1 swordsman of the island nation and the #1 expert of the X-Bureau of the United States, you shouldn't be so insolent in my dragon country. Do you two really think my dragon country has no one to rely on? Boom! An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a military robe, descended from the sky, blocking Ye Tian and Ye Huntu's path. Old Marshal! The Dragon Soul members exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was none other than Li Qingkang, the founder of Kunlun. Miyamoto Hiroichi and Zeus were slightly surprised, but their expressions didn't change much. Li Qingkang, it seems your strength has improved considerably, but do you think you can stop the 2 of us? Don't you find it laughable? Zeus said mockingly, clearly not taking Li Qingkang seriously at all. Even without Miyamoto Hiroichi, he was confident that he could kill Li Qingkang with his Mayan weapons. Zeus had just finished speaking. Immediately afterward, another voice rang out. What if I join you? Whoosh! A ghostly figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Master! This time, everyone in the Nightfall exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was none other than Ye Kanglin, who had previously vanished without a trace. It turned out that Ye Tian had sensed the 2 of them earlier and had changed his mind at the last minute. These 2 ants before him were not unworthy of his attention. It would be better to let the juniors practice their skills. If Miyamoto Hiroichi and Zeus knew Ye Tian's thoughts, they might just vomit blood. Su Dan and the other person, who were filming this scene from afar, were completely dumbfounded. Li Qingkang descending from the sky, and Ye Kanglin appearing like a ghost to them, it was like a scene from a movie, and now it was actually happening. Ye Kanglin! Seeing Ye Kanglin appear, a deep excitement finally appeared on Miyamoto Hiroichi's usually calm and composed old face. Ye Kanglin, having received Ye Changqing's true teachings, while not possessing Ye Changqing's extraordinary talent, is now a top-tier expert in the world. Killing Ye Kanglan obviously gives Miyamoto Hiroichi a greater sense of accomplishment than killing Ye Huntu. You've entered the celestial realm. Miyamoto Hiroichi quickly sensed the change in Ye Kanglan's aura and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ye Kanglan ignored Miyamoto Hiroichi's question, instead quickly walking to Ye Tian and kneeling down, his eyes filled with pride. Master, I did it. Ye Kanglan had actually already stepped into the celestial realm. After receiving Ye Tian's guidance that day, it was as if he had awakened from a dream. During his seclusion these past few days, he finally broke through that shackle and successfully advanced to the next realm. That old man still beat me to it after all. Li Qingkang sighed, then immediately bowed deeply to Ye Tian. Junior Li Qingkang greets Senior Ye. Miyamoto Hiroichi and Zeus were both stunned. A strategist? A senior? What's going on? Ye Kanglan and Li Qingkang are arguably the pinnacle of combat power in the Dragon Kingdom. Shouldn't Ye Changqing be the only one of them with a higher seniority? When did Ye Kanglan acquire a strategist? Who exactly is this person? Chapter 86. Is this something a human could do? At this moment, Miyamoto Hiroichi and Zeus finally realized that this enigmatic old man seemed to have an even greater background than they had anticipated. A strange unease began to spread in their hearts. Looking at Ye Kanglan kneeling before them, Ye Tian nodded. Not bad. From today onwards, you are qualified to become my disciple. Thank you, Master. Ye Kanglan was overjoyed, trembling with excitement. Master, did you hear that? Master has finally acknowledged me. Li Qingkang looked on with envy. Ye Tian's words earlier had allowed him to break through the bottleneck in his cultivation that had plagued him for decades. Although he hadn't directly stepped into the celestial realm like Ye Kanglan, he had at least taken that step, and his strength and realm had undergone a qualitative leap. In Li Qingkang's heart, being able to become this man's disciple was an incredibly fortunate thing. After bowing respectfully 3 times to Ye Tian, Ye Kanglan stood up and turned to look at Miyamoto Hiroichi. Old man, do you know why my master hasn't accepted your challenge all these years? In pursuit of greater power, you've even killed your own wife and children. You've become a demon. My master believes it was because of him that you became a demon, and because he respects you as a senior martial artist and you haven't harmed the innocent, he couldn't bear to attack you. I never expected you to stoop so low as to try and use your uncle to lure my master out. Since that's the case, today I will accept this battle on behalf of my master and rid the world of this demon. After saying this, Ye Kanglan paused slightly, then leaped into the air and plunged into the nearby West Lake. Thump! 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 Like a leaf falling in the wind, Ye Kanglan landed in the West Lake, but instead of sinking, he walked on the water, quickly reaching the center of the lake. Ye Kanglan stopped, casually drawing his sword from his waist. Clang! The next moment, a purple longsword appeared in Ye Kanglan's hand. It was a soft sword crafted from special materials. Normally, it could be wrapped around the waist. When needed, simply infusing it with true energy would make it incredibly hard and incomparably sharp. It's the Purple Star Soft Sword. A cry of surprise rang out in the night. Aside from a few senior disciples, no one else had ever seen Ye Kanglan's sword before. In fact, there were very few people in the world who could command Ye Kanglan's sword. Clearly, this elderly man from the island nation must be a world-class expert, worthy of Ye Kanglan's challenge. Come and fight. Ye Kanglan's sword pointed directly at Miyamoto Hiroichi, his voice echoing across the lake. Excellent. Very good. Miyamoto Hiroichi was filled with fighting spirit. He didn't bother to consider Ye Tian's identity at this moment, and immediately leaped onto West Lake. Ye Kanglan, now in the celestial realm, was nearly as strong as Ye Changqing had been decades ago. Moreover, the two were of the same lineage, even their auras were remarkably similar. This reminded Miyamoto Hiroichi of his third encounter with Ye Changqing. That was the greatest humiliation of his life, a shadow that would haunt him forever. Ye Changqing had used only 3 moves to sever his sword with his fingers, nearly shattering his martial spirit. Now, he finally had the chance to wash away this shame. Although the person before him wasn't Ye Changqing, he could at least prove that he was now powerful enough to crush the Ye Changqing of yesteryear. The celestial realm, indeed, is a realm countless martial artists dream of. I never imagined even Ye Changqing's disciple possessed such talent. However, today I will show you that there is an even stronger martial art in this world, my swordsmanship. Miyamoto Hiroichi spoke slowly. Clang! His longsword was drawn from its sheath. It was a jet-black longsword, its material unknown. The sound of it being drawn was like a ghostly wail, chilling and unsettling. And as soon as Miyamoto Hiroichi's sword was fully drawn, his entire demeanor changed. He seemed to age decades instantly. His previously hunched body straightened, even his dry hair regained some shine, and his samurai uniform billowed without wind, like a demon god descending to earth. Ye Kanglan's expression also turned incredibly solemn. Although Miyamoto Hiroichi wasn't at the celestial realm, he felt even more terrifying than a celestial realm expert. At this moment, his opponent was like a demonic sword capable of destroying everything in the world, and his mind felt suffocated by the oppressive force. Knowing that he had now entered the celestial realm, his spiritual power had increased several times over, yet he still felt this way. Before his breakthrough, he probably wouldn't even have had the courage to attack his opponent. It was simply terrifying. The two faced off, neither making the first move. It was late autumn, and a light rain suddenly began to fall. However, when the raindrops landed on the two of them, it was as if they had encountered boiling water, instantly turning into wisps of steam, swirling with a white mist, making them appear like celestial beings. Su Dan and his companion, who were recording this scene from a distance, were completely dumbfounded. Were these two even human? Is he a god or a demon? Everyone, including Li Qingkang, was utterly awestruck by this scene. The highest good is like water, flowing with the current. Not a feather can be added, not a fly can land. Even Bodhidharma, the patriarch of the West, crossing the river on a reed, couldn't have achieved this. This level of attainment is beyond the reach of ordinary people. While still some distance from being a god, he is at least a half-immortal. Li Qingkang couldn't help but glance at Tian beside him, and what he saw left him completely dumbfounded. He saw rain fell from the sky, but as it reached Tian's head, it seemed to encounter an invisible umbrella, changing direction and flowing down Tian's clothes. Without careful observation, one would not be able to discern the profound and mysterious nature of this state, and might even mistake Tian for an ordinary person. At this moment, in Li Qingkang's eyes, Tian seemed to exist in another dimension, as if even the destruction of the entire world could not affect him in the slightest. If Kanglin and Miyamoto Hiroichi were demigods, then Tian was clearly a true immortal, transcending the three realms and outside the five elements. Could this be the legendary Taoist water dividing technique? No. This is even more miraculous than the Taoist water dividing technique. How did this senior manage to do it? Li Qingkang was utterly baffled. To deflect raindrops with internal energy is something even a grandmaster level martial artist could do, but certainly not with the effortless ease of Kanglin and Miyamoto Hiroichi. Tian's level was clearly far superior to theirs. To change the direction of the raindrops without leaving a trace, what level of mastery of internal energy would that require? Is this even a human feat? Just as Li Qingkang was utterly astonished, the two figures in Westlake finally moved simultaneously. Chapter 87 Desperate Counterattack. Bang. Bang, Kanglin and Miyamoto Hiroichi simultaneously leaped into the air, their impact creating two massive craters on the lake's surface, as if two bombs had exploded. The lake waters surged forth like a tsunami. The next moment, the two met amidst the surging waves. Clang! A metallic clang rang out. Their swords had clashed. However, they retreated instantly upon contact. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 10 blows. An ordinary person couldn't even see their movements clearly, they only saw a blur of figures before they returned to their positions, as if everything had been an illusion, as if neither of them had moved an inch. Drip! A drop of blood fell from Kanglin's wrist into the lake, instantly diluted by the water. A smile appeared on Miyamoto Hiroichi's aged face. Boy, you're not bad. Unfortunately, you're still a bit lacking compared to Changqing back then, and I'm no longer the Miyamoto Hiroichi of yesteryear. Now, prepare to face your death. As his voice fell, Miyamoto Hiroichi's figure blurred, vanishing from his spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next moment, the entire lake surface was filled with Miyamoto Hiroichi's after-images created when speed exceeds visual limits. Kanglin's already pale face grew increasingly solemn. Entering the celestial realm brought a leap primarily in spiritual power. He could clearly sense Miyamoto Hiroichi's aura. What appeared like a ghostly movement to others was no secret to him. But while he could see him, Miyamoto Hiroichi's speed was simply too fast. Fast beyond human limits. His eyes and divine sense could keep up with Miyamoto Hiroichi's speed, but his body couldn't. A classic case of having the will but not the strength. Miyamoto Hiroichi wasn't exaggerating. Although he never reached the celestial realm, he truly possessed the power to kill someone at that level. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Miyamoto Hiroichi had unleashed 100 sword strikes. Demon God Slash. Profound Technique. Heavenly Net. Sword energy surged like a rainbow, weaving an invisible net that enveloped Kanglin. Kanglin was utterly powerless to resist and could only continue his frantic retreat. Having narrowly escaped the sword net's cage, before Kanglin could even catch his breath, Miyamoto Hiroichi was already upon him like a leech. Kanglin had nowhere to dodge and could only muster all his strength to fight back desperately. Clang! Crack! The two swords clashed again, and this time Kanglin's purple star soft sword was cleaved in two. Immediately afterwards, blood splattered everywhere, and Kanglin was sent flying backward. Although he barely managed to block Miyamoto Hiroichi's sword strike, the residual sword energy still wounded Kanglin's shoulder. He was now back to the edge of the lake, even his broken sword had slipped from his grasp. Die! Miyamoto Hiroichi showed no intention of stopping, clearly intending to finish Kanglin off in one fell swoop. Master! The people of Nightfall cried out in alarm, but it was too late to rush forward to help. Moreover, with their strength, they would only be cannon fodder. Li Qingkang's expression also changed drastically. He hadn't expected Miyamoto Hiroichi's strength to be so formidable. Yet Kanglan, already at the celestial realm, was completely outmatched. Yet Kanglan's face was ashen. He was already severely injured, and facing Miyamoto Hiroichi's fatal blow, it seemed he had no chance of survival. Am I really going to die like this? A wave of despair washed over Ye Kanglan. He had just successfully broken through to a higher realm, and now he was about to die. Just as he was filled with utter despair, a voice suddenly rang in his mind. Clearly your realm is higher than your opponents, yet you've been beaten like this. What a disgrace! Grand Master? Ye Kanglan was shocked. Yet Tian's voice had appeared in his mind. This was utterly unbelievable. Was it a hallucination before his death? Ye Kanglan was filled with doubt and uncertainty. Then Ye Tian's voice continued to ring in his mind. Relax your mind. Watch closely. Before Ye Kanglan could understand what it meant, an incredibly bizarre scene unfolded. His body began to move uncontrollably, as if someone were manipulating him with an invisible thread. What's going on? Ye Kanglan was terrified and instinctively tried to resist. At that moment, Ye Tian's voice rang in his mind again. Don't resist. Calm your mind. Focus on understanding the mysteries within. Ye Kanglan instantly realized, and was utterly shocked. It was the advisor who forcibly controlled his body. Mental manipulation? Reincarnation? What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? It was unheard of. And at that moment, Miyamoto Hiroichi had already arrived before him, carrying overwhelming sword intent. As a swordsman, you don't even have a sword anymore. What do you have to fight me with? Demon God Slash. Strongest secret technique. God's Lair. Miyamoto Hiroichi's face was ferocious, his eyes faintly bloodshot, as he unleashed his strongest sword strike. This was originally a move reserved for Ye Changqing. He believed that once this sword was drawn, Ye Kanglan would surely die. However, Ye Kanglan closed his eyes at this moment, seemingly having given up, as if awaiting death. But just as the sword was about to strike his head, Ye Kanglan suddenly opened his eyes. Buzz! At this moment, Ye Kanglan's entire demeanor changed. His eyes, like a vast galaxy, became unfathomable. What is the way of the sword? Concentrate your power at a single point, originating from your very heart. You yourself become the strongest sword, why then rely on external objects? Ye Tian's voice echoed in Ye Kanglan's mind once more. At the same time, Ye Kanglan formed a sword with 2 fingers, meeting Miyamoto Hiroichi's fatal strike head-on. Clang! Ye Kanglan's fingersword collided with the opponent's blade. This seemingly fatal strike was deflected by an inch, almost grazing Ye Kanglan's clothes as it fell. What? Miyamoto Hiroichi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined his strongest attack would be so easily neutralized. In that moment of stunned silence, whoosh! Ye Kanglan's figure brushed past him, moving with incredible speed, as if passing right through Miyamoto Hiroichi's body. The scene froze. Miyamoto Hiroichi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at his body. At his chest, there was a horrifying, gaping hole. How is this possible? No! Miyamoto Hiroichi screamed in anguish, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. He died without understanding how he had lost. At that moment, Ye Kanglan jolted awake, realizing he had regained control of his body. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. Master! The members of Nightfall rushed to his aid, both surprised and overjoyed. Ye Kanglan had clearly been in dire straits, and no one had expected him to pull off such a miraculous comeback at the last moment. Zeus, witnessing this, also paled. Chapter 88 Zeus's overflowing confidence. Miyamoto Hiroichi had actually lost. Just a moment ago he seemed to have the upper hand. How could he be dead the next second? In fact, not only Zeus, but everyone else was equally baffled. Li Qingkang even noticed that in the final moments, Ye Kanglan seemed like a completely different person, giving him an unfathomable aura. But after Ye Kanglan counterattacked and killed Miyamoto Hiroichi, this strange feeling vanished. Strange. Incomprehensibly strange. Just as Li Qingkang frowned in thought. Whoosh! Zeus suddenly moved, his target Ye Hungtu. He also couldn't understand how Ye Kanglan had killed Miyamoto Hiroichi, but his target this time was Ye Hungtu and Ye Kanglan. Although Ye Kanglan seemed to have exhausted his strength, making it a good time to attack. The counterattack just now was so eerie that Zeus felt uncertain and hesitated to act rashly. Now that Miyamoto Hiroichi is dead, and the mission is almost a failure, if he can kill Ye Hungtu before he leaves, he'll have something to show for his efforts. Insolence! Li Qingkang instantly became alert, immediately stepping in front of Ye Hungtu and throwing a simple, unadorned punch. Bang! This punch seemed to shatter the void, producing a terrifying sonic boom. Zeus didn't take it seriously at all. Old man, get out of my way. Boom! Zeus swept his scepter horizontally, also without any technique. Li Qinkang changed from offense to defense, his fist suddenly changing direction in midair, meeting the scepter in midair. Li Qinkang had been a grandmaster for decades, his internal energy had long since reached its peak, and he possessed exceptional physical strength, enough to withstand swords and spears barehanded. However, just as the scepter struck Li Qinkang's fist, a mocking smile appeared on Zeus's lips. Boom! Sizzle! Both men staggered backward almost simultaneously, but Li Qinkang cried out in pain, his face contorted in agony, his body trembling slightly. The moment his fist collided with the opponent's scepter, he sensed a powerful electric current that instantly paralyzed his body. What kind of weapon is this? Li Qinkang was horrified. With his strength, ordinary electricity couldn't harm him at all, yet he had only just touched it, and it had almost rendered him immobile. Go to hell, all of you. Zeus soared into the air, his scepter raised high. Zzz. Lightning crackled behind the silver scepter, arcs of lightning converging around it. Illuminated by the lightning, Zeus appeared like a thunder god descended to earth, even his eyes seemed to pulsate with thunder. Zeus pointed his scepter towards Yahuntu. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down. Everyone was stunned. While Zeus was known as the god of thunder, that only referred to his speed, not his actual power. Now, he could actually control the power of lightning. This was simply unbelievable. Whoosh! Li Qinkang's figure blurred as he once again stood in front of Yahuntu, simultaneously channeling all his inner energy to defend himself. However, bang! Li Qinkang's protective aura was instantly shattered by the lightning, and he was sent flying backward. Old Marshal! The Dragon Soul members exclaimed in shock. Zeus, having forced Li Qinkang back with a single blow, raised his scepter high once more, his face beaming with ecstatic triumph. The scepter's power was far greater than he had anticipated. Even Li Qinkang, a half-step celestial realm cultivator, couldn't withstand a casual strike from him. Zeus was brimming with confidence. But just then, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Crack! Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, merging with the lightning on the scepter. The scepter instantly blazed with intense light, seemingly about to explode at any moment. Everyone was even more shocked, clearly not expecting Zeus to possess such a bizarre and powerful weapon. Even Zeus was momentarily stunned. He hadn't known before that this scepter could absorb the power of lightning in the heavens and earth. Truly worthy of being a divine artifact found in the Mayan ruins. At this moment, Zeus's confidence reached its peak. He felt as if he had become a god. Li Qinkang, Yakanglan, these eastern cultivators, each boasting of their power, completely disregarded these genetically modified beings. But now, what were they compared to him? Zeus felt that his attack would be enough to cleave the entire West Lake in two. Ha ha ha, that old trash Miyamoto is truly useless. Very well, today I'll show you the power of my Western technology. Zeus laughed wildly. Yahuntu, Li Qinkang, Yakanglan, and the others were all stunned. They knew that the United States was the world's leading technological power, but they never imagined that the technological level of the US X Bureau had reached the point of being able to control lightning. The two reporters who had filmed this scene from afar were now completely numb. Everything that had happened in this Westlake scenic area today had completely shattered their previous understanding of the world. Just then, a detached voice suddenly rang in Zeus's ears. It must have been quite a feat for you to find this Mayan artifact, but you don't really think you can kill us with just this thing, do you? The voice was unmistakably Tian's. Zeus, who had been laughing wildly, froze, staring at Tian in astonishment. How could you know? The Mayan weapons were top secret even within the X Bureau, and he hadn't mentioned them before. Now, Tian had revealed it so clearly, how could Zeus not be shocked? Of course, Tian wouldn't tell Zeus that he had seen the thunder scepter in his hand thousands of years ago. He remembered that it was over 4,000 years ago. After Tian successfully passed through his sixth nirvana stage, he wandered north, crossing Siberia and then the Bering Strait, unexpectedly arriving at a completely new continent. Afterwards, he traveled south and encountered the Mayans who had settled there. They were an extremely unusual people, possessing technology far more advanced than modern society, and their origins were shrouded in mystery. Tian's sudden intrusion immediately triggered a siege by the entire Mayan tribe. After a fierce battle, the Mayans, ultimately unable to stop Tian, had no choice but to sue for peace. However, because the Mayans were extremely hostile to outsiders, Tian did not stay there for long and then headed south. When Tian returned to that region 1,000 years later, the Maya had mysteriously vanished. Logically, given the Maya's technological level, far surpassing that of their contemporaries, they could be considered invincible. How could they simply disappear into thin air? Even now, Tian couldn't understand the reason. Old man, I don't know how you know the origin of the scepter, but today, all of you must die. Zeus's expression shifted, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He roared, and the scepter slammed down. A torrent of lightning, unstoppable, crashed down. Chapter 89, The Mayan Prophecy. This lightning strike was more than 10 times more powerful than the previous one, even more terrifying than a missile. and at such close range, even a powerhouse like Li Qingkang would surely be annihilated if struck by it. However, Tian merely raised his arm and made a grasping motion, and the torrent of lightning that rushed towards him instantly vanished into nothingness, as if extinguished, dissipating into the void. What? Zeus was completely dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend it. Li Qingkang, Kanglan, and the others were also dumbfounded. They knew Tian was very strong, but they never expected him to so easily neutralize such a powerful attack. So-called technology is nothing more than a side path of using the power of heaven and earth for one's own purposes. If one can understand the principles of yin and yang, and comprehend the gate of creation of all things, these fancy things are naturally no match for it. Tian spoke slowly, clearly imparting the great Dao to everyone. Unfortunately, apart from Kanglan and Li Qingkang, whose cultivation levels were high enough to vaguely grasp the meaning, everyone else was completely bewildered, utterly failing to understand the profound mysteries in Tian's words. As he spoke, Tian raised his hand again, grabbing at the void in the sky. There are always some foolish people in the world who think that mastering so-called technology is mastering the truth. Little do they know that before the true Dao of heaven and earth, technology is nothing but a trivial path, ultimately just a small trick to deceive the world. As Tian's voice slowly resounded, rumble. The lightning above the 9 heavens began to gather wildly, vaguely condensing into a terrifying ball of lightning, like a colossal dragon of lightning that could devour the heavens and earth at any moment, seemingly capable of destroying everything in the world. At this moment, Zeus finally began to panic, a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. Although he absolutely refused to believe that humans could possess the ability to control lightning without the aid of technology, everything happening before his eyes told him that this strange and terrifying scene was definitely related to the old man from the east before him. Run! Realizing his situation, Zeus had only one thought in his mind: to escape. Whoosh! Zeus, living up to his name as the god of thunder, moved with a slight sway, already hundreds of meters away, seemingly about to flee. However, just then, as Tian's arm fell, crack! The thunder dragon in the sky seemed to suddenly gain sentience, crashing down fiercely towards Zeus. Although Zeus's speed was incredibly fast, how could he be faster than lightning? Boom! The terrifying, heart-stopping lightning struck Zeus with perfect precision. The latter didn't even have time to scream before being completely engulfed by the lightning, blasted away without leaving even ashes. After this lightning strike, the sky suddenly cleared, the dark clouds dispersed, as if from another world. Clang! The thunder scepter crashed heavily to the ground, its owner vanished from the world. Kanglan and Li Qingkang exchanged a glance, seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. They certainly didn't believe that Zeus's death by lightning was a coincidence. But, although they knew Tian possessed unfathomable abilities, they couldn't have imagined that he could be so powerful as to control the heavens' lightning with ease. Legend had it that within the Daoist sects lay the extraordinary art of summoning wind and rain, which they had previously considered mere mythology. They never expected to witness such a feat firsthand. No, to be more precise, the methods Tian employed were even more unfathomable than the legendary Daoist spells. Without incantations or talismans, he summoned the heavens' divine lightning with a mere wave of his hand. Who says there are no immortals in this world? My master is one. Kanglan exclaimed sincerely in his heart. The more he interacted with Tian, the more unfathomable his master seemed. The 2 reporters who had been filming all this from afar finally came to their senses, but were completely dumbfounded. How could that strange and powerful foreigner suddenly be struck dead by lightning? Everything that happened here today could only be described as incomprehensible to them. From the battle between Kanglan and Miyamoto Hiroichi to Zeus, who possessed a mysterious weapon, being struck dead by lightning, all of this was eroding their understanding of the world. Xiao Lu, are the photos clear? Su Dan asked excitedly after recovering from her shock. Photographer Xiao Lu frowned. The photos are quite clear, but Sister Dan, what happened today is even stranger than what happened at Villa Number 1. And since it involves that big shot, even if our photos are excellent, I'm afraid the editor-in-chief will suppress them. They probably can't be used. For news that is too bizarre, especially when it involves important figures, the news media always takes a conservative approach and rarely publishes press releases. Su Dan's eyes gleamed with excitement. If the editor-in-chief won't let us publish it, can't we publish it ourselves? Xiao Liu's eyes widened. Sister Dan, you're not thinking of publishing the press release yourself, are you? Besides being a reporter for a news website, Su Dan was also a freelance writer with considerable online popularity. Su Dan's eyes burned with fervor. We finally got this first-hand information. Wouldn't it be a waste to throw it away? This is a golden opportunity to become famous. Besides, the public has the right to know. Don't worry, once I become famous, you'll definitely get your share. While the two were talking, they didn't notice Tian glancing in their direction. In fact, Tian had heard their entire conversation, but after thinking about it, he ultimately ignored it. His mindset was indeed very different from thousands of years ago. Now, he had truly let go of everything and didn't care whether his identity was exposed. And just now, because of Zeus's thunder scepter, he suddenly recalled the days he spent among the Mayan people, and vaguely remembered a prophecy made by the Mayan chieftain. When the Mayan thunder scepter reappears in the world, and the Mayans are mentioned again by the world will undergo incredible changes and enter a brand new era. This mysterious group, which appeared and disappeared just as suddenly, had always been a mystery lingering in Ye Tian's mind. In the vast expanse of millennia, few things could truly pique Ye Tian's curiosity, but the enigmatic Maya were certainly one of them. And now, the Maya's thunder scepter had truly reappeared before the world. Wasn't this confirming the prophecy? Ye Tian was genuinely curious, would the Mayan chieftain's prophecy come true? And what exactly did this so-called new era refer to? Chapter 90. If you're going to do it thoroughly. The sky cleared, and Ye Qingxiu, having finished burning incense, emerged from the Yufei temple. The earlier rain and thunder had been attributed to a sudden change in weather, and the earth-shattering battle she had just witnessed had only lasted a dozen minutes. She had conveniently missed it. The group strolled around the West Lake scenic area for a while before returning to Shanghai. They arrived back at Villa Number 1 in the evening. Meanwhile, a scene that had unfolded in the West Lake scenic area was quickly uploaded online as a video, immediately attracting widespread attention. Although the footage was slightly blurry, a closer look revealed everything that had happened, and it was a long take from beginning to end, without any editing. The video opened with Li Qingkang and Ye Kanglin descending from the sky. Immediately following, Ye Kanglin and Miyamoto Hiroichi fought on West Lake, then Zeus wielded his thunderbolt, controlling the power of lightning, before being struck down to ashes by a powerful bolt of lightning. This video, once released, went viral across major websites, topping the trending searches within half an hour, and public opinion exploded. The scene that occurred at Villa Number 1 had already attracted much attention, but what happened at West Lake scenic area this time was even more dramatic. Then, some netizens recognized Ye Tian. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Grandpa Ye? It really is. The old man next to him is the one who played chess with Grandpa Ye this morning. And those soldiers in military uniforms around him, and those men in black, they seem to be the same people who fought with those foreigners at Villa Number 1 last time. And that old man running wildly on the water, isn't that the grand disciple who kowtowed to the old man before? That matches. It really is the old man. Sure enough, wherever the old man is, something incredible is bound to happen. Running wildly on the water, attracting lightning with a stick, what kind of divine manipulation is that? Can any expert explain this? It can't be real, it's too unscientific. Yeah, I can't hold Newton's coffin lid down anymore. Whether it's real or fake, we'll find out when the streamer goes live tomorrow. While the whole internet in China was buzzing with discussion, the Essex Bureau also received the intelligence immediately. Morgan IV and Professor Charles stared blankly at the screen, still reeling from the shock. How could this be? Even that old bastard Miyamoto is dead? How could Ye Kanglin be so strong? Morgan IV couldn't understand it at all. He had thought that by using such a huge favor to get Miyamoto Hiroichi to intervene, Ye Kanglin and Ye Hongtu were surely doomed. But he never expected that Miyamoto Hiroichi would actually be defeated by Ye Kanglin. As for Zeus, who wielded the Mayan artifact, his death was even more bizarre and mysterious. He was struck dead by a bolt of lightning. Professor Charles was equally perplexed. No one knew Zeus's strength better than him. Even if he couldn't defeat a celestial realm expert among Eastern martial artists, with his lightning-fast speed, escaping would certainly not be a problem. In fact, judging from the video, Zeus had almost escaped, yet was inexplicably struck dead by a bolt of lightning. This was utterly bizarre. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Hiroichi's death was also illogical. Just when Ye Kanglin seemed utterly defenseless, he was inexplicably counter-killed. Something's not right. Professor Charles's intuition told him that there was more to their deaths than met the eye. After watching the video over a dozen times, Professor Charles focused his attention on Ye Tian. "Professor, have you discovered something?" Morgan IV asked. He knew Professor Charles was a psychic, possessing intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary people. Professor Charles shook his head. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but I just feel this person is extraordinary. The deaths of Miyamoto Musashi and Zeus might be related to him. Did you notice that when Zeus attacked with his thunder scepter, only this person raised his hand, and then the lightning emanating from the scepter disappeared? So I'm wondering, could this person also be a superhuman, possessing the ability to control lightning?" Morgan IV's eyes widened. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying the lightning that struck Zeus dead came from this person? How is that possible? Controlling lightning and killing with precision? Do you think he's God?" Professor Charles fell silent. He knew this idea was absurd, but he couldn't think of a better explanation. Scientific research has shown that the probability of a person being struck by lightning on a rainy day is only 1 in 10 million. Moreover, given Zeus's mutant physique, even being struck by lightning wouldn't cause him any harm, let alone instantly reduce him to ashes. That lightning bolt was far too extraordinary. It certainly didn't occur under normal weather conditions. Furthermore, it struck Zeus with incredible precision. The probability of such an event occurring is extremely low. Alright. Things are as they are, pointless speculation is futile. I failed in my 2 assassination attempts on Yahuntu. Knowing Yakanglan's temper, he certainly won't let this go easily. Let's think about how to deal with Nightfall's retaliation. Morgan IV's face was ashen. The X-Bureau had lost 4 key figures, and its elite forces were almost entirely wiped out. It was now essentially crippled. If Nightfall retaliated against the Morgan group now, how would he respond? Professor Charles sighed heavily, his expression somber. Things have come to this point, there's no turning back. We can only hold out at headquarters. Morgan IV fell silent, he couldn't think of a better solution. Bureau X possessed the world's most powerful military defenses. As long as he stayed here and didn't leave, even if Yakanglan wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy. Night. Villa number 1, Shuiyun residence. Yakingxiu had already gone upstairs to sleep. Yakanglan appeared before Tian and Yahuntu. Master, uncle, that old man Morgan has repeatedly made moves, he clearly doesn't take our Qinghong seriously. This disciple requests permission to kill him. A murderous aura surged in Yakanglan's eyes. If it weren't for Tian's presence, Yahuntu would likely already be dead. The thought of this made Yakanglan's killing intent uncontrollable. Yahuntu remained silent, looking at Tian, clearly agreeing to follow his instructions. Tian glanced at the murderous Yakanglan. I won't offend others unless they offend me. Since that Morgan guy has dared to bully us, we can't let him do the same. However, you must remember one thing. Yakanglan asked, is Master worried that I'll indiscriminately kill innocent people? He was originally an assassin, naturally somewhat bloodthirsty. While Changqing and Yahuntu were decisive in their killings, he sometimes saw them as somewhat soft-hearted. He assumed Tian might be the same. Unexpectedly, Tian shook his head. What I mean is, either don't do it at all, or if you're going to do it thoroughly. Eliminate future troubles. Yakanglan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Chapter 91 Night Falls, the slaughter begins. New York, USA, at a super luxurious manor. This is the headquarters of the Morgan Group. Some times ago, the manor was surrounded by many more heavily armed guards, several times the usual number. Hey Mike, heard. A few hot girls have recently joined the strip clubs in Queens. Want to grab a drink sometime? Sounds good, but I'll have to wait until I'm done with this busy period. You know, the manor's been under tight security lately, no one's allowed in or out easily. I wouldn't have time even if I wanted to. Yeah, speaking of which, what's going on these past few days? I saw another batch of new guards at the Morgan Manor, and I heard they're all top-notch Marines. This is the 3rd batch already, isn't it? What's the higher UPS up to? Who knows? We're just cleaning staff at Morgan Manor, this isn't something we should be worrying about. But speaking of which, it looks like something big is about to happen. That's unlikely, isn't it? The Morgan Group is the largest financial group in the United States. Even the president has to make an appointment in advance. Who would be so bold as to come here and cause trouble? That's true. It's probably just a normal security drill. We can't speculate about what's going on at the top. I don't believe anyone in this world would dare to mess with the Morgan Group. That would be suicidal. The 2 cleaning staff at Morgan Manor were chatting idly, completely unaware that several figures silently swept past them, like ghosts. Inside the central building of the manor, Morgan Frank, the eldest son of Morgan IV, was pacing back and forth in his room. It was already late at night, but his face was full of anxiety. Morgan IV hadn't returned home for several days since going to Bureau X. Just recently, he had dispatched a bodyguard team comprised of U.S. Navy Special Forces, specifically instructing them to remain at the estate and avoid unnecessary movement. These unusual actions by Morgan IV deeply unsettled Morgan Flock. This was absolutely unprecedented in the history of the Morgan Group. Even during the war with the Qinghong Group over a decade ago, the situation wasn't this tense. Morgan Flock was aware of Morgan IV's failed assassination attempt on Yahuntu, and retaliation from the Qinghong Group would be understandable. However, the Morgan Group's defenses were now more robust than many military bases. While the Qinghong Group's Nightfall organization was formidable, could they really have broken through to this point? Initially, Morgan Flock hadn't taken it seriously, but now he was panicking, feeling a strong, inexplicable sense of crisis. No, if this drags on any longer, and the Nightfall men don't arrive, I might go crazy. Morgan Flock muttered to himself, then made a decision. He would leave Morgan Manor under cover of night and go to the X-Bureau to confront his father directly. Kevin, get ready immediately. You're coming with me to the X-Bureau. Morgan Flock shouted. Kevin was his bodyguard and driver, a former captain of the U.S. Marine Corps Special Forces, a 3-time champion in hand-to-hand combat and shooting, and a top security expert. Although not a genetically modified mutant, Kevin's strength was definitely on par with any mutant in the X-Force, and he was also Morgan Flock's most capable and trusted subordinate. With a single order from him, even if the president stood in his way, Kevin would kill him without hesitation. However, this time, Morgan Flock received no response. The next moment, bang! The door was kicked open violently, shattering into pieces. Immediately afterwards, a corpse flew in from outside, landing heavily at Morgan Flock's feet. Ah! Morgan Flock screamed instantly, staggering back in terror, his face deathly pale. The corpse before him was none other than his most trusted bodyguard, Kevin. Who is it? Morgan Flock stared at the door in horror. A middle-aged Asian man of average appearance slowly walked in. It was Ye San, shrouded in night. You're Morgan Floch, the vice-chairman of the Morgan Group, right? Ye San elegantly produced a photograph, comparing it to the image of Morgan Floch before him, a playful smile playing on his lips. You're from Nightfall, part of the Qinghong Group? Morgan Floch wasn't stupid, he instantly realized what was happening. His whole body trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably, barely managing to stay upright by leaning on a nearby table. Not too stupid. Ye San took a step forward, simultaneously unleashing a sudden burst of energy in his hand. The photograph instantly shattered into fragments, like a magician's trick. Morgan Floch's face was filled with despair. He had clearly underestimated Nightfall's strength. He hadn't expected them to be able to reach him despite such tight security, without even sounding the alarm. Help! Help! Morgan Flock, after his initial panic, cried out in despair. But there was still no response. Don't waste your energy. Those people outside are already waiting for you on your way to the underworld. Vice President, now it's your turn to go. Ye San was closing in. Just then, utterly desperate, Morgan Flock suddenly pulled a silver pistol from his waist and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger on Ye San. Bang! The bullet exploded out. Ye San didn't move. Morgan Flock was initially delighted, then his eyes widened in disbelief. Ye San raised his arm, and the bullet that had been fired was now neatly held between his two fingers. Is this the power of a grandmaster? This feeling is really quite nice. Ye San muttered to himself. He was already a half-step grandmaster, and among the Nightfall members, he possessed the highest comprehension. Having spent these past few days by Ye Tian's side, influenced by his teachings, he successfully broke through to the Grandmaster realm last night, experiencing a qualitative leap in strength. As the words fell, Ye San flicked his wrist slightly. Whoosh! The bullet pierced the air, accurately striking Morgan Floch between the eyebrows. The latter, filled with resentment, stared wide-eyed as he slowly collapsed. Soon afterward, the rest of the Nightfall members arrived. Third senior brother, it's all done. 3 of our brothers were injured, but nothing serious. Should we go help the old man next? Ye San shook his head. No need. With the old man's strength, we'd only be a hindrance. Continue with the original plan, clean up the Morgan Group's core members, and make sure they're wiped out completely. This time, we'll let the world know that those who offend the Qinghong, no matter how strong, will be punished. Chapter 92 Trap. It was morning in China, but in the United States, on the other side of the world, night was falling. Bureau X, located in a desolate desert, was one of the most secretive military bases in the United States. 99% of the world's population was completely unaware of its existence. It was surrounded by high-voltage wire mesh and guarded by fully armed troops. Not even a fly could easily enter, let alone a human. At that moment, a figure arrived at the entrance checkpoint. Who goes there? Several guards, rifles in hand, instantly became alert and stepped forward. The newcomer was none other than Ye Kanglan, who had come for revenge. Buzz! A faint, mysterious light flashed in Ye Kanglan's eyes, and simultaneously, an invisible spiritual power emanated from him. The guards, who had been highly alert just a moment ago, suddenly became dazed and confused under Ye Kanglan's mental attack. Having broken through to the celestial realm, Ye Kanglan had entered the refining spirit stage, his spiritual power greatly enhanced, reaching a completely different level. Previously, when fighting Miyamoto Hiroichi, Ye Kanglan's spiritual attacks were completely ineffective against him due to Miyamoto's strong spiritual power and the sword intent condensed from his cultivation of the demon god Slash. But now, facing these ordinary soldiers, its power was immediately revealed a complete dimensional reduction attack. I am an old friend of your director Charles. Take me to see him. Ye Kanglan casually pointed to one of the guards and gave the order. Yes, sir. The guard was like a sleepwalker, completely hypnotized by Ye Kanglan's mental power, with no room for resistance. Even if Ye Kanglan ordered them to shoot him, they would do so without hesitation. Because Ye Kanglan's spirit was far stronger than theirs, enough to forcibly interfere with their will. Such miraculous methods would leave even a Grandmaster-level expert utterly astonished. However, Ye Kanglan shook his head, not entirely satisfied. He could only interfere with the will of ordinary people, he couldn't forcibly control their bodies like Ye Tian. Recalling his previous encounter with Miyamoto Hiroichi, Ye Kanglan was filled with mixed emotions. His methods might seem unbelievable to others, but compared to his master, they were utterly insignificant. yet Tian could forcibly control his body. And he, already at the celestial realm, possessed a divine sense 100 times stronger than an ordinary person, yet before Tian, he remained as weak as an ant. He had also tried to forcibly control ordinary people's bodies, but had failed, indicating that his divine sense was not powerful enough. The more my strength increases, the more I realize the gap between myself and my master. It's like an insurmountable chasm. Master, I finally understand how you felt. Yet Kanglin was filled with emotion. Led by the guard, he had already entered the base. With the aid of his powerful divine sense, he moved without hindrance. For Kanglin, it was as comfortable and easy as entering his own backyard. Finally, they arrived at a circular building. The moment Kanglin entered, he instantly sensed something was wrong. Bang! A massive, heavy metal door slammed down, blocking the building's exit. The next moment, a clattering sound. A fully armed team suddenly rushed out from the surrounding area, completely surrounding Kanglin. Even the upper 3 floors were packed with people. Then, 2 people emerged from the crowd on the 3rd floor. It was none other than Morgan IV and Professor Charles, the director of Bureau X. Kanglin, you don't really think Bureau X is so easy to get into, do you? Professor Charles spoke with a cold smile. It turned out that Bureau X possessed the world's most advanced technology. The central AI had already identified Kanglin through facial recognition when he entered the base and immediately reported it to Professor Charles. Professor Charles deliberately remained calm, intending to lure Kanglin into this building. He had already ambushed 200 experienced gene warriors throughout the building, each capable of taking on 100 men, and the place was equipped with the world's most advanced weaponry. Kanglin glanced up at the hundreds of people around him. What? You think these pieces of trash can kill me? Whoosh! Without further ado, Kanglin's figure blurred, leaving after images in the lobby as he plunged into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Ah! 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 Accompanied by screams of agony, the gene warriors on the 1st floor fell one after another to the ground, defeated by Kanglin. These were ordinary gene warriors. Although each was a top-tier soldier capable of taking on 100 men, they were far inferior to Peter, Zeus, and the like. How could they possibly stop Kanglin? In the blink of an eye, dozens of gene warriors on the 1st floor lay motionless on the ground, their groans echoing throughout. After easily dealing with these people, Kanglin glanced disdainfully at Charles. Is that all you've got? How disappointing. Charles, however, remained calm, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Kanglin, you are a top expert in the East. I know your strength well. How could I be unprepared? This is merely an appetizer. The main course I've prepared for you is yet to come. As he spoke, a remote control appeared in Charles's hand. Kanglin immediately sensed something was amiss. Without thinking, he leaped forward, heading straight for Charles on the 3rd floor. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Charles pressing the button. As Charles pressed the button, buzzing, the unknown devices on the surrounding walls suddenly emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. The next moment, Kanglin suddenly felt his body become incredibly heavy. He had already leaped into the air, but now a powerful suction force seemed to arise below, forcefully pulling him back to the ground. Thump! Kanglin crashed to the ground, creating a shockingly large crater. Not only that, Kanglin felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his head, even his internal organs seemed to twist, his legs trembled slightly, and he was on the verge of collapse. If he hadn't already reached the celestial realm, possessing bones and internal organs with resilience far exceeding that of ordinary people, he might already be exploding and dead. The sudden, bizarre situation caused Kanglin's expression to change drastically. What is this thing? Meanwhile, Charles and Morgan IV couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kanglin, you dared to come alone? You really don't take our X-Bureau seriously. How's this supergravity wave? Chapter 93 Black Beads. Supergravity waves are a special technological tool of Bureau X, capable of altering the Earth's gravity through magnetic field conversion, increasing the gravity within a target area by dozens of times. Bang! Unable to withstand the immense gravity, Kanglin knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his hands, his face extremely grave, sweat already beading on his forehead. He had anticipated that Bureau X headquarters was not simple, but he hadn't expected them to possess such bizarre methods. At this moment, he felt as if he were being crushed by a giant mountain. Jumping was out of the question, even moving was incredibly difficult, like Sun Wukong trapped under the 5 Elements mountain, completely at their mercy. Professor Charles, well done. Quick, kill him. Morgan IV was overjoyed and immediately urged. Charles remained calm. President Morgan, don't worry, under the influence of the supergravity waves, no one can escape. I've always been very interested in top cultivators from the East. It's astonishing that an ordinary person can reach such an extraordinary level through specific cultivation methods. If we can crack this person's secrets, it will definitely be a great help to Bureau X in developing gene warriors. Morgan IV panicked. What? Charles, you don't mean you want to capture this person alive, do you? Are you crazy? I order you to kill him immediately. To Morgan 4, Yakanglin was a terrifying viper. If he didn't seize the opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop, the other party might bite back at any moment. However, Charles completely disregarded Morgan 4's order. President Morgan, I hope you understand one thing, I am the director of Bureau X, and I am in charge here. Having said this, Charles ignored Morgan 4's angry glare, waved his hand, and gave the order. Use the pulse atomic gun to stun the target. Yes. At Charles's command, the genetically engineered warriors on the second floor raised their strangely shaped pistols. These were pulse atomic guns, weapons created by Bureau X through research into Mayan ruins. A hit from one would paralyze all the cells in the target's body, and the power of the atomic pulse could be controlled. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of atomic pulse bullets shot towards Yakanglin. Yakanglin was completely immobilized, forced to use all his internal energy to defend himself. But his internal energy was finite. Once depleted, what would he use to defend himself? Looks like I'll have to use that thing my advisor gave me. Yakanglin flipped his hand, revealing a black bead in his palm. This was something Tian had given him before he left. Based on Yakanglin's description, Tian guessed that Bureau X of the United States had likely obtained Mayan technological inheritance. Those methods posed no threat to him, but Yakanglin might encounter some trouble. A leftover bead from when he forged a magical artifact for Yakingsu was casually given to Yakanglin. He told him to crush it if he encountered any insurmountable danger. Yakanglin clenched his fist tightly. Bang! The black bead instantly turned to dust. Buzz! A vast power emanated, forming an invisible energy shield around Yakanglin's body. The electron pulse attacks were instantly blocked by this energy shield. What's going on? Seeing this, Charles's expression changed. Morgan 4 sneered, see? Charles, this person can't be dealt with by ordinary means. Be careful you don't get burned. Charles's expression shifted for a moment, then he gritted his teeth. Fine, since that's how it is, then kill him. Plasma cannons, prepare, full power to annihilate. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Gene warriors on the third floor pulled out cylindrical weapons, the X-Bureau's most powerful weapon, 3-barreled plasma cannons. Their power surpassed that of the pulse atomic gun, possessing immense destructive force. Bang bang bang. The shells struck again. Although still blocked by the energy shield, Yakanglin clearly felt it gradually weakening after being attacked. The magical artifact Tian gave him, though powerful, couldn't withstand such depletion. Its energy would eventually run out, and he would still be doomed. What to do? Just sit and wait to die? This was undoubtedly the most humiliating battle of Yakanglin's entire life. Compared to this, dying at the hands of a powerhouse like Miyamoto Hiroichi would be a worthy death. Being riddled with bullets would be far too shameful. Yakanglin forced himself to calm down, his thoughts racing, searching for a way to save himself. Suddenly, Yakanglin's gaze fell on Morgan 4 beside Charles. I can only gamble once. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yakanglin slowly closed his eyes. The plasma cannon's attack continued, the entire first floor hall had been reduced to ruins. Whoosh! Yakanglin abruptly opened his eyes, a strange, mysterious light flashing within them. Ha! A powerful surge of mental energy erupted forth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Morgan 4 suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Morgan 4 actually grabbed the remote control from Charles's hand and pressed it down hard without hesitation. Morgan, what are you doing? Charles exclaimed in shock. He never expected Morgan 4 to snatch the remote control and turn off the supergravity wave. Just a moment ago, Yakanglin had forcibly taken control of Morgan 4's body with all his mental energy. He didn't originally possess such abilities, but in the face of death, he had unleashed his inner potential and achieved a breakthrough. Furthermore, Morgan 4 was old, and his mental energy was far inferior to that of a younger person, which allowed Yakanglin to succeed by sheer luck. What did I do? Morgan 4 quickly realized what had happened, his face filled with utter bewilderment. In that instant, Yakanglin, now free, seized the opportunity, first dodging the plasma cannon's attack, then leaping with all his might, directly reaching the third floor. It's over. Charles's face paled drastically. He desperately wanted to strangle old Morgan beside him, but this was clearly not the time to assign blame. Quick! Stop him! Stop him for me! Charles shouted, pulling Morgan 4 back quickly. Clang! After Yakanglin stormed to the third floor, he moved like a tiger unleashed from its cage. With a slight flick of his wrist, the broken half of the purple star soft sword appeared in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Yakanglin's afterimages flashed, as if he were a demon from hell. The broken sword in his hand was like a demon's scythe, ruthlessly reaping lives. In less than a minute, he had slaughtered all of the more than 100 Gene warriors in the entire building. Meanwhile, Charles and Morgan 4 had already escaped to the rooftop of the building and boarded a military helicopter. Quick! Get out of here. Just as the helicopter took off and left the building, Ye Kanglin finally caught up. However, before the two could even catch their breath, Ye Kanglin on the rooftop below grabbed the tail of another helicopter and threw it away with all his might. Boom! The two helicopters collided in mid-air, an explosion rang out, and the helicopter carrying Charles and Morgan spun wildly through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 94 Major Discoveries at the First Emperor's Mausoleum. Boom! The helicopter, wobbling and plummeting, finally crashed heavily to the ground, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Moments later, a blood-soaked body crawled out of the wreckage. It was Charles. Morgan, from the immense impact, was beyond dead. But Charles was, after all, a superhuman. Although a psychic, his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people, and he didn't die immediately. However, the next moment, bang! With a loud crash, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Ye Kanglin, who had been pursuing him. No! Don't kill me! I know many secrets about the Maya. If you don't kill me, I can tell you all these secrets. Charles pleaded desperately. Unfortunately, Ye Kanglin remained unmoved. No interest. With a casual slap, he struck down, and Charles died instantly. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby soldiers, but Ye Kanglin vanished into the night in a flash. By the time the soldiers arrived, Ye Kanglin was long gone. They stared at the wreckage of the plane and the bodies of Charles and old Morgan, exchanging bewildered glances. Meanwhile, Nightfall's purge of the Morgan group was proceeding methodically. Following Ye Kanglin's instructions, all of the Morgan group's core members were targeted for elimination by nightfall. Almost overnight, the Morgan family and the entire Morgan group's key figures were wiped out by nightfall. This world-class conglomerate, which had dominated the United States for nearly a century, suffered an unprecedented devastating blow, drawing global attention. Back in China, the video from the Westlake Scenic Area continued to circulate online and even overseas, similarly attracting widespread attention. Ye Tian, Ye Hengtu, Ye Kanglin, and even Li Qingkang became hot topics of discussion among countless people. However, soon, relevant departments intervened. After all, allowing these rumors to continue to fester would inevitably cause many negative consequences, and the authorities would have no way to explain these matters. With the intervention of relevant departments, the online discussion subsided considerably, but curiosity is human nature, and completely suppressing it was clearly impossible. Just then, another major news story emerged in China, attracting public attention. The Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum archaeological team discovered a new tomb chamber, suspected to be the Qin Shi Huang's final resting place, and experts had found a way to open the ancient tomb chamber. Furthermore, the local television station issued a notice, preparing to broadcast the entire tomb exploration process live. Without question, this was clearly a deliberate move by the relevant departments, a public relations campaign to quell the online discussion. After all, the best way to suppress a hot topic of public opinion is to create an even bigger news story to divert public attention. Indeed, the results were quite impressive. This explosive news caused a sensation throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom, instantly topping the trending news lists on major platforms. It's important to understand that the first emperor, as the first emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, was a legendary figure in history, and the massive first emperor's mausoleum is nothing short of a miracle. With the proliferation of tomb-raiding novels online in recent years, many people have developed a strong interest in archaeology. Now, the official announcement of a live broadcast has generated immense excitement. On the day of the tomb opening, countless people glued to their televisions and phones. Even Ye Qingxiu and her best friend Lin Qian watched the live broadcast on their phones. Finally, amidst the anticipation of everyone, the live broadcast began. Xi'an City, the mausoleum of the first emperor. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao He, the host from Xi'an TV. I've now arrived at the underground palace of the mausoleum of the first emperor, and behind me is what appears to be the burial chamber of the first emperor's final resting place. A beautifully dressed female host introduced the sight, her face beaming with excitement. I believe many people, like myself, are curious whether the remains of the first emperor have been found in this tomb. While the archaeologists are currently opening the stone door, let's interview Professor Sun, who is in charge of this archaeological work. After the female host finished speaking, the camera focused on an elderly man dressed in white archaeological attire. The elderly man's name was Sun Amen, a top expert in Chinese archaeology and the main person in charge of the first emperor's mausoleum archaeological excavation. Sun Amen cleared his throat and said, "Well, judging from the location of this tomb, it's situated in the very center of the entire first emperor's mausoleum, undoubtedly the most prestigious location. Therefore, we deduce that there's a high probability that this is the first emperor's final resting place." Sun Amen explained his opinion and then exchanged a few pleasantries with the host. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise came from behind. "Quick, everyone, give it your all. It's about to open." Upon hearing the sound, the photographer immediately pointed his camera behind him. In front of a massive stone door, more than 10 archaeologists were pushing mechanisms on the stone wall. Rumble. With a sound like thunder, the two incredibly heavy stone doors began to slowly move to either side. The viewers watching the live stream were instantly thrilled, and the screen filled with comments like snowflakes. It's here! It's here! It's finally opening! So exciting! Now we can finally see the true face of the first emperor. Everyone, guess what's inside this mausoleum? Is there even a need to guess? It must be countless gold and silver treasures. Vulgar. My Emperor Zheng is a great emperor of all time, how could he be so shallow? It is said that the first emperor had 3 treasures, the imperial seal of the state, the 12 golden figures, and the Sohao pearl. The imperial seal of the state was passed down to his son Huhe, and later disappeared during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. I wonder if the 12 golden figures and the Sohao pearl are among them. This analysis is the most reliable. However, the so-called 12 golden figures are just made of brass. I am quite interested in the Sohao pearl, which is as famous as the Hishibai. It is said that this thing is pure white and glows in the dark, and can illuminate a room. I wonder if it is true or not. The person upstairs has a narrow perspective. I guess it is the elixir of immortality, Doge. Haha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? If Emperor Zheng really had the elixir of immortality, would he be lying here? Rumble. Amidst the enthusiastic discussion of the audience, the stone door to the tomb chamber finally opened. Then what happened next shocked everyone. A white light shone from the tomb chamber, unlike the pitch-black atmosphere of other ancient tombs. Could this tomb chamber be connected to the outside world? This was the first reaction of all the archaeologists, but after stepping inside, they were utterly dumbfounded. Inside was a palace that wasn't very large, and in the center of the palace, on a candlestick, sat a white bead, the source of the previous light. Could this be the Sohao bead? Everyone was immediately thrown into a frenzy. Chapter 95. The mysterious master of the first emperor, Tian. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the legendary Sohao pearl, capable of glowing in the dark, actually existed. According to some historical records, after Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 kingdoms, he collected treasures from across the land, including the Sohao pearl. Legend has it that he later took it into his tomb as an ever-burning lamp. But these are all just legends. Furthermore, from a scientific perspective, fluorescent substances absorb light and then slowly release it, but it's impossible for them to illuminate an entire room for thousands of years. However, what was happening before their eyes confirmed the legend's truth, leaving no room for disbelief. This is absolutely priceless. The archaeologists were all deeply moved. Don't just stand there. Judging from the current situation, this is very likely the tomb of the first emperor. Quickly, light the searchlights and see if there are any other discoveries. Sun Amun was the first to react and immediately gave the order. Yes. The archaeologists quickly brought out their searchlights, instantly illuminating the previously dim tomb chamber and revealing the entire hall clearly to the camera. However, to everyone's disappointment, apart from the Sohao pearl, a national treasure, the hall was completely empty, no other treasures were visible. Professor Sun, look, there's a coffin over there. Someone exclaimed. In the center of the hall was a circular depression, and within it lay a coffin made of golden Nanmu wood, carved with a 5-clawed golden dragon. It was clear that the coffin's owner was of extraordinary status. Could this be the coffin of the first emperor? Not only were the archaeologists thrilled, but the viewers watching the live stream were also excited. Was the remains of that great emperor of all time finally about to be discovered? This was absolutely groundbreaking news that would shock the world. However, Sun Amun shook his head repeatedly. No, this isn't right. Although there's a priceless treasure like the Suiho pearl buried with him, the scale of this tomb is far too simple, clearly inconsistent with the first emperor's status. Just then, someone else made a new discovery. Professor Sun, look. There's a stele next to the coffin, and it seems to have inscriptions on it. Let's go take a look. The archaeologists cautiously approached the coffin. There were no traps or mechanisms as described in tomb raiding novels, everything seemed perfectly normal. The presenter and photographer followed, simultaneously increasing the brightness of the lights, making the entire tomb chamber as bright as day, completely visible. Professor Sun, what does it say on this stele? The female presenter asked curiously. Professor Sun stared intently at the stone tablet, casually explaining, this is the seal script commonly used during the Qin dynasty, which is definitely different from modern writing. As for the content, how strange. What's wrong? Professor Sun, have you discovered something? Sun Amun didn't speak this time, finishing reading the inscription on the stone tablet with a look of shock and confusion. Professor Sun, say something. What does this stone tablet say? The whole nation is waiting. The female host urged impatiently. The seal script of the Qin dynasty differs significantly from modern writing, given the more than 2,000 years of history. Unless one is an archaeologist with specialized knowledge, it's virtually impossible to understand. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Professor Sun finally spoke. You might not believe it, but the inscription on this stone tablet was actually written by the first emperor himself. And according to the inscription, this coffin contains the remains of a man named Tian, who was actually the first emperor's teacher. Everyone was completely stunned. An archaeologist nearby couldn't help but ask, "Professor Sun, when did the first emperor have a master named Tian? I've never heard of him before." Sun Amun smiled wryly, "Don't say you haven't heard of him, even I've never heard of him before. And it's clear from the text that the first emperor greatly admired this master, even to the point of fanaticism. According to the first emperor's description, his master Tian was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography, his erudition surpassing even the most brilliant philosophers of the 100 schools of thought. He also possessed extraordinary martial arts skills and unpredictable abilities. He was practically a god descended to earth. The first emperor's ability to return to Qin, ascend the throne, and unify the world, conquering the 6 states in just 10 years, was all thanks to Tian's assistance. Even the first emperor's persistent pursuit of the elixir of immortality stemmed from this man. Wow! Sun Amun's words left everyone even more bewildered. If these words hadn't come from Sun Amun's mouth, everyone would probably think it was utter nonsense. Who's this old man? I think he's just spouting nonsense without thinking. Is this guy a fake expert? My beloved Emperor Zheng, a great emperor throughout history, is practically a brainwashed fan in his mouth. I just looked him up online. This Professor Sun Amun is a top authority in the fields of archaeology and history in China. Haha, these days anyone can be an expert. I don't believe it. If such a brilliant figure really existed in history, why have we never heard of him? So fake. Is this just a gimmick by the production team? I'm outta here. Sun Amun's words have caused an uproar in the livestream. Professor Sun, I specifically researched the life of the first emperor, and I've never heard of him having a teacher named Tian. According to your explanation, how could such a powerful figure not be recorded in historical records? A young archaeologist asked, voicing his doubts. Sun Amun smiled wryly again. To be honest, even I can't believe it. But that's what the stele records. And you must understand, this is the first emperor's mausoleum. What historical record could be more credible than the first emperor's own words? As for why there's no record of this person in historical records, the stele also mentions it. It said that the first emperor's teacher didn't want to be known by posterity, so he asked the first emperor to erase some of his deeds. And the later burning of books and burying of scholars alive is said to be because of this. Everyone was stunned again. The infamous burning of books and burying of scholars alive in history was actually the first emperor's way of covering up information about his mysterious teacher? This is just too damn bizarre. Alright, now's not the time to discuss this. You guys go open this coffin and see if there's any other useful information inside, Sun Amun said again. Several archaeologists immediately stepped forward and began working carefully. It took nearly half an hour. Rumble. With a sound, the coffin was finally slowly opened. Chapter 96. The old man becomes a hot topic again. Amidst the intense anticipation, the coffin was opened. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no corpse inside, nor any burial goods, only a scroll. This is. Everyone was stunned. Finally, Sun Amun carefully removed the scroll and slowly unrolled it. It was a silk painting. The coffin was perfectly sealed. Even after more than 2,000 years, the silk painting remained as if it were brand new. The photographer quickly zoomed in, and the scene on the silk painting was immediately revealed to everyone. In the painting was a handsome middle-aged man, dressed in a flowing ancient robe, with long, flowing hair and eyes like stars, like a celestial being. The live stream chat exploded. Could this be Tian, the first emperor's teacher? So handsome. He's much better looking than those celebrities on TV. I love it. This is a true ancient costume heartthrob. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? I remember now. Isn't this the old man who's been all over the internet lately? Wow, it really is. This person in the painting, except for being a bit younger than old man looks exactly the same. Tian? Old man Could this person be old man ancestor? But they look so alike. It's almost like the same person. I seem to remember Xiaoxu mentioning that her great-grandfather's name was Tian. What do you mean? Are you saying they're the same person? Are you saying that the first emperor's teacher lived for over 2,000 years? Ha, that's not funny at all. I admit the old man is amazing, but to say he lived for over 2,000 years, how is that possible? Do you think the old man is a tortoise? The old man felt offended. The middle-aged man in the painting is actually Tian. After helping the first emperor unify the 6 kingdoms, Tian vanished, heading east and disappearing into the East China Sea. The first emperor sent people to search the East China Sea several times, but to no avail. Later, the first emperor grew old and didn't know if his beloved master was still alive. Although the first emperor believed his master's abilities were comparable to a god, perhaps a celestial being descended to earth, he couldn't be certain. Therefore, he ultimately placed Tian's portrait in the coffin and buried him in place of his body. Tian was unaware of all this. When he returned from his travels to the mainland, the Qin dynasty had already fallen after only 2 generations, and the Han dynasty had taken over. In Villa Number 1, Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qian also saw the live stream and exchanged bewildered glances. Xiaoxiu, the person in the painting looks so much like Grandpa. Could he really be one of your Ye family's ancestors? Ye Qingxiu shook her head, I don't know either. Besides, I heard my grandfather say when I was little that he wasn't my great-grandfather's biological son. My grandfather was adopted by my great-grandfather. Lin Qian, why don't we go ask Grandpa? Maybe he knows something. Ye Qingxiu, let's forget it. More than 2,000 years have passed. Even if the person in the painting is truly an ancestor of the Ye family, great-grandfather probably wouldn't know. Let's not disturb him. Lin Qian had no choice but to give up. Meanwhile, the online discussions about Ye Tian, which had previously subsided, were suddenly reignited by the major discovery in the first emperor's mausoleum. Everyone began speculating, who was this ancient person found in the tomb who looked exactly like Ye Tian, even sharing the same name? What was their relationship? Some even photoshopped the painting together with a picture of Ye Tian. Then, various sensational news headlines began appearing on major websites. Shocking! A mysterious portrait discovered in the first emperor's mausoleum bears a striking resemblance to an old man from Shanghai. What bizarre story lies between the first emperor's mysterious master and an old man from Shanghai? Is it reincarnation? Or immortality? Let us take you into the world of a folk eccentric. Revealed. The first emperor spent his entire life searching for the elixir of immortality, and the reason was him. Even Peng Xiu, who claimed to have lived for 800 years, was just a junior compared to this old man. Suddenly, all sorts of bizarre news about Ye Tian flooded the internet again, becoming the topic of countless people's conversations. Yanjing, amidst red walls and yellow tiles. Uncle Li, I've already instructed my men to do as you said, but I never expected it to turn out like this. Alas! Elder Yi sighed repeatedly. Sitting opposite him was none other than Li Qingkang, the founder of Kunlun. It turned out that the official intervention to quell the online public opinion surrounding Ye Tian was actually an order given behind the scenes by Elder Yi. However, no one could have imagined that the plan to use the first emperor's mausoleum as a gimmick to divert public attention had backfired. Now, news about Ye Tian was everywhere online, and it was impossible to suppress the rumors. Elder Yi was also very frustrated about this. He had never foreseen that a scroll identical to Ye Tian's would be unearthed from the first emperor's mausoleum. This was too much of a coincidence. Li Qingkang stared silently at the news on the screen for a long while before finally speaking. Xiao Yi, what do you think of these gossip stories online? Old Yi was taken aback. No, Uncle Li, you don't believe all this nonsense online, do you? Reincarnation, immortality, it's utterly ridiculous. Li Qingkang was silent again for a moment. Frankly, if it were before, I would definitely have thought these people were talking nonsense. But ever since I witnessed that person's astonishing abilities, I've been thinking, perhaps there really are gods in this world. In the battle at Westlake, almost everyone thought Zeus was struck by lightning, even the members of Dragon Soul and Nightfall thought so. But Li Qingkang knew that the colossal lightning bolt was definitely Ye Tian's doing. Using divine thought to summon heavenly lightning, he would never have believed before that such a mythical technique was real. But Ye Tian had actually done it. In Li Qingkang's eyes, this elder Ye was almost comparable to a god. So, perhaps immortality isn't entirely impossible for Ye Tian? Uncle Li, what do you mean by that? Do you also think that Senior Ye is the reincarnation of that first emperor's master? Or perhaps, he is Senior Ye himself? Elder Yi's eyes widened after understanding Li Qingkang's meaning. How can someone live for over 2,000 years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Elder Yi shook his head repeatedly, still unable to accept it. Li Qingkang smiled and said, perhaps I'm just overthinking it. Due to the excessive online discussion about Ye Tian, Ye Qingxiu chose to temporarily suspend her broadcasts. Although she enjoyed the live streaming industry, she didn't want Ye Tian to become a gimmick for unscrupulous media outlets. Therefore, she planned to temporarily suspend her broadcasts until the online buzz subsided. For the next period, Ye Tian didn't appear in the public eye, and with official intervention, the public opinion surrounding Ye Tian gradually calmed down. Chapter 97 Returning Home. The year-end was fast approaching. That day, Ye Qingxiu received a call from home, saying her mother was seriously ill and hospitalized, urging her to come home immediately. Speaking of Ye Qingxiu's mother, since remarrying 5 years ago, she had almost never inquired about her daughter's situation. Ye Qingxiu had managed to complete university thanks to the meager inheritance left by her father and her own odd jobs. However, blood is thicker than water, and upon learning of her mother's serious illness, Ye Qingxiu was deeply worried and immediately sought out Ye Tian. Great-grandpa, I can go back by myself. I'll just go see her for a moment and then come back to be with you. Ye Tian waved his hand, saying, I'll go back with you. I still have some things left back in our hometown. In Ye Tian's memory, yet Kingxiu's mother was not a kind person. If it weren't for Ye Kingxiu's insistence, he, too, would almost have been sent to a nursing home by that woman. Of course, given Ye Tian's current state of mind, he wouldn't stoop to the level of an ant, but he also couldn't just stand by and watch his great-granddaughter suffer, could he? Upon learning that Ye Tian was returning to his hometown, Ye Huntu immediately offered to accompany him, but Ye Tian refused without hesitation. "You're the head of the Qinghong Consortium, after all. Don't keep bothering an old man like me all day. You don't find it annoying, but this old man wants some peace and quiet." Ye Huntu blushed, not daring to insist any further. "Then, master, I'll have those brats from Nightfall go with you. You need a few people to boss around, right?" At this time, Ye Kanglin and the Nightfall group had already returned from the United States. The top brass of the Morgan Consortium had been purged, and other major consortia in the United States were fiercely competing for the Morgan Consortium's interests. Ye Tian shook his head again. "There's no need for that." Ye Huntu insisted, "At least you need someone to drive you." Ye Tian thought about it and agreed, then casually pointed to Ye Shizhen, the youngest of the Nightfall disciples. "Then this kid will do." Ye Shizhen was overjoyed, while the rest of the Nightfall members all looked on with envy. Their master, Ye Kanglin, had broken through to the celestial realm after a casual remark from Ye Tian. Ye San had also broken through to the Grandmaster realm after receiving an enlightenment from Ye Tian's words. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, being able to serve this Grandmaster closely was truly a blessing from a past life. After everything was settled, Ye Shizhen drove a Maybach, carrying Ye Tian and Ye Kingxiu away from Shuiyun residence. Ye Kingxiu's hometown was a small mountain village in Tianese province of the Dragon Kingdom. 3 or 4 hours later, the car entered Tianese province. Half an hour later, it exited the highway and entered Yun County, the county where Ye Kingxiu's hometown was located. The Ye family originally owned a house in the county, but after Ye Kingxiu's father passed away, the house was transferred to Ye Kingxiu's mother, He Hungmei's name. Even after He Hungmei remarried, she continued to live in the house. The relationship between mother and daughter had never been good to begin with, and after He Hungmei remarried and Ye Kingxiu went to university, she rarely returned home. Before being taken to Shanghai, Ye Tian lived in his hometown, cared for by neighbors through Ye Kingxiu, who regularly sent him living expenses. Following Ye Kingxiu's directions, the car drove directly to the county central hospital. In a ward at the county's central hospital. Judging by the time, that little girl should be arriving soon, right? On the hospital bed sat a middle-aged woman, around 40 years old. Although somewhat plump, her facial features clearly indicated she must have been a beauty in her youth. This was Ye Kingxiu's mother, He Hungmei. Besides He Hungmei, there were 3 other people in the ward. A short, stout middle-aged man was He Hungmei's current husband, named Lu Yong. A tall, thin middle-aged man was He Hungmei's younger brother, Ye Kingxiu's uncle, named He Jinkei. The third person was a teenager, Lu Yong's son and He Hungmei's stepson, named Lu Xiaohao. "Xiaohao, you said your sister's become some kind of internet celebrity, making tons of money? You're sure you're not mistaken?" He Hungmei asked Lu Xiaohao. Lu Xiaohao immediately took out his phone and opened Ye Kingxiu's livestream. "Definitely. I had someone check it out. This is my sister. Mom, you have no idea, my sister's incredibly powerful now. Even super-rich second-generation kids like Wang Xiaokong are fawning over her online. And my great-grandfather, he's an even bigger deal. I heard many important people are eager to meet him. Many say he's a god descended from heaven." Lu Xiaohao became incredibly excited, spitting as he talked about this. He used to call Ye Kingxiu by her first name, but now he calls her my sister all the time. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were siblings. He Hungmei stared in disbelief. "Really? That old man with Alzheimer's, a god? He's more like a lunatic. Are people in big cities really that easy to fool?" After all, in her memory, her daughter inherited her looks, she'd been a beauty since childhood, so becoming some kind of internet celebrity was somewhat plausible. But she knew Ye Tian all too well. A demented old man from the countryside who didn't even remember his own children and grandchildren had become a revered old god sought after by those important figures. This world is too crazy. Are people in big cities really that easily fooled? At this moment, He Jinkei spoke up. I've seen some of those news articles online too, it's just hype. I reckon my niece has hooked up with some big shot. But I have to say, this hype is really successful. I heard this girl is now the most popular female streamer on the Huya live streaming platform, earning at least 10 million a year. He Jinkei had worked in big cities in his younger days and had some experience, but he was only slightly better off than the 3 of them. If he knew that Ye Kingxiu's earnings from gifts alone in a single live stream were more than 10 million, I wonder what he would think. Upon hearing about money, He Hungmei and Lu Yong's eyes lit up. 10 million. My goodness. It seems Xiaoxiu has really struck it rich. Lu Yong swallowed hard, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. "Wife, do you think that girl will really give you money if you pretend to be sick like this?" It turned out He Hungmei was faking illness. To be precise, He Hungmei was indeed sick, but it was just a common cold. She deliberately exaggerated her symptoms to lure Ye Qingxiu back. Because she knew her relationship with her daughter had always been strained, she worried that Ye Qingxiu might not give her money if she asked her daughter directly, so she came up with this idea. Chapter 98. A Greedy Family. He Hungmei said confidently, I know this girl's temper too well. Just like her father, she's soft-hearted. As long as we follow our pre-rehearsed script, we're sure to get money from her. Lu Yong, He Jinkei, and Lu Xiaohao exchanged glances, all revealing excited smiles. Lu Yong was an unemployed bum with a gambling addiction, deeply in debt. His son, Lu Xiaohao, influenced by his father from a young age, was also a bad influence, dropping out of school early and spending his days aimlessly. As for He Jinkei, he had earned some money working in another city years ago. After returning home, he wanted to start a small business, but unfortunately, he lacked business acumen and suffered repeated investment failures, now also heavily in debt. Upon learning that Ye Qingxiu had become a popular internet celebrity, the three of them conspired to get some money from her, hence the scheme. He Hungmei was initially reluctant. After all, being cheated out of her daughter's money was somewhat shameful. However, she couldn't resist the three's persistent pleading and finally agreed. Meanwhile, after the car stopped in the hospital parking lot, Tian said, 13, you go with your junior sister. I won't go up. Throughout the journey, Ye Shizhen had taken meticulous care of her. This shrewd and tactful young man had won Ye Tian's favor. Yes, Grandmaster, Ye Shizhen quickly replied. Ye Qingxiu knew that Ye Tian had never liked her mother, so she didn't say anything. After getting out of the car, the two bought some fruit near the hospital and then went to the inpatient department. Soon, the two found He Hungmei's ward. Coming. Lu Xiaohao, who had been waiting at the door, quickly alerted them upon seeing Ye Qingxiu. He Hungmei immediately and quickly lay down on the bed, pretending to be unconscious. Lu Yong and He Jinkei, standing nearby, began to weep uncontrollably by the hospital bedside, their acting utterly exaggerated. As soon as they entered the room, Sister, you're finally back. The doctor said Mom has a terminal illness, and the surgery will cost at least $1 million. What are we going to do? Lu Xiaohao immediately joined in the acting. Ye Qingxiu's heart tightened. After all, she was her biological mother, and she still had some affection for her. Terminal illness? Wasn't she fine before? How could she suddenly have a terminal illness? What kind of illness is it? Well, Lu Xiaohao was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, He Jinkei reacted quickly, immediately saying, it's leukemia. Xiaoxiu, your mother has leukemia, late stage. The doctor said she needs a bone marrow transplant, which will cost at least $1 million, maybe $2 million, and the surgery must be done as soon as possible, any later and it might be too late. Lu Yong added, Xiaoxiu, I know your relationship with your mother hasn't been very good, but she's still your mother. You can't just watch her die like this, right? Uncle knows you're successful now, you definitely don't need this money. So, consider this money a loan from Uncle. Once your mother's illness is cured, I'll definitely find a way to pay you back. The two actors were clearly a level above Lu Xiaohao, speaking with genuine sincerity. Ye Qingxiu, blinded by concern, didn't think it through. Don't worry, no matter the cost, I will definitely cure my mother. He Jinkei and Lu Yong exchanged a glance, a triumphant smile flashing in their eyes. They were waiting for Ye Qingxiu to say this. It's like this, Xiaoxiu, you know, a bone marrow transplant is no small surgery. I've managed to get an appointment with a specialist in the provincial capital. I know you're busy with work and can't be there in person, so why don't you transfer the surgery fee to your mother's account first? Your uncle will definitely handle everything perfectly. He Jinkei continued smoothly. Ye Qingxiu vaguely felt something was amiss, but looking at He Hungmei, still unconscious on the hospital bed, she couldn't bear it. Besides, 1 or 2 million was just a drop in the ocean for her now. Okay. Just as Ye Qingxiu was about to transfer the money, Ye Shizhen, who had been following behind, suddenly spoke up. Auntie looks perfectly fine. She doesn't look like she's in the late stages of leukemia at all. As an excellent assassin, keen observation of details is a fundamental skill. These people, working together in unison, could fool the naive Ye Qingxiu, but how could they possibly fool the experienced Ye Shizhen? Lu Yong and the other two's expressions changed instantly. Who are you? What business is it of yours, an outsider, with our family's affairs? Get out of here! He Jinkei immediately shouted angrily. Get out! Lu Xiaohao even took action, trying to drive Ye Shizhen out of the ward. However, Ye Shizhen moved with effortless grace, dodging Lu Xiaohao's shove. In a flash, he was at the bedside, removing the 4 drip from He Hungmei's arm. Azithromycin, if I remember correctly, this should be medicine for the common cold, right? The three of them turned deathly pale. Even He Hungmei, who had been feigning unconsciousness, twitched her eyelids. At this point, Ye Qingxiu finally realized what had happened. Her heart turned ice cold. She never imagined that her own mother would conspire with her own uncle to deceive her. How long are you going to keep up this act? Furious, Ye Qingxiu yanked the blanket off He Hungmei. He Hungmei, realizing she'd been exposed, sat up, her face alternating between pale and flushed, a truly remarkable sight. Yes, I lied to you. But I'm your mother. Now that you have money, what's wrong with giving me some? Isn't that just a matter of course? He Hungmei argued vehemently. Ye Qingxiu's eyes were red-rimmed, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Ye Shizhen, standing to the side, frowned deeply. Ye Qingxiu was his master's darling. If anyone else dared to make her cry, he guaranteed they wouldn't see the sun rise tomorrow. But this person was, after all, Ye Qingxiu's biological mother, making the situation difficult. As the saying goes, even an upright official can't settle family disputes. As an outsider, he couldn't interfere and could only let Ye Qingxiu resolve it herself. Fine. You just want money, right? Name your price, I'll give you the money, and from now on, we'll sever all ties, mother and daughter, and have nothing to do with each other anymore. If Ye Qingxiu still harbored a sliver of affection for her selfish and self-serving mother before returning home, this incident had utterly extinguished that affection. He Hungmei's expression shifted rapidly. Under Lu Yang's frantic urging, she finally gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, you said it. 5 million. Give me 5 million, and we'll go our separate ways. I'll pretend I never had a daughter like you. Deal." Ye Qingxiu immediately took out her phone, transferred 5 million to He Hungmei's account, and left without looking back. Ye Shizhen shook his head and quickly followed. Chapter 99 arrived home. Back in the car, Ye Qingxiu threw herself into Ye Tian's arms and burst into tears. Ye Tian gently patted Ye Qingxiu's head, saying nothing more. Over tens of thousands of years, he had witnessed far too many such things. For money, power, and various interests, brothers turned against each other, fathers and sons became enemies. Such cases were countless. It is said that parents' hearts are full of pity for their children, but some parents are exceptions. They are simply unfit to be parents. Ye Tian remembered that more than 2,000 years ago, there was a cook named Yi who, in order to please his country's ruler, actually cooked his own son alive and made him into a soup to present to the monarch. Later, during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, there was a man named Zhu Wen, who was lecherous and openly forced his daughters-in-law to take turns serving him in bed. Even Li Longji, later praised as a wise ruler, not only stole his son's wife but also once killed 3 of his sons in a single day. As for the power struggles that led to fathers killing sons, sons killing fathers, brothers killing brothers, fratricide and fratricide, such acts were commonplace throughout history, hardly unusual. Even among the common people at the bottom of society, cannibalism and fathers cooking each other alive were commonplace during times of war and famine. Compared to those darkest aspects buried in the long river of history, Ye Qingxiu's experiences were insignificant, utterly trivial. Ye Qingxiu cried and cried, perhaps exhausted from crying, and finally fell into a deep sleep in Ye Tian's arms. "Grandmaster, I don't think Junior sister's family is any good. They might cause trouble again. Should I go and teach them a lesson?" Ye Tian waved his hand. "We'll talk about that later." Ye Tian was quite confident in Ye Shizhen's abilities, but after all, she was Ye Qingxiu's biological mother. Moreover, in Ye Tian's view, this matter was also a good opportunity for Ye Qingxiu to temper her character. Ye Qingxiu's talent for cultivation was very high. She had already made some progress in qi gathering, much faster than Ye Tian had expected. It wouldn't be long before she could formally enter the ranks of cultivators, but her mental state was still somewhat lacking. The path of cultivation was inherently defying the heavens. Without a sufficiently strong determination, it was difficult to achieve anything. If Ye Qingxiu could handle this matter well on her own, it would undoubtedly greatly help improve her mental state. After leaving the hospital, the car drove out of the county town and onto country roads. Ye Qingxiu's hometown was called Qingyi Village, surrounded by mountains and water, with extremely beautiful scenery. It was precisely because of this environment that Ye Tian decided to spend his 10th nirvana stage here. However, in the past few decades, the rapid economic development of the Dragon Kingdom had caused some damage to the environment of Qingyi Village. Although every family had built high-rise buildings and transportation was more convenient, the scenery was no longer what it used to be. It was nearing the end of the year, and many villagers who had gone out to work were returning home. Seeing such a luxury car enter the village, they all turned to look and began to whisper among themselves, "Wow, that Mercedes is really impressive. Is some big boss returning to the village? Perhaps it's the Mankang family from the village entrance. I heard their eldest son is a big boss in the city, earning tens of millions a year. This isn't the right direction. Mankang's house is at the south end of the village. Why is this car heading north?" Amidst the villagers' murmurs, the car stopped in front of an old house at the northernmost end of the village. The crowd immediately became agitated again. They went to the Ye family's house. Since that car accident a few years ago, wasn't only old Master Ye and his daughter left? Qingyi Village is mainly inhabited by the Guo and Li families. Ye Tian settled here with his adopted son, making them outsiders. The Ye family is the only one. Moreover, the Ye family's old house is practically isolated from the village. Ye Tian's adopted son and grandson are rather introverted and honest, with little contact with the villagers. Therefore, the Ye family is a very special presence in King He village. Whenever the Ye family is mentioned in the village, everyone knows they are referring to the Ye family at the northern end of the village. I remember now. I heard that the Ye family's daughter has become some kind of internet celebrity, and she's making a fortune. A while ago, she even took grandpa to Shanghai to enjoy a life of luxury. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. In this technological age, even in a remote village like King He village, news is far from scarce. And the more rural the place, the more people love to gossip. Who made a fortune in the city, who got into trouble, these are all topics of conversation among the villagers. Although many older villagers have no idea what an internet celebrity is, it doesn't stop them from spreading gossip. Shaw, it's just a Mercedes-Benz. My nephew in the city has one too. It's nothing special. Some villagers, harboring a sour grapes mentality, couldn't help but scoff. Uncle Chang'an, you probably don't understand yet. This isn't an ordinary Mercedes-Benz, it's a Maybach. It's the best Mercedes-Benz ever made, the cheapest one costs over $1 million. A knowledgeable young man in the village immediately explained to everyone. The old man called Uncle Chang'an widened his eyes in shock. His nephew's Mercedes-Benz was just an entry-level model, worth only around $300,000. He thought cars with the same logo would be similarly priced, but he hadn't expected such a huge difference. The villagers were all dumbfounded. To them, a car costing over $1 million was definitely the ultimate luxury car. If they knew that this Maybach was actually a custom-made model, with a market price of at least $10 million, their jaws would probably drop. Inside the car, Ye Tian patted Ye Qingxiu's head, and she slowly woke up. Great-grandpa, are we home? Ye Qingxiu glanced groggily out the window, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Yes, we're home. Ye Tian sighed softly. Actually, back then, in preparation for his 10th nirvana, he had specially created a secret realm for himself. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, before he could even enter that realm, his memories began to rapidly fade, causing him to remain in King He village for over 70 years. Looking back now, it's truly a poignant situation. The three of them got out of the car and entered the old house. Because no one had lived there for a long time, the courtyard was somewhat overgrown. Ye Shizhen and Ye Qingxiu tidied it up inside and out, making it look brand new. By then, it was already evening. Grandmaster, junior sister Qingxiu, I'm going to the nearby market to buy some food. Ye Shizhen said. No need for that trouble. Ye Tian said, flipping his hand and taking out 2 golden pills. These are Bigu pills. Taking them will allow you to go 3 days without food. You two should go to bed early tonight. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere. Chapter 100 Ye Tian's Pet, Little Black. The next day, Ye Shizhen and Ye Qingxiu both got up early. Just as Ye Tian had said, after taking the fasting pills he had given them the day before, they didn't feel hungry at all until the next morning. In fact, they felt refreshed and even lighter. Ye Qingxiu originally planned to practice her morning exercises as usual, following the qi gathering techniques Ye Tian had taught her, but Ye Tian stopped her. Don't practice today. I'll take you somewhere that's more suitable for cultivation. Ye Qingxiu's curiosity was piqued. Great-grandpa, where exactly is that place you're talking about? Is it far from our house? Ye Tian smiled. Not far at all. Just over the mountain behind the village. Ye Qingxiu immediately looked puzzled. As a native of the village, she had played on the mountain behind the village many times as a child and knew the area within a 10-mile radius very well. Logically, if Ye Tian said that place was near the village, there was no reason she wouldn't know it. Soon, the three left the old house and headed north, crossing an unnamed hill before arriving at a desolate forest. Because it was winter, the leaves and vegetation were withered and yellow, giving it a desolate feel. In the past, walking such a long mountain path would have left Ye Qingxiu breathless and exhausted. However, since practicing the qi gathering techniques taught by Ye Tian for so long, her physique had undergone a qualitative leap. She felt no fatigue whatsoever, as if she had inexhaustible energy. I remember when I was little, there were pheasants and rabbits in this forest. Now, although the village is wealthy, the environment is severely damaged. It's nothing like it used to be. Ye Qingxiu sighed deeply. Ye Tian smiled slightly. Don't worry. Once we get to the place I told you about, I guarantee you won't want to go home. Really? Ye Qingxiu's eyes lit up. Ye Shizhen was also even more curious about what kind of place Ye Tian was talking about. A short while later, guided by Ye Tian, the three arrived at the edge of a canyon. Ye Qingxiu seemed to realize something, and her expression changed drastically. Great-grandpa, if I remember correctly, this seems to be Snake Valley. The old folks in the village say there are giant pythons in this canyon that eat people. A terrifying legend has always circulated in King He village. A giant python, or some say a snake demon, lives in Snake Valley behind the mountain. Anyone who goes in never comes out alive. It has always been a forbidden area for King He village. Yet Kingsu remembered that when she was little, whenever the village children misbehaved, the adults would scare them with the image of the giant python from Snake Valley. This was a dark memory for many King He villagers. Yet Tian smiled. Snake Valley? Then this must be it. With that, Ye Tian stepped inside. Ye Shizhen and Ye Kingsu followed closely behind, but Ye Kingsu's face was noticeably pale. After all, the psychological trauma inflicted from being exposed to such things since childhood isn't so easily overcome. Even the most mischievous kids in the village wouldn't dare step foot inside when they were young. Ye Shizhen noticed Ye Kingsu's fear and smiled slightly. Junior sister Shui, don't be afraid. With Grandmaster here, even if there really is some giant python in this valley, I can handle it without Grandmaster's intervention. He had barely finished speaking when, whoosh, a sudden commotion arose from the dense grass ahead. The next moment, a colossal figure leaped out of the grass. Not good. Grandmaster, be careful. Ye Shizhen's figure blurred, and he was already in front of Ye Tian. Although he knew his Grandmaster's strength was unfathomable, as a junior, how could he hide behind his elder? As the saying goes, when the master is in trouble, the disciple should serve him. In the face of danger, he should naturally step in first. If he truly couldn't handle it, then it wouldn't be too late for Grandmaster to intervene. However, when Ye Shizhen saw what was approaching, he was immediately horrified. Holy crap! Ye Shizhen cursed aloud. From the bushes ahead sprang a python thicker than a water bucket. This python was a dark gold color, almost metallic, and its species was unknown. It was a terrifying 20 meters long. Ye Shizhen considered himself quite knowledgeable, having once ventured into python-infested rainforests for a mission, but he swore he had never seen a python of such terrifying size. Not only that, Ye Shizhen also noticed two faintly protruding bumps on the python's head, like horns about to sprout on a cow or sheep, an indescribably eerie sight. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The giant python, its path blocked by Ye Shizhen, was clearly enraged. It arched its body high, its head 2 meters off the ground, then stared down at Ye Shizhen, its long red forked tongue flicking in and out, its eyes gleaming with a wary, cold light. Gulp! Ye Shizhen couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Even as an elite assassin of the Nightfall, he had seen all sorts of situations. Even amidst a hail of bullets, he wouldn't flinch. But at this moment, being stared at so intently by this enormous creature, Ye Shizhen felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. What the hell was this monster? His assassin's intuition told him that this was definitely not an ordinary python. He could even sense from its eyes that it possessed some kind of sentience. Could there really be snake demons in this world? Ah! Ye Kingsu, standing behind, couldn't help but gasp, her face turning even paler, her whole body trembling. She had never seen anything so terrifying in her life. Ye Tian turned back and smiled at Ye Kingsu. Don't be afraid. It's my pet from back then, named Xiao Hei. It just looks scary, it won't really hurt anyone. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, both Ye Kingsu and Ye Shizhen were dumbfounded. What? A pet? Ye Shizhen's eyes widened, thinking, Grandmaster, are you sure you're not mistaken? You call this thing a pet? Ye Kingsu was equally incredulous. However, what happened next completely shattered their worldview. Ye Tian stepped forward and beckoned to the giant python. Xiao Hei, come here. The enormous python, resembling a prehistoric beast, twisted its massive body upon hearing Ye Tian's call, darting swiftly through the grass and forest. In the blink of an eye, it was before Ye Tian, raising its enormous head and rubbing against him affectionately. Ye Kingsu and Ye Shizhen, standing nearby, were completely dumbfounded, feeling as if they were dreaming, utterly unreal. This giant python was really Ye Tian's pet? Chapter 101: A Paradise Beyond the World. After calming down, both were filled with curiosity again. Ye Kingsu mustered her courage and approached Ye Tian. Don't be afraid, it's very well behaved. You can try petting it, Ye Tian said with a smile. Xiao Hei seemed to understand Ye Tian's words, immediately nuzzling its head towards Ye Kingsu, like a child expecting praise. Ye Kingsu took a deep breath and stroked Xiao Hei's head a few times. The latter immediately narrowed its eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. This relieved Ye Kingsu, but she was secretly amazed. This terrifyingly large python didn't seem much different from the neighbor's dog, De Huang. Then, Xiao Hei seemed to smell something, nuzzling its head against the bag at Ye Kingsu's waist, its eyes filled with curiosity. Ye Kingsu's mind raced, and she took out a box of chocolates from her bag. Do you want this? After saying this, Ye Kingsu laughed at herself. She was actually talking to a snake. Could it understand her? However, to Ye Kingsu's astonishment, something happened. Little Black nodded repeatedly, seemingly understanding her words. Ye Kingsu was stunned. She immediately opened the box and placed it in her palm. She wondered to herself, do snakes like chocolate? Whoosh! Little Black extended its forked tongue, rolled the chocolate into its mouth, and swallowed it. After the chocolate was in its stomach, Little Black savored it for a moment, seemingly quite satisfied with the food. Its eyes lit up, and it rubbed its head against Ye Qingxiu's bag like a child asking for candy. Ye Qingxiu was greatly surprised, so she took out all the chocolates and snacks from her bag at once. Soon, all the food was devoured by Xiao He, who still seemed unsatisfied and wanted more. It's all gone. There's really nothing left, Ye Qingxiu said helplessly. This big guy can really eat. Seeing that Ye Qingxiu had no food left, Xiao He turned to Ye Shizhen, looking ingratiating. Ye Shizhen was startled and quickly said, I don't have anything for you to eat. Xiao He seemed unconvinced, circling Ye Shizhen and sniffing around. Finding no food, it turned its head away, ignoring him. Ye Shizhen was immediately frustrated. Was he being looked down upon by a snake? Alright, Xiao He, lead the way. With Ye Tian's command, Xiao He immediately turned its head and began to move deeper into the valley. A short while later, they seemed to have reached the end of the canyon, where there was no path ahead. Ye Qingxiu and Ye Shizhen exchanged a puzzled glance. No way out? Could it be that the giant python has gotten lost? Ye Tian, seeing their confusion, chuckled, sometimes you should never trust your eyes too much. With that, Ye Tian pointed ahead with his finger. Bang! The mountain wall blocking their path shattered instantly, like a flower or the moon reflected in water. The next moment, a vast valley opened up before them, as if they had entered a new world. Ye Qingxiu and Ye Shizhen were both stunned. Unbeknownst to them, this was actually a deception, similar to the barriers found in myths and legends. Before them lay a secret realm Ye Tian had created for his own tribulation and nirvana rebirth. He had originally planned to retreat into this realm upon reaching the later stages of nirvana. However, an unexpected event occurred. His 10th nirvana was far more severe than the previous 9. Therefore, before even entering the realm, he had completely lost all his memories of it, rendering his efforts futile. Now, this place was of no use to him, but Ye Qingxiu could cultivate within it, accelerating her progress. It should be known that this place was a treasure trove of auspicious energy, and with the added blessing of the array Ye Tian had set up, the spiritual energy within had undoubtedly reached an astonishing level after decades of accumulation. Upon stepping into the valley, Ye Qingxiu and Ye Shizhen were once again dumbfounded. Here, the mountains were verdant and the waters clear, with waterfalls cascading down the slopes and small lakes and streams below. Various unknown exotic flowers and rare herbs bloomed in vibrant colors, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to gather into a misty haze. It was truly a paradise on earth. What's even more remarkable is that while it was the dead of winter outside, with everything withered and barren, here the vegetation flourished, and a warm breeze blew, making it feel like springtime. Entering this place from outside the valley felt like crossing two different worlds. The spiritual energy here, it's incredibly rich. Ye Shizhen, whose cultivation had already reached the qi refining stage, immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy penetrating every pore of his body upon entering the valley. It was simply unbelievable. He believed that if he could cultivate in such an environment, his cultivation speed would increase at least several times over. Ye Qingxiu, though unaware of the extraordinary nature of this place for cultivators, but she could feel that as soon as she entered this place, her mood became incredibly relaxed, a feeling she had never experienced before. Moreover, the scenery here was simply breathtaking. Any photo taken here, without the need for Photoshop, was a stunning masterpiece. After taking a few beautiful pictures with her phone, Ye Qingxiu casually posted them on her Weibo. It's worth mentioning that although this place was deep in the mountains, the signal was surprisingly good. Within a short time of posting, the photos had already garnered over 10,000 likes and shares, and the comments quickly surpassed 1,000. Comments: where is this? The scenery is so beautiful. Comments: where has the streamer been off to again? No wonder she hasn't been streaming for so long. Xiaoxiu, you've been waiting so long. When are you finally going to start streaming again? How can you do this to your fans who've been waiting day and night? If you don't start streaming soon, I'm really going to send you a bunch of razor blades. Haven't seen the old man in ages. I've lost my appetite lately. Who was it that said they'd keep streaming as long as they had viewers? It's been almost a month since they last streamed. Haha, so it seems like once a streamer has money, their original intentions are gone. All that support I gave you back then was for nothing. I strongly urge Xiaoxiu to start streaming again. Thumbs up. +1. +100. Seeing the comments from netizens below, Ye Qingxiu suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. She remembered that when she first entered the live streaming industry, she had indeed said that as long as there were fans willing to watch, she would continue streaming. She had decided to temporarily stop streaming because of Ye Tian, but now that the news about Ye Tian online had subsided considerably, it seemed that the matter was over. Great-grandpa, can I stream here? Although Ye Qingxiu had the idea of resuming streaming, she still wanted to get Ye Tian's opinion first. After all, she wasn't stupid. This place was quite unusual. Sure, you can stream if you want. Ye Tian now understood live streaming a bit better and knew it was his granddaughter's hobby, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As for this valley, it was now useless to him, and there was nothing he couldn't let outsiders know about it. Chapter 102 Streamer, watch out behind you. After receiving Tian's permission, Qingxia started her live stream on her phone. As soon as the stream started, many viewers flooded in, showering her with gifts and comments like snowflakes. Asterisk the goddess is finally streaming. Do you know how I've been coping these past few days? Asterisk hooray. Welcome back, Sister Shui. Asterisk you stinky streamer. Don't think we'll forgive you just because of this. Unless you give the old man more screen time, maybe I'll consider it. Asterisk by the way, am I the only one who noticed the scenery behind the streamer? Asterisk where is this? It's so beautiful. Asterisk that waterfall, and all those flowers, isn't it winter already? Where did the streamer go on vacation again? Looks like some tropical region in the south, right? Seeing the comments from her viewers, although some were complaints, the overall enthusiasm and support remained unchanged. This relieved Qingxia and touched her heart. Hello everyone. I had to stop streaming for a while for some reasons. Thank you all for your continued support. I'm very touched. I will definitely stream well in the future to repay your support. Qingxia said with a smile. The comments immediately started flying again. Stop with the polite talk, streamer, get to the point. Exactly, let the old man out already, we won't hold it against you for what happened before. No way, the streamer doesn't actually think we're watching the stream day and night because of you, right? Laughs. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard, ha ha ha. The whole thing about the old man caused quite a stir online, so it's understandable that the streamer had to temporarily stop broadcasting. Speaking of which, shouldn't we bring him back out? Seeing the comments, Qingxia was completely taken aback. Even though she knew these people were deliberately teasing her, she still felt a bit overwhelmed. Fine, you heartless bunch. I was so touched just now, and it turns out I was just being sentimental. Believe me, I'll shut down the stream right now, so you'll never see my great-grandfather again. Qingxia deliberately gritted her teeth, huffing and puffing. No. Streamer, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. We know we were wrong. From now on, whatever Sister Shui says, we'll do. Please don't do anything like stopping the stream again, my heart can't take it. Streamer, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. We were just joking, please don't take it seriously. I can't mess with you, okay? You win. Seeing the pleading comments in the chat, Qingxia smiled smugly. Just as Qingxia was chatting with her viewers, Xiao He suddenly appeared behind her, instantly entering the phone's view. At that moment, almost all the viewers watching the live stream were startled, some of the more timid ones even jumped up. Then, those who saw Xiao He began frantically flooding the chat with comments. Streamer, watch out behind you. There's a snake. A huge snake. Danger. Xiaoxiu, run. It's coming. It's crawling towards you. Oh no. Such a huge python, the streamer is in danger. I've never seen such a big snake in my life. It might eat people. The viewers in the live stream were extremely anxious as Xiao He approached Qingxia. Qingxia naturally saw the comments and smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, everyone. Its name is Xiao He, it's my great-grandfather's pet. It won't hurt anyone, it's very well behaved. As she spoke, Qingxia turned around and waved to Xiao He. Xiao He, come say hello to everyone. Xiao He understood, twisted its body, and darted to Qingxia's side, tilting its large head towards the phone screen, clearly very curious about it. Qingxia reached out and patted Xiao He's head, a smug smile on her face. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! What did I just see? The streamer was actually touching the head of this giant python. What the heck? Did I hear that right? This giant python is the old man's pet? The old man is amazing. Keeping a giant python as a pet, I'm impressed. The person upstairs is ignorant, isn't he? In India and Southeast Asia, many people keep pythons as pets, but this is the first time I've ever seen one this big. By the way, what kind of species is this? I've seen locals keep golden pythons as pets when I traveled to Southeast Asia before. 4 or 5 meters long is already quite amazing, but this one looks at least 20 meters long. Everyone, look at its head, that's horns? Did I hear that right? The streamer actually called it Little Black? How is it small? I'm strangely finding this big guy kind of cute. Can the streamer take a full-body picture of Xiao He? I really want to see it. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Xiao He, and they started commenting on it. So Qingxia simply switched her phone to the front-facing camera, took a few steps back, and pointed the camera at Xiao He. Xiao He sniffed around the phone, seemingly realizing it wasn't edible, and then turned away listlessly. Tian and Shizhen, whose view had been blocked by Xiao He, suddenly came into everyone's view. The live stream chat erupted in exclamations again. Grandpa! Ha! Who's that handsome guy next to Grandpa? Could he be the streamer's boyfriend? Oh my god! Isn't the streamer single? When did she get a boyfriend? What? The goddess has a boyfriend? My heart aches. Even breathing hurts. It's over. My youth is over. Yeah, Kingsu saw the comments and her pretty face flushed red. What nonsense are you all talking about? He's not my boyfriend, he's my senior brother, yeah Shizen. We're senior and junior brothers. Yeah, Kingsu quickly corrected. Senior brother? When did the streamer get such a senior brother? Remember those highly skilled men in black? I remember they called the old man Grandmaster, so this must be one of the old man's disciples or granddisciples. It really is. This guy looks like one of the men in black who fought those 3 foreigners at the villa. Wow. Handsome and skilled in martial arts, I love him. Oh, so this guy isn't the streamer's boyfriend. That scared me. Does that mean I still have a chance? Could you please ask your handsome senior if he has a girlfriend? If not, I'm interested. Holy crap. This sudden turn of events caught me off guard. Excuse me, is the person upstairs a woman? No, I'm a man. Just as they were chatting idly in the live stream, suddenly, bang, a splashing sound came from the lake nearby. Yeah, Kingsu instinctively turned her head to look, and there she saw a nearly 1 meter long white fish leap out of the lake, jumping almost 2 meters high. The camera captured this moment perfectly, and the live stream exploded again. Chapter 103 was looked down upon again. What was that just now? Was I seeing things? What a huge fish. Are you sure it was a fish? Have you ever seen a fish jump that high? I think it's more like a dolphin. Dolphin my foot. Have you ever seen dolphins raised in a freshwater lake? Could it be one of the old man's pets? Just as the live stream chat was buzzing with discussion, asterisk whoosh, 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 asterisk. Several more large white fish, even longer than the first one, darted out of the lake, jumping even higher. Then, as if triggering some kind of fish activity, one after another, the large white fish leaped out, tracing elegant arcs through the air. For a moment, Kingsu felt as if she had entered an aquarium, watching a dolphin show. And this time, everyone finally saw the large white fish clearly. It's clear these aren't dolphins or any other marine creatures. They resemble ordinary fish in shape, only much larger, and their bodies are a translucent white, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, like divine fish from the heavens. Holy crap, what kind of fish are these? Even I, a PhD in biology, can't recognize them. They look delicious. My foodie instincts tell me these fish are so plump, they must be incredibly tasty. I strongly suggest the streamer catch one and try it. Braised or steamed, they'd be good, but I prefer fish soup, would be incredibly flavorful. Hey, you foodies upstairs, wake up. These fish are so rare, they might be some kind of protected species. Yeah, eating one fish and getting 10 years in jail, what a steal. Haha, with you guys in the live stream, the streamer's life is getting more and more exciting. It's best not to eat things whose origin you don't know. What if they're poisonous? Yeah, Kingsu was also very curious, so she asked Tian, great-grandpa, what kind of fish are these? Tian replied, these were originally ordinary fish, but they've probably mutated because they've been eating these medicinal herbs by the lake for many years. As he spoke, Tian pointed to the incredibly beautiful and exotic flowers and herbs by the lake. Kingsu was stunned. They're actually medicinal herbs? Seeing how beautiful the flowers and herbs were, she had assumed they were ornamental flowers like peonies and roses, never imagining they were medicinal herbs. Tian smiled and said, these medicinal herbs are no ordinary ones. I spent a great deal of effort collecting the seeds. They were planted over 70 years ago, and now it's harvest time. Tian didn't tell Kingsu that many of these medicinal herbs were ancient and rare species. Any one of them could fetch an astronomical price outside. Grandpa, are these mutated fish still edible? Kingsu asked, voicing a question her viewers were concerned about. Tian laughed heartily, of course. Not only are they edible, but they're also extremely beneficial to one's health. Besides, I originally intended to raise these fish for consumption. These were the foods Tian had prepared for his nirvana stage, but they hadn't been used in the end. Shizen, already eager to get started, immediately said, Grandmaster, junior sister, I'll go catch one right now and make you fish soup for lunch. Although Shizen and Kingsu didn't feel hungry after taking the fasting pill, they still got hungry when they saw delicious food. It's human nature, and it can't be changed overnight. After saying this, Shizen leaped into the lake and began catching fish. Senior brother Shizen, be careful. Kingsu reminded him. Shizen laughed heartily, don't worry, junior sister Kingsu. I lived in the rainforest for a while back then. Catching a few fish is nothing, even crocodiles and pythons are no problem. Hearing Shizen's words, the live stream chat immediately exploded with comments. This senior brother Shizen truly lives up to his reputation as the old master's disciple. He's always boasting. No, the old man was truly awesome. As for this 13th senior brother, whether he's genuinely awesome or just bragging, that's hard to say. Haha, what are crocodiles and pythons? I've heard that the Russians, the fighting nation, keep bears as pets. Oh, really? Someone can't even beat a bear? Bears generally don't eat carrion. When it comes close, I just hold my breath and play dead. When it turns around, I'll grab its throat, pin its waist with my legs, and it'll suffocate in a minute. Or I'll do an armbar. Once it's set, there's no way to break it. Then I'll break its legs, and it'll be at my mercy. Hee hee, that's nothing. I once, in a fit of extreme anger, faced an enemy wielding a rifle with 30 bullets. After dodging them all, I knocked him down with one punch. The above are child's play. I once took down a Siberian tiger with a single slide tackle. Would I tell you that? Haha, everyone in this live stream is a genius. They're all such big talkers. Just as the comments were flying everywhere, Shizun plunged into the lake, heading straight for the nearest large white fish. He was, after all, a master of the Ming Jin realm, and through brutal assassin training, he could adapt to any environment. Even in water, his speed was astonishing, almost like a mermaid. However, just as he approached the large white fish, about to grab it, the fish suddenly increased its speed several times over, causing Shizun to miss completely. Shizun was stunned, clearly not expecting the fish to be so fast. Unwilling to give up, he quickly found a second target and pounced again. However, this time he also missed. After several unsuccessful attempts, the initially startled fish seemed to realize that the human speed posed no threat to them. Some of the bolder ones even dared to provoke Shizun. Shizun almost cursed. Damn it, he'd actually been provoked by a fish. So he mustered all his strength, giving it his all, and after a fierce chase, finally caught a relatively small, large white fish. Got it. I got it. Ha ha ha. Shizun emerged from the water, clutching the large white fish, laughing triumphantly, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Just then, Little Black, who was on the shore, suddenly darted into the lake. With lightning speed, it caught a large white fish over a meter long in an instant, then surfaced and swallowed it whole right in front of Shizun. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. After finishing the fish, Little Black tilted its head and looked at Shizun, as if to say, "So what if you caught a fish? What's there to brag about?" Shizun, who had just been beaming with joy, instantly froze, his guard completely broken. Damn it, this guy's looking down on me again. Chapter 104. It turns out there really are giant pythons in Snake Valley. Nestled in the valley stood a small wooden house, originally built by Tian for himself. Unfortunately, due to its age, it had fallen into disrepair and was overgrown with weeds, rendering it uninhabitable for the time being. Therefore, the three spent their days in Snake Valley and their evenings at the family's old residence, leading peaceful and cozy lives. Under Tian's supervision, Qingxu diligently cultivated daily. Coupled with the incredibly rich spiritual energy of Snake Valley, her progress was rapid. She felt her internal energy growing stronger, subtly tempering her body. A careful observer would notice that Qingxu had lost her previous delicate air and even possessed a hint of heroic spirit. Meanwhile, Shizun's cultivation also progressed rapidly. Having already reached the great perfection of Ming Jin, he successfully broke through to the Jin realm in just half a month. Furthermore, Tian would occasionally offer him pointers on martial arts, each time providing Shizun with a sudden enlightenment. His strength had improved dramatically compared to when he first arrived in Qinghe village. It's worth mentioning that the white fish of Snake Valley not only had incredibly delicious meat, but also possessed the effect of strengthening the essence of cultivators. Therefore, catching fish in the lake became a daily ritual for Shizun. From initially struggling to catch even a single white fish, he now handled it with complete ease. Of course, he was still significantly slower than Xiao He. What frustrated Shizun was that every time he went fishing, Xiao He would suddenly appear, catching the biggest and fattest fish in the blink of an eye, then flaunting it in front of him. This both amused and annoyed Shizun. He secretly vowed to defeat this beast at least once in a while, otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Thus, the man and the snake began their silent competition. But reality was cruel, every match ended with Xiao He's complete victory. However, perhaps even Shizun himself didn't realize that in the process of constantly sparring with Xiao He, his movement techniques had undergone a qualitative breakthrough. That evening, the three left Snake Valley as usual and returned to their old house. At the entrance of Snake Valley, two teenagers appeared. "Rat, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Those people from the family really come to Snake Valley every day?" The speaker was a burly teenager with a buzz cut. His name was Li Chao, the son of the village chief of Qinghe village. The teenager next to Li Chao was named Li Hao, also from Qinghe village. "Brother Chao, I'm absolutely sure I didn't see wrong. I've been deliberately loitering around here lately, and I've noticed those three going into Snake Valley every morning and coming out at night. And every time they come out, the man is carrying a huge fish." Li Hao excitedly gestured the length and shape of the large white fish. "That fish must be at least a meter long. If we could catch a few and sell them at restaurants in the city, we could easily make over 1,000 yuan. Li Chao licked his lips upon hearing this, clearly tempted. Actually, he wasn't too concerned about the money. The key was that Snake Valley had always been a forbidden area in King He Village, shrouded in mystery by the older generation, making everyone curious. Plus, the recent strange behavior of the Ye family members only fueled his curiosity. Let's go in and take a look, Li Hao said with some worried, Brother Chao, this is Snake Valley. The elders all say there are giant pythons inside, what if? Before Li Hao could finish speaking, Li Chao said, are you stupid? If there really were giant pythons, would those three have come out alive? If they could go in, why can't we? With that, Li Chao took the lead and stepped into the valley, with Li Hao immediately following behind. The two ventured deeper into the canyon and soon entered Snake Valley. They were immediately stunned by the scenery before them, remaining speechless for a long while before they could react. My goodness! Is this some kind of place where immortals live? I never imagined Snake Valley would be like this. The two were incredibly excited. Finally, Li Chao was the first to react. Don't just stand there. That big white fish you mentioned should be in the lake over there, right? Come on, let's go take a look. The two arrived at the lakeside, and immediately saw a large white fish swimming around in the water. Excited, they immediately took out the fishing net they had prepared to go in and catch some. However, just then, a huge head suddenly emerged from the lake water. It was Xiao He, who had heard the commotion. Ah! The two were stunned for a moment, and after confirming that it wasn't a hallucination, they let out a piercing scream and turned and ran for their lives. They scrambled back to the village, and even after they got home, they were still shaken and drenched in sweat. How old are you? Still so reckless. What kind of behavior is this? Seeing his son's disheveled appearance, village chief Li Weidong immediately scolded him sternly. Normally, he wouldn't bother with his good-for-nothing son, but today, with guests at home, seeing his son's state, he was instantly enraged. A snake, a huge snake. Dad, there really are giant pythons in Snake Valley. Li Chao gasped, breathless. Upon hearing this, Li Weidong's face changed drastically. What? You mean you went into Snake Valley? Who gave you the guts? Have you forgotten the ancestral precepts of King He Village? I'll beat you to death, you worthless wretch. Li Weidong grabbed a feather duster, ready to strike his son, but was stopped by a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The middle-aged man, named Chen Ping, was an editor at the Yun County Daily, who had come to King He Village to collect some news materials. Village Chief Li, let's talk this out. I've heard about the legend of your village's Snake Valley. Young man, can you tell me what you saw? Li Chao swallowed hard, and after relaxing a bit, he recounted everything he had seen and heard in Snake Valley. After listening to Li Chao's description, Chen Ping's eyes lit up. Snake Valley, a paradise, giant pythons. As a media person, anyone who wasn't completely stupid could see that this was definitely a sensational news story. Village Chief Li, I have an idea. I'm planning to go into Snake Valley and take a look. If possible, we can use Snake Valley as the theme for our publicity campaign for King He Village. It's sure to have a great effect. What do you think? Chen Ping said excitedly. Li Weidong's expression turned serious. Reporter Chen, are you kidding me? You just heard it yourself, there are giant pythons in Snake Valley. This is no joke. Chen Ping laughed. Village Chief Li, don't worry, I can hire some professionals. There will be absolutely no danger. Besides, this young man just said he saw villagers entering Snake Valley, which means this place isn't as scary as the rumors say. Chapter 105 The Angry Little Black. The next morning, Chen Ping led a large group of men to Snake Valley. He had contacted a well-known snake-catching team in the city that night. The leader was a middle-aged man with a terrifying scar on his face, known as Brother Ma. Brother Ma, are you sure you can catch that giant python with these things? According to Li's son's description, the python in Snake Valley is at least 10 meters long. Chen Ping looked at the snake-catching tools in Brother Ma's hands, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. It was an iron pole nearly 5 meters long, with a round hole at one end, from which a noose made of hemp rope was attached. Once it lassoed prey, it would quickly tighten. It looked very rudimentary, requiring no skill whatsoever. Brother Ma grinned immediately. Reporter Chen, don't worry, I'm a professional snake catcher. When Chen Ping approached him and learned that Snake Valley possessed a giant python over 10 meters long, he readily agreed, offering to help for free, on one condition: after catching the python, he would handle its disposal. As a seasoned snake catcher, Brother Ma naturally knew the value of a python over 10 meters long. Wealthy individuals with particular tastes enjoyed keeping such ferocious creatures and offered exorbitant prices. If, as Chen Ping claimed, Snake Valley truly possessed such a giant python, he could earn at least several 100,000 yuan by selling it through special channels. For Chen Ping, what he wanted was the sensational news of Snake Valley, so the two quickly reached an agreement. Soon, Brother Ma and his men led the way, entering Snake Valley. After traversing the long canyon and entering the valley, everyone was immediately stunned by the scenery before them. That kid from the Li family really wasn't lying to me, this is practically a paradise. Chen Ping exclaimed sincerely, immediately taking out his camera and starting to film frantically. Just then, Xiao He, hearing the commotion, also ran out from the depths of the valley. It thought it was Ye Tian and his companions, so it ran out to greet them, but upon seeing these strangers, it froze for a moment. A snake! A giant python! Someone in the group immediately exclaimed. When they saw Xiao He's full size, everyone, including Brother Ma, was shocked. Holy crap! Wasn't it said to be only a dozen meters long? This is, well, at least 20 meters. Brother Ma cursed. In all his years, he had seen hundreds, if not thousands, of pythons, but he had never seen one of this size. However, after the initial shock, Brother Ma's heart raced with excitement. No matter how big it is, it's still just an animal. Even a whale, big or small, is still caught. If we could catch a giant python like this now, it could probably fetch at least several million. Brothers, quick, grab your tools. At Brother Ma's command, the snake catching team immediately sprang into action, each grabbing their tools and spreading out around Little Black. At this moment, Xiao He was still unaware that these people were going to capture it. Having lived here for decades, it was used to people fleeing in terror at the mere sight of it, and it had never encountered anything like this before. Furthermore, Ye Tian had previously ordered it not to harm people indiscriminately, and after interacting with Ye Qingxiu and Ye Shizen these past few days, it no longer showed any hostility towards humans. Therefore, Xiao He was merely curious about the actions of Brother Ma and his group, not yet realizing their true intentions. Although we can't yet determine its species, judging from its appearance, it seems to be a relatively docile python. Don't be afraid. Try to lasso its head first, but remember not to tighten it too much, lest you kill it. Brother Ma whispered the precautions to the group. Whoosh! Seeing Xiao He tilting its head and remaining motionless, a snake catcher mustered his courage and decisively lassoed its head with the rope he was holding. He had only intended to test the waters, but Little Black didn't even flinch. The rope loop went straight for its head. Got it! I caught it! The man was both surprised and delighted, clearly not expecting it to be so easy. He pulled hard on the other end of the rope, instantly tightening it around Little Black's neck. Got it! I caught it! The man shouted excitedly. The others also beamed with joy, thinking to themselves, this huge creature looked terrifying, but it turned out to be a silly snake, handled so easily. At that moment, Little Black finally realized what was happening. These people actually wanted to catch it. The next moment, Little Black roared in fury, its massive head whipping around. Ah! With a scream, the snake catcher who had caught Little Black was sent flying, pole and all, crashing heavily to the ground, howling in pain. Ma Ge and the others were dumbfounded. How could this be? How can it be so strong? Generally, pythons are non-venomous. Their attack methods rely on biting and constriction. Once caught in its deadly constriction, even ferocious beasts like tigers and crocodiles would perish. However, due to its size, its weakness is also quite obvious. It lacks explosive power. Therefore, it is easier for professionals to capture. Once someone binds its neck with a rope, it is basically helpless. But now, a nearly 200-pound adult was so easily thrown away by it? What kind of explosive power could an ordinary snake possess? However, the next moment, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Little Black arched its body, its enormous head reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. Its cold red eyes looked down at the crowd below, as if looking down at ants. Everyone's legs trembled violently. Even Brother Ma, with decades of snake-catching experience, swallowed hard, his heart filled with dread. As for Chen Ping, he had already begun backing away, his face pale with fear. Just then, Little Black. Ye Qingxiu's voice came from behind. It was Ye Qingxiu and Ye Shizen. Ye Tian had stayed at the old house today and hadn't come with them. As soon as Ye Qingxiu and her companion entered the valley, they saw the group of people and Xiao He, who was on the verge of exploding. They hadn't witnessed what had happened earlier and, fearing Xiao He might have hurt someone, rushed over. Upon seeing Ye Qingxiu, Xiao He slowly lowered its head, returning to its previous docile state. Upon reaching them and seeing the tools in Ma Ge and the others' hands, the two realized their intentions. Ye Qingxiu's face instantly darkened. Who are you? What do you intend to do to Xiao He? Chapter 106 Rumors abound. Everyone was stunned to see Xiao He become so docile after Ye Qingxiu appeared. Brother Ma's eyes darted around. He stepped forward, smiling broadly, and said, "Young lady, we're from the city's wildlife management department. This giant python is a highly dangerous wild animal and could seriously endanger the lives of the villagers. According to regulations, we must take it away for proper care. We hope you can cooperate with our work." Although the python's fighting power had exceeded his expectations, the thought of making a fortune made Brother Ma unwilling to give up so easily. Moreover, it seemed this pretty girl was the python's owner. If he could fool her, he might be able to take the python away without lifting a finger. Unfortunately, Ye Qingxiu was no longer the naive young girl she once was. No way. Xiao He is my grandfather's pet, not some wild animal. It won't hurt anyone. I absolutely won't allow you to take it away. Ye Shizhen interjected, you said you're from an animal management department. Where are your credentials? Please show them to us. Reminded by Ye Shizhen, Ye Qingxiu realized what was happening. That's right. Show us your credentials first, prove your identity, and then we can talk about the rest. Otherwise, please leave immediately. Brother Ma frowned, a look of impatience on his face. You're interfering with law enforcement, don't you understand? Believe me, I'll charge you with obstructing official business. I advise you to get out of the way. As Brother Ma spoke, he raised his hand to push Ye Qingxiu aside. Unexpectedly, despite his push, Ye Qingxiu didn't budge an inch, while he stumbled back 2 steps, almost falling to the ground. It turned out that Ye Qingxiu's internal energy had already reached a certain level of proficiency, perhaps without her even realizing it. Being pushed by Brother Ma had triggered an automatic counterattack from her internal energy. Heh, I didn't expect this little girl to be so strong. Brother Ma was somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it. He immediately waved to his men, signaling them to pull Ye Qingxiu away. Ye Shizen's eyes narrowed slightly, he was already preparing to make a move. But the next moment, everyone only saw a blur before their eyes, a black shadow flashing through the air. Bang! Bang! The 2 men who were about to attack Ye Qingxiu didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. It was Xiao He. Seeing someone trying to harm Ye Qingxiu, Xiao He lashed out with its tail, sending the 2 men flying. Immediately afterward, Xiao He twisted its body and appeared before Brother Ma in a flash, raising its enormous head, opening its blood-red maw to reveal a pair of terrifying fangs. Roar! Enraged, Xiao He resembled a prehistoric beast, even its fleshy wings on its neck fully unfurled, like a pair of wings. Whoosh! A foul stench erupted from Xiao He's mouth, violently impacting Brother Ma's face. The latter collapsed to the ground, too terrified to even flee. If Xiao He were to bite him, Brother Ma would surely die on the spot. Xiao He! No! Ye Qingxiu hurriedly shouted, trying to stop it. Although these people were no good, if Xiao He really bit one of them to death, things would get really out of hand. Besides, while these people were despicable, they didn't deserve to die. Hearing Ye Qingxiu's voice, Xiao He finally retracted its fangs and slowly retreated behind her. Brother Ma had just escaped death and was still shaken. He was drenched in sweat, trembling all over, and a yellow liquid had somehow seeped out from under his pants. Brother Ma, who made his living catching snakes, had actually wet himself in fear. You can all leave. I was here this time, but if you dare to mess around again, I can't say what will happen. Ye Qingxiu said coldly. Realizing himself, Brother Ma let out a scream and scrambled away. The others also ran as fast as they could, wishing they had more legs. Xiao He's terrifying behavior clearly left them with a deep psychological scar. They would never dare set foot in Snake Valley again, even if they had 10 times the courage. However, after this incident, news of a giant python in Qinghe Village's Snake Valley began to spread throughout the surrounding Yun County area. Moreover, the news grew increasingly bizarre, with all sorts of rumors emerging. Some said that a giant snake demon with 2 horns on its head and lantern-like eyes inhabited Snake Valley, feeding exclusively on human flesh. Others said that a treasure was buried in Snake Valley, and the giant python was its guardian deity. Even Ye Qingxiu was portrayed by some as a witch who could communicate with the python. For a time, Qinghe Village's Snake Valley became a hot topic throughout Yun County and even the surrounding area. That day, an uninvited guest arrived at the home of village chief Li Weidong, a well-known local real estate developer named Dong Guang. Dong Guang, having stumbled upon photos of the Snake Valley taken by Chen Ping, and coupled with the recent spate of fantastical tales, became intensely interested in the place. He reasoned that if he could lease the land, develop it into a tourist resort, and then commercially package it, it would undoubtedly bring him substantial profits. Dong Guang approached Li Weidong and shared his idea. Li Weidong looked troubled. Mr. Dong, it's not that I don't want to help you, but that land has always belonged to the Ye family, and you've probably heard that there are giant pythons in Snake Valley. No one but members of the Ye family can get in. It turned out that when Tian was developing Snake Valley, to avoid future trouble, he made an agreement with Li Weidong's grandfather, the then village chief of Qinghe Village, securing the lease rights to that stretch of barren forest. Although Tian rarely interacted with the villagers, he held considerable prestige within the village. It is said that during the Japanese invasion, Tian killed several Japanese soldiers, saving Qinghe Village from disaster. In the words of Li Weidong's grandfather, Tian was Qinghe Village's benefactor. Li Weidong always followed his ancestors' teachings, showing great respect even during the period when Tian completely lost his memory. Dong Guan laughed. Village Chief Li, you've misunderstood me. I'm not trying to seize Snake Valley for myself. Snake Valley is a treasure trove, leaving it in the hands of the Ye family is just a waste. If you let me manage it, I'll turn it into a resort. The annual revenue is conservatively estimated at least 10 million, and it will also boost the entire Qinghe village's income. This is a great thing for the village and its people. Seeing Li Weidong still hesitant, Dong Guang added, "How about this? Let me meet with that old man from the Ye family. I'll discuss this with him in person. I'm sure my offer will satisfy him." Chapter 107 Ye Shizhen and Ye Qingxiu's rapid progress. Just as Ye Tian and his companions returned from Snake Valley, Li Weidong arrived with Dong Guang. "Uncle, this is Mr. Dong, a big boss from the city. He wants to discuss something with you." Li Weidong briefly explained the situation to Ye Tian. Ye Tian understood Dong Guang's intention and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested in this. Let him go." Dong Guang was naturally unwilling to give up. "Old sir, don't be so quick to refuse. How about this? If you agree to let me develop Snake Valley, I'll give you 1 million in dividends every year. How about that?" In Dong Guang's eyes, Ye Tian was just an old country bumpkin who probably hadn't seen so much money in his life. With such an offer, how could he possibly refuse? Before Ye Tian could react, Ye Shizhen, standing nearby, couldn't hold back any longer. 1 million? You're trying to fob me off like a beggar. Get the hell out of here. In Ye Shizhen's eyes, his grandmaster was practically a god. For this person to try and negotiate with Ye Tian for such a paltry sum was an insult to his grandmaster. No, to be precise, how could a small-time developer like this have the right to negotiate with his grandmaster? His mere presence before his grandmaster was an insult. If Ye Tian hadn't been there, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. Dong Guang's face darkened immediately. He assumed the other party thought his offer was too low and became angry as well. "Young man, that's not how it works. Although your Ye family has an agreement with the village granting you the right to lease Snake Valley, that agreement has no legal effect whatsoever. I just want to make money peacefully, that's why I'm sitting down to talk with you calmly. If we go through the proper legal process, you might not get a single penny." Dong Guang, seeing that bribery had failed, had resorted to threats. Ye Tian remained silent. Dong Guang, thinking his words had worked, wore a smug expression. "Hee, old sir, I've made myself very clear. I advise you to know when to stop, don't." Before he could finish, Ye Shizhen strode over. Dong Guang realized something was wrong, his face instantly changing. "What do you want?" Ye Shizhen, tall and imposing, grabbed Dong Guang by the collar and, with a slight pull, lifted him up. "Put me down. Put me down right now." Dong Guang had never seen anything like this before and screamed excitedly, but no matter how hard he struggled, it was all in vain. Ye Shizhen dragged Dong Guang out of the old house like a dead dog, then tossed him out like trash. "Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Get out." Dong Guang scrambled to his feet, his face turning pale with rage. "You scoundrel. You're simply..." Ye Shizhen's eyes widened, a murderous aura emanating from him. Dong Guang froze, like a duck being choked, trembling with fear. After Dong Guang was dismissed by Ye Shizhen, Li Weidong was both shocked and ashamed. "Uncle, I'm so sorry, I acted too rashly." Ye Tian gave Li Weidong a deep look and said, "Never mind. I know you're only thinking of the village. I've lived in Qinghe village for decades, and I'm grateful for the care you and the villagers have given me. I know that." During the decades Ye Tian was suffering from amnesia, the villagers of Qinghe village, especially the village chief Li Weidong, had always taken good care of him, particularly in the years after the deaths of his adopted son and grandson. Li Weidong would often visit him and take care of his daily needs. Ye Tian was always one to repay kindness, and he hadn't forgotten. 13. Call Hong Tu later and ask him to find a way to help the villagers. "Yes, Grandmaster." Ye 13 immediately replied. "Uncle, how can this be?" Li Weidong was both surprised and delighted, and at the same time, extremely curious. The old man of the Ye family went to the city, and not only was his amnesia completely cured, but he seemed to have become a completely different person. And this incredibly strong young man actually calls Ye Tian Grandmaster. What's going on? After Li Weidong left, Ye Tian took out a pill and gave it to Ye Qingxiu. "Your qi gathering technique is almost complete. After refining this body tempering pill, you should be able to officially enter the qi refining stage." It turned out that Ye Tian had used the medicinal herbs he collected from Snake Valley to refine a new pill these past few days. Ye Shizhen, standing to the side, was secretly shocked upon hearing this. The so-called qi refining stage is also known as the Ming Jin realm. He knew Ye Qingxiu's situation. From having no cultivation at all, she had only reached this level in a little over a month. Ordinary cultivators, even those with exceptional talent, need at least 10 to 20 years of arduous training to reach the Ming Jin realm. Take him, for example, his talent was considered top-notch in the Nightfall sect. He started cultivating at the age of 6, and now, nearing 30, he was only at the Jin realm. Even so, it was all thanks to Ye Tian's guidance these past few days, otherwise, he might still be stuck at the Ming Jin realm. As for Ye Qingxiu, she's about to reach the Ming Jin realm in just over a month. If this got out, countless martial artists would be driven mad with envy. He knew, of course, that this wasn't because Ye Qingxiu's talent was so extraordinary, but rather because his Grandmaster's extraordinary methods could only be described as miraculous. Grandmaster, what about me? He. Ye Shizhen shamelessly approached Ye Tian. Through their interactions over this period, he knew that his Grandmaster, though seemingly aloof, was actually very kind to those around him. Ye Tian smiled slightly. You brat, you're shameless, nothing like your master or Grandmaster. As he spoke, Ye Tian took out a pill bottle and retrieved a purple pill the size of a longan. This is the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Taking it will help your cultivation. Ye Shizhen's eyes lit up. He immediately rushed to Ye Tian, knelt down, and accepted the pill with both hands, overjoyed. Grandmaster, I've heard that this Great Rejuvenation Pill has been lost to the martial world for a long time. It can enhance a cultivator's power by decades. Is it really that miraculous? Ye Tian smiled. That rumor is definitely exaggerated. But it's still equivalent to 10 or 8 years of your hard training, no problem. At this point, Ye Tian paused slightly, then added, however, you must remember that pills are ultimately only an aid. You must be strong yourself to forge iron. If you rely solely on pills, even the highest cultivation level will be nothing but a castle in the air. Ye Shizhen's expression turned solemn. Yes, I will obey my master's teachings. Ye Qingxiu, standing to the side, couldn't help but ask curiously, Great-grandpa, these pills are so magical, they must be quite difficult to refine, right? Ye Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. What? Interested in pill refining? Ye Qingxiu smiled and nodded. I just find it quite magical. Ye Tian smiled and said, pill refining is simple in some ways, and difficult in others. If you're really interested, I can teach you after you reach the qi refining level. In the days that followed, after consuming the pills, Ye Shizhen and Ye Qingxiu cultivated even more diligently. Finally, after about 10 days, the two successfully refined the power of the pills. Ye Qingxiu successfully tempered her body, officially entering the qi refining level. Ye Shizhen's cultivation had successfully advanced to the late stage of dark force, not far from the Grandmaster realm. Meanwhile, the Lunar New Year was drawing ever closer. Chapter 108 Spring Festival, New Year Greetings. It was New Year's Eve. In Villa No. 1 in Shanghai, after convening the annual family summary meeting, Ye Hunta said, everyone, go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, we'll go with you to Tianese province to pay our respects to our master. Upon hearing Ye Hunta's order, some members of the Ye family immediately objected. Grandpa, can't we bring our master back to Shanghai for the new year? I've heard that conditions in the countryside of Tianese province are very poor, and with so many people in our Ye family, if we all go, our master probably won't be able to entertain everyone. Ye Hunta glared at him. What are you thinking? You think our master will entertain you? We're going to pay our respects to our master, to serve him, not for you to enjoy yourself. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to go, I won't force them. But let me make this clear, those who are ungrateful and forget their roots won't be staying in the Ye family anymore. The younger members of the Ye family immediately shrank back, too frightened to say another word. In fact, Ye Hunta had initially planned to take Ye Tian to Shanghai for the new year, but Ye Tian refused. This was because Ye Qingxiu's cultivation was not yet fully developed, and it wasn't suitable for her to travel back and forth. Furthermore, although the Spring Festival was the most important holiday in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, a time for family reunion, it held no meaning for Ye Tian. In fact, he had never even considered the concept of the new year. However, while Ye Tian didn't care about these things, Ye Hunta would still personally go to pay his respects to his master, no matter what. It was the proper attitude of a junior. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Before dawn, Ye Hunta led his entire Ye family in a grand procession from Shanghai. Such a large commotion naturally alerted his neighbors, Wang Yi, Jack Ma, and Little Ma. In fact, the three of them had specifically returned to Shuiyun residence the day before, hoping to be among the first to pay their respects to the old chairman on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Seeing the entire Ye family present, the three were immediately dumbfounded. Where is the old chairman going on the Lunar New Year? Little Ma asked, puzzled. Wang Yi said, where else could he be going? If I'm not mistaken, the old chairman is definitely going to pay New Year's respects to the old man. Jack Ma nodded. That's right. I heard the old man went back to his hometown in the countryside. I think it's in Tianese province. Do you two know the exact location? Wang Yi and Jack Ma immediately shook their heads in unison. No. Jack Ma sighed. In that case, it seems we can only pay our respects to the old man after he returns to Shanghai. So the three big shots went home. Unable to pay New Year's respects to Ye Hunta, Wang Xiaokong returned home with his father, Wang Yi, intending to play a couple of games before taking a nap. Unexpectedly, he had just sat down, turned on his phone, and was about to enter the game interface. Wang Yi said impatiently, what time is it? You're still thinking about playing games? Hurry up and get ready, come with me to Tianese. Wang Xiaokong was stunned. Dad, didn't you just say you didn't know the exact location of the Ye family's old man? Wang Yi chuckled. Are you stupid? Those two old foxes, why would I tell them the truth? Your father already had someone investigate. Old Master Ye is currently in King Yi Village, Yun County, Tian Province. Let's hurry over there. We can pay our respects to the old chairman in time, and also to Old Master Ye. Two birds with one stone. Wang Xiaokong thought to himself, calling others old foxes? I think you're the most cunning and shrewd one. Soon, after tidying up, the father and son drove away from the villa in a Cullinan. Unexpectedly, just as their car reached the entrance of the residential area, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Bentley Arnage followed closely behind. A closer look at the license plates revealed that they were indeed Ma's cars. The windows of all three cars rolled down simultaneously. Hey, Lao Wang, Xiao Ma, you guys are going out too. Where are you headed? Jack Ma asked with a half-smile. Wang Yi looked slightly embarrassed and said, hee, not going anywhere, just going out for a stroll. Xiao Ma retorted irritably, come on, you two old foxes, stop pretending and get going. If we're late, there'll be traffic. If we don't get to Tianese before noon, what's the point of paying New Year's visits? Wang Yi and Jack Ma both gave awkward laughs. The three drove out of the residential area, and just as they reached the intersection ahead, they saw several super luxury cars approaching, all with familiar license plates. It was none other than CEO Lei, CEO Ren, and De Qiangzi from Jingdong, among others. Hey, Brother Wang, are you guys also heading to Tianese? We can all travel together, CEO Lei said with a smile. Wang Yi and Ma's expressions changed slightly, inwardly cursing, these guys are all so cunning these days. Back to the Ye family's old residence. Ye Qingxiu also got up early today, first going to the Ye family's ancestral graves to burn paper money and incense for her deceased grandparents and father. Because she had been diligently refining the body-tempering pill's medicinal power, only successfully refining it yesterday, she hadn't had time to prepare New Year's goods. Ye Shizhen went to the market and bought some essential items for the holiday. However, Ye Shizhen lacked experience in preparing these things, and Ye Tian didn't care about the spring festival at all, so the Ye family's old residence was rather deserted. During the spring festival, ancestor worship, burning paper money, and visiting relatives and friends are naturally indispensable activities. Many people who have settled in the city will also return to their hometowns on this day. At dawn, a BMW 3 Series stopped in front of the Ye family's old residence. The car carried a family of four, a middle-aged couple and their children. The middle-aged couple were Ye Qingxiu's grandmother's nephew and niece-in-law, meaning they were Ye Qingxiu's cousins. The family was returning to their ancestral home to pay respects to their ancestors and happened to be passing through King Yi Village, so they stopped by. Dad, I really don't understand. Auntie's gone, why are we still coming to the Ye family's house? The cousin's son, who was driving, looked somewhat impatient. Ye Qingxiu's cousin, Sun Jianjun, immediately straightened his face and said, what are you saying? Although your great-aunt is gone, the Ye family still has an old man and your cousin Xiaoxiu. Relatives should visit each other often, it's a tradition passed down from our ancestors. Sun Jianjun then turned to his wife beside him and said, remember to give Xiaoxiu plenty of lucky money later. That girl has it tough, having such a mother and an old man to take care of. Life must be very hard for her. Look at this, it's almost New Year's, and there isn't even a decent couplet on the door. Sigh. After sighing, Sun Jianjun led his family out of the car and into the Ye family's old house. Chapter 109 My Cousin's Sudden Wealth. Upon seeing Sun Jianjun's family arrive, Ye Qingxiu quickly went to greet them. Uncle, aunt, cousin, what brings you here? Please come in and sit down. The Ye family didn't have many relatives to begin with, and since Ye Qingxiu's father passed away, even fewer had maintained contact. Uncle Sun Jianjun's family was practically the only relative still in contact with the Ye family. Ye Qingxiu naturally cherished them all the more. We went back to our hometown to pay respects to our ancestors and stopped by to visit. Is Grandpa in? I've come to wish him a happy new year, Sun Jianjun said with a smile. At this moment, Ye Tian also came out, smiling and nodding to everyone. Grandpa, happy new year. I've come to wish you a happy new year. Do you remember who I am? Sun Jianjun stepped forward, grasped Ye Tian's hand, and said with a smile. Young man's son, I remember you. You used to come to our house for meals quite often when we were kids. Ye Tian laughed. Sun Jianjun was immediately astonished. Ha, Grandpa, you actually remember me? Your illness is cured? Sun Jianjun and Ye Qingxiu's father were about the same age, cousins, and had always been very close. Moreover, his family lived in the next village, so he often ran to the Ye family's house when he was a child. However, in Sun Jianjun's memory, Ye Tian had suffered from amnesia since he was a child. So many years had passed, and he thought the possibility of a cure was extremely slim. Unexpectedly, now, Ye Tian not only no longer had the previous amnesia symptoms, but also remembered who he was. It was truly miraculous. At this moment, Ye Qingxiu said, I haven't had a chance to tell you yet, uncle, but I took great-grandpa to Shanghai a while ago, and his illness was cured. He also remembered everything from before. Sun Jianjun suddenly realized, assuming Ye Qingxiu had taken Ye Tian to Shanghai to cure his illness. He couldn't help but marvel. Medicine is so advanced these days. That's wonderful. This is truly something to celebrate. The family was invited inside by Ye Qingxiu. Sun Jianjun and Ye Tian chatted about their childhood memories. Seeing Ye Tian's fluent answers, even more vividly than his own, he was even more astonished. Meanwhile, his cousins, Sun Yiming and Sun Yining, whispered among themselves, their eyes fixed on Ye Qingxiu, seemingly discussing something. Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? You mean the outfit my cousin is wearing is more expensive than our car? Sun Yining asked in shock. Just moments ago, cousin Sun Yiming noticed that Ye Qingxiu's outfit was a Chanel haute couture piece, costing hundreds of thousands of yuan. He and his sister began whispering about it. After graduating from university, Sun Yiming got a job at the headquarters of Ali in Hangzhou, working in the fashion industry. He was quite worldly and knowledgeable about various international fashion brands. It's hard to say. If it's authentic, this outfit would cost at least 500,000 yuan, but if it's a replica, it'll be cheaper. However, if it's a replica, it's too good to be true. There's absolutely no flaw. Sun Yiming frowned, his eyes filled with deep doubt. His professional knowledge told him that the outfit Ye Qingxiu was wearing was definitely authentic, but his reason told him, how could Ye Qingxiu possibly afford such expensive clothes? It wasn't that he looked down on Ye Qingxiu, but the Ye family's actual situation was what it was. How could Ye Qingxiu, a recent college graduate, afford such expensive clothes? What are you two whispering about? Sun Jianjun frowned. Nothing. Sun Yiming smiled, then looked at Ye Qingxiu and asked, Xiaoxiu, you graduated from college this year, right? Where are you working now? Ye Qingxiu replied truthfully, I used to work at an advertising company, but I quit. Now I'm a full-time live streamer. A female live streamer? A strange look immediately appeared on Sun Yiming's face. It's understandable that Sun Yiming was suspicious. After all, the live streaming industry is a mixed bag. Many female live streamers, with their outstanding beauty, can easily hook up with wealthy men or use shady methods to make money quickly and easily achieve upward social mobility a meteoric rise. Well, no wonder she can afford hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of haute couture clothes. I've found the reason. Looks like your live streaming is doing pretty well, cousin. I heard those top streamers earn tens of millions a year. By the way, cousin, which live streaming platform are you on? What's your live stream ID? I'll follow you and help boost your popularity. Sun Yiming said with a smile. He wasn't particularly interested in live streaming, but this suddenly rich cousin had successfully piqued his interest. If Ye Qingxiu didn't dare tell him her live stream ID, then something was fishy. Ye Qingxiu had most likely done something she was guilty of, and he'd have to have a serious talk with his father then. He couldn't let his cousin go astray. Ye Qingxiu didn't think much of it. I'm on the Huia live streaming platform. My ID is my name. You should be able to find it by searching. Sun Yiming was slightly taken aback, not expecting Ye Qingxiu to tell him her live stream ID so readily. Am I overthinking it? Hearing their conversation, Sun Jianjun frowned. He had heard about the live streaming industry before, and that it was notoriously chaotic, and in the eyes of his generation, it wasn't a respectable job. Xiaoxiu, your father passed away early, and your mother is irresponsible. As your elder, I have to remind you of some things. While every profession can produce outstanding individuals, one should still be honest and upright. You can't resort to underhanded methods to make money, understand? Ye Qingxiu knew that the older generation had some prejudice against emerging industries like live streaming, so she didn't argue. Uncle is right, I'll remember. Sun Jianjun wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by his aunt. That's enough. It's New Year's Day, such a happy day, so stop lecturing. Besides, Xiaoxiu is a sensible child, she knows her limits. Sun Jianjun reluctantly shut his mouth. Just as everyone was chatting idly, Ye Shizhen returned from Snake Valley carrying a large white fish. Although he had bought some New Year's goods at the market beforehand, after getting used to eating the large white fish, ordinary vegetables and meats no longer tasted appealing. Since it was New Year's Day, Ye Shizhen went to Snake Valley early in the morning to catch a large white fish, intending to make fish soup for his grandmaster and junior sister. Ye Shizhen was slightly surprised to see a guest in his home. Sun Jianjun's family was equally surprised to see Ye Shizhen's sudden appearance. Chapter 110 Sun Jianjun's Loss of Composure. Ye Qingxiu immediately introduced them. Sun Jianjun chuckled, Xiaoxiu, is this your boyfriend? He's quite the handsome young man. Ye Qingxiu quickly explained, No, uncle, you've misunderstood. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend, he's my senior from university. Senior from university? Sun Jianjun and his wife were both taken aback. Cousin Sun Yining laughed. I know, cousin, you two are university classmates, right? You've even brought him home for the new year, and you still say you're not boyfriend and girlfriend? Hee hee, cousin, isn't it normal to date at your age? What's there to be shy about? Sun Jianjun and the other two laughed as well, assuming Ye Qingxiu was just shy and embarrassed to admit it. Just as Sun Yining said, they'd come all the way to the Ye family home for the new year. What else could they be but a couple? Seeing that she couldn't explain it clearly anytime soon, Ye Qingxiu blushed and said nothing more. Young man, where are you from? What do you do for a living? Auntie started gossiping. Ye Shizhen blushed deeply, knowing this family had misunderstood his relationship with Ye Qingxiu, but there was no point in explaining, it would only make things worse. Auntie, I'm an orphan. I grew up abroad and only recently returned to China. I work as a security guard. Yes, I'm a security guard. Of course, Ye Shizhen couldn't tell the Sun family that he was actually an assassin. That would terrify them. A security guard? That's fine too. As long as he's a good person and good to our Xiaoxiu, what job he does doesn't really matter. In the Sun Jianjun couple's minds, security guards were people in uniforms, standing at the entrance of residential areas, watching over gates. Frankly, the couple were somewhat disappointed. In their minds, it was better for someone so young to be doing something else. Watching gates was a bit unambitious, but because they had to consider Ye Qingxiu's feelings, they naturally couldn't say it to her face. Well, uncle, aunt, please have a seat. I'll go make you some food. Ye Shizhen didn't want to be interrogated like this, so he immediately made an excuse and slipped into the kitchen. This young man can cook? Not bad. Although his circumstances aren't great, you can tell he's an honest boy. Xiaoxiu, when are you planning to get your marriage certificate? Be sure to let us know when you get married. Aunt teased. Ye Qingxiu was speechless. She could only offer a few more casual words to barely get by. Uncle, aunt, please stay for breakfast this morning and try the fish soup my 13th senior brother made, Ye Qingxiu said. Okay. Sun Jianjun smiled. By the way, Xiaoxiu, I've actually been wanting to ask you something. Where did that young man buy the fish? I've been running this restaurant for so many years, and I've never seen such a white and plump fish. Ye Qingxiu replied, he didn't buy it. My 13th senior brother caught it in the lake behind the mountain. I don't know what kind of fish it is, but we all call it a big white fish. A big white fish? He caught it himself? Sun Jianjun looked bewildered. He and his wife had been running a restaurant in the county town for over 10 years. They'd seen all kinds of fish, but they'd never heard of this kind before. And was there even a lake behind King Yi village? How come I didn't know? Sun Jianjun was completely baffled. About half an hour later, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Ye Shizhen carried a bowl of fish soup and a wooden basin into the main room. I'll get the dishes for you. Sun Yiming immediately stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Well, there are no dishes, only fish soup. Ye Shizhen said. Sun Yiming thought Ye Shizhen was joking, but when he got to the kitchen, he realized the other man wasn't kidding. There really was only fish soup, and not even a single dish, not even white rice. This. Sun Yiming's face darkened instantly. In his opinion, Ye Qingxiu's clothes alone cost hundreds of thousands. She was clearly wealthier than his family. His Sun family had been quite considerate to the Ye family over the years, hadn't they? And this is what they're serving us? Upon learning that Ye Shizhen had only prepared fish soup, even Sun Jianjun and his wife's expression soured. They thought that while the Ye family might be poor, surely he should at least provide some staple food like rice or steamed buns? Serving only fish soup, what kind of hospitality was that? Moreover, it's worth mentioning that this fish soup was truly just fish soup. There wasn't even a single vegetable or any seasoning, pure, plain fish soup. Sun Jianjun, the restaurant owner, wondered, is this even fit for human consumption? Even his cousin, Sun Yining, pouted, clearly unhappy. Come on, uncle, let me serve you a bowl first. Try my cooking and see what you think. Ye Shizhen first served Ye Tian a bowl, then filled a bowl to the brim with fish soup and presented it to Sun Jianjun. Sun Jianjun's lips twitched slightly. He thought to himself, you dare to talk to me about your cooking skills? Give me a break. My apprentices are 100 times better than you. But since he couldn't refuse someone who was smiling, Sun Jianjun didn't say anything more. Finally, Sun Jianjun gritted his teeth, picked up the spoon, and took a sip. The moment the fish soup entered his mouth, Sun Jianjun's expression changed instantly, becoming utterly shocked. This fish soup, how could it be? An incredibly rich and mellow aroma filled Sun Jianjun's mouth, intensely assaulting his taste buds. After a sip, it felt as if every pore in his body had opened up, as if his entire being had undergone a baptism. Sun Jianjun couldn't help but let out an inappropriate sound, then became incredibly excited. Is this really fish soup? How can it be so delicious? Young man, how did you make it? Is there some secret recipe? As a restaurant owner for over 10 years, Sun Jianjun was undoubtedly well-versed in food and drink, but he swore he had never tasted such delicious fish soup in his life. Ye Shizhen scratched his head. Secret recipe? I don't have any secret recipe. Just boil water, put the fish in, add some salt, and then simmer it over high heat. I just learned to cook, I don't even know if I did it right. Sun Jianjun was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? You just throw the fish into a pot and boil it in water, and you get this delicious fish soup? What the hell is the principle behind this? Could it be? Sun Jianjun suddenly realized something and immediately picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. A moment later, ugh! Sun Jianjun let out another embarrassing sound, tears of excitement streaming down his face. How can there be such delicious fish in this world? I understand now, soup made with such delicious fish, even without any seasoning, is a delicacy. His aunt, cousin, and younger cousin, standing nearby, stared dumbfounded at the completely distraught Sun Jianjun. Chapter 111. Another person came to wish us a happy new year. Dad, it's just a bowl of fish soup, is it really that big of a deal? Sun Yiming couldn't help but complain. He knew his dad loved exploring food, but even if the fish soup was delicious, there was no need to act so flustered, it was just too embarrassing. As he spoke, Sun Yiming picked up the bowl and took a sip. Ugh! After downing the soup, Sun Yiming couldn't help but let out a groan, even more exaggerated than Sun Jianjun's reaction. What did they put in this fish soup? How can it be so delicious? Sun Yiming, who had just been complaining about his dad, was now completely taken aback. Like Sun Jianjun, he thought it was the best fish soup he had ever tasted in his life. Soon, his aunt and cousin also joined in, equally amazed by the flavor of the fish soup and the fish. It's so delicious. Give me another bowl. Before Ye Tian, Ye Qingxiu, and Ye Shizhen even touched their chopsticks, the large pot of fish soup was almost completely devoured by the Sun Jianjun family. Cousin, is there any more fish soup? I want more. Sun Yining looked expectantly at Ye Qingxiu. Yes, yes. Ye Shizhen got up and went to the kitchen, bringing over the remaining half pot of fish soup. The Sun family immediately began their feast. Soon, the entire pot of white fish soup and fish meat was almost completely consumed by the 4 members of the Sun family, who burped contentedly. Ye Tian, Ye Shizhen, and Ye Qingxiu combined probably ate less than a tenth of it. Fortunately, Ye Qingxiu had now entered the qi refining stage. As the saying goes, when qi is full, one doesn't crave food, meaning she wouldn't feel hungry even if she didn't eat for a day or two. After finishing the entire pot of fish soup, Sun Jianguo realized how impolite his family had been earlier, and his expression immediately turned somewhat embarrassed. Grandpa, I'm so sorry. The fish soup was just too delicious, I couldn't resist. Burp. Ye Tian smiled. It's alright. Since you like it, I'll have 13 get you a few to take home later. Ye Tian wasn't surprised at all by the Sun family's reaction. When Ye 13 and Ye Qingxiu first tasted this fish soup, they weren't much better off than the Sun family. This large white fish, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and feeding on various exotic flowers and herbs, had undergone decades of reproduction and change. It was no ordinary fish, calling it a spirit fish wouldn't be an exaggeration. Really? Sun Jianjun was both surprised and delighted. Then can I cultivate and breed it myself? If he could really cultivate and breed this fish and make it their restaurant's signature dish, it would definitely become a nationwide sensation. Thinking of this, Sun Jianjun trembled with excitement. However, Ye Tian's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. That might not work. This fish isn't an ordinary fish, it's a mutated species. Its offspring, bred and reproduced, may not necessarily possess the same qualities. The truth is, the great white fish must live in a uniquely advantageous environment like Snake Valley to grow into a spirit fish unlike ordinary fish. But the reasons behind this were too complex, and Ye Tian didn't want to explain further. Sun Jianjun was greatly disappointed upon hearing this, yet still somewhat skeptical. He pondered that once he brought the fish back, he would definitely try breeding them himself. What if he succeeded? Just as everyone was chatting after dinner, at that moment, a long convoy of luxury cars, like a dragon, had exited the highway in Yun County and was heading towards Qinghe village. It was the Ye family who had arrived. However, at this moment, an Audi A6 pulled up first near the Ye family's old residence. The car door opened, and 2 people stepped out. One of them was none other than Dong Guang, the real estate developer who had been kicked out by Ye Shizhen earlier. The other person was a burly man. It turned out that Dong Guang had been eyeing the auspicious land of Snake Valley these past few days. After all, it was a project with an annual profit of at least tens of millions. How could he just give it up? After being chased away by Ye Shizhen that day, he had originally planned to directly obtain the contracting rights for Snake Valley through the village chief, Li Weidong, but Li Weidong had firmly refused. Moreover, Li Weidong declared that unless he could obtain Ye Tian's consent, the matter was off the table. Dong Guang hadn't expected Li Weidong's attitude to be so resolute. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to discuss the matter with Tian. To show his sincerity, he brought 2 million yuan in cash. He reasoned that a country bumpkin wouldn't be tempted by so much cash. However, to prevent being thrown out by Shizen again, he also specially invited a retired Special Forces soldier to ensure his safety. Old Meng, remember, will be polite first, then firm. There's a tough guy in the Ye family. If he dares to lay a hand on me, you must stop him. Thinking back to the scene of being casually thrown out by Shizen last time, and Shizen's murderous gaze, Dong Guang still felt lingering fear. But faced with such a huge profit, he still gritted his teeth and came. He figured it was New Year's Day, and by offering a New Year's greeting, the other party couldn't just kick him out, could they? Moreover, just in case, he specifically invited Old Meng, a former Special Forces soldier. In his mind, even if that kid from the Ye family was skilled, could he possibly be more skilled than a Special Forces soldier? If the other party dared to lay a hand on him again, Old Meng would definitely teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Boss, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch a hair on your head, Old Meng said confidently. In his view, a nobody from the countryside, even if he had luckily learned a few moves, how could he, a Special Forces soldier, be a match for him? You have to know, he had served in the Falcon Squadron of Kunlun, which would be considered a top-tier soldier in an ordinary military region. The two entered the Ye family's old house. Mr. Ye, Happy New Year. Do you remember me? I'm Dong Guang from Guangming Real Estate. I've come to wish you a Happy New Year. Upon entering the old house and seeing everyone in the hall, Dong Guang greeted them with a smile. When Sun Jianjun saw Dong Guang, he was momentarily stunned. Dong Guang was a well-known real estate developer in Yun County, someone Sun Jianjun had known after running a restaurant in the county for over a decade. However, he clearly hadn't expected such a big boss as Dong Guang to come and wish Tian a Happy New Year. Hey, you dare come again? Looks like I wasn't tough enough last time. Did you take my words for granted? Upon seeing Dong Guang, Shizen was instantly enraged and immediately stood up, ready to teach the man a lesson. At this moment, Tian waved his hand. Shizen, please sit down. After all, it was the spring festival, and there were guests present. To strike someone in front of the Sun family was ultimately inappropriate. Hearing Tian's order, Shizen retreated. Dong Guang chuckled, carrying a box full of cash, and entered the hall. You are truly magnanimous, sir. I was indeed rude last time and offended you with my words. I have come here specifically to first, to wish you a Happy New Year, second, to apologize for what happened last time, and third, to hope that you will reconsider the Snake Valley project. I offer this small gift, hoping you will accept it with a smile. Dong Guang was clearly quite adept at social etiquette, and without beating around the bush, he not only gave the other party ample face but also expressed his purpose in just a few words. As they spoke, Dong Guang placed the box on the table and gently opened it. 2 million yuan in cash immediately appeared before everyone. Chapter 112 Luxury Cars Like Rain. Staring at the entire suitcase overflowing with cash, Sun Jianjun and his family were utterly dumbfounded. It was already strange enough that Dong Guang, a well-known real estate developer in Yun County, would come to the Ye family to offer New Year's greetings, but to actually bring Tian a whole suitcase full of cash was even more odd. It must be around 2 million yuan, right? What was he trying to do? Seeing the Sun family's reaction, Dong Guang wore a smug expression. Indeed, the best way to win people over was to shower them with money. However, when his gaze fell on Tian and his family, he was immediately disappointed. Tian didn't even lift an eyelid. Qingxiu's face remained completely expressionless. Shizen glanced at the 2 million yuan in cash on the table, a mocking sneer on his face. Xiaoxiu, what's going on? Why is Mr. Dong from Guangming Real Estate giving your family so much money? Sun Jianjun couldn't help but ask Qingxiu in a low voice. Qingxiu briefly explained the situation to Sun Jianjun. Sun Jianjun was stunned again. Snake Valley? Isn't that forbidden territory in Qingyi village? It's worth so much. If it were him, he would definitely agree without hesitation to 2 million for the operating rights of a valley. However, this was ultimately a family matter for the Ye family, and he couldn't interfere. Stop wasting time. I won't agree to this. Take your money and leave, Tian said calmly. Shizen stood up again and walked towards Dong Guang. Since Tian had spoken, he would naturally intervene if the other party continued to pester him. Old Meng, standing behind Dong Guang, remembered his boss's earlier words and immediately stepped forward to block Dong Guang. Shizen narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Old Meng. Boom! Old Meng felt as if his heart had been struck by a giant hammer. A strong sense of crisis surged through him, as if the person standing before him wasn't a human, but a ferocious beast ready to devour him at any moment. Thump! Thump! Old Meng staggered back 2 steps, cold sweat pouring down his body, his eyes filled with deep terror. The young man before him, a few years younger than himself, exuded such overwhelming pressure that he felt an urge to flee immediately. Not only was the other man's cultivation far superior to his own, but the chilling killing intent he possessed was something no ordinary person could have. Even the strongest members of the Kunlun Dragon Soul team didn't possess such a powerful murderous aura. Who was this young man? How could such a terrifying figure exist in such a small, rural place? Old Meng's body trembled uncontrollably. Thump! Ye Shizhen took another step forward, and Old Meng immediately took 2 steps back. Under the oppressive aura, he didn't even have the courage to take another step forward. Just as Old Meng was about to grab his boss and flee, ring ring, Ye Shizhen's phone suddenly rang. The powerful killing intent was interrupted by the sudden call, causing Old Meng to breathe a sigh of relief. He was already drenched in sweat. This young man is too terrifying. Ye Shizhen took out his phone, answered the call, and his face immediately lit up with joy. He said to Ye Tian, Grandmaster, its grand uncle and the others. All the Ye family descendants have come to wish you a happy new year. Grandmaster? The 4 members of the Sun family were also hearing Ye Shizhen address Ye Tian for the first time, and they were immediately confused. Moreover, judging from Ye Shizhen's words, more people were coming to wish Ye Tian a happy new year, and these were Ye family descendants. Could it be that the Ye family patriarch had more than just Ye Qingxiu's lineage and other descendants as well? The 4 members of the Sun family were all puzzled. They felt that since Ye Tian's amnesia was cured, the entire Ye family seemed to have changed. They've already arrived at the village entrance. I'll go out and meet them. Ye Shizhen immediately walked excitedly towards the door. Having lived in Qinghe village for so long, Ye Shizhen still missed his fellow disciples very much. Come on, let's go out and take a look. Ye Tian ignored Dong Guang and the other man beside him, stood up, and walked outside. Ye Qingxiu quickly followed, and the 4 members of the Sun family, already full of curiosity, immediately followed as well. Only Dong Guang and Old Meng remained in the hall. Old Meng, what happened to you just now? Didn't you say you were a special forces king? A country bumpkin scared you like that. Aren't you ashamed? Dong Guang said with a displeased expression. Just now, when facing Ye Shizhen, Old Meng was clearly timid in terms of demeanor. Even Dong Guang, an outsider, couldn't stand it. Old Meng smiled wryly. Boss, that young man was too strong. I'm no match for him. I think we should let it go today. If that guy really makes a move, I'm afraid I can't protect you. You! Dong Guang was so angry he almost vomited blood. He'd sworn he wouldn't let anyone harm a hair on my head, and this is it? I spent a fortune to hire this wretch? Little did Dong Guang know, Old Meng's skills were actually quite formidable, far surpassing many professional bodyguards. But now he was facing a member of the world's most powerful assassin organization. Let's go see what's going on outside. Dong Guang packed up the suitcase full of cash and, along with Old Meng, left the Ye family's old house. However, as soon as they stepped outside, they were deeply shocked by what they saw. A line of dazzling top-of-the-line luxury cars filed into the village from outside, eventually stopping slowly around the Ye family's old house. It's worth mentioning that the Ye family members were driving Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, all top-of-the-line supercars, numbering 50 or 60 in total. This grand procession attracted the attention of countless passers-by along the way. These cars, are they all heading for the Ye family? This can't be. Dong Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. The Sun family of 4 beside him were equally shocked, speechless, as if they were dreaming. Even the villagers of Qinghe village, upon hearing the commotion, all rushed out and stood on both sides of the road to watch. Brother, these cars must be incredibly expensive, right? Cousin Sun Yining couldn't help but whisper to her brother. Sun Yiming swallowed hard and said, expensive. They're outrageously extravagant. I just glanced at them, and none of these cars are less than 5 million. Some are even limited editions, starting at least 30 million. All these luxury cars together are worth at least 500 million. My God! Sun Yining's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing her brother's analysis. Chapter 113. The most extravagant New Year's money in history. The Sun Ji and Jun couple, standing nearby, were also stunned. They could tell these cars were expensive, but they clearly hadn't expected them to be this expensive. According to their son, the owners of these cars must be extremely wealthy and powerful. What were these people doing at the Ye family's old residence? Paying New Year's greetings to the Ye family patriarch? What a joke! It wasn't that Sun Ji and Jun looked down on the Ye family, it was simply that he knew their situation far too well. In all these decades, he had never heard of the Ye family having such wealthy relatives and friends. And it wasn't just 1 or 2, there was a whole group. This was too unbelievable. Could these people have come to the wrong place? This thought inexplicably popped into Sun Ji and Jun's mind. In fact, almost everyone around had a slight suspicion at this moment. After all, the scene before them was too shocking. They simply couldn't reconcile the owners of these top-of-the-line luxury cars with the Ye family's current impoverished state. However, As car doors opened one after another, Ye Hongtu and hundreds of Ye family descendants stepped out and headed directly towards the gate of the Ye family's ancestral home. Then, when the Ye family members arrived at the gate, to the utter astonishment of everyone around, thump, Ye Hongtu was the first to kneel before Ye Tian. Disciple Ye Hongtu comes to pay New Year's respects to Master. Following closely behind, Ye Kanglan, Ye Zianan, and other second-generation elders of the Ye family also knelt down. Disciple pays New Year's respects to Grandmaster. Finally, the hundreds of Ye family descendants below the third generation also knelt down in unison, paying New Year's respects to Grandmaster. Sun Jiangguo and the others, along with the entire village of King He who were watching, were completely dumbfounded by this shocking scene. These people all looked extraordinary, clearly not ordinary individuals, and they really had come to pay their respects to old Master Ye for the new year. Ye Hongtu, that name, why does it sound familiar? Dong Guang muttered, feeling like he'd heard the name somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. Get up, all of you. Ye Tian waved his hand. Although he didn't like this noisy scene, it was, after all, the younger generation's good intentions. Girl, go inside and fetch the gourd I used to store pills. Ye Tian instructed Ye Qingxiu. Yes. A moment later, Ye Qingxiu returned, carrying a smooth, golden gourd. Inside was a pill Ye Tian had previously refined called the Piyuan pill. In fact, these pills were originally prepared by Ye Tian for the Ye family's descendants. Last time, during the Ye family's ancestral worship ceremony, Ye Tian had nothing to give to the younger generation. Now that they had traveled a long way to pay their respects, it would be truly inappropriate not to offer something in return. Although Ye Hongtu had ordered the Ye family descendants to come and pay their respects to Ye Tian purely out of filial piety, not to gain anything from him, Ye Tian, as an elder, naturally had to act like one. Give each of them one pill from the gourd, consider it my New Year's money. Ye Tian waved his hand and instructed Ye Qingxiu. Yes. Ye Qingxiu responded again and began distributing the pills. The Ye family members, especially the younger generation, immediately brightened up. Their master's pills. Ye Hongtu and Du Xian of the Du family in Hong Kong had been revived after consuming Ye Tian's longevity pill. While others might not know, the Ye family descendants certainly did. That longevity pill had previously been sold for a staggering 10 billion by the nation's wealthy. Although they didn't know how the pills their master was bestowing upon them compared to the longevity pill, coming from their master's hand, how could they be inferior? Master is mighty. Long live Master. The younger generation of the Ye family cheered. Even those Ye family descendants who had previously disliked the poor rural environment and refused to go to the countryside were now extremely excited. Thank goodness they had come, otherwise they would have missed this rare opportunity. Although they were descendants of the Ye family, raised with silver spoons in their mouths and never lacked money, the Ye family rules were strict, and their allowances were actually quite limited. Especially those Ye family members who didn't hold real power, a few tens of millions in allowance was the absolute maximum. Now, these pills, personally bestowed by their grandmaster, could easily fetch billions if resold, right? As Ye Qingxiu distributed the pills one by one, even the core members of the second and third generations of the Ye family, such as Ye Zianan and Ye Yuanzi, were all filled with deep shock and excitement. Although they didn't yet know the specific effects of these pills, just the fact that they were personally refined by Ye Tian meant they were priceless. Even if their market value wasn't as high as the everlasting spring pill, it would probably be close. There were over 100 pills. If each one was worth 10 billion at the price of the everlasting spring pill, the total value would be $1 trillion. Even these tycoon businessmen, long since numb to money, were deeply shocked. 1 trillion in New Year's money alone. Perhaps only their grandmaster could have done that. Grandmaster, that's too extravagant. Ye Yuanzi couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. After Ye Qingxiu finished distributing the pills, Ye Tian turned and walked back to the Ye family's old residence. Ye Hongtu and Ye Kanglan quickly followed. However, the younger generation who intended to follow into the Ye family's old residence were stopped by Ye Zianan and Ye Yuanzi. Hand over the pills grandmaster just bestowed upon you. I'll keep them for you temporarily. Ye Zianan said solemnly. He had just discussed the matter with Ye Yuanzi and the others. The efficacy of the pills was still unclear to them. For safety's sake, they couldn't let the younger generation of the Ye family take them indiscriminately, much less resell them. Take the longevity pill as an example. It was priceless to those on the verge of death, but its effects on ordinary people were not that significant. If the younger generation of the Ye family took it casually, wouldn't that be a complete waste of the pill's value? As for reselling them to outsiders, Ye Zianan would absolutely not allow it. First, their Qinghong consortium wasn't short of money. Secondly, if so many pills were to enter the market, it could very likely bring unnecessary trouble to Ye Tian. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the Ye family's higher UPS quickly reached a consensus. They would first confiscate the pills from the younger generation and then distribute them later. The younger generation of the Ye family immediately objected. Grandpa, this is unfair. These were bestowed upon us by our Grandmaster, we have the right to dispose of them as we see fit. Someone raised an objection. Yazianan glanced at the younger generation and said calmly, "What? You have objections to my decision?" The younger generation immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Although Yazianan's talent was inferior to his father's, he was extremely strict in managing the family, and the younger generation always feared him like a tiger. His authority within the Ye family even surpassed that of Ye Hungtu. "I'll say it again, I'm only temporarily holding onto these pills for you. Once I understand their effects, I'll distribute them appropriately. As compensation, after we return to Shanghai, each of you can collect 100 million yuan in pocket money from the company." "That's settled." The expressions of the younger members of the Ye family softened slightly, but they were still somewhat aggrieved. The pills bestowed by their Grandmaster hadn't even been properly absorbed before Yazianan took them away. Chapter 114, Qinghe Village in utter excitement. Standing by the entrance of the Ye family's old mansion, Dongguang overheard the conversation between Yazianan and the Ye family's descendants, his head spinning. Especially Yazianan's last sentence, "After we return to Shanghai, everyone will collect 100 million yuan in pocket money from the group." He glanced around, there were at least 100 people in front of him. 100 million yuan each, that's over 10 billion yuan. Over 10 billion yuan in pocket money just like that? What kind of godlike family is this? Dongguang felt incredulous. What was happening before his eyes was completely beyond his comprehension. Just then, he overheard the chatter of the villagers from Qinghe village nearby. "My goodness, all these people are here to wish Old Master Ye a Happy New Year? When did the Ye family acquire so many wealthy relatives? Speaking of which, Old Master Ye went to the city a while ago, and not only did he recover completely, he's like a completely different person. I heard it's because of that girl Qingxiu from the Ye family, she's become some kind of internet celebrity, and incredibly rich. So, are these people here for Old Master Ye, or for that girl? Who knows? But judging from the scene just now, with all the kowtowing and offering those pills, wow, you'd think they were filming a movie." The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Dongguang, upon hearing this, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Internet celebrity? Filming a movie? Yes. These people are very likely acting. No wonder it seemed so exaggerated, it turns out they were acting. Heh. Thinking he had discovered the truth, Dongguang couldn't help but sneer. It's no wonder Dongguang thought this way. Everything happening before his eyes was utterly unbelievable to him. Moreover, there were many online rumors about internet celebrities renting luxury cars and hiring extras to create sensational short videos in order to gain fame. In today's superficial society, this wasn't exactly news. Therefore, in Dongguang's view, what he was witnessing was likely a drama orchestrated by the Ye family themselves. People are often like this, they only believe what they want to believe, and they believe even the most truthful things they don't want to admit are fake. Dongguang, seemingly suddenly realizing something, immediately pulled aside a young member of the Ye family who was about to enter the old house, and said with a smile, "Young man, you must all be temporary actors hired by the Ye family, right? How much are you paid per day?" The young Ye family member was clearly taken aback, then looked Dongguang up and down, finally uttering two words, "Idiot." "You." Dongguang was so angry he almost vomited blood, and immediately wanted to rush up and argue with the young Ye family member. Just then, suddenly, exclamations rang out from the villagers of Qinghe village. "Look! Another batch of cars is entering the village." Dongguang and Lao Meng immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a black sedan with two small flags on its hood and white license plates, slowly approaching from a distance, followed by several other cars, all with identical white license plates. And behind these white-plated sedans was a convoy of military jeeps. This is official vehicles. To the astonishment of Dongguang and Lao Meng, the convoy of vehicles finally stopped near the Ye family's old residence. Then, to the utter astonishment of the crowd, one after another, important figures they only ever saw on television stepped out of the cars. My goodness! Am I seeing things? That looks like the magistrate of Yun County. More than that, there are also big shots from the city and the province. Could these people also be here to pay New Year's respects to Old Master Ye? That's impossible. When did the Ye family become so powerful? The villagers of Qinghe village were completely stunned. In their eyes, the magistrate was already an unapproachable figure. Among the group before them, the county magistrate, whom they considered unapproachable, seemed to be the most humble of them all. At that moment, Oldie stepped out of his car, glanced at the luxury vehicles beside him, and couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems Uncle Hong and the others have arrived. We've come at just the right time. With that, Oldie strode directly towards the Ye family's old residence, followed closely by the high-ranking officials behind him. Meanwhile, teams of soldiers jumped out of the military jeeps and quickly and methodically set up defenses around the area. Seeing these agile soldiers in military uniforms, Old Meng beside Dongguang visibly trembled. They're from Dragon Soul. Wait, Dragon Soul's chief instructor. He actually came in person. Dong Guan, only now recovering from his shock, widened his eyes upon hearing old Meng's words. Dragon Soul? The one you mentioned before, the one known as the King of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Forces? Old Meng nodded emphatically. Dragon Soul's presence means that among these people, there's at least a national-level figure. Dong Guan was utterly dumbfounded. If what happened before was a play orchestrated by the Ye family, then what were these people? Could the Ye family really have managed to get Dragon Soul and such powerful figures involved in this charade? Thinking this, cold sweat broke out on Dong Guan's back. He couldn't help but recall the words of the Ye family junior earlier. Idiot. That's right, he felt like a complete idiot. You actually suspect the Ye family is putting on an act in front of you? Don't you even look in the mirror? Do you even deserve it? Just as Dong Guan was standing in the corner, questioning his existence. Look, more luxury cars are entering the village. Wow, are these people also here to pay New Year's respects to Old Master Ye? Of course. Need you even ask? They definitely are. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, one luxury car after another drove up to the vicinity of the Ye family's old residence. Because so many cars were already parked in front of the residence, these newly arrived luxury cars took nearly 10 minutes to finally find a parking spot. And when these people got out of the cars, everyone immediately lost their composure. That's right, this group was none other than Wang Yi, Jack Ma, and other business tycoons who had rushed to follow the Ye family. The villagers of Qinghe village may not know much about those big-shot government officials, but they are very familiar with these top entrepreneurs who are often active in the business world of China. Wow, I'm not seeing things, am I? Jack Ma, Little Ma, Mr. Wang from Wanda, and Mr. Ren from Huai Brothers, Mr. Lei from Demi. My goodness, have all the top bosses of China arrived? Are these big shots here to pay New Year's respects to the Ye family patriarch? Good heavens, is the Ye family blessed with extraordinary good fortune? With the arrival of these important figures, the entire Qinghe village was in an uproar. Chapter 115 Overcrowded. To the villagers of Qinghe village, everything that happened at the Ye family's old mansion was nothing short of a myth. So many influential figures had actually come to pay their respects to the Ye family patriarch for the new year, no one would believe it if word got out. Old Wang, what gift did you bring for the old man this time? As the group of business tycoons arrived at the Ye family's old mansion, Jack Ma suddenly asked Wang Yi. Wang Yi smiled, holding up the gift box in his hand, and said, "It's nothing, just a few bottles of 80-year-old mutai. What about you?" Jack Ma laughed. "I recently obtained a few kilograms of Wei Mountain Mother Tree to Hong Pao through special channels, and I brought 2 kilograms for the old man this time." Then, Jack Ma frowned. "I'm afraid our little things might not be good enough for the old man's taste." Little Ma, standing beside him, said, "Don't be silly. Our little scrap metal is just garbage in the old man's eyes. But as the saying goes, it's the thought that counts. As long as our intentions are there, there's no need to worry about it." Boss Lei of Demi chimed in. "Little Ma is right. What kind of status does the old man have? Would he stoop to the level of us juniors? Besides, with the Qinghong consortium behind him, what can he have?" The conversation among these bigwigs was overheard by the dejected Dong Guan, who was immediately struck by another blow. Several bottles of 80-year-old mutai. A pound of Wei Mountain Mother Tree de Hong Pao. These are items with extremely high prices but limited availability, each worth at least 1,000,000 yuan. Due to their scarcity, they would easily fetch 4 or 5 times the price at auction. Such precious items, and these bigwigs are worried that the Ye family patriarch won't be interested. Wait, just now, Mr. Lei from Demi seemed to have mentioned the Qinghong consortium. Dong Guan's mind suddenly clicked. He finally remembered why Ye Huntu's self-introduction sounded so familiar. He suddenly recalled that when he was having dinner with a big boss from the province, that the world's top conglomerate, the Qinghong Consortium, had returned to China, and the head of the Qinghong Consortium was named Ye Huntu. Holy crap! It matches! After realizing this, Dong Guang's face turned deathly pale. He still vividly remembered the look of adoration on that tycoon's face when he mentioned the head of the Qinghong Consortium. He remembered the tycoon telling him that Alibaba, Wanda, Tencent, and even Amazon, the world's leading e-commerce company, were all just subsidiaries of the Qinghong Consortium. Even the recent downfall of the Morgan family, the top consortium in the United States, was orchestrated by the Qinghong Consortium. Ye Huntu, the head of the Qinghong Consortium, was a true world-class business magnate. Yet, this godlike figure had just knelt before the Ye family patriarch, calling him master. My God, what have I done? At this moment, Dong Guan wished he could disappear into a hole. Recalling his previous swagger in front of Ye Tian, Dong Guan felt like a clown, both ridiculous and pathetic. Then he felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he hadn't done anything outrageous to the Ye family patriarch, otherwise he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Go now! Realizing his mistake, Dongguan didn't dare linger for a moment. He immediately grabbed old Meng and fled in a panic. Although he knew that someone of the Ye family patriarch status probably wouldn't even consider a clown like him a threat, he still didn't dare gamble. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be easier than crushing an ant. At this moment, the Ye family mansion was already packed with people. There were over 100 Ye family descendants alone, plus the group of government officials brought by Elder Yi, and the group of business tycoons who arrived last, making a total of nearly 200 people. Although the courtyard of the Ye family mansion wasn't small, it was still somewhat crowded with nearly 200 people gathered together. In the main hall, only Ye Tian, Ye Hengtu, Elder Yi, Ye Kanglin, Ye Xianan, and a few government officials remained. Even Jack Ma and Wang Yi, after offering their New Year's greetings to Ye Tian, Ye Hengtu, Elder Yi, and others, obediently retreated to the corridor outside the hall. Perhaps in the eyes of the Chinese people, they were already the country's top business tycoons, but compared to those inside the room, they truly lacked any real confidence. Not to mention Ye Hengtu and Elder Yi, even those high-ranking officials at the regional governor level were far superior to them in status. The Sun Ji and Jun family had also long since retreated to the courtyard. The four of them were clearly still reeling from their earlier shock, looking around at the powerful figures they only ever saw on television, appearing somewhat bewildered. Even now, they still found it difficult to accept what had happened that day. After all, for an ordinary family like theirs, this was simply too shocking. The once impoverished Ye family had now transformed into the object of admiration for various powerful figures. This enormous change felt like a dream to them. After calming down, Sun Yiming took a deep breath and mustered his courage to approach Jack Ma. "Hello, Chairman Ma." He was, after all, a member of the alley group. Even though Jack Ma might not know who he was, Sun Yiming thought he should at least greet his boss. Jack Ma was taken aback. He clearly didn't recognize him and assumed he was a member of the Ye family. He immediately extended his hand with a beaming smile. "Hello." Sun Yiming was flattered and quickly accepted the hand with both hands. "Chairman Ma, my name is Sun Yiming. I'm an ordinary employee in the Alley T-Mall marketing department." After hearing Sun Yiming's self-introduction, Jack Ma was visibly stunned again. He clearly hadn't expected to encounter an employee of his own company at the Ye family's old residence. Moreover, Sun Yiming's surname was Sun, indicating he wasn't a member of the Qinghong Consortium. Actually, you could tell from his clothes and demeanor that Sun Yiming wasn't from a wealthy family. His presence at the Ye family's old mansion suggested he might be a relative of the old man from his hometown. It has to be said, Jack Ma is truly something else. With his emotional intelligence and IQ, he instantly guessed most of it. "Young man, may I ask your names, and how do you address Miss Kingxiu?" Jack Ma asked with a smile. Sun Yiming quickly replied, "Ye Kingxiu is my cousin." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jack Ma patted Sun Yiming on the shoulder. "Young man, keep up the good work, you have a bright future." Having learned of Sun Yiming's relationship with the Ye family, Jack Ma had already made up his mind that, even just for the sake of the old man, he would take good care of Sun Yiming in the future. Sun Yiming was overjoyed to hear this. Chapter 116 The Miraculous Mulberry Leaf Tea. Back in the hall, after the dignitaries were seated, Ye Tian waved to Ye Kingxiu, "Girl, serve tea." Ye Kingxiu responded, "I'll go see if Senior Brother 13's water is boiled yet." Just as she finished speaking, Ye 13 came out of the kitchen carrying a large kettle. "Junior Sister Shui, the water is boiled." Ye Kingxiu then took several wooden cups and placed them on the table. She then retrieved a plastic bag from inside the room, containing clusters of withered, yellow leaves, which appeared to be mulberry leaves. Ye Kingxiu placed a leaf in each wooden cup, while Ye 13 immediately poured boiling water from the kettle into the cups. Then, Ye Kingxiu presented these cups one by one to the dignitaries. "Grandpas, uncles, please have some tea." Except for Ye Hengtu and Ye Kanglin, whose expressions remained unchanged, the others exchanged glances, their faces slightly uneasy. These were all distinguished individuals. Their daily teas were always top grade, ranging from pu'er to Hong Pao, or at the very least, Longjing. Even their brewing techniques were meticulously refined, otherwise, they couldn't possibly produce such exquisite teas. Now, watching Ye Kingxiu and Ye Shizhen brew tea, regardless of the tea's quality, their methods were clearly those of complete amateurs. They simply put a leaf in a cup, poured it in, and that was it? "Young lady, is this mulberry leaf tea?" A high-ranking official, quite knowledgeable about tea ceremony, couldn't help but ask. Ye Kingxiu smiled, "Yes, these leaves were picked from our own mulberry tree. My great-grandfather said it's good for your health." What Ye Kingxiu didn't mention was that this mulberry tree wasn't an ordinary one, but one that grew in Snake Valley, planted by Ye Tian over 70 years ago. Nurtured by the spiritual energy of Snake Valley, it had transcended the ordinary mulberry tree, far surpassing any common mulberry. The powerful figures, unaware of the underlying reasons, exchanged glances after hearing Ye Kingxiu's words, each revealing a barely perceptible wry smile. Mulberry leaf tea did indeed offer numerous health benefits, but for those accustomed to fine teas, it was rather unpalatable. For a moment, everyone stared at the worn wooden teacup before them, none of them making a move. At this moment, Elder Yi spoke up. What? Are you all used to drinking high-quality tea? You can't even bring yourselves to drink anything slightly inferior? How can you serve the people like this? Reprimanded by Elder Yi, the powerful figures immediately showed shame, and thus picked up their teacups, preparing to force themselves to finish the tea. This tea. Upon picking up the worn wooden teacup, some of the powerful figures quickly noticed something amiss. The mulberry leaves in the wooden cup, after being steeped in boiling water, had turned a golden yellow, shimmering with a faint, mystical light, a truly unbelievable sight. One of the powerful figures tried a sip. One sip of tea filled his mouth with an unprecedented fragrance, which seemed to permeate his entire being and then spread throughout his head. He shuddered, his spirits lifted, and he involuntarily let out a groan. This feeling, how could this be? The tycoon's eyes lit up, and he eagerly downed the rest of his tea in one gulp. Excellent tea! Excellent tea! Seeing this, the other tycoons immediately began to taste it as well. Then, exclamations of surprise and admiration filled the hall. Young lady, quick, give me another cup. Another cup for me too. Me too. The tycoons completely abandoned their previous restraint, becoming incredibly excited. These guys are such good actors. Old Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. So he picked up the teacup and took a sip, instantly becoming intoxicated by its exquisite flavor. He even felt his spirits lift, as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger, his eyes filled with astonishment. This is really mulberry leaf tea? The shocked old Master Yi turned to look at Ye Hongtu and Ye Kanglin, who were now leisurely enjoying their tea. They seemed completely unsurprised, and he immediately understood. I was still too young. Indeed, something made by the old master could never be ordinary. The scene unfolding in the hall left Jack Ma and the others in the corridor outside dumbfounded. These powerful figures, if they were in ancient times, would be like regional warlords. What fine tea hadn't they tasted? A simple cup of mulberry leaf tea. Why were they so excited? Girl, all guests are welcome. Send some tea to those outside too. Ye Tian casually instructed. Ye Qingxiu immediately agreed. However, since there were only a few teacups at home, Ye Qingxiu had to find some disposable plastic cups. She poured a cup for each of Jack Ma, Wang Yi, and the other bigwigs, placing a mulberry leaf in each cup as well. After thanking her, Jack Ma and the others immediately began to enjoy their tea. A short while later, a chorus of exclamations of surprise and delight filled the corridor. Excellent tea! Compared to Grandpa's mulberry leaf tea, even Weihai Mountain's mother tree to Hong Pao is utter garbage. It's so delicious. Miss Ye, could you please give me another cup? Seeing the excited elders inside and outside the hall, the younger generation of the Ye family couldn't sit still any longer. They crowded around Ye Qingxiu, flattering her. Auntie, could we have a cup to try? Ye Qingxiu, sweating profusely from her work, smiled and said, Don't rush, we have plenty. We have plenty. So, for the entire morning, Ye Qingxiu kept brewing tea. Ye Shizhen also hardly left the kitchen, constantly chopping wood, boiling water. At this moment, the rest of the Nightfall group, who had accompanied them, entered the kitchen. Little Shizhen, I think you've completely become a cook now. Ha ha. Ye Qi couldn't help but tease as he approached the stove. Ye Shizhen rolled his eyes and said, What do you know? As long as I can stay by my master's side, I'd be willing to be a cook for the rest of my life. The people in the Nightfall group exchanged bewildered glances. They knew that although Ye Shizhen appeared carefree and unrestrained, he was always very proud and arrogant. Although it was only natural for a grand disciple to serve his master, he was still a great grand disciple. But how could Ye Shizhen possibly say something like, I'd be willing to be a cook for life? Just then, Ye San, who was the last to enter, suddenly spoke up. 13, your cultivation has actually reached the late stage of dark force? The rest of the Nightfall members were all shocked upon hearing this. Chapter 117 Little Black's Transformation. A month ago, when Ye Shizhen left Shanghai, his cultivation was only at the Ming Jin realm. In just 1 month, he had advanced a whole major realm, reaching the late in Jin stage. This was simply unimaginable to the Nightfall group. Given Ye Shizhen's talent, it would have taken him 3 to 5 years to achieve such a breakthrough. And now, he had done it in just 1 month. The reason for this was obvious, it was undoubtedly their grandmaster. Now, the Nightfall group finally understood why Ye Shizhen was willing to stay in the countryside as a cook. They were also deeply impressed by their grandmaster's methods. I should have shamelessly begged grandmaster to come along. You're incredibly lucky. The gazes of the group towards Ye Shizhen were filled with deep envy. Although they knew from the start that Ye Shizhen would benefit greatly from following Ye Tian, they never expected the benefits he received to be this significant. Ye Shizhen casually tossed another piece of firewood into the stove, laughing triumphantly. Meanwhile, the effects of the magical mulberry leaf tea were gradually fading after several infusions. Wang Xiaokong found Ye Qingxiu and said with a smile, "Sister Shui, I remember watching your livestream before. There seemed to be a secluded valley here, like a paradise, and a huge black snake. Can you show me around?" The younger members of the Ye family immediately gathered around. "Yes, Auntie, take us to see that big python called Xiao He." They had clearly watched Ye Qingxiu's livestreams quite a bit and were filled with curiosity about Snake Valley and Xiao He. Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment. It seemed that since Ye Tian opened the barrier around Snake Valley, he didn't mind outsiders entering. Besides, they were all family. "Alright, I'll take you there, but I have to warn you beforehand, Little Black is very fierce. Don't mess with it, or you'll regret it." The crowd cheered, readily agreeing. About 10 minutes later, Ye Qingxiu led the younger generation to Snake Valley in the back mountains. Upon entering the picturesque Snake Valley, everyone was immediately captivated by its breathtaking beauty. However, to Ye Qingxiu's surprise, she couldn't find Little Black. She knew that Little Black would always rush out to greet her whenever she came to Snake Valley. Could it be that the large number of people had frightened Little Black? That shouldn't be the case. Knowing Little Black as she did, the more lively the place, the more excited it should be. After searching for a while, Ye Qingxiu finally found Little Black in a cave. And upon finding Little Black, Ye Qingxiu and the others were all stunned. Little Black was lying on the ground, its head drooping, looking like it was barely breathing, and on its black skin, there were shocking wrinkles. "Auntie, what's wrong with Little Black? Is it sick?" "No, it looks like it's about to shed its skin." "That doesn't make sense either. Don't pythons usually shed their skin in the summer?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves, making wild guesses. "No, I have to go back and ask my great-grandfather right away." Ye Qingxiu was extremely worried. She immediately forgot about Wang Xiaokong and the younger members of the Ye family, and rushed back from Snake Valley to give Ye Tian a detailed report on what had happened to Xiao He. In fact, Ye Tian didn't need Ye Qingxiu's report at all. With a thought, he understood everything in Snake Valley. "Don't worry, it's probably transforming into a dragon. This is a joyous occasion for Xiao He." Hearing Ye Tian's words, all the elders were shocked. A python transforming into a dragon? If these words hadn't come from Ye Tian's mouth, they would never have believed such a mythical story. Ye Kanglin said, "Legend has it that a python can transform into a jiao, a type of dragon, after 500 years, and a jiao can become a dragon after 500 years. Master, could this legend actually be true?" Everyone looked at Ye Tian, their hearts pounding. A jiao dragon. That was something from mythology and legend. Now they actually had the chance to hear it with their own ears, even see it with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? Ye Tian slowly said, "The legend you told me isn't entirely accurate. The so-called transformation of a python into a jiao is actually a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. This is similar to humans. After reaching a certain level through cultivation, their bodies undergo incredible changes. Strictly speaking, they have already transcended the realm of ordinary people and become beings of a higher life level." After Ye Tian's explanation, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Elder Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he couldn't help but ask, "Then may I ask Senior Ye, is there a method for achieving immortality? Or even an immortal person?" Ye Tian glanced at Elder Yi and remained silent for a moment. Throughout history, emperors have often turned their attention to spirits and deities rather than the common people. Such examples are countless, but it's only human nature. When a person reaches the pinnacle of power, the only thing they can pursue is immortality. Of course, he couldn't tell Elder Yi that he himself was the one who had achieved immortality. After all, such news was too shocking, would overturn the world's existing understanding, and would bring him endless trouble. In the end, Ye Tian only answered with one word, "Yes." Even so, the entire hall immediately stirred. Elder Yi's body trembled slightly with excitement, and he immediately asked again, "Then, Senior Ye, do you know the secrets of the method of immortality?" Ye Tian shook his head as expected, "I don't know." He wasn't lying. Although he himself was an immortal being, even he himself still didn't understand the secret to his immortality. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, he had seen many extraordinary individuals who had also devoted their lives to searching for the secret of immortality, but unfortunately, without exception, they all failed. Even those who transform themselves into monstrous forms, neither truly human nor ghostly, still cannot be considered truly immortal. Based on Ye Tian's experience traveling the world throughout the millennia-long river of time, he has yet to encounter a second truly immortal person. He too has attempted to research an elixir of immortality that could extend human lifespan, but unfortunately, he has not succeeded. The only truly immortal person in the world is him. Upon hearing Ye Tian's answer, a deep disappointment was clearly visible in the eyes of Elder Yi and the other dignitaries. At this moment, Ye Tian spoke again, "The path to immortality is elusive and cannot be forced. However, I recently deduced the fate of the nation, and this world will usher in a change unprecedented in 3,000 years. You should all prepare as soon as possible. Tian's words immediately caused a stir among those present. Chapter 118, a tremendous change unseen in 3,000 years. Predicting the fate of the nation. These words only came from Tian's mouth. If it had come from anyone else, everyone would have thought he was a charlatan. In the past, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng of the Tang dynasty created the Tui Bei Tu to warn future generations. Zhuge, the prime minister of Shuhan, also wrote Ma Chi Nk. Lu Bowen of the Ming dynasty wrote the Xiaobing Ji. Could such precognitive arts truly exist? A learned scholar couldn't help but ask. Tian shook his head, not so. When one cultivates to the state of oneness with heaven and earth, merging one's spirit with the Dao, one can gain a detached understanding of fate and discern the trajectory of events. This is indeed not difficult. But your so-called foresight is about accurately predicting future events. Even if you could truly achieve this, the moment you foresee the future, it has already changed. So how can you talk about prediction? As the saying goes, those skilled in the I Ching do not divine, those who understand the I Ching do not consult the oracle. This is the principle. Tian paused slightly, then continued. But the fate of a nation is different. What is the fate of a nation? It is the destiny of a country, the general trend of the world, which is not subject to individual will. The world is a chessboard, and all living beings are chess pieces. The overwhelming trend arrives, beyond human resistance. After hearing Tian's words, the assembled dignitaries immediately understood. After all, those present were all elites of the world, none were ordinary. Elder Yi's expression turned solemn. Then may I ask, Senior Ye, what you just mentioned, an unprecedented change in 3,000 years, is it a blessing or a curse for our dragon kingdom? Tian replied, what is meant to be a blessing will inevitably be borne out. Fortune and misfortune are interdependent and cannot be generalized. As the saying goes, heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so should a gentleman constantly strive for self-improvement. Elder Yi's expression shifted slightly before he stood up and bowed deeply to Tian. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Ye, but I still implore you to show the people of the Dragon Kingdom a way out. The other dignitaries, seeing this, also rose and bowed deeply to Tian. If someone else had spoken of predicting the fate of a nation, they might have scoffed or been skeptical. However, after witnessing Tian's incredible abilities, they now believed him without a doubt. At the same time, they felt genuinely worried about the unprecedented change Tian had mentioned. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. Tian sighed softly, then beckoned to Qingxiu. Girl, fetch my brush and ink. Yes. Qingxiu immediately responded. A short while later, the brush and ink were brought, and Kanglin immediately stepped forward to grind the ink for Tian. With everything ready, Tian picked up the brush and wrote the character, martial arts, on the paper. Everyone was completely bewildered, unable to understand Tian's meaning. Finally, Kanglin was the first to see the clue. Everyone, concentrate your attention, and you will naturally see the mystery hidden in this character. Everyone immediately followed Kanglin's instructions and concentrated on one point. I saw someone moving. It felt like I was forcibly pulled into another dimension, and I saw someone practicing martial arts? My God! Could it be that Senior Ye has hidden a set of boxing techniques within the word martial? Such miraculous methods are simply unbelievable if not witnessed firsthand. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Tian picked up the calligraphy and handed it to Elder Yi. I have hidden a body-refining method within this calligraphy. Take it back and promote it first in the military, then spread it to the entire population. It should be of some help in the face of the impending catastrophe. Elder Yi was overjoyed. He immediately bowed deeply again, then accepted the calligraphy with both hands and instructed his secretary to carefully put it away. Senior Ye, this matter is of utmost importance. I must return to Yanjing immediately to convene an emergency high-level meeting. I won't trouble you any longer. Soon, Elder Yi, along with the group of high-ranking officials, hurriedly got into their car and left. Afterwards, business tycoons such as Wang Yi and Jack Ma also took their leave. Their keen business sense told them that in the near future, China, and even the world, might face an unprecedented upheaval, and they had to prepare in advance. Before they knew it, evening had fallen. Due to the limited space in the Ye family's old residence, it was impossible to accommodate so many people overnight. Therefore, Ye Hengde sent his son and the younger generation of the Ye family back to Shanghai first. In the end, only Ye Hengde, Ye Kanglin, and the others from Nightfall remained. That night, everyone had already gone to sleep. Ye Kanglin arrived at Ye Tian's door, his expression hesitant. He raised his hand to knock several times, but finally lowered it again. Just as Ye Kanglin was about to turn and leave, the door suddenly opened by itself. Immediately afterwards, Ye Tian's voice came from inside. A cultivator should have a clear mind. How can you achieve great things with such hesitation? Get in. Ye Kanglin smiled wryly and immediately stepped into the room. Master, I have something I'm unsure about and would like to seek your opinion on. Ye Kanglin dared not hide his purpose any longer and stated it clearly. Ye Tian sat on the bed, glanced at Ye Kanglin, and said, "You want to enter the gates of hell to find your master, right?" Ye Kanglin had already told Ye Tian about his disciple Ye Changqing's whereabouts. In fact, even without Ye Kanglin saying it, Ye Tian had a premonition. Ye Kanglin was shocked. How did you know? Ye Tian slowly said, "What's so hard to guess? For you, there are no opponents left in the world, so naturally you want to go and see a higher level of the world." Ye Kanglin chuckled, "Grandmaster, you're wrong. You're still here. How can you say there are no opponents in the world?" Ye Tian laughed. "What? Want to fight me again? How about I test you out again?" As he spoke, Ye Tian raised his hand. Ye Kanglin was immediately terrified and frantically shook his head. "No, no. Master, I was just joking, please don't take it seriously." In fact, after reaching the celestial realm, Ye Kanglin couldn't resist asking Ye Tian for guidance once, but the result was naturally utterly disastrous. He was beaten beyond recognition, and to avoid being seen by Ye Tian's disciples, he secluded himself for a long time before daring to show his face. He didn't want the same thing to happen a second time. And as he just said, Ye Tian's strength far surpassed his own. Before Ye Tian, he felt like a weak ant. Ye Tian, on the other hand, was like an insurmountable mountain. Following Ye Tian would certainly benefit him greatly, but in the long run, he worried that he would be discouraged and lose his indomitable spirit. Therefore, he decided to follow in his master Ye Changqing's footsteps and venture into the gates of hell. Chapter 119 The Spirit Sword Kunyu. Master, I actually wanted to ask you something. Is there truly a higher level world behind the gates of hell? Ye Kanglin asked somewhat seriously. Ye Tian replied, calling it another world isn't quite accurate. Logically speaking, the place you described is also part of this world, only they exist in different spatial dimensions. Seeing Ye Kanglin's slight confusion, Ye Tian explained again slowly, space is like a container, but because this container is so large, there will always be places you can't see, either man-made illusions or naturally formed. Rather than calling it another world, it's more accurate to say it's a subordinate space of the main world. After Ye Tian's explanation, Ye Kanglin had a general understanding. Ye Kanglin's spirits lifted. Master, from what you're saying, you've also entered the space beyond the gates of hell? A hint of reminiscence flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. That was a long time ago. I remember the people there called it Kungsu. At this point, Ye Tian paused slightly, then continued, with your current cultivation level, it would be good for you to go to Kungsu for training. However, you should be mentally prepared beforehand, your strength in that world would only be considered above average. Hearing this, Ye Kanglin was not surprised but rather delighted. If that's the case, then I'll definitely go and see. For Ye Kanglin, to pursue a higher level of martial arts, he had to face even greater challenges. Ye Tian's strength was too great, far beyond his reach in this lifetime, so he needed to find a more suitable challenge. Having made up his mind, Ye Kanglin solemnly knelt down and bowed 3 times to Ye Tian. Master, I will definitely find my master when I enter Kungsu and inform him of your return. After I leave, I'll leave the matter of my uncle to you. Seeing that Ye Kanglin was determined to go, Ye Tian did not stop him. Come with me to Snake Valley, I have something for you. Ye Kanglin was overjoyed. Yes. He remembered that when he went to the United States to destroy the X-Bureau, Ye Tian had given him a black bead, which ultimately became the key to his victory. In Ye Kanglin's eyes, although his master appeared aloof, he was genuinely kind to those around him. He felt both anticipation and immense gratitude. Soon, the two arrived at Snake Valley. Ye Tian went directly into the cave where Xiao He was, and Ye Kanglin followed. Seeing the colossal python, Xiao He, coiled in the cave like a small mountain, even Ye Kanglin, with his cultivation level, felt a chill run down his spine. Ye Shizhen had previously told him that this python's strength was no less than that of a human grandmaster. But now, Ye Kanglin felt that an ordinary grandmaster would be no match for this beast. Moreover, if this creature were to transform into a dragon in the future, even he would likely give it a wide berth. Xiao He sensed Ye Tian and immediately stretched out its sluggish head, rubbing against his clothes. Ye Tian reached out and stroked Xiao He's head. The world has undergone a tremendous change, and spiritual energy has revived. Your birth in this era is both your tribulation and your destiny. When the time comes for a powerful event, you may very well soar to great heights. Xiao He seemed to understand Ye Tian's meaning, curling its head back under its belly and falling into a deep sleep. Ye Tian led Ye Kanglin deeper into the cave, soon reaching its end. At the cave's end, a dark blue longsword was stuck in a black rock. The sword was over 3 feet long, its surface radiating a faint, cold light. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. Buzzing, buzzing. As soon as Ye Tian approached, the blue longsword seemed to sense something, vibrating violently with a buzzing sound. Clang! A clear, ringing sword sound rang out, and to Ye Kanglin's astonishment, the cyan longsword spontaneously sprang from the rock. Ye Tian raised his hand, and the cyan longsword landed steadily in his grasp. Master, could this be the legendary spiritual weapon? Ye Kanglin exclaimed in shock. He had read about spiritual swords in ancient texts, swords that, imbued with the user's spiritual power, could communicate with their master's mind. He had always thought it was just a legend, but today he had actually witnessed it with his own eyes. Tian nodded. This sword is called Kunyu. It's a weapon I obtained in Kungsu years ago. So many years have passed, I wonder if my old friends from Kungsu are still alive. After a sigh, Tian handed the Kunyu sword to Kanglin. Kanglin immediately knelt down and accepted it with both hands. However, a strange scene unfolded. After Kanglin received the Kunyu sword with both hands, the sword seemed extremely unwilling and actually tried to break free from his grasp. Kanglin's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly channeled his inner energy into his arms and gripped the hilt tightly. Tian smiled. It seems it looks down on you, its new master. As he spoke, Tian flicked his finger across the sword. The restless Kunyu sword finally calmed down. I have placed a mental restriction on this sword. Only when you gain its approval can you unleash its true power. Hearing Tian's words, Kanglin was both excited and somewhat frustrated. He had actually been looked down upon by a sword? But upon reflection, it wasn't hard to understand. After all, once you've seen the ocean, you can't be satisfied with a river. Its previous master was the strategist. Now that it was him, it was a far cry from his former self. It was normal for it to look down on him. Kunyu sword. I will earn your recognition with my own strength. Kanglin gripped the Kunyu sword, his heart filled with boundless pride. After the two left the cave, Tian simply waved his hand at the entrance, instantly concealing it from view, making it indistinguishable from the surrounding mountain walls. Kanglin was once again filled with admiration. He knew that after reaching the refining spirit level, powerful spiritual energy could cultivate various supernatural abilities, capable of disrupting the 6 senses and 5 perceptions of others. However, to do it so casually, without even him noticing a trace, was simply unfathomable. The next day, Kanglin gathered the disciples of Nightfall in the courtyard and told them about his upcoming entry into the Kungsu realm. The disciples were naturally extremely reluctant to part with him. Master, now that I've reached the Grandmaster realm, why don't I accompany you? San volunteered. Kanglin scoffed. You think you're so great just because you're only at the Grandmaster realm? Wait until you reach the celestial realm before you talk like that. After bowing to Tian and Huntu again in farewell, Kanglin left without looking back. Chapter 120 Li Qingkang's speculation. Yanjing, in a courtyard with yellow walls and red tiles. Wonderful. No wonder it's from Senior Yes hand. This body refining technique is not only easy to teach and learn, but it also directly addresses the essence of cultivation. It's simply ingenious. Li Qingkang, seated at the head of the table, held the martial arts character that Tian had given to Elder Yi, repeatedly slapping the table in admiration. If this body refining method could be promoted within our Dragon Kingdom's army, given time, it could at least increase the individual combat capabilities of our Dragon Kingdom soldiers by more than tenfold. If it could be promoted nationwide, the overall physical fitness of the Dragon Kingdom could also increase tenfold. Little Yi, do you know what that means? Li Qingkang was extremely excited. If outsiders saw this renowned founder of Kunlun displaying such excitement, they would surely be astonished. Sitting opposite Li Qingkang, Elder Yi was equally excited upon hearing his words. This means that without expanding its military, the overall combat strength of our Dragon Kingdom will be enough to crush all the world's major powers. This means that the overall physical fitness of the Dragon Kingdom's people will improve dramatically, and the corresponding financial expenditures on areas such as healthcare will be reduced to a negligible level. This means that in the near future, the Dragon Kingdom will be the absolute #1 power in the world. At this point, Elder Yi paused slightly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Uncle Li, Senior Yes body refining technique is undoubtedly wondrous, but I'm somewhat worried about the momentous change he spoke of that would affect the fate of the nation. Although Senior Ye didn't explicitly say so, I have a feeling that this unprecedented change in 3,000 years will definitely have an unprecedented impact on the Dragon Kingdom and even the global landscape. Hearing this, Li Qingkang's expression immediately became more serious. After a moment of silence, Li Qingkang said, Little Yi, have you ever thought about this? Senior Ye said it was an unprecedented change in 3,000 years, why not 2,000, or 4,000 years? Old Yi was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something. Uncle Li, do you mean that the upheaval Senior Yes spoke of occurred 3,000 years ago? That's why it can be called an unprecedented upheaval in 3,000 years? Indeed. Li Qingkang took a deep breath and said, then the question arises, if we push back 3,000 years, what period would that be? It should coincidentally be the late Shang and early Zhou dynasties. King Wu's conquest of Zhou, the investiture of the gods. You've probably heard of these folk myths, haven't you? Old Yi's eyes widened. Uncle Li, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that those myths are true? How could that be? Li Qingkang sighed softly. I used to think it was impossible too, but for decades, in my search for a breakthrough to the celestial realm, I've devoted myself to studying ancient texts and discovered some clues. Perhaps those ancient myths are somewhat exaggerated, but they might not be entirely baseless. At this point, Li Qingkang paused slightly, ignoring old Yi's skeptical gaze. Let's take the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, a medical book from ancient times that everyone is familiar with, as an example. There is a record in the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic. In ancient times, people all lived to be over 100 years old and their movements were not weak. When did the Yellow Emperor live? Over 5,000 years ago. In his time, and even in more distant eras, people could live to over 100 years old and remain vigorous. What does that mean? In today's technologically advanced society, how many people could achieve that? Upon hearing this, old Yi's expression subtly changed. Even he himself hadn't realized it, but he had gradually begun to accept some of the more fantastical legends, going from initial scoffing. Upon reflection, this shift in thinking seemed to stem from old Master Ye. After all, so many incredible things had happened to him. Take old Master Ye's age, for example. Roughly calculated, he was at least 150 years old. And looking at Ye Tian's movements, he was not only vigorous, but even a strong young man couldn't compare. In comparison, the things recorded in the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic seemed, maybe nothing was impossible. Li Qingkang continued, the Zhuangzi's Tianxia chapter records, one who does not depart from the principle is called a man of heaven. One who does not depart from the essence is called a man of spirit. One who does not depart from the truth is called a man of perfection. One who takes heaven as the principle, virtue as the foundation, and the Dao as the gateway, and who is responsive to change, is called a sage. I couldn't understand its mysteries before, but now that I've almost reached the celestial realm, I finally understand how profound the principles of heaven and earth are contained in the words left by these ancient sages. I've been completely wasting my time reading these classic texts. Elder Yi asked, Uncle Li, what point are you trying to make after all this? Li Qingkang took a deep breath and said, based on my analysis of ancient texts, I have reason to speculate that at least 3,000 years ago, on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, there existed a great era of flourishing cultivation. And the so-called investiture of the gods legend is very likely a turning point in the decline of that era, the end of an age, that is, a cataclysmic change 3,000 years ago. Elder Yi instantly understood Li Qingkang's meaning. Uncle Li, are you saying that the great upheaval 3,000 years ago led to the decline of the cultivation era, and that this great upheaval 3,000 years later could very well be the era's resurgence? Indeed, Li Qingkang nodded. Of course, these are just my speculations. Whether they are accurate remains to be seen. But what I'm more curious about is, if my speculations are correct, how did Senior Ye know about that great upheaval 3,000 years ago? Did he, like me, deduce it from ancient records? Elder Yi shook his head. Senior Ye is unfathomable. I don't care about events from 3,000 years ago. What I'm thinking about now is that if we promote this body refining technique to the entire population, it will surely trigger a nationwide cultivation boom. So, are we simply following the trend, or are we ushering in a new era? Li Qingkang pondered for a moment before slowly saying, times create heroes, and heroes can also drive the times. If this era is destined to arrive, it's always better to embrace it in advance and lead it than to drift with the tide, isn't it? After saying this, Li Qingkang smiled, and then Elder Yi smiled as well. That's right. Regardless of what the future holds, at least for now, it can greatly enhance the strength of our Dragon Kingdom, bringing tangible benefits to the nation. That's enough. Chapter 121 He Hungmei's Thoughts. The events at the Ye family's old mansion spread like a hurricane, radiating outwards from King He village. High-ranking officials personally visited, business tycoons flocked to the scene, and top-of-the-line luxury cars and seemingly unapproachable figures all bowed before the Ye family patriarch, a sight that seemed like a myth to the villagers. Starting the next day, many people from Yun County flocked to the Ye family's old mansion, wanting to pay their respects to Ye Tian. Even distant relatives who hadn't been in contact for years came under the guise of New Year's greetings. However, Ye Tian naturally didn't bother with these people and was simply turned away by the Nightfall group. In a high-end residential area in Yun County. Wow, no wonder that girl gave us 5 million so easily back then. Turns out she's become a big shot. Even the county magistrate is currying favor with the old man of the Ye family. It seems the Ye family has truly risen to prominence this time. The events at the Ye family's old residence in King He village had already spread throughout Yun County, and Ye Qingxiu's mother, He Hungmei, had naturally heard about them. When she first heard the news, He Hungmei absolutely refused to believe it, thinking it was just a fabricated rumor. The county magistrate of Yun County, and even big shots from the province, had all come to Ye Tian's door to offer New Year's greetings. Even business tycoons like Jack Ma and Wang Yi had all gone to the Ye family on the first day of the Lunar New Year to pay their respects to the old man of the Ye family. This all sounded like pure nonsense, almost unbelievable. Until she saw the video someone had filmed online, with its rows of top-of-the-line luxury cars and the big shots she only ever saw on television, and after making inquiries from various sources, He Hungmei finally realized that it was all true. To be honest, for a fleeting moment, He Hungmei deeply regretted it. She had originally thought Ye Qingxiu had only become an internet celebrity and made a little money, never expecting the Ye family to rise so dramatically this time. If she had known this would happen, she would never have said she wanted to sever ties with Ye Qingxiu. With such a powerful daughter as her backer, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in Yun County? But she knew that from the moment she said she wanted to sever ties with Ye Qingxiu, all the glory and bright future that originally belonged to her had vanished like bubbles. But she was unwilling to accept it. Even if she really wanted to sever ties with Ye Qingxiu, how could a mere 5 million be enough? It was a loss. A huge loss. Wife, why don't we buy some gifts and go to the Ye family's old house? After all, you are that girl's biological mother, her own flesh and blood. She can't really disown you, can she? Her husband, Lu Yong, suggested. After learning what had happened at the Ye family's old mansion, Lu Yong was filled with deep regret. He had received 5 million from Ye Qingxiu and lived a life of luxury, only to discover that money was fleeting. He was a hopeless gambler with no source of income and no business acumen. Seeing that he would inevitably squander his inheritance, he resorted to dishonest means again. If He Hongmei could restore her mother-daughter relationship with Ye Qingxiu, as Ye Qingxiu's stepfather, given the Ye family's current status, even the county magistrate of Yun County would likely treat him with deference. Then, he would gain not only money, but also power and dignity. Just thinking about it made Lu Yong's blood boil. He Hongmei shook her head. You don't understand that girl. Although she's weak-willed, once she's made up her mind, not even 8 horses could pull her back. And that old man from the Ye family, I heard he remembers everything from before. I wasn't very good to him back then, I almost sent him to a nursing home. Do you think he doesn't hold a grudge? And I heard that even those old relatives of the Ye family, except for the Sun family who always had a good relationship with them, couldn't even get inside the Ye family's gate. Now, if I want to restore my relationship with that girl, I'm afraid it's too late. Lu Yong, after hearing He Hongmei's analysis, was immediately frustrated. Look at you. You're her mother, after all. If you had been even a little better to her back then, would things have come to this? Lu Yong couldn't help but complain. Upon hearing this, He Hongmei immediately became angry. Lu Yong, are you even speaking human language? Who was it that kept nagging me that daughters are a waste of money, that no matter how good you are to them, they'll belong to someone else sooner or later? And now you're telling me this? Lu Yong, rebuked by He Hongmei's barrage of words, immediately lost his temper and could only quickly smile apologetically. Wife, I was wrong, I was just anxious. The Ye family is so powerful now, and you're supposed to be their daughter-in-law, yet you don't get any benefits. It's such a loss. I have an idea, she said. How about we send Jin Cai to the Ye family to sound them out? If that girl can accept her own uncle, she'll naturally accept you as her own mother too. What do you think? He Hongmei thought about it. It was indeed a good idea. And faced with such a huge temptation, if they gave up without even trying, not only would Lu Yong be unwilling, but she also felt it was a huge loss. So He Hongmei immediately contacted her younger brother, He Jin Cai. In fact, He Jin Kai, deeply shocked by the story of the Ye family's old mansion, had long desired to re-establish relations with the Ye family, so he agreed without hesitation. The next day, He Jin Kai, carrying gifts, excitedly arrived at the Ye family's old mansion, but was stopped at the gate by Ye Qi and Ye Ba, who appeared out of the darkness. My name is He Jin Kai, I'm Ye Qingxiu's maternal uncle. I've come to pay my respects to the old man. Please announce my arrival. He Jin Kai quickly introduced himself, thinking to himself, the Ye family is truly different now, even the gate has bodyguards. Upon hearing that he was Ye Qingxiu's maternal uncle, Ye Qi and Ye Ba were momentarily stunned. After all, a maternal uncle was not comparable to a distant relative. Just as the two were about to let He Jin Kai into the old house, Ye Qingxiu's voice came from inside. I don't even have a mother, so where did this uncle come from? 7th senior brother, 8th senior brother, please get rid of this person. I don't want to see him. Since the incident at the hospital, Ye Qingxiu's heart had turned cold, and she wanted nothing more to do with He Hongmei. He Jin Kai immediately became agitated. You, Ye Qingxiu, I'm still your uncle, how dare you treat me like this? Before He Jin Kai could finish speaking, Ye Qi grabbed his collar and threw him out like trash. He Jin Kai returned to the county town in a disheveled state and told He Hongmei what had happened. Her face immediately turned incredibly ugly. That girl, her heart is so hard. Chapter 122. Another incident. Lu Yong chimed in, it seems this girl has no regard for sentiment at all, even treating her own uncle so cruelly. Isn't she afraid of people gossiping about her behind her back? If you ask me, we should just contact the media and expose her. I've heard those big shots are very concerned about their reputation. Let's see if she's afraid. He Jin Kai looked at Lu Yong as if he were an idiot. What are you thinking about all day? With the Ye family's current status, even the county magistrate is currying favor with them. Do you think any media outlet would be so bold as to expose the Ye family? Besides, even if it were exposed, what would happen? It would only make that girl hate us even more. Do you expect to get any benefit from the Ye family? Lu Yong was speechless. In analyzing the pros and cons of a problem, He Jin Kai was indeed far superior to Lu Yong. He Jinkei continued, if you ask me, we still have to use the sob story. At this point, He Jinkei looked at his sister, He Hungmei. Sister, I heard the Sun family and the Ye family have a good relationship. Why don't you go to the Sun family and ask Sun Jiangguo to mediate for you? He Hungmei thought about it and agreed, so she immediately went to find Sun Jiangguo. At this moment, in Yun County, at the Jiangguo restaurant, Sun Jiangguo was squatting in front of a large fish tank, looking utterly dejected. What went wrong? This shouldn't be happening. It turned out that after visiting the Ye family on New Year's Day, he had brought back 3 large white fish. Upon returning to the restaurant, Sun Jiangguo excitedly put the white fish into the fish tank. Although Tian had told him that white fish couldn't be bred on their own, Sun Jiangguo was unwilling to give up. He decided to try it himself. What if it worked? However, after these past 2 days, Sun Jiangguo felt like dying. First, ever since he put the large white fish into his fish tank, they had become listless and completely lacked their previous vitality. Second, these large white fish were incredibly picky about their food. Even the fish food he personally cooked with the finest ingredients, they wouldn't even take a bite. Over the past 2 days, the 3 large white fish had all become noticeably thinner, some even turning belly up. Sigh. Sun Jiangguo sighed heavily, slamming his cigarette butt on the ground. He then turned to his son, Sun Yiming, and said, "Get the fish out and kill them." Sun Yiming was taken aback. "Dad, you're not going to keep raising them?" Sun Jiangguo said dejectedly, "Keep raising them? What a load of rubbish. These things are harder to please than emperors. If we keep raising them, they'll all be dead by tomorrow." Sun Jiangguo racked his brains but couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Why couldn't he keep these large white fish alive? Little did he know, these white fish, born in Snake Valley, drank lake water imbued with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and ate incredibly precious medicinal herbs. They were no longer ordinary fish, they were spirit fish. Trying to keep these spirit fish alive with ordinary water and food would be a miracle. Upon hearing that they were going to kill a fish and make soup, Sun Yining's mouth watered. "Brother, let me help you." She had been craving the fish soup she had at the Ye family's old house on New Year's Day ever since, and today she finally had the chance to enjoy it again. Just as the family was preparing to kill the fish and make soup, He Hungmei arrived. Seeing He Hungmei, Sun Jiangguo's face immediately darkened. "What are you doing here?" Sun Jiangguo had always disliked his cousin's wife. Especially after Ye Qingxiu's father passed away, He Hungmei turned around and married Lu Yong, that gambling addict. Although a wife remarrying after her husband's death isn't necessarily a bad thing in today's society, He Hungmei, since remarrying, had completely stopped caring about the Ye family's affairs, not even her own daughter. She was utterly unfit to be a mother. He Hungmei, with a forced smile, subtly expressed her desire to restore her mother-daughter relationship with Ye Qingxiu to Sun Jiangguo. Sun Jiangguo listened, only giving a cold laugh, without saying a word. He Hungmei continued, "After all, Xiaoxiu is still my flesh and blood. As the saying goes, even broken bones are still connected by tendons. Besides, cousin, you wouldn't want Xiaoxiu to be branded as unfilial in the future, would you?" Hearing this, Sun Jiangguo couldn't listen anymore. "Unfilial? He Hungmei, you really know how to flatter yourself. I'm really curious, how thick-skinned do you have to be to say such a thing? How have you treated Xiaoxiu all these years? How have you treated the Ye family? I don't think I need to repeat myself, do I? Have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a mother to Xiaoxiu? Have you fulfilled your obligations to support old master Ye? And you dare to talk to me about filial piety? I'm putting it this way today, if Xiaoxiu still intends to acknowledge you as her mother, then I have nothing to say. If she doesn't, I wholeheartedly support it." He Hungmei had originally wanted to ask Sun Jiangguo to help her reconcile with her daughter, but instead, she received a torrent of abuse, nearly vomiting blood on the spot. Back home, He Hungmei, He Jinkei, and Lu Yong all looked rather grim. Judging from the current situation, it was clearly impossible for He Hungmei to restore her relationship with her daughter. "I'm her biological mother, after all. I gave birth to her, I gave her life, and you think you can just settle for a measly 5 million? It's not that easy." He Hungmei grew angrier the more she thought about it, and couldn't help but say this bitterly, her face contorted with rage. Lu Yong, standing beside her, gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. "Since they're so heartless, then don't blame us for being ruthless too. I have an idea that should make that girl obediently hand over some money." Then, Lu Yong explained his plan. After hearing it, He Jinkei and He Hungmei's expressions changed drastically. "Lu Yong, are you crazy? What you're doing is illegal. Besides, what if that girl is ruthless enough not to give us the money, or even calls the police?" Lu Yong sneered, "It's just a show. If that girl really doesn't care about her own mother's life or death, we won't lose anything, and I know a little about the law. Even if she does call the police, at most it'll be considered extortion. Does she really think she can sue her own mother? He Hongmei was clearly persuaded, and deep down she also wanted to know if Ye Qingxiu would still care about whether her mother lived or died. Alright, let's do it. After a series of changes in his expression, He Jinkei's greed ultimately prevailed, and he said nothing more, tacitly agreeing to Lu Yang's suggestion. Chapter 123 The Wicked Must Be Punished by the Wicked. That noon, Ye Qingxiu received a video from a stranger. The video showed what appeared to be a dilapidated, abandoned factory. He Hongmei and Lu Yang, a married couple, were tightly bound to broken chairs. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces were bruised and swollen, as if they had just been beaten. Immediately afterward, a strange phone call came in. A menacing voice came through. Hello, is this Miss Ye? Your mother is in my hands. If you want her to live, prepare 20 million yuan in cash immediately. I'll send you an address later. Remember, don't call the police. Otherwise, you can expect to be collecting your mother's corpse. The call ended, and Ye Qingxiu frowned slightly. She was no longer the naive little girl she used to be, and quickly realized something was amiss. So Ye Qingxiu took the video to Ye Tian and explained the situation to everyone. The group watched the video and immediately burst into laughter. This is too fake. The wound is obviously faked. The technique is completely unprofessional, it's obviously amateurish. Hearing the Nightfall group's assessment, Ye Qingxiu's face immediately darkened. She hadn't expected that her mother would resort to faking a kidnapping to swindle money from her. Junior sister, how do you plan to handle this? If we're going through official channels, the conglomerate can intervene and put in a good word with the higher UPS. They can guarantee all these people will be imprisoned. Ye San offered his suggestion. Ye Qingxiu was immediately conflicted. Although she didn't want any further entanglement with He Hongmei, the thought of personally sending her mother to prison was still a hurdle she couldn't quite overcome. But if she ignored it, who knew what kind of trouble that family would cause in the future? Ye Qingxiu was undecided for a moment and could only look to Ye Tian. Ye Tian slowly said, "This is your destined tribulation. How you handle it is up to you. Just strive to have a clear conscience. I only have one piece of advice: hesitation will only lead to chaos." As for Ye Tian, He Hongmei's life or death was of no concern, but Ye Qingxiu was, after all, her blood relative. If she couldn't handle it properly, she would develop inner demons, which would ultimately be a hidden danger on her future cultivation path. Conversely, if she could overcome this hurdle, her state of mind would undergo a qualitative leap. Ye Qingxiu nodded thoughtfully. Great-grandpa, I understand. Night time. Ye Qingxiu arrived at the location specified in the unfamiliar phone call. An abandoned factory on the outskirts of Yun County. It's here. It's here. Third brother, a Mercedes is driving this way. A henchman ran in excitedly, reporting to a middle-aged man with a thick beard. The bearded man, named Su San, was a notorious local thug in Yun County and the kidnapper hired by He Hongmei and Lu Yang to kidnap them. That girl didn't call the police, did she? Are there any other people behind her? I just had my men check. There's only one car, and there should only be 2 people in it. Excellent. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Su San, along with He Hongmei and Lu Yang, who were tied to chairs, were all very pleased. Looks like that girl still has a conscience after all, Lu Yang said excitedly. He Hongmei looked somewhat smug. After all, I'm her mother. I knew it. She wouldn't really abandon me. Su San, standing to the side, said, Old Lu, we agreed beforehand that after we get that 10 million, you have to give me 2 million as a commission. After all, I'm also risking jail time with this. After saying that, Su San ordered all his henchmen to put on masks. Lu Yang laughed. Don't worry, third brother, that girl definitely won't dare to call the police. We've practically gotten free money. A short while later, the car stopped in front of the abandoned factory. Ye Qingxiu and Ye Shizhen got out. Originally, the rest of the Nightfall group wanted to come along, but Ye Shizhen stopped them. In his words, he was enough to deal with a few petty thieves on his own. As soon as the two entered the abandoned factory, "Good daughter, save me. Help us." He Hongmei and Lu Yang immediately shouted and screamed, putting on a great show. Ye Qingxiu glanced at them coldly, her expression indifferent. At this moment, Su San stepped forward, looked them over, and frowned. "Where's the money I asked for?" Ye Qingxiu calmly replied, "I didn't bring any money." Su San, He Hongmei, Lu Yang, and the others were all stunned. "Are you fucking playing me? Believe me or not, I'll shoot your own mother right now," Su San said, pulling a pistol from his waist and pointing it at He Hongmei's head. The gun, of course, was fake, just a toy gun. He Hongmei immediately joined in the screaming, "Qingxiu, I'm your own mother. How can you be so heartless?" Ye Qingxiu remained indifferent. In the past, she might have actually fallen for it, might have worried, but after being deceived time and again, Ye Qingxiu's heart had turned completely cold. At this moment, Ye Shizhen spoke up. "Hey buddy, where did you find this toy gun? It actually looks pretty real." Su San was startled, clearly not expecting his fake gun to be seen through so easily. "Looks like my ass." This is a real gun. Su-san naturally wouldn't admit it. Ye Shizen's eyes narrowed slightly, a strong murderous aura flashing within them. A real gun? Do you know what a real gun looks like? Coincidentally, you don't have one, but I do. As he spoke, Ye Shizen pulled a silver desert eagle from his waist. Then, to the astonishment of Su-san and the others, Ye Shizen loaded the magazine, chambered around, and released the safety. The whole process was smooth and seamless. As a professional assassin, handguns were naturally a required skill. Although a pistol is no longer very effective for Ye Shizen given his current strength, it's clearly more useful for intimidating these ordinary people. Damn! You think you can scare someone with a fake gun? Su-san hadn't finished speaking. Bang! Ye Shizen raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet grazed Su-san's scalp, leaving a gruesome gash, but it didn't kill him. His marksmanship was nothing short of miraculous. Thump! Su-san was so frightened that he wet himself and immediately knelt on the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me. Thump! 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 Su-san's gang of henchmen also immediately knelt down. They were just street thugs. They'd never seen anything like this before. He Hungmei and Lu Yong were completely dumbfounded. Tell me, what exactly happened? Ye Shizen raised his pistol, blew on it lightly, and spoke with a smile. Su-san dared not hide anything any longer and immediately recounted in detail how He Hungmei and Lu Yong had asked him to play the kidnapper. He Hungmei and Lu Yong turned deathly pale. Now what do you have to say? Ye Qingxiu stared coldly at her mother, her face devoid of emotion. He Hungmei hardened her heart. That's right, I planned this whole thing from beginning to end. I just wanted to swindle your money. So what? Now that you've become successful, you don't recognize me as your mother anymore. There's no point in me living. Just kill me. Ye Qingxiu closed her eyes, 2 lines of tears streaming down her face. In that instant, she suddenly felt an unprecedented clarity in her mind. The greatest sorrow is a broken heart, but after that heart dies, there is an unprecedented sense of relief. She knew that from this moment on, her mother-daughter relationship with He Hungmei had come to a complete end. Buzz! As her state of mind changed, Ye Qingxiu's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her internal energy circulated automatically, breaking through the long-standing barrier. Ye Shizen, witnessing this change in Ye Qingxiu's aura, was utterly dumbfounded. Junior sister Xue has broken through to the mid-stage of the Ming Jin realm. It should be noted that Ye Qingxiu had only officially entered the Ming Jin realm about 10 days ago, and now she had broken through again. This terrifying speed even astonished Ye Shizen. As expected of someone personally trained by our master, this is incredible. In fact, Ye Qingxiu's internal energy foundation was already incredibly solid due to consuming various rare and precious herbs and elixirs. What he lacked was only his mental state. After experiencing his emotional entanglement with He Hungmei, his mental state indirectly underwent a qualitative leap, making his cultivation breakthrough a natural progression. Having completed his breakthrough, Ye Qingxiu opened his eyes, his gaze now filled with an unprecedented determination. Ye Qingxiu slowly approached He Hungmei, who was terrified upon seeing Ye Qingxiu, who seemed like a completely different person. What do you want to do? I'm your own mother. Ye Qingxiu smiled coldly. That's right, by blood, you are indeed my mother. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After all, that would be against the natural order. He Hungmei breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could even feel happy, Ye Qingxiu's cold voice rang out again. But the person beside you has no blood relation to me. Ye Qingxiu pointed to Lu Yong beside her and said coldly, 13th senior brother, please cripple this man's leg for me. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Even Ye Shizen hadn't expected the usually gentle Ye Qingxiu to suddenly make such a cruel decision. However, he had long disliked He Hungmei and her husband, but He Hungmei was, after all, Ye Qingxiu's mother, and he couldn't very well take action. As Ye Qingxiu said, Lu Yong has no relation to the Ye family and doesn't need to feel guilty. All right. Ye Shizen immediately responded, stepping forward to Lu Yong, who panicked instantly. What do you want to do? Ye Shizen raised his leg and stomped hard on Lu Yong's knee. Ah! A pig-like scream echoed through the abandoned factory, chilling everyone to the bone. He Hungmei was completely stunned. She never imagined that Ye Qingxiu, this obedient girl, would actually have someone cripple her husband's leg. Was this still the Ye Qingxiu she knew? Shut up! Ye Shizen roared, his aura turning menacing. Lu Yong trembled in fear, forced to suppress the excruciating pain, his whole body shaking violently, drenched in sweat, nearly fainting several times from the agony. At this moment, Ye Qingxiu, her face frosty, stepped forward, pulled a bank card from her pocket, and shoved it into the terrified hand of He Hungmei. Mom, this is the last time I'll call you Mom. The money in this card is my repayment for the kindness of giving birth to me. From now on, we owe each other nothing, and we'll never see each other again. Don't even think about getting a single penny from me. After saying this, Ye Qingxiu looked at Lu Yong, who was enduring excruciating pain beside her. Lu Yong, I hope you remember this, keep your wife in check from now on. don't let her bother me again. If she causes any more trouble, next time it won't be as simple as crippling your leg. Do you understand? Lu Yong was on the verge of tears, thinking, why? Why should I bear the consequences of He Hongmei's mistakes? But faced with Ye Qingxiu's powerful aura, how could he dare utter a single word of dissent? He immediately nodded vigorously. I understand. Ye Qingxiu withdrew her gaze and said calmly, of course, you can choose to call the police, but your charge of extortion is now confirmed. If you want to continue this harassment, Ye Qingxiu, will certainly fight to the end. After saying this, Ye Qingxiu walked out of the factory without looking back. After his initial shock, Ye Shizhen hurriedly followed, secretly giving Ye Qingxiu a thumbs up in his heart. As the saying goes, even the wicked need another wicked person to deal with them. No matter how despicable He Hongmei was, she was still Ye Qingxiu's mother. She couldn't be hit, much less killed. Letting Lu Yong, this local thug, deal with this woman was clearly the best solution. Even after Ye Qingxiu had been gone for quite some time, He Hongmei hadn't recovered from her previous terror. She clearly never expected that Ye Qingxiu, who was always as docile as a rabbit, could be so terrifying when she lost her temper, as if she had become a completely different person. How could she treat me like this? How could she treat me like this? I'm her own mother. She won't get rid of me so easily, no way. He Hongmei became increasingly angry and couldn't help but shout. Slap! Lu Yong, who was standing to the side, raised his hand and slapped He Hongmei hard across the face. You think things aren't bad enough? You're only happy when you've killed me, aren't you? He Hongmei, I'm warning you, don't mess with the Ye family again, or I'll be the first to kill you. Lu Yong practically roared. He was truly terrified. Just as Ye Qingxiu said, He Hongmei was, after all, Ye Qingxiu's biological mother and a daughter-in-law of the Ye family. Because of this relationship, no matter how much trouble she caused, the Ye family wouldn't really take his life. But what was Lu Yong? What was he to the Ye family? If they really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? Moreover, Ye Qingxiu's words were clear. If He Hongmei provoked the Ye family again, he would be held responsible. This was like putting a tight rein on him. Lu Yong secretly resolved to keep a close eye on He Hongmei from now on, and absolutely not let her have any further dealings with the Ye family, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to save his life. Chapter 124 Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. Inside a room in the Ye family's old mansion, Ye Tian and Ye Qingxiu sat facing each other. With Ye Qingxiu's cultivation breaking through again, Ye Tian felt it was time to teach her alchemy. The others from the Nightfall were also listening in. Although they weren't particularly interested in alchemy, they naturally didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to hear their grandmaster lecture. Girl, from today onwards, your great-grandfather will formally teach you the art of alchemy, Ye Tian said slowly. Ye Qingxiu immediately straightened up, a look of anticipation flashing in her eyes. First, tell me your own understanding of alchemy. This was Ye Tian's consistent teaching method. In his view, a good teacher should guide and inspire, rather than forcibly instill their knowledge into the student. Ye Qingxiu was clearly taken aback. Although she had researched some related materials beforehand, she hadn't expected Ye Tian to ask her such a profound question right away. Don't worry about being wrong, just boldly express your personal opinions, Ye Tian encouraged. Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment. Pills? I think pills are a type of medicine, so alchemy should be similar to medicine, making it's about combining various medicinal materials in a certain proportion, causing a chemical reaction, and transforming them into a drug beneficial to the human body. After listening to Ye Qingxiu's personal opinion, Ye Tian nodded. Your understanding isn't wrong, but your perspective is still at the medical level, not the level of Dao. At this point, Ye Tian paused slightly, then continued. The core of alchemy isn't actually the pill itself, but the alchemy. Heaven and earth are the furnace, and creation is the craftsman, yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are the copper. The true path of alchemy is not simply about refining a few medicinal herbs, but about refining all things in heaven and earth. Furthermore, let's return to the Daoist alchemy methods, which are divided into internal alchemy and external alchemy. What is internal alchemy? Internal alchemy is using oneself as the furnace, yin and yang as the fire, and essence, qi, and spirit as the medicine to refine the primordial spirit golden elixir. Ye Qingxiu listened, seemingly understanding but not quite, while Ye San and the others beside her all had their eyes shining. Especially Ye San, who had already stepped into the Grandmaster realm, felt, after listening to Ye Tian's words, that he vaguely felt he had touched upon the essence of the path of cultivation. He hadn't been very interested in alchemy before, but now he understood that alchemy and cultivation were essentially no different. Alchemy refined elixirs, while cultivation refined one's own essence. The so-called Great Dao leads to the same goal. This was it. The methods of internal alchemy are still too far removed from your understanding. Today, we'll mainly discuss the methods of external alchemy. Ye Tian continued. Tell me again, what is needed to refine a single pill? Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment. For alchemy, first, there are medicinal herbs, then a prescription, then a furnace, and then, oh right, fire. Ye Tian nodded. That's fairly comprehensive. Let's leave the medicinal herbs and prescription aside for now, and you don't need to worry about the furnace. I only want to ask you, what kind of fire? Ya Qingxiu was stunned. Fire is fire, what difference could there be? Ya Tian laughed. Of course there's a difference. Just like cooking, some dishes need to be stir-fried over high heat, while others need to be simmered over low heat. Even food cooked with different fuels tastes different. There's a lot to learn here. Ya Qingxiu and the others from Nightfall immediately fell into deep thought. They hadn't considered this question before, but now, thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what Ye Tian said was true. Food cooked with different fires did indeed taste different, perhaps even worlds apart. Ye Qingxiu asked curiously, Great-grandpa, what kind of fire should be used for refining pills? Ye Tian, if you're refining ordinary pills, ordinary fire will suffice. But if you want to refine elixirs of extraordinary power, you must use the true fire of the human body. After saying this, Ye Tian slowly raised his palm up, and with a slight thought, whoosh! A wisp of ethereal, faintly visible purple flame actually rose in Ye Tian's palm. At this, everyone was immediately agitated. Flames appeared out of thin air in his palm. What kind of divine feat was this? If it were anyone else, the Nightfall group would have thought it was just a magician's trick. But who was their grandmaster? Would he use such a low-level method to fool them? Grandmaster, could this be the legendary Samadhi true fire of Taoism? Among the group, Ye San, the most knowledgeable, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Samadhi true fire? Isn't that a myth? Could it actually be real? Everyone was utterly astonished. With a thought, Ye Tian automatically withdrew the purple flames from his body. You could say it is, and you could say it isn't. What is the essence of fire? It's light, it's heat, it's combustion. The human body itself is an energy reservoir. Knowing how to release one's energy, it's naturally not difficult to generate fire. Then, Ye Tian explained the method for activating the true fire within his body to everyone. Use the qi si to draw in the true qi, use the fire of the heart and kidneys to urge it on, pass through the 3 yang meridians of the hands, and gather it in the palm. Everyone was excited and tried to follow the method, hoping to generate fire in their palms like Ye Tian. However, the result greatly disappointed them. They only felt a sudden increase in temperature in their palms, and indescribable heat, but that was all. Even with all their strength, they couldn't form a flame. It must be because our power isn't enough. Even third senior brother couldn't do it. Probably only a powerhouse above the celestial realm could have this power. Grandmaster, are you just fooling us again? Ye Shizhen said, looking frustrated. However, he had barely finished speaking when Ye Qingxiu's joyful voice rang out. 13th senior brother, I think, I succeeded. How is this possible? Ye Shizhen looked incredulous, but when he looked at Ye Qingxiu's palm, he was immediately dumbfounded. On Ye Qingxiu's jade-like palm, a faint flame had indeed sprouted. Although it was far from comparable to the flame in Ye Tian's hand, she had indeed done it. The people in the Nightfall group were all immediately thrown into a frenzy. Logically speaking, among those present, Ye Qingxiu's cultivation level was the lowest, only at the mid-stage of Ming Jin. She had succeeded on her first try at something that no one else could do. Ye Tian, however, was not surprised at all. That's not surprising. Although your cultivation levels are higher than Xiaoxiu's, you've experienced life or death battles since childhood, greatly depleting your innate true essence. Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, directly entered the Dao through qi refining. Her innate true essence is abundant, naturally making it easier for her to release true fire. The group from Nightfall suddenly understood, their gazes towards Ye Qingxiu filled with envy. Although a divine skill like generating fire from the palm might seem useless in actual combat, even just using it to show off would be incredibly impressive. As Ye Qingxiu successfully released true fire, Ye Tian began to formally teach her the methods of alchemy. Chapter 125 Cultivation for All. For the next month, Ye Qingxiu devoted herself entirely to alchemy. With Ye Tian's meticulous guidance, and coupled with her own considerable talent in alchemy, her progress was rapid. During this time, the body refining technique that Ye Tian had previously passed on to Elder Yi had secretly spread throughout the major military regions of the Dragon Kingdom, with astonishingly powerful effects. Meanwhile, since the beginning of the new year, for unknown reasons, strange events have been occurring all over the world. First, a giant sea monster appeared in Loch Ness in the UK. Then, the coast of an island nation was repeatedly attacked by a terrifying sea monster of unknown origin. Afterwards, there were strange rumors of werewolves attacking villages in Russia. Even in the Qinbei Mountains region of northeastern China, strange incidents of weasels claiming lives occurred. Initially, various countries naturally tried to suppress these rumors of strange events to avoid causing public panic. However, as such incidents increased, and with the rapid development of social media, they could no longer be concealed and quickly spread widely online. Furthermore, some unscrupulous media outlets, eager for drama, seized the opportunity to spread various doomsday theories and conspiracy theories, exacerbating the already tense situation. In a short time, the entire world was plunged into widespread panic, and everyone became fearful and insecure. Despite government measures taken by various countries to address these recurring bizarre events, the effects have been minimal, with the situation even escalating and spreading globally. Yanjing, in a central courtyard. Uncle Li, it seems the upheaval Senior Ye spoke of is truly about to happen. Old Yi's brows were furrowed, his face filled with worry. These bizarre events are now occurring worldwide, and China is no exception. To date, they have already caused considerable casualties. Although the Dragon Kingdom's high command had made preparations thanks to Ye Tian's reminder, the severity of the situation still far exceeded their expectations. Smack! Li Qingkang slammed his hand heavily on the armrest of his chair, seemingly making a firm decision. Originally, we planned to first promote the body refining technique bestowed by Senior Ye within the military, and then gradually popularize it among the general public. Now it seems the seriousness of the situation has exceeded our expectations, and the plan must be moved forward. Elder Yi's brows furrowed even more deeply. Promoting body refining techniques across the entire nation can indeed improve the overall physical fitness of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, which has significant strategic importance for the impending upheaval. However, the pretext for promotion is still a matter worth discussing. Leaving aside the possibility of attracting the covetousness of other countries, without a suitable and legitimate reason, it will likely be difficult to truly achieve widespread adoption within the Dragon Kingdom. Li Qingkang waved his hand. That's simple. We'll promote it under the guise of radio calisthenics, starting with mandatory promotion in schools. After all, students are the future of the nation, and this will also provide a cover. According to the military's preliminary estimates, ordinary people practicing this body refining technique should see noticeable effects in about 3 months. Once the effects are apparent, the government can then officially announce its nationwide promotion, which will naturally follow. As for whether other countries will try to steal our methods, that's foreseeable, it's unavoidable. But I believe we only need to maintain our leading edge. Given the current trend, the situation will likely worsen. The sooner we promote it, the more chances the people of China have to survive. We can't delay any longer. Elder Yi sighed. The unfolding events had disrupted his original plans. Now, he had no choice but to follow Li Qingkang's advice. Furthermore, I will select a group of elite soldiers from Kunlun to establish a new department specifically to handle these strange events occurring within the country, striving to restore peace and prosperity to the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Yi was filled with respect and immediately stood up, bowing deeply to Li Qingkang. The safety of the Dragon Kingdom's people rests entirely on your shoulders, Uncle Li. Li Qingkang smiled wryly. Don't rush to flatter me. If things develop as I predicted, this world will likely enter a completely new era. Where it will lead, no one can say for sure. Even I don't have much confidence. However, Li Qingkang paused slightly, then continued. Fortunately, our Dragon Kingdom still has Senior Ye. He is the hope for our future. Elder Yi nodded. That's true. With Senior Ye in our Dragon Kingdom, we are already far better off than other countries. The next day, the Dragon Kingdom government suddenly announced the launch of the 10th set of broadcast gymnastics. Furthermore, the Ministry of Education explicitly stipulated that, in order to improve the overall physical fitness of the nation, the set of broadcast gymnastics would be comprehensively promoted in all universities, middle schools, and primary schools. Even teachers were required to practice it twice a day, morning and evening, with time requirements and strict penalties. This new generation of broadcast gymnastics was none other than the body refining technique created by Ye Tian. This body refining technique, while simple in its principles and different from the broadcast gymnastics, was impossible to appreciate without personal experience. This decree immediately sparked considerable controversy. Students and teachers throughout the country complained bitterly, feeling it was mere formalism. Even some foreign media openly mocked it, stating that the weak physical fitness of the Chinese people was internationally recognized and could not be easily changed by a set of broadcast gymnastics. Island media even claimed that instead of engaging in such formalism, the Chinese nation should learn from their successful examples, such as forcing students to drink more milk, which would be far more effective. Even many domestic media outlets publicly criticized the policy, arguing that promoting radio calisthenics itself wasn't wrong, but imposing so many mandatory requirements was inappropriate. However, to everyone's surprise, the Chinese government's attitude towards the various criticisms and challenges from both domestic and international audiences was unprecedentedly resolute. As some school officials who failed to meet their radio calisthenics promotion targets were ruthlessly dismissed and investigated, people realized that the authorities were serious this time, and it wasn't just empty talk. Although criticism from domestic and international media outlets has not subsided and is even intensifying, it has not shaken the resolve of the Chinese government. Thus, an unprecedented nationwide cultivation campaign has been quietly unfolding. Chapter 126: The Special Operations Division's First Mission. In the desolate and barren forests of Qinbei Mountain in northeastern China, it was dusk, and given the early darkness of winter in the northeast, the sky was already dim. A group of people in military uniforms were moving through the desolate forest. Chief Instructor, you don't actually believe there are weasels that have become spirits, do you? A member of the Dragon Soul team couldn't help but ask Zhu Tianyang, the chief instructor of the Dragon Soul team, with a smile. These people were none other than the elite members of the Dragon Soul team. Recently, strange events had been occurring all over the world, and in the Qinbei mountain area of China, terrifying rumors of weasels claiming lives had spread, with people dying mysteriously, which had attracted the attention of the higher UPS. Li Qingkang selected elites from the Dragon Soul team to form a new department called the Special Affairs Division, specifically to handle strange events within China, personally led by Chief Instructor Zhu Tianyang. After the Special Operations Division was established, their first mission was to investigate the case of the weasel spirit claiming lives. I can't say for sure. Zhu Tianyang frowned, his face extremely grave. As the Chief Instructor of Dragon Soul, he had seen countless battles over the years. What kind of hail of bullets hadn't he experienced? But a mission as bizarre as this was truly a first. Zhu Tianyang slowly said, if it were before, I definitely wouldn't have believed those tales of spirits and monsters. The master said, I do not speak of strange phenomena, physical prowess, disorder, or spirits. The so-called tales of monsters becoming spirits are nothing but superstitious folklore, completely unreliable. But when we went to the Ye family's old residence in Qinghe village, you all saw the giant python that Senior Ye had as a pet. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, could you believe that pythons could truly transform into dragons? The Dragon Soul members all nodded. That python was at least 20 or 30 meters long, and it even had horns on its head. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a huge snake existed. Moreover, I heard that old Master Ye said the world was about to undergo a great change. Now, strange events are happening all over the globe, which proves that what the old man said was true. Chief Instructor, if what you're saying is true, then there really are demons in Qinbei Mountain. We brothers are used to being in a hail of bullets, but we have no experience dealing with demons. What will we do if we really encounter one? Someone couldn't help but worry. Zhu Tianyang smiled coldly, so what if they're demons? They're just beasts after all. We humans are the most intelligent of all beings, and the Dragon Soul is the strongest force in the Dragon Kingdom. Are we afraid of a few mere beasts? Provoked by Zhu Tianyang's words, everyone's worries vanished instantly. The head instructor is right. A few weasels, what can they possibly do? These menacing creatures, I better not run into them, or I'll skin them alive. If there really is a monster, today Dragon Soul will give it a good slaying. The group, full of high spirits, began a thorough search of the desolate forest. However, 2 hours passed, and darkness had completely fallen, but the Dragon Soul members hadn't seen a single weasel, or even a rabbit. The initial enthusiasm of the group had faded, and everyone looked exhausted. Everyone, rest here for a bit. We'll search again later. If we still find nothing, we'll have to go back. Zhu Tianyang's expression was also rather grim. For some reason, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching them. However, after searching the entire mountain, they found nothing. This feeling was very eerie. The group sat down to rest, drinking water and eating to replenish their energy. Some even took a nap against the nearby rocks. Gradually, even Zhu Tianyang relaxed his guard and began to feel dizzy. In his hazy state, Zhu Tianyang felt as if he had somehow wandered into an unfamiliar place, where a hot spring appeared ahead. Within the swirling mist of the hot spring, a naked woman seemed to be bathing. Seeing Zhu Tianyang arrive, she showed no panic, instead beckoning him with a seductive smile. Come on, come down. The woman's voice was incredibly alluring, seemingly capable of instantly igniting humanity's most primal desires. If it were anyone else, they might have jumped in without hesitation. But who was Zhu Tianyang? The dignified head instructor of Dragon Soul, exuding righteousness, his cultivation only half a step away from the Grandmaster realm. How could he be so easily seduced? Something's wrong. Ha! Zhu Tianyang abruptly stopped, letting out a roar. Boom! Everything before him seemed to burst like bubbles, instantly changing its appearance. When Zhu Tianyang finally saw clearly, even someone as worldly wise as him broke out in a cold sweat. He stood on the edge of a cliff atop the mountain. Had he taken that step, even with his near Grandmaster cultivation, he would likely be shattered to pieces. Zhu Tianyang looked back. He saw that the Dragon Soul members, for some unknown reason, were all locked in a fierce, deadly fight. Some were already wounded, and the scene was chaotic. And on a nearby rock, there was a weasel. This weasel was over a meter long, covered in white fur, and stood on 2 legs, resembling a human. It was emitting strange cries, seemingly mocking him. You audacious beast! Die! Zhu Tianyang instantly realized that his near jump off the cliff due to the bizarre illusion, and the infighting among the Dragon Soul members, were most likely the work of this weasel. Although he was terrified, he had no time to think further. Zhu Tianyang drew a pistol from his waist with lightning speed. Bang! He raised his hand and fired a shot, the entire process fluid and fast as lightning. As a soldier and the chief instructor of Dragon Soul, Zhu Tianyang's marksmanship was naturally extremely high, definitely world-class. Oh woo-woo. The shot accurately hit the weasel in the chest, but to Zhu Tianyang's surprise, after being knocked off the rock, the weasel only let out a scream before darting into the weeds and disappearing without a trace. They're still alive. Zhu Tianyang was astonished, but because he was worried about the others in Dragon Soul, he didn't immediately give chase. Just after Zhu Tianyang shot the weasel, the Dragon Soul members who had been bloodthirsty suddenly came to their senses and stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Chief Instructor, what happened? Zhu Tianyang didn't answer. He put away his pistol, his brow furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation, leave here immediately. I need to report everything that happened to the old commander. Chapter 127 Ye Qingxiu's Depression. At the Ye family's old residence in Qingyi village. Yay! I succeeded. I finally succeeded. Ye Qingxiu jumped up excitedly, holding a pill she had just successfully refined. After more than a month of diligent practice, coupled with Ye Tian's meticulous guidance, Ye Qingxiu had finally successfully refined a pill, naturally making her extremely excited. Upon hearing the news, the members of Nightfall immediately gathered around, their eyes shining as they gazed at the pill in Ye Qingxiu's hand. Junior sister Shui is truly amazing. She refined a pill in such a short time, congratulations. Junior sister, this is your first time refining a pill, you must need someone to test it for you, right? I'll do it. Fourth senior brother, testing pills is risky, such a dangerous task should be left to me, your junior brother. No, precisely because it's risky, as the senior brother, I should take responsibility. Let me do it. The members of Nightfall began vying for the task of testing the pill. They weren't stupid. They had all witnessed Ye Tian teaching Ye Qingxiu alchemy for over a month. Leaving aside whether Ye Qingxiu's pills could compare to Ye Tian's, the medicinal herbs used in their production were all extremely rare and precious herbs, greatly beneficial to cultivation. Ye Qingxiu, unaware of the situation, was deeply moved by everyone's enthusiasm in helping her test the pills. My senior brothers are so kind to me, but you don't need to argue anymore. I've already completely mastered the art of refining the beauty pill. I can just refine one for each of you. The group was initially excited, but then felt something was amiss. Wait a minute, junior sister, what kind of pill did you just say you refined? What are its specific effects? Ye Yishi asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. Without hesitation, Ye Qingxiu exclaimed, a beauty-enhancing pill. This beauty-enhancing pill I refined can make one's skin whiter and smoother, especially for older people who take it, they can look at least 10 years younger. Hey, 4th senior brother, 7th senior brother, why are you leaving? Before Ye Qingxiu could finish explaining the pill's effects, Ye Si, Ye Qi, and the others had already turned and left. Well, junior sister, I suddenly remembered I haven't finished chopping my firewood. You should have them help you with testing the pill. Sorry, junior sister, I have to go to Snake Valley to catch fish, I really don't have time. Oh dear, look at my brain. I should go make fish soup for Grandmaster and Uncle Master. I'm going to buy soy sauce. In the blink of an eye, the Nightfall group, who had been vying to help Ye Qingxiu test the pill, had all vanished. Only Ye Qingxiu remained, holding her beauty-enhancing pill, bewildered in the wind. You! Ye Qingxiu was stunned for a long while. After recovering, she stomped her feet in anger. Actually, you couldn't really blame the Nightfall group. After all, they were assassins. If Ye Qingxiu said that taking the beauty elixir would make one's skin fair and tender, how could they be assassins? That's why they avoided her like the plague. As for why Ye Qingxiu chose to learn how to refine the beauty elixir, firstly, because it was the easiest of all the basic spiritual pills to refine. The second reason is that loving beauty is a woman's nature. That's right, I can ask great-grandpa and grandpa Hong to help me test the elixir. Ye Qingxiu's eyes lit up, she had another idea. The beauty-enhancing elixir only works on older people, it's not very effective on young people like her, otherwise she would definitely have tested it herself. At this moment, Ye Tian and Ye Hengtu were playing chess in the courtyard. I lost again. Master's chess skills are truly unfathomable, your disciple admires you to the fullest. Ye Hengtu praised sincerely. Ye Tian frowned slightly, with your skill level, while you might not last 100 rounds under my command, you shouldn't be in this situation. You seem uneasy, has something happened with the conglomerate? Ye Hengtu knew he couldn't hide anything from his master, so he honestly replied, it's nothing serious, just that the Qinghong conglomerate has just returned to the country, and there are bound to be many things to deal with. Furthermore, the destruction of the Morgan Group has inevitably aroused the suspicion of other major conglomerates around the world. My children and grandchildren, although capable, are still somewhat worried given the current internal and external troubles. Ye Tian was silent for a moment, then said, Qingxiu must be tired of staying in the countryside for so long. Go pack your things, we'll return to Shanghai tomorrow. Ye Hengtu was taken aback, but instantly understood Ye Tian's intentions, and immediately bowed, saying, thank you, master. because Ye Tian knew that as long as he stayed in Qinghe village, Ye Huntu would definitely serve him. Ye Huntu, however, was preoccupied with the affairs of the Qinghong consortium, which also needed his leadership. In fact, Ye Tian's reluctance to return to Shanghai was a subtle test of his disciple. If Ye Huntu could cast aside worldly desires and stay by his side to focus on cultivation, he might be able to make up for the decades of lost cultivation. But as it turned out, Ye Huntu ultimately couldn't let go of the Qinghong consortium he had built, nor could he let go of the turbulent world. Therefore, Ye Tian readily agreed to return to Shanghai. For him, where he lived was irrelevant, there was little difference. However, even someone as old as Ye Huntu struggled to transcend worldly concerns, it would be even more difficult for a young person like Ye Qingxiu. Forcing these people to stay in Qinghe village with him would be against the natural order. Neither master nor disciple spoke again, but everything was understood without words. Ye Huntu sighed inwardly. He was well aware of Ye Tian's meaning, but he simply lacked the heart to pursue the Dao, and the Qinghong consortium was his life's work, not something he could easily relinquish. At this moment, Ye Qingxiu ran over with a pill. Great-grandpa, look, the beauty pill. I succeeded. Ye Tian smiled and nodded, not bad. Ye Qingxiu indeed possessed a remarkable talent for alchemy, even exceeding Ye Tian's expectations. Great-grandpa, this beauty pill is more effective for older people. Why don't you try one? Ye Qingxiu said with a grin. Ye Tian glanced at his great-granddaughter. You little rascal, you want me to test your pills? But this stuff won't work on me, you'd better find someone else. Then Ye Qingxiu looked at Ye Huntu beside her. Grandpa Hong. Ye Huntu smiled wryly. Girl, please spare me. I'm over 100 years old, look at all these wrinkles on my face. Even if your pills are miraculous, they're probably just a drop in the ocean for me. Ye Qingxiu thought about it and realized he was right, feeling even more frustrated. She had finally managed to refine a pill, but no one wanted it. I refuse to believe I can't give it away. Ye Qingxiu muttered, went back to her room, took out her phone, and opened a live stream. Chapter 128. Big shots gather in Livestream rooms. As soon as Ye Qingxiu's live stream started, a large number of loyal fans joined almost instantly, and within moments, the number of viewers had reached hundreds of thousands. Asterisk. My sister Shui is finally live. Asterisk. Asterisk. What has the streamer been busy with lately? It's been several days since her last live stream. Asterisk. Asterisk. I heard the streamer is learning alchemy from the old master. How's it going? Asterisk. Asterisk. Alchemy? Really? Is this just an excuse the streamer made to cancel on us? Asterisk. Asterisk. The person upstairs probably doesn't know how sought after the old master's pills are on the market. It's said that top billionaires are selling them for 10 billion each. Asterisk. Asterisk. 10 billion? RMB? Are you sure it's not Zimbabwean dollars? Asterisk. Asterisk. Watch your mouth. Upstairs. Just for the old master's reputation, isn't he worth 10 billion RMB? Before Ye Qingxiu could even speak, the live stream chat was already buzzing with discussion. Previously, when Ye Qingxiu did a live stream, she had already told her viewers that she was currently learning alchemy from Ye Tian. In fact, after hearing this news, not only were ordinary viewers extremely curious, but even top-tier tycoons and powerful families paid close attention. The 3 everlasting spring pills made by Ye Tian were sold by Ye Qingxiu for over 30 billion, which was already common knowledge in upper-class circles. Even such an astronomical price did not diminish the pursuit and desire of these top figures for the everlasting spring pills. Unfortunately, Ye Tian had not refined these pills since then, and naturally, no one dared to force him to do anything, so these powerful figures could only sigh in regret. Now, learning that Ye Qingxiu was learning alchemy from Ye Tian, these people immediately saw hope again. If Ye Qingxiu could obtain the old man's true teachings, obtaining the pills they dreamed of from her would obviously be much easier. Seeing the crowd's discussion, Ye Qingxiu was delighted, thinking that finding someone to help her test her pills among so many people shouldn't be difficult. Thank you all for your support and understanding. Today, I have some good news to share. After more than a month of hard work, I've finally refined my first pill. As she spoke, Ye Qingxiu proudly showed the beauty-enhancing pill in her hand to the camera. Asterisk. She really succeeded. Asterisk. My sister Shui is amazing. The old man's pills can fetch 10 billion, even if my sister Shui's skill isn't as good as the old man's, she should at least sell for 100 million each, right? Asterisk. 100 million? Who are you looking down on? At least 1 billion, asterisk. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. At that moment, the news of Ye Qingxiu's successful pill refining was also immediately learned by the tycoons of various powerful families, causing an uproar. Hong Kong. Li Kaxing was holding a high-level meeting when he suddenly received a call from his eldest son. Li Kaxing frowned slightly. His eldest son always knew his place and, knowing he was in a meeting, generally wouldn't dare disturb him unless it was something urgent. After answering the phone, before he could even finish his son's report, thud, Li Kaxing jumped up from his chair. The other executives were all startled. Seeing their boss suddenly stand up, they hurriedly stood up as well. You see, their boss was always so composed. Even when his son was kidnapped, he never showed such disarray. What major event could have happened to make their usually composed boss so agitated? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lee Kaoran glanced at everyone and said, I have an urgent matter to attend to. The meeting is adjourned. With that, Lee Kaoran hurriedly left the meeting room, leaving the executives looking at each other in bewilderment. Little did they know, ever since missing out on the 3 longevity pills, Lee Kaoran had been filled with regret. He had even offered 50 billion to buy back one of the longevity pills from those tycoons, but was unhesitatingly rejected. For tycoons at this level, money was no longer so important. Who would willingly sell a life-saving elixir to someone else? Li Kaxing even went to Shanghai to meet Ye Hengtu, subtly expressing his desire for Ye Tian to refine another longevity pill for him, offering to name his price. But Ye Hengtu coldly replied, paying my master to do something is an insult to him. For the sake of our years of friendship, I won't hold it against you, but don't mention it again. Also, remember, anything made by my master is your good fortune. If you don't, it's your fate. Ultimately, Li Kaxing could only return to Hong Kong, but he remained obsessed with the matter, almost to the point of madness. Now, learning that Ye Qingxiu had successfully refined the pill, he, who had almost given up hope, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope again. How could he not be overjoyed? At this moment in Shanghai, the instant Wang Xiaokong saw Ye Qingxiu take out the pill, he immediately contacted his father, Wang Yi. After listening to his son's report, Wang Yi only said one sentence: buy this pill at all costs. Meanwhile, almost identical scenes were unfolding in various powerful families. Even Ye Qingxiu herself was unaware that among the viewers flooding her livestream were so many top figures from the Dragon Kingdom. The national husband gifted the streamer 100 super rockets and left a message: congratulations, Sister Shui, on successfully refining the pill. Sell me this first pill, I'll offer 1 billion. Boom! Wang Xiaokong sounded the charge, and the live stream exploded again. 1 billion right off the bat, Principal Wang is awesome. Our Xiaoxiu is amazing. This isn't just refining pills, it's a money printing machine. Sigh, I was hoping to snag a bargain, but looks like that's hopeless now. Amidst the snowflake-like barrage of comments, a dazzling donation screen suddenly appeared on the interface. Gangcheng Du Jiwan donated 100 super rockets to the streamer and commented, congratulations, Auntie, on your successful alchemy. Our Du family wants this first pill, I'll offer 1.5 billion. Wang Xiaokong immediately panicked upon seeing this. National husband, brother Du, that's not fair. I helped you before, and this is how you treat me. I'll offer 2 billion. Du Jiwan smiled slightly upon seeing Wang Xiaoking's comment, preparing to raise the price again. Hangzhou Jack Ma gifted the streamer 200 super rockets and commented, hello Miss Ye, I'm Jack Ma. Congratulations on your successful alchemy. I'll buy this pill, I'll offer 3 billion. Seeing a big shot like Jack Ma appear in the live stream, the viewers were shocked and were about to start commenting. At this moment, another gifting screen appeared in the live stream. Yang Cheng Little Ma gifted the streamer 200 super rockets and commented, congratulations on your successful alchemy. I'm Little Ma from Penguin. I'm willing to offer 5 billion for Miss Ye's first pill. Hong Kong Lee Superman gifted the streamer 500 super rockets and left a message, hello Miss Ye, I am Hong Kong Lee Superman. Congratulations on your successful alchemy. I will offer 10 billion to buy Miss Ye's first pill. Chapter 129. Since ancient times, beauties have been as numerous as famous generals. With Li Kaxing's arrival and his offer of a staggering 10 billion, the atmosphere in the live stream reached its peak. Even bigwigs like Jack Ma and Li Kaxing are watching Xiaoxiu's live stream. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime event. Holy crap! He just casually mentioned billions or even tens of billions. Is this what they call a battle of the gods? I'm stunned. I knew these pills were valuable, but I never imagined they were this valuable. 10 billion. I couldn't spend it all in a lifetime. To be fair, some fans might criticize me, but isn't this price too high for a newbie like the streamer? You know, even the pills personally refined by the old man only sold for 10 billion. Only 10 billion. It's true, spending too much time in this live stream makes people arrogant. Now, 10 billion is like 100 yuan to you guys. Haha, haven't you heard the saying? The average online income is $1 million, but Xiaoxiu's live stream has an average income of 10 billion. No way. What era are we living in? Surely no one can't even earn 10 billion? Doge. Seeing the donations and comments from so many big spenders, Ye Qingxiu was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly explained, everyone misunderstood me. I don't plan to sell this pill for the time being. As soon as Ye Qingxiu said this, the livestream chat fell silent, including those big spenders who were preparing to scramble for the pill. They were all stunned. Ye Qingxiu continued explaining, it's like this is the first pill I've refined, called the Beauty Nourishing Pill. It's a pill that can make one's skin smooth and youthful. Ye Qingxiu first explained the effects of the beauty-nourishing pill to everyone, then continued, since this is my first time refining a pill, I'm not entirely clear about its effects yet, so I need a suitable person to test it for me. Ideally, this person should be a woman, between 40 and 60 years old. If someone is willing, not only will there be no charge, but I can also promise to give her an extra pill with every pill I refine in the future. After Ye Qingxiu finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Even the big shots who had previously bid high prices were all silent. The reason they were willing to spend so much money to buy Ye Qingxiu's first pill wasn't actually because they valued the pill's effects so much. As some of the viewers mentioned above, Ye Qingxiu was, after all, a novice in alchemy, and the pill she refined was certainly no match for Ye Tian's. Their only intention was to forge a good relationship with Ye Qingxiu and even the Ye family. But judging from Ye Qingxiu's words, she's clearly looking for a guinea pig for her experiments. Who are they? Why would they be willing to do such a thing? To put it bluntly, no one can say for sure what the effects of Ye Qingxiu's first concoction will be, much like newly developed drugs. Will it have any adverse effects on the body? Could it even be fatal? These are all very important questions to consider. Furthermore, Ye Qingxiu just mentioned that, according to her, the beauty-enhancing pill only improves skin, making one appear younger. This might be appealing to older women anxious about their appearance. But for these tycoons who don't care about their looks, it seems, it's utterly useless. For something of little significance to them, even risking their lives, how could these shrewd tycoons not understand the math? To lose their lives over this would be such a waste. Those at their level value health and life immensely. In fact, not only these business tycoons, but even ordinary people were starting to have doubts after hearing Ye Qingxiu's words. Ultimately, it's mainly because Ye Qingxiu was too honest. This beauty-enhancing pill uses only precious medicinal herbs, even if, due to technological limitations, it doesn't achieve the desired effect, it's still beneficial and harmless to the body. However, Ye Qingxiu was ultimately inexperienced and naturally dared not make guarantees about things she wasn't sure about, inevitably leading people to speculate in the worst-case scenario. Just when everyone fell silent and Ye Qingxiu thought the matter was about to fall through, suddenly, the live stream chat lit up with donation effects again. Actress Meng Yuru donated 100 super rockets to Ye Qingxiu and left a message, "Hello Miss Ye, I am actress Meng Yuru. I am willing to test the elixir for Miss Ye, and I myself meet the requirements Miss Ye mentioned." This donation message immediately sparked a flurry of discussion in the live stream chat. Actress Meng Yuru? Could it be the national goddess Meng Yuru who was once incredibly popular throughout the entire Chinese entertainment industry? It seems so. I heard she was a goddess of a generation, hailed as the most beautiful woman in China in the last century. Even the most beautiful woman cannot escape the ravages of time. It said her last public appearance was 3 years ago, and her looks have noticeably declined. She's long lost her former goddess-like charm. Time is merciless. Sigh, the former goddess has become a haggard housewife now. Upstairs, please be more considerate. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are all part of life, who can avoid them? That's right, if Goddess Meng saw what you said, she'd be very upset. Since ancient times, beauties and famous generals are not allowed to grow old. At this moment, in a high-end villa in Shanghai, the former national goddess Meng Yuru was calmly watching the comments in the livestream chat. Sister Yuru, these netizens are so mean. What do you mean, haggard housewife? With your current looks and condition, you can still easily outshine those young female celebrities, Meng Yuru's assistant said indignantly. Meng Yuru said calmly, even I don't believe what you're saying. I'm old, and they're not wrong. I really am a haggard old woman now. The assistant sighed, Sister Yuru, even so, you don't need to take this risk, do you? This Miss Ye looks so young, and the effects of that pill she's concocting are uncertain even to her. Aren't you just playing with your health? Meng Yuru shook her head, that's not how it works. If the efficacy of this pill is already confirmed, do you think I can compete with those big shots? For me, this is both a chance to restore my beauty and an opportunity to befriend the Ye family. Even if the pill really has a problem, I'll accept it. As she said this, a resolute look appeared on Meng Yuru's face. Chapter 130 The Gate of Space. Ye Qingxiu was naturally delighted that someone was willing to try her pills, and Meng Yuru was also one of her favorite female celebrities, so she immediately exchanged contact information with Meng Yuru. Coincidentally, everyone was also planning to return to Shanghai, so Ye Qingxiu and Meng Yuru agreed to meet again after she returned to Shanghai to discuss things in detail. The next day, after packing their things, everyone prepared to return to Shanghai. Having lived here for more than 3 months, it's really a little hard to leave now, Ye Shizhen said with emotion. Ye Qi, standing beside him, laughed, I think you're just reluctant to leave those big white fish. Actually, it's good this way. At this rate, I'm afraid it won't be long before we've eaten all the big white fish in the entire Snake Valley. Ye San said, actually, if I could stay in Snake Valley to cultivate indefinitely, I'd be willing to eat even the simplest food. Everyone nodded in agreement. The spiritual energy in Snake Valley is 10 times denser than outside, greatly enhancing cultivation speed, a priceless treasure for cultivators. However, as elites of the Nightfall clan, their duty is to protect Yahuntu's safety, requiring them to stay by his side at all times. Why don't we discuss it with our master? Such a blessed place as Snake Valley needs someone to guard it, right? We can take turns. Someone suggested, and everyone immediately agreed. After all, it would be a waste to leave such a blessed place unused. So, they approached Tian and shared their idea. Tian smiled slightly. We understand your concerns. Don't worry, I've already left a spatial marker in Snake Valley. Even after returning to the demon capital, you can still enter Snake Valley to cultivate at any time. Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. What does even after returning to the demon capital, you can still enter Snake Valley at any time mean? And what is this spatial marker? Could it be that their grandmaster actually possessed the supernatural power of spatial teleportation? How could that be? Tian didn't explain further, and no one dared to ask more, but everyone, including Yahuntu and Qingxiu, was filled with both anticipation and doubt. When everyone returned to Villa No. 1 of Shuiyun residence in Shanghai, it was already afternoon. The group followed Tian to the backyard. I'll set the spatial gate connecting to Snake Valley here, Tian said, slowly raising his hands. A golden light instantly surged from his palms, as dazzling as stars, making it difficult to look directly at. Open! With a low shout from Tian, his hands seemed to plunge into the void, then he slightly pulled to the sides. Zzzzzzzzz. Accompanied by a chilling sound of space tearing apart, a crack appeared in the void ahead, gradually spreading outwards until it transformed into a door that looked like a special effect. Looking through this door, everyone saw that on the other side of the mysterious door was none other than the familiar Snake Valley. My God! Could this be the legendary spatial portal? Spatial travel? Such a miraculous thing really exists in this world. Is this an illusion? Can we really return to Snake Valley anytime through this door? Everyone was stunned. Even Yahuntu, who knew Tian's methods well, was secretly shocked. Master's methods seemed even more unbelievable than before, even gods couldn't compare. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Tian stepped into the spatial gate. After recovering, everyone immediately followed. The next moment, they were indeed back in Snake Valley. Everyone was utterly shocked. This is too amazing. Great-grandpa, how did you do that? What was that door all about? The most shocked among them was naturally Qingxiu. She felt like she was dreaming. Snake Valley was clearly thousands of miles away in Qinghe village, yet now, through such a magical door, they were back in the blink of an eye. Tian smiled and said, so-called space is not a flat plane as you see it, but a multi-dimensional curved surface. When you truly comprehend the mysteries of the Dao of space, you will naturally understand why this gate exists. Tian's words left everyone bewildered, their hearts filled with nothing but shock. San couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now I finally understand why my master left our grandmaster to venture out on his own. Even someone as powerful as my master would probably feel like an ant before our grandmaster. Previously, he only knew that his grandmaster's strength was unfathomable, stronger than his master, Kanglan, but he didn't have a clear concept of exactly how much stronger. Until now, witnessing Tian's extraordinary abilities firsthand, he finally understood why his master, Kanglan, chose to leave. When a high mountain appears before you, you want to conquer it, surpass it. But when that mountain is so high that it fills you with despair, then you can only flee. With this spatial portal, everyone could return to Snake Valley, or even the family's old residence, at any time. It couldn't be more convenient. Upon returning to Villa No. 1, Yahuntu immediately summoned the Nightfall members aside. From today onwards, you will take turns guarding the backyard. No outsiders are allowed to step inside, and you are absolutely forbidden to tell anyone about this. Understand? The Nightfall members naturally understood Yahuntu's concerns. If outsiders knew that there was such a spatial portal in the backyard of Villa No. 1 that could connect to places thousands of miles away, the whole world would be in an uproar. Upon learning of Tian and Yahuntu's return to Shanghai, the bigwigs in Shanghai all came to pay their respects, but Yahuntu ordered them all to be turned away at the gate. Meanwhile, Meng Yuru, upon learning the news, immediately contacted Qingxiu. The two agreed to meet at the Red Star Hotel that evening. Following closely behind, Wang Xiaokong, Chen Jianghe, Du Jiwan, Lin Qianqian, and others also called to greet Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't have many friends in Shanghai to begin with. Having spent over 3 months in Qinghe village, she thought it would be a good opportunity for everyone to get together at the Red Star Hotel and catch up. After Qingxiu expressed her idea, everyone was naturally overjoyed and readily agreed. That evening, in the VIP room of the Red Star Hotel, when Qingxiu arrived, Lin Qianqian, Wang Xiaokong, Chen Jianghe, Du Jiwan, and the former national goddess Meng Yuru were all already there. Seeing Qingxiu enter, everyone immediately stood up to greet her. Chapter 131 The Miraculous Effects of the Beauty Elixir. Auntie. Upon seeing Ye Qingxiu enter, Chen Jianghe and Du Jiwan quickly performed the junior's greeting. Wang Xiaokong called out Sister Shui, her attitude equally respectful. Even her best friend, Lin Qianqian, felt a surge of respect upon seeing Ye Qingxiu after several months apart. For some inexplicable reason, Ye Qingxiu, in Lin Qianqian's eyes, was even more beautiful than she had been 3 months ago, breathtakingly so. And not in the vulgar, gaudy way, but with a captivating, ethereal beauty. Even more so, Ye Qingxiu possessed an indescribable, powerful aura that inspired genuine awe in Lin Qianqian. This feeling was strange and magical, difficult to describe in words. Little did she know, her best friend, under Ye Tian's personal tutelage over the past 3 months, had undergone a complete transformation, a qualitative leap. Ye Qingxiu, now a master of the Ming Jin realm among martial artists, possesses virtually no combat experience, yet her cultivation is undeniably solid, even surpassing the foundational abilities of ordinary Ming Jin masters. As her strength grows, her aura naturally changes subtly, perhaps without her even realizing it. In fact, not only Lin Qianqian sensed this, but Chen Jianghe, Du Jiwan, and Wang Xiaokong all felt the transformation in Ye Qingxiu, secretly marveling at it. Once upon a time, Ye Qingxiu was merely a naive country girl who had never seen much of the world. Now, however, her every move exudes an air of nobility, her aura far surpassing that of pampered heiresses. If even Chen Jianghe and the others felt this way, Meng Yuru, meeting Ye Qingxiu for the first time, was even more convinced. As a former national goddess of the Dragon Kingdom, she frequented high society and had seen countless socialites and heiresses, possessing extremely high standards. However, in her eyes, no one could compare to the girl before her. While she might have been able to compete in terms of looks in her youth, this indescribable aura was something even she, at her peak, couldn't match. Miss Ye, hello. I am Meng Yuru. After everyone had greeted her, Meng Yuru stepped forward to introduce herself, her attitude noticeably reserved. Just kidding, even the usually fearless Wang Xiaokong was as docile as a kitten in front of this young lady. Even wealthy young masters like Chen Jianghe and Du Jiwan acted as juniors in her presence. And then there was the Qinghong consortium behind her, the mysterious old master Ye, and all the top tycoons vying to curry favor in the livestream. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Hello, Sister Yuru. I grew up watching your work, and I never imagined I'd finally meet my idol in person. You're even more beautiful in person than on TV, truly worthy of being our nation's goddess, Ye Qingxiu said with a smile. This was somewhat of a polite remark. After all, Meng Yuru is nearing 50. Even the most beautiful woman will experience a significant decline in appearance at this age. It's a natural process, and even the most expensive cosmetic injections can't reverse it. However, Meng Yuru has a good foundation, and she's always paid great attention to skincare, so she looks like she's not even 40. Compared to women her age, she can easily outshine them. Miss Ye, please don't tease me. I'm already past my prime. Compared to you and Miss Lin, I'm just an old woman. How can I be worthy of the title goddess? Meng Yuru spoke from the heart, and after saying this, her eyes revealed an undisguised melancholy. The people around sighed inwardly. Back then, when Meng Yuru was famous throughout the country, she captivated countless young men and women. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she stunned an era. And now, her beauty has faded, her youthful glow withered. How can one not sigh? Ye Qingxiu took a box from her bag, opened it, and inside was the beauty-enhancing pill. Sister Yuru, take this beauty-enhancing pill, and I guarantee it will make you young again. Meng Yuru was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ye Qingxiu to be so direct, getting straight to the point. However, she had already made up her mind. Regardless of whether Ye Qingxiu's pill was truly effective or even if it had any side effects, she would cooperate unconditionally. Because this was a golden opportunity to befriend the Ye family. Having made up her mind, any further hesitation would only displease them. With this in mind, Meng Yuru took the pill from Ye Qingxiu without a word and swallowed it in one gulp. Everyone was clearly surprised by Meng Yuru's generosity and secretly admired her. Even Ye Qingxiu couldn't help but joke, Sister Yuru, aren't you afraid this is poison? Meng Yuru replied seriously, I trust Miss Ye's character. Besides, given Miss Ye's status, if she wanted to harm me, she wouldn't need to use such methods. Just as she finished speaking, Meng Yuru's expression suddenly changed, and she let out a painful groan. Sister Yuru, are you all right? Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qianqian, who was standing beside her, quickly supported the swaying Meng Yuru, their expressions becoming tense. Could there really be something wrong with this pill? My face, it's so hot. Meng Yuru exclaimed, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. Everyone's gaze fell on Meng Yuru's face, noticing that her skin was now terribly red. Qingxiu, what do we do now? Should we take Sister Yuru to the hospital? Lin Qianqian couldn't help but ask. Ye Qingxiu was now somewhat undecided, as this was her first time refining a beauty-enhancing pill, and she had absolutely no experience. No need. I can still manage. Before Ye Qingxiu could speak, Meng Yuru rejected Lin Qinqian's suggestion. Nearly 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Under the anxious and worried gazes of everyone, the strange appearance on Meng Yuru's face finally began to gradually lessen. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Another 10 minutes passed. Meng Yuru's complexion had returned to normal, but the changes didn't seem to have stopped. A few more minutes passed. "Ha! Sister Yuru's face looks younger," Lin Qian exclaimed. Everyone noticed the changes as well. After the previous transformation, Meng Yuru's face was noticeably more radiant and youthful. About half an hour later, the changes in Meng Yuru's face finally stopped, and she now looked at least 10 years younger than before. Nearly 50, Meng Yuru now resembled a woman not yet 30. At this moment, everyone, including Ye Qingxiu, was completely stunned by the miraculous effects of the beauty-enhancing pill. Chapter 132 Company Establishment. Is this really me? I've become younger. I've really become younger. Meng Yuru stared at herself in the mirror, completely losing her usual composure, utterly overwhelmed with excitement. Before coming, she hadn't held out much hope. After all, she was nearly 50 years old. Even if the beauty-enhancing pill really worked, it couldn't possibly restore her to her former beauty. But now, in less than an hour, she looked like she had instantly become more than 10 years younger, instantly returning to her peak appearance. It was simply unbelievable. "Miss Ye, thank you. Thank you so much." Meng Yuru gripped Ye Qingxiu's hand tightly, her gratitude utterly heartfelt. Ye Qingxiu smiled and said, "Sister Yuru, don't say that. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't helped me test the pill, I wouldn't have known its effects were so good." Meng Yuru waved her hands repeatedly. "No matter what, if it weren't for Miss Ye, I wouldn't have regained my youth. This is simply a miracle cure. I can't take it for free. Miss Ye, name your price, I'll buy this pill." Ye Qingxiu immediately said seriously, "Sister Yuru, you're slapping me in the face by saying that. I'm grateful to you for helping me test the pill. How could I possibly take your money? Besides, I said I would give you an extra one. I'll have someone send you another batch after I refine it tomorrow." This is unacceptable. Meng Yuru was somewhat flattered. She wasn't stupid. The effects of this beauty-enhancing pill were so miraculous. If those older, wealthy ladies knew about it, they would definitely go crazy for it. If it were sold on the market, it would surely fetch an astronomical price. At this moment, Lin Qian couldn't help but ask, "Xiaoxiu, these pills must be very difficult to refine, right?" Ye Qingxiu didn't think much of it and smiled. "It's not actually that difficult. I've basically mastered the knack of refining the beauty elixir. Once I'm more skilled, refining 7 or 8 batches a day shouldn't be a problem." Everyone was astonished. "So, you mean you can refine 7 or 8 pills a day?" Lin Qian knew nothing about alchemy and thought each batch only produced 1 pill. Even so, she thought it was a lot. After all, this was a divine elixir that could restore youth and beauty. Ye Qingxiu shook her head. "This first pill was only made because my technique isn't refined enough yet. To save on ingredients, I only made 1. According to my great-grandfather, 9 pills per batch is ideal." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately agitated. Their eyes lit up, and their breathing became rapid with excitement. 7 or 8 batches a day, 9 pills per batch, that meant Ye Qingxiu could refine 60 or 70 such pills a day. "Auntie, are you planning to sell these pills?" Chen Jianghe couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked at Ye Qingxiu expectantly as Chen Jianghe asked the question they wanted to ask. Admittedly, in terms of efficacy, this beauty pill couldn't compare to the previous longevity pill. Those male tycoons probably wouldn't be very interested in this kind of thing. But what about their wives, daughters, aunts, and other relatives? If those heiresses and socialites knew that a miraculous elixir could restore youth existed, which one wouldn't be tempted? After all, what woman hasn't fantasized about eternal youth? And when it comes to spending power, once women go crazy, men are practically irrelevant. It's almost foreseeable that if Ye Qingxiu's beauty-restoring elixir were to hit the market, it would be an immeasurably huge pie. Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment. That's not impossible. She's currently focused entirely on alchemy and isn't particularly interested in making money. But now that she's fully mastered the method of refining the beauty-restoring elixir, she definitely needs more practice. Since these beauty-restoring elixirs she refines are just sitting there anyway, she might as well sell them. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Ye Qingxiu looked at Lin Qian beside her. "Qian, I remember you said you wanted to start a business, right? How about we all partner up and open a company specializing in selling the pills I refine, with you as the general manager? What do you say?" Lin Qinqian's mind went blank for a moment. After realizing what she meant, she immediately waved her hands repeatedly. "Qingxiu, you're not joking, are you? No way. I can't do it." Although she had always had the idea of starting a business, it was always just small scale. Who were these people sitting here? Chen Jianghe and Du Jiwan. Needless to say, came from wealthy families and were already big shots in the industry, definitely successful people. Even Wang Xiaokong, this rich second generation, although he seemed carefree, owned several companies with considerable market value. Partnering with these bigwigs to start a company was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of, let alone having Ye Qingxiu offer her the position of general manager. Wouldn't that make these bigwigs her subordinates? Lin Qianqian wanted to decline. At this moment, Du Jiwan said, "Auntie's suggestion is great. I wholeheartedly agree." Wang Xiaokong also quickly chimed in, "I wholeheartedly agree." Chen Jianghe laughed heartily, "Great. With Miss Lin in charge, Auntie providing the pills, Du Xiao, Xiaokong, and I handling marketing, and Sister Meng handling publicity, this combination is amazing." Actually, Chen Jianghe knew very well that among them, Lin Qianqian was definitely the least capable in terms of resources and ability. But Lin Qianqian was Ye Qingxiu's best friend. They had known each other since they were humble beginnings, and she was definitely the one Ye Qingxiu trusted most among them. Just for that reason alone, Lin Qianqian was more than qualified to be the company's general manager. Moreover, the pills personally refined by Ye Qingxiu would undoubtedly sell well, even with the old man's prestigious reputation. Their involvement was practically free money. What more could they ask for? Chen Jianhe understood this, as did Du Jiwan and Wang Xiaokong. Meng Yuru, however, was overjoyed. "This, I'm involved? Can I really do it?" Compared to everyone present, she was an outsider, never dreaming such a good thing would happen to her. She wasn't too concerned about making money. The key was partnering with these big shots to start a company, something she never even dared to dream of. Ye Qingxiu smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Sister Yuru is practically our first client, and also a national goddess of the Dragon Kingdom. Having you as the company's spokesperson would be perfect. Of course, if Yuru isn't willing, we certainly won't force her." Meng Yuru quickly replied, "Yes, yes. As long as Miss Ye doesn't mind, I'd be more than happy to accept." She was joking. She had originally only planned to use the pill testing opportunity to get to know Ye Qingxiu and become acquainted with her, which would have been enough. But now she actually had the opportunity to partner with these important figures to start a company only a fool would refuse. Chapter 133 Opening Ceremony. Since everyone agrees, I hereby declare our new company officially established. Ye Qingxiu was also very happy. She simply wanted to help her best friend fulfill her entrepreneurial dream. She didn't care how much money they would make. Besides, Chen Jianghe, Du Jiwan, and Wang Xiaokong were all acquaintances, and she liked Meng Yuru's character. Bringing these people on board would allow them to make money while also helping Lin Qianqian. That's all. Next, the group discussed the procedures for the new company. Regarding the shares, at everyone's unanimous request, Ye Qingxiu would hold 50%, and the others would each hold 10%. Chen Jianghe and Du Jiwan were already big names in Shanghai's business world, so starting a company was naturally a piece of cake for them. Wang Xiaokong used her connections to quickly secure a top-tier commercial office building in the heart of Shanghai as the registered office for the new company. Meng Yuru immediately contacted her management team, canceling all her schedules for the next few months to fully prepare for her role as the brand ambassador for her new company. "Oh, right, Auntie, we've been discussing this for ages, but we seem to have forgotten something very important. We haven't named our new company yet." Chen Jianhe suddenly laughed. Everyone laughed too, then looked at Ye Qingxiu, clearly waiting for her to name it. Ye Qingxiu thought for a moment and said, "My great-grandfather said that alchemy involves extracting the essence of hundreds of herbs, so how about we call our new company the 100 Herbs Group?" That evening, Lin Qianqian returned home, her excitement still lingering. Everything that had just happened at the Red Star Hotel felt like a dream. "My dear daughter, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing his daughter's somewhat dazed expression, Lin Mingyuan immediately approached her with concern. Lin Qianqian is now the apple of the Lin family's eye. Lin Mingyuan dotes on this precious daughter, treating her like a precious gem. Lin Qianqian glanced at her father, took a deep breath, and then said, "Dad, I need to tell you something, but you'd better hold on tight." Hearing this, Lin Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with Xiaoxiu?" Lin Mingyuan knew that Lin Qianqian had gone to the Red Star Hotel to have dinner with Ye Qingxiu. Seeing his daughter like this, he assumed the meal hadn't gone well, and his heart sank. After all, his success today was entirely due to his daughter's relationship with Ye Qingxiu. If that connection were severed, his good days would be over. "Dad, what are you thinking? Xiaoxiu and I are getting along great, we haven't had any fights." Lin Mingyuan breathed a long sigh of relief. "That's good. That's good. So what is it?" "My dear daughter, don't keep me in suspense, my heart can't take it." Lin Qianqian said, "Xiaoxiu plans to start a company, and I'll be the general manager. General Manager Chen of the Red Star Hotel, the third young master of the Du family in Hong Kong, and the nation's husband Wang Xiaokong, they'll all be my subordinates." Lin Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "You silly girl, you're making fun of your old man. This joke isn't funny at all." Lin Mingyuan clearly thought his daughter was joking. After all, Chen Jianghe, Du Jiuan, and Wang Xiaokong were all young masters from wealthy families, figures even he had to look up to. Now they were his daughter's subordinates. It was too outrageous. I knew you wouldn't believe me. But Dad, I'm telling the truth, I'm not joking, and it's already going through the procedures. The company name is Baiko Group. It's really true. Lin Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. Good daughter, Xiaoxu is clearly giving you a boost. You must seize this opportunity. Give me a boost? Lin Qianqian was slightly taken aback. Lin Mingyuan said, a person's social circle determines their social standing. If you don't belong to that circle, even if you force yourself in, you'll be rejected. The Ye family's standards are too high for us. If you don't work hard to improve yourself, sooner or later, you and Xiaoxu might not even be able to be friends anymore. Xiaoxu is clearly promoting you, you must seize this opportunity. The future of our Lin family rests entirely on your shoulders. Lin Qianqian nodded, seemingly understanding. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely work hard and not let you and Xiaoxu down. Lin Mingyuan added, and those three young masters, although you're nominally their superior now, you mustn't act like one. They're only willing to serve under a young girl like you because of Xiaoxu. Lin Qianqian, Dad, I understand, you don't need to remind me. The next few days, Lin Qianqian threw herself into her work at the new company. With the support of the three young masters, Chen Jianghe, Du Jiuan, and Wang Xiaokong, everything proceeded smoothly. All the necessary procedures were completed in just 2 days, and the company was ready to launch. After some discussion, the group decided to hold the opening ceremony of Baiko Group 3 days later. On this day, Meng Yuru, the national goddess who hadn't appeared in public for a long time, suddenly held a live stream on Weibo. In the live stream, Meng Yuru appeared without makeup, her beauty breathtaking, instantly transporting viewers back 20 years. As Meng Yuru recounted the changes before and after taking the beauty-enhancing pill to her viewers, it immediately sparked a huge online discussion. A single pill could actually restore the beauty of a former goddess nearing 50 to her peak? It was like listening to a fairy tale. Instantly, a deluge of doubts descended upon the company. Many people suspect that Meng Yuru uses some kind of advanced beauty filter, and that this former goddess is afraid to appear in public, fearing she'll look terrible in real life. Some experts in the cosmetic surgery industry say that with current medical technology, they can only slow down aging, not restore youth. Furthermore, some online celebrities have publicly stated that Meng Yuru is too afraid to appear in public, calling it a publicity stunt, and that the former national goddess has no bottom line when it comes to self-promotion. It's outrageous. Just as Meng Yuru was facing widespread criticism, she updated her Weibo again, announcing that she would make a public appearance at the opening ceremony of Baiko Group the next day, refuting her doubters. The news immediately caused an uproar online. In fact, this was a public relations strategy orchestrated by several partners of the Baiko Group. With just 2 Weibo posts, they propelled the Baiko Group into the public eye, achieving the expected maximum effect. However, just as the new company's business was booming, an uninvited guest arrived at Villa Number 1. Chapter 134. The Ancient Julai Tribe. Night fell. An elderly man in military uniform appeared at the gate of Villa Number 1. It was Li Qingkang, the founder of Kunlun. I have an extremely urgent matter to discuss with Senior Ye. Please inform him. Ye San hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Commander Li, please wait a moment. If it were anyone else, daring to disturb their master's rest so late at night, he would probably have kicked them out immediately. But this man before him was not only an old friend of their master, Ye Kanglin, but also the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom, a figure of extraordinary status, so things were different. Of course, he was only relaying the message. If their master did not wish to see him, there was nothing he could do. Just as Ye San was about to go in to inform him, Ye Tian's voice came from inside the villa. Let him in. Li Qingkang breathed a sigh of relief, immediately straightened his robes, and strode into the villa. In the hall, Ye Tian and Ye Hongtu were both present. Greetings, Senior Ye. Greetings, Elder Hong. Li Qingkang stepped forward and bowed to each of them. Qingkang, you've come to see my master so late, something serious must have happened? Ye Hongtu asked, his brows furrowed. Knowing Li Qingkang as he did, Ye Hongtu knew he wouldn't seek help from others unless absolutely necessary. Li Qingkang's expression was grave. Elder Hong, you are wise. I wouldn't dare disturb you so late if there were no other way. This matter is of utmost importance. If handled improperly, it could even endanger the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even the world. I am incompetent and have no choice but to seek your guidance, Senior Ye. Ye Hongtu clearly hadn't expected it to be so serious, and his expression also became more solemn. What exactly happened? Li Qingkang then began to explain. A while ago, there were incidents of weasels claiming lives in the Qinbei Mountains area. I believe Senior Ye and Elder Hong have both heard about it. Afterwards, I established a special intelligence division with the Dragon Soul's elite forces, specifically responsible for investigating and handling strange events. However, their first mission nearly resulted in total annihilation. Later, I personally led a team back into the Qinbei Mountains, and finally captured the troublesome weasel spirit in an unknown ancient tomb. Everything was going smoothly until the second day after we returned to Kunlun, when something unexpected happened. Li Qingkang took out a phone and opened a video. "Take a look at this, you too." The video opened. The image showed a young man wearing the uniform of the Dragon Soul team. However, this member of the Dragon Soul team was deathly pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands and feet were bound by heavy chains. He was struggling and screaming desperately, and it was clearly visible that two completely abnormal fangs had sprouted from his mouth. Is it a zombie? Or a vampire? Ya Hungtu exclaimed in shock. Although he had heard of legends about zombies and vampires, this was the first time he had seen one in person. Moreover, given Li Qingkang's status and position, he would never fabricate a video to fool them. Li Qingkang spoke again. "This man's name is Zhao Jinhai, a squad leader in the Dragon Soul team. He went into the ancient tomb with me, and while inside, he was bitten by an unknown insect. After returning to Kunlun, he had a persistent high fever. Initially, we thought it was just a common viral infection, but no one expected that on the second night, Zhao Jinhai suddenly went berserk, biting his attending physician to death, and then biting several members of the Dragon Soul team. It took a lot of effort to subdue him. Afterwards, I realized something was wrong, so I isolated and observed the bitten Dragon Soul members. I never imagined that what I feared would happen." At this point, Li Qingkang tapped a few times on his phone screen, and a new video appeared, showing several more Dragon Soul members in the exact same condition as Zhao Jinhai, clearly infected after being bitten by him. After the incident, I immediately convened all the military's top experts to study the matter. They unanimously concluded that it was a new type of virus that could drive people to madness and bloodlust. Those infected would become like zombies in apocalyptic movies, with an extreme craving for blood. Not only that, those infected with this virus wouldn't become weak, their physical abilities would actually increase nearly tenfold. Even ordinary people infected would become extremely dangerous. Therefore, the experts recommended that, before things escalated beyond control, the virus be eradicated at its source. Those infected Dragon Soul warriors should be executed on the spot and completely incinerated. After explaining the whole story, Li Qingkang's face was extremely grave. The Dragon Soul team was something he had personally built. They were the elite of the Dragon Kingdom's forces. Every Dragon Soul warrior had rendered outstanding service to the Dragon Kingdom, and these people were like his own children to him. And now, he was being asked to personally execute his own children. How could he bear it? Of course, he understood that while the expert's suggestion was somewhat unreasonable, it was the most direct and effective solution at the moment. Otherwise, if this virus were to spread among the general public, the consequences would be devastating. But Li Qingkang was unwilling to accept this. So he thought of Tian. The reason he rushed over late at night was to try and secure a last chance for the few Dragon Soul members to survive. If even the all-powerful Tian couldn't save them, then there was truly no hope. Senior, those children have rendered meritorious service to the country. I truly cannot bear to kill them. I beg Senior to save their lives. After saying this, Li Qingkang's eyes were slightly red, and he bowed deeply to Tian. Tian seemed to be recalling something. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Did you bring their blood? Let me check the situation first." "Yes." Li Qingkang quickly pulled a medical test tube from his pocket, containing Zhao Jinhai's blood sample. Tian uncorked the tube, and with a flick of his wrist, the blood sample flew out and hovered in his palm. After observing it for a moment, Tian said, "Just as I thought." Li Qingkang's spirits lifted immediately. Although Tian's direct observation of the blood sample with the naked eye seemed somewhat unbelievable. However, how many miraculous things had happened to Tian? It was nothing new. "Senior, have you discerned anything?" Li Qingkang asked expectantly. Tian returned the blood to the test tube before slowly saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the ancient tomb in Qinbei Mountain that you mentioned should contain the descendants of the ancient Julai tribe." The ancient Julai tribe? Li Qingkang and Hungtu were both stunned. Chapter 135 as domineering as ever. "Master, are you referring to the legendary Julai tribe, the tribe of Qiyu, the demon god who fought against the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor in ancient times?" Hungtu, with his extensive knowledge, immediately asked. Tian nodded. "That's right. However, most of the legends you know about Qiyu and the Julai tribe are later folktales and not to be believed. The bloodline of the Julai people is inherently different from that of ordinary people. In modern medical terms, it's similar to a genetic virus. This bloodline grants the Julai people immense strength without causing them to lose their minds. They are natural warriors. However, their blood is highly poisonous to ordinary people. Once exposed, it will drive them mad and bloodthirsty. The ancient tomb you mentioned earlier, the tomb's occupant was most likely a member of the Julai tribe. The corpse hatched worms were contaminated with the Julai bloodline's toxins, leading to the subsequent tragedy. Speaking of which, something similar happened in ancient times. The Yellow Emperor had a daughter named Nuba. Because she was tainted with the blood of the Julai tribe, she became a bloodthirsty monster and was ultimately banished from the tribe by the Yellow Emperor to the frigid far north. At this point, Tian sighed, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Hungtu and Li Qingkang were both horrified upon hearing this. These ancient secrets, spoken by Tian, sounded as if he had personally experienced them. This feeling was indescribably eerie. In fact, what the two didn't know was that he had actually personally witnessed that legendary ancient battle. Then, Senior, is there a cure for this poison? Li Qingkang asked the question that concerned him most. Tian nodded, yes. Li Qingkang's spirits immediately lifted. Senior, please speak frankly. No matter how difficult it is, I am willing to give it my all and try my best. Tian said, actually, the method is quite simple. We need to find someone with the bloodline of the Julai tribe, and use their blood as a catalyst to refine a detoxifying pill, which will suppress the poison. Li Qingkang frowned. The method Tian described sounded easy, but the key question was, where could they find someone with the bloodline of the Julai tribe? The Julai tribe had completely disappeared from the annals of history since the ancient war. Whether any of their bloodline had even survived was probably a question mark. So where could they possibly search? Tian seemed to sense Li Qingkang's worry and said, the pure bloodline of the Julai clan is probably extinct long ago. However, after the ancient war, the surviving Julai migrated westward, and it is said that they interbred with Western Caucasians, giving birth to a branch. This branch is different from ordinary people. They inherited the powerful physique of the Julai clan, but with some defects. They must regularly consume fresh blood to maintain their high physical strength. I encountered them in the Western continent many years ago, and they have a resounding name there. Tian paused here. Hungtu and Li Qingkang were both exceptionally intelligent and knew some secrets unknown to ordinary people. After exchanging a glance, they almost simultaneously exclaimed, the vampire clan. Tian nodded, that's right. Although the Western vampire clan isn't of pure Julai bloodline, their blood should have the same effect on suppressing blood poison, and might even be more effective due to the fusion with ordinary human bloodlines. Li Qingkang said, so, according to you, Senior, as long as we can collect the blood of Western vampires, we can refine an antidote to suppress the blood poison? That's the idea. Tian said, however, as far as I know, within the vampire clan, bloodlines are also ranked. The highest is the direct line of the Blood Emperor, followed by princes, then dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts. Bloodlines of too low a level will likely be much less effective. I estimate it would need to be at least a duke's bloodline. Li Qingkang took a deep breath, seemingly having made up his mind. Don't worry, Senior, to save those brats, I'll find a way to get even more than a duke's blood, a prince's blood, or even the blood of the legendary Blood Emperor. After saying this, Li Qingkang bowed deeply to Tian again, then turned and left. Watching Li Qingkang's departing figure, Tian smiled. This kid's temper is quite to my liking. Hungtu, however, looked worried. Master, the vampire clan controls the underworld of the Western continent, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Western Vatican for thousands of years. Even the Rothschild Corporation is merely their nominal agent. Li Qingkang represents the Dragon Kingdom's military. Whether he succeeds or not, his trip will likely end badly. Tian waved his hand dismissively, it's alright. They're just a bunch of rats who can't see the light of day. This matter started because of me, so naturally I won't stand idly by. It's just asking them for some blood. If those rats don't know what's good for them, I'll wipe them out. Hungtu smiled wryly to himself. My master is still as domineering as ever. The next day, the opening ceremony of Baiko Group was held as scheduled at the Shanghai International Convention Center. Because of Meng Yuru's 2 Weibo posts, the opening ceremony had garnered a lot of attention, with almost all the major media outlets in the country present, filling the huge convention hall to capacity. It's worth mentioning that after learning that Jie Qingxiu was the controlling shareholder behind the company, a host of top business tycoons from the Dragon Kingdom also came to offer their congratulations. Jack Ma, Wang Yi, Little Ma, these business giants, usually only seen on television, all came to attend the opening ceremony of a little-known company, instantly shocking everyone. And when Lin Qian, the general manager, took the stage to speak, everyone became even more restless. Instantly, everyone began to speculate what exactly was the background of this suddenly appearing Baiko Group. And who is this beautiful CEO in her early 20s? She possesses such immense power. Hello everyone, I am Lin Qian, the general manager of Baiko Group. It's a pleasure to have you all grace us with your presence at our company's opening ceremony. Despite having rehearsed her speech countless times backstage, Lin Qian was still extremely nervous. It's important to know that all the top business tycoons in the entire Dragon Kingdom were seated below the stage. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and there were no mistakes during the speech. All right. I believe many of you came today for our national goddess, so I won't waste your time any longer. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our beautiful sister Yuru. As Lin Kinkin's voice faded, Meng Yuru, in a crimson dress, finally made her dazzling entrance. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all eyes and cameras were focused on Meng Yuru's face. That angelic face, so beautiful it could topple kingdoms, showed absolutely no signs of age. She was as stunning as she was 20 years ago, perhaps even more so. Just looking at her face, no one would believe that this was a woman nearing 50. Even the business tycoons sitting in the front row were completely mesmerized. After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Chapter 136 Vampire Anthony. The opening ceremony of Baiko Group went extremely smoothly, even exceeding expectations. Especially after Meng Yuru's appearance, the atmosphere reached a climax. No advertising was needed, Meng Yuru's mere presence was the best advertisement. The opening ceremony had barely ended when related news reports topped the headlines of major websites. Everyone was discussing the miraculous pill that had restored Meng Yuru to her peak beauty, and the suddenly appearing Baiko Group. And the most excited were undoubtedly the middle-aged women suffering from severe appearance anxiety. After all, who could resist the temptation of regaining their youthful beauty? However, when Baiko Group launched its first product, the beauty pill, everyone was shocked by its price, a staggering 10 million yuan per pill. And it was a limited edition, with only 100 pills available. An uproar erupted online, with netizens condemning Baiko Group for being unscrupulous and arguing that no one would buy at such an exorbitant price. However, the result was once again unexpected. In less than half a day, all 100 beauty pills were snapped up by wealthy heiresses. While ordinary people might not know Baiko Group's background, these wealthy heiresses certainly did. For them, spending 10 million yuan on a single pill, solely because of the old hermit of Villa No. 1 in Shanghai's Shuiyanju, was not only not expensive, but extremely cheap. In fact, according to Chen Jianghe and his team's assessment, while the market value of these beauty pills was far less than that of the longevity pills, a price between 50 million and 100 million yuan would be most reasonable, maximizing profits. However, Ye Qingxiu's initial intention wasn't to make money, so she specifically instructed that the price shouldn't be too high. Combined with the new company's opening promotion, the final price was only 10 million per pill. And as it turned out, this price was clearly too low, so it was snapped up by wealthy socialites as soon as it went online. Shanghai, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Your Excellency Marquis, this is a beauty pill from the Baiko Group that I purchased as you instructed. A young white man in a suit and tie respectfully presented a beautifully crafted box to a middle-aged white man with blonde hair and blue eyes, speaking fluent European accented English. This middle-aged white man had an alarmingly pale complexion, even paler than the average purebred white man. He was tall and thin, slightly hunched over, and looked listless, as if he were ill. The middle-aged white man took the box, picked up the pill inside, and sniffed it. Not bad, a good thing. The ancient Eastern alchemy truly lives up to its reputation, the middle-aged white man said, then put the pill back into the box. However, this stuff is of no use to us vampires. I still prefer the taste of fresh blood. After saying this, the middle-aged white man picked up a large golden bowl from the table beside him. It was filled with fresh blood, still faintly steaming freshly cooked blood. Glug! The middle-aged white man drank it all in one gulp. Afterward, he licked the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of ecstasy on his face. Immediately after drinking this bowl of blood, the previously haggard middle-aged white man's complexion improved significantly. Although still pale, he was radiant, as if he had suddenly become more than 10 years younger. His skin even had a faint glow, giving him an eerily unsettling appearance. The young white man standing nearby first showed a hint of apprehension in his eyes, then deep envy. Lord Anthony is right. You possess the most noble vampire bloodline in the world, naturally possessing an ageless appearance, so naturally you don't need these so-called miraculous elixirs. It turned out that this middle-aged man was named Anthony, from a Western vampire clan, with a bloodline rank of Earl. As for the young white man, his name was Garcia, a key figure in the Rothschild family. Anthony glanced at Garcia, a half-smile playing on his lips. Your little schemes won't escape my notice. Don't worry, as long as you help me complete this mission and uncover the truth about the person behind the Qinghong Consortium, I'll show you some leniency and take you as my servant. Garcia, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately knelt down. Thank you, Count. No. Thank you for your grace, Master. Throughout the long course of evolution, the vampire race mastered a secret technique that allowed ordinary people to inherit a portion of their bloodline through mild infection the servants Anthony spoke of. These vampire servants, while not comparable to pure vampires, could still acquire some vampire abilities and have their lifespans greatly extended. Most importantly, becoming a vampire servant meant becoming a member of the vampire family. Even as a servant, it meant transcending the world of ordinary people, and one's status within the family would be significantly elevated. In fact, even the top members of the Rothschild family had their own masters within the vampire clan. It was through this method that the vampire clan achieved control over the European underworld, ruling for over 1,000 years. The food this time was too old, it even tasted a bit sour. Next time, remember to find something fresh, preferably a newborn baby, that's what I like. Anthony casually tossed the golden bowl aside, a look of disgust on his face. Garcia couldn't help but look troubled. China was different from other countries, especially a big city like Shanghai. Finding suitable food for Anthony was no easy task. A slight misstep could attract official attention. The blood he had previously obtained came from homeless vagrants hunted by his men, and even that had taken considerable effort. Now Anthony wanted the blood of a newborn baby. This was even more difficult. What? You can't even handle something this simple? Anthony noticed Garcia's troubled expression and said coldly. Garcia gritted his teeth. Master, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to find you delicious blood. Anthony nodded in satisfaction. Also, send people to continue keeping an eye on Villa Number 1, especially that girl named Ye Qingxiu. Garcia's heart skipped a beat. Master, are you planning to start with that girl from China? Before we came, your father, Prince William, instructed us not to have a direct confrontation with the Qinghong Consortium unless absolutely necessary. Anthony snorted. My father is old. He's hesitant and timid now, lacking his former sharpness. Besides, we've been investigating for so long without any progress, this can't go on forever. That girl named Ye Qingxiu is a blood relative of the target, and she doesn't have any Nightfall assassins protecting her. Starting with her is clearly the wisest choice. Chapter 137 Conspiracy. Since the opening of Baiko Group, Lin Qian has been incredibly busy. Countless wealthy women call daily inquiring about her beauty-enhancing pills. Ye Qingxiu, on the other hand, is completely focused on alchemy. Besides the company's signature beauty-enhancing pill, she's begun learning to refine new pills from Tian. Meanwhile, her martial arts cultivation hasn't slacked off. She's already reached the late stage of Ming Jin. Aside from lacking practical experience, she's definitely a martial arts master. During this period, she practically never leaves her home. This greatly annoys Anthony, who had originally intended to pursue Ye Qingxiu. That day, in the Baiko Group's president's office, President Lin, Mr. Anthony from Gaul has arrived. Lin Qianqian's secretary reports. It turns out that Anthony, seeing that Ye Qingxiu hasn't left Shuiyun residence Villa Number 1, has turned his attention to Lin Qian. Anthony, claiming to be an executive from a European biopharmaceutical company, wanted to discuss a collaboration with Lin Qian. BiCAO Group currently had no plans to enter the international market, but Lin Qian finally agreed to meet him after Anthony's repeated pleas over the phone. I happen to be free right now, bring him directly to my office. Lin Qian casually instructed. Shortly afterward, Anthony and Garcia arrived. You must be Mr. Anthony? I'm Lin Qian, the general manager of BiCAO Group. Lin Qian quickly stepped forward to greet them, unaware of their ulterior motives. Beautiful Oriental lady, it's a pleasure to meet you. Anthony was impeccably polite, as elegant as a Western aristocrat. After a few casual pleasantries, Lin Qian said, Mr. Anthony, I'm sorry about the cooperation with your company. Our company is newly established and currently has no plans to expand into overseas markets. Anthony seemed to have anticipated this outcome and wasn't surprised. It's a real pity that we can't reach an agreement. But I'd like to ask, was this decision made by you, Ms. Lin, or by Ms. Ye, the person behind you? Lin Qian was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to know that Ye Qingxiu was the mastermind behind Baiko Group. However, upon reflection, this wasn't exactly a secret among those in the industry. This was a unanimous decision made by me and the other shareholders, but I believe Ms. Ye shares the same view. Recently, Ye Qingxiu has been completely immersed in alchemy, leaving the company entirely to Lin Qian and Chen Jianhe to discuss, without ever intervening. Regarding whether to expand into international markets, Lin Qian and the other shareholders were in complete agreement, believing that they shouldn't rush things and should proceed gradually. Lin Qian knew Ye Qingxiu was very busy lately, so she naturally wouldn't bother her with such a trivial matter. Anthony smiled and said, I've heard that your company's beauty-enhancing pills are all personally refined by that Miss Ye. I've long admired Miss Ye. I wonder if there's any chance I could meet her. Anthony revealed his true intentions. Lin Qian decisively shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. Miss Ye is very busy, and she has already entrusted me with all the company's affairs. I can make the decision myself. As for meeting Miss Ye, let's forget about it. In recent days, quite a few people have tried to get to know Ye Qingxiu through the Baiko Group. Lin Qianqian mistakenly assumed that Anthony, like those people, wanted to use Ye Qingxiu as a connection to the Qinghong Consortium and even Ye Tian. Therefore, Lin Qianqian refused without hesitation. Anthony's expression changed, and the gentleness in his eyes disappeared. He seemed to have lost patience and didn't want to continue pretending. What if I said I absolutely had to see that Miss Ye today? Anthony stood up, his aura chilling. What do you want? Lin Qianqian finally realized that these two people were up to no good. She immediately tried to pick up the phone to call the security guards outside. At this moment, Garcia, behind Anthony, preemptively pressed the phone, grinning maliciously. Miss Lin, you'd better watch this video first before deciding what to do. As he spoke, Garcia's other hand unlocked his phone, and a video popped up on the screen. In the video, a young man was bound hand and foot. It was none other than Lin Qinqin's brother, Lin Fang. It turned out that before coming to Baiko Group, the two had made two plans, kidnapping Lin Qinqin's brother Lin Fang beforehand. They intended to use him as leverage should Lin Qianqian refuse their demands. Lin Qinqin's face turned deathly pale. Who are you people? What do you want? Anthony stepped forward, grinning evilly. I've already made myself clear. I just want to meet with Miss Ye to ask her a few questions, that's all. I hope Miss Lin can do me a small favor. Lin Qianqian had never encountered anything like this before, and her legs went weak with fear. Fortunately, she had seen her share of big scenes in recent days, and quickly forced herself to calm down. Judging from the current situation, if she didn't do as the other party said, not only might her brother die, but she herself might also lose her life. After a moment of intense thought, Lin Qianqian bit her lip and said, okay, I can call Miss Ye, but I can't be sure if she'll come. Garcia waved his phone, his expression sinister, and said, I believe Miss Lin will do it for your brother. Lin Qianqian took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, then picked up the phone on the table and dialed Ye Qingxiu. Hello, is this Xiaoxiu? It's Qian. I have something extremely urgent to discuss with you. Can you come to the company now? In Villa Number 1, Ye Qingxiu, who was researching alchemy, immediately sensed something was wrong when she received Lin Qinqin's call. First, Lin Qianqian never used the company landline to call her. Second, even if something happened at the company, Lin Qianqian would come directly to the villa to find her, never making her come to the company. After leaving her room, Ye Qingxiu intended to discuss things with Ye Tian first, but she couldn't find him. Neither Ye Hongtan nor the others from Nightfall were in the villa. Ye Qingxiu pondered that they might have gone to Snake Valley through a spatial portal. Going to Snake Valley to find them would definitely take a lot of time. Lin Qianqian sounded very anxious on the phone, and besides, she had already stepped into the Dark Force realm. She couldn't rely on her great-grandfather to solve everything, could she? With this in mind, Ye Qingxiu immediately took a Ferrari from the garage and headed straight for the company. Chapter 138 Ye Qingxiu's First Battle. In Lin Qingxiu's view, Baiko Group was located in the most bustling commercial building in the heart of Shanghai. Even if Lin Qianqian had encountered some trouble, would anyone really dare to commit violence in such a place? About 20 minutes later, Ye Qingxiu arrived at the floor where the company was located. The entire floor belonged to Baiko Group. As soon as Ye Qingxiu entered, she immediately sensed that something was wrong. Everyone in the company was either slumped over their desks or lying on the floor, all unconscious. Something's happened. Ye Qingxiu was slightly startled, clearly not expecting that someone would actually dare to openly attack the company. Just then, whoosh! A figure flashed behind her, blocking Ye Qingxiu's retreat. Ye Qingxiu immediately turned around and saw a middle-aged white man. Anthony smiled and said, I've long heard that Miss Ye is a stunning beauty, and seeing her today, it's certainly true. Miss Ye, you rushed here so quickly, it seems you care a lot about your friend. Anthony spoke fluent Mandarin. Ye Qingxiu's expression darkened slightly. Who are you? What did you do to my friend? What's your purpose? Anthony took 2 more steps forward. Miss Ye, don't be nervous. I only wanted to meet you and have a casual chat. As he said this, a strange light flashed in Anthony's eyes. Ye Qingxiu suddenly felt dizzy, her consciousness becoming somewhat hazy. This was a hypnotic technique unique to the vampire clan. Although Anthony's strength wasn't enough to completely control someone's mind, he could still subtly break down their psychological defenses. Just as Anthony was about to extract information about Ye Tian from Ye Qingxiu, buzz! A faint halo appeared on a black stone bracelet on Ye Qingxiu's right wrist. It was the protective magic artifact Ye Tian had crafted for her. In an instant, Ye Qingxiu regained her senses, instantly breaking free from Anthony's hypnotic influence. Ye Qingxiu was both surprised and furious. Facing Anthony's approaching figure, she immediately let out a sharp cry and threw a punch. What? Anthony clearly hadn't expected her to break free of his hypnotic influence so easily. Boom! Ye Qingxiu was now at the late stage of Ming Jin, only a step away from An Jin. This punch, filled with rage, unleashed a torrent of energy, creating a crisp sonic boom in the air. caught off guard. Anthony, fortunately, possessed considerable combat experience. Instinctively, he crossed his arms, narrowly blocking Ye Qingxiu's powerful punch. Thump! 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 Anthony staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Ye Qingxiu in disbelief. He clearly hadn't expected this seemingly delicate Eastern girl to possess such formidable strength. While vampires inherited the bloodline of the Julai tribe and were naturally endowed with powerful physiques, they held little advantage against martial arts masters. Furthermore, due to their inherently incomplete bloodline, they are extremely vulnerable to injury, which, in severe cases, could lower their bloodline level. Ye Qingxiu's sudden punch had already inflicted significant internal injuries on Anthony. "You wretched Eastern woman! How dare you injure me? I swear, I will turn you into my most lowly servant." Being injured by Ye Qingxiu clearly enraged Anthony. He had completely abandoned his previous gentlemanly demeanor, revealing his true nature. His eyes turned completely black, exuding an eerie, unsettling aura. 2 sharp fangs sprouted from his mouth, and his once handsome face became ferocious and terrifying. Whoosh! Anthony's figure blurred, moving with lightning speed, almost instantly reaching Ye Qingxiu. Ye Qingxiu, lacking combat experience and seeing a real vampire for the first time, panicked upon seeing the beast-like Anthony and instinctively retreated rapidly. Fortunately, when Tian taught her martial arts, the first technique he taught her was a movement method called swimming dragon step, which she had mastered quite well. Now, Ye Qingxiu used it, her entire body moving like a swimming dragon. Although Anthony's speed was incredibly fast, Ye Qingxiu always managed to dodge in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Anthony, having missed repeatedly, was instantly enraged. He was considered a promising young man among the vampire clan, his father being the renowned Prince William. He had always been confident in his strength, but now he couldn't even defeat a 20-something Eastern girl. If word got out, it would be too shameful. Roar! Anthony roared to the sky, his aura suddenly surging. He was using his bloodline power, which could temporarily increase his strength, but would leave him weak for a long period afterward. Clearly, in his enraged state, Anthony intended to get serious with Ye Qingxiu. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. After his strength surged, Anthony's speed increased to another level. Ye Qingxiu suddenly felt overwhelmed, her eyes could barely see Anthony's figure, and she could only retreat rapidly. However, this wasn't the middle of nowhere. Although the company building was quite spacious, the space was ultimately limited. Soon, Ye Qingxiu was backed into a corner, with nowhere left to retreat. "You lowly Eastern woman! Submit!" Anthony roared, his hand, like the claws of a ferocious beast, reaching straight for Ye Qingxiu's neck. Ah! Ye Qingxiu had nowhere to run and instinctively raised her arm to block. Just as Anthony's hand was about to touch Ye Qingxiu, buzz! The black stone bracelet on Ye Qingxiu's wrist suddenly emitted a blinding light. The next moment, bang! Anthony screamed in agony, feeling himself suddenly struck by an invisible and immense force, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He flew more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his life force rapidly waning. Master! Garcia, his face pale, rushed forward to support the heavily injured Anthony. He couldn't understand it at all. How could Anthony, who had clearly gained the upper hand, suddenly lose? Go! Go now! Anthony roared, grabbing Garcia beside him, and the two quickly disappeared without a trace. I actually won. Ye Qingxiu was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Her first battle in life, and against such a powerful opponent, she had actually won. No, it's because of the bracelet my great-grandfather gave me. After understanding the whole story, Ye Qingxiu secretly rejoiced. Luckily, she had listened to Ye Tian and always wore the bracelet close to her body. Chapter 139. You dare to run away after you touched my granddaughter? After repelling Anthony, Ye Qingxiu was drenched in sweat. Soon, the company employees who had been knocked unconscious regained consciousness. Fortunately, Anthony's target wasn't these people, so they were only knocked out and not seriously injured. Ye Qingxiu went to the CEO's office and saw Lin Qianqian lying unconscious on the sofa. No matter how much Ye Qingxiu called out, Lin Qianqian didn't respond. Soon, Ye Qingxiu discovered 2 rows of teeth marks on Lin Qianqian's neck. It turned out that, according to Anthony's initial plan, he intended to turn both Ye Qingxiu and Lin Qianqian into his servants. In this way, he would not only have planted an informant within the Qinghong Consortium but also acquire the Baiko Group, a company with enormous potential. Unfortunately, he hadn't anticipated that Ye Qingxiu was not as easy to deal with as he thought. Not only did he fail to subdue Ye Qingxiu, but he also ended up seriously injured himself. Oh no! Although Ye Qingxiu didn't know what the 2 rows of teeth marks meant, she figured it must be the reason Lin Qianqian remained unconscious. I can only take her back to the villa and ask great-grandpa for help. Half an hour later, Ye Qingxiu brought the unconscious Lin Qianqian back to Villa Number 1. By this time, Tian and the others had returned from Snake Valley. Great-grandpa, please look at Tian. It looks like she was bitten by a white man with fangs. Before Tian could speak, San said, that's a Western vampire. I've seen similar marks when I was on a mission in Europe. Hunter quickly asked, girl, what happened? Kingsu immediately recounted everything that had happened at Baiko Group to everyone. Upon hearing that Anthony had dared to attack Kingsu, the members of Nightfall were instantly enraged. How dare he attack Junior's sister? He's courting death. These scumbags, these rats from the sewers, have dared to bully us. What else is there to say? Wipe them out. I've long disliked these blood-sucking rats, and this time we can't let it go. Immediately contact all Nightfall's disciples. Even if we have to turn the entire city upside down, we can't let that blood-sucking rat escape. Compared to the Nightfall members' fury, Tian seemed unsurprised. In fact, Kingsu's bracelet contained Tian's mental energy, and he had sensed everything when the bracelet was activated earlier. Although Tian already knew, his expression was still somewhat gloomy. There weren't many people and things in this world that he cared about, and Kingsu was definitely one of them, practically his Achilles heel. Now, someone dared to attack Kingsu right under his nose. Even after living for tens of thousands of years, his temper had long been worn down by time, but at this moment, Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. They've dared to bully my granddaughter. Fine, very well. Tian raised his hand and grabbed forward. Sizzle! A terrifying rift instantly appeared in the void ahead. Space itself had been torn apart by Tian's bare hands. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a 5-star hotel in Shanghai, after escaping back to the hotel, Anthony and Garcia drained the blood of a hotel staff member. Their complexions improved slightly, but they remained incredibly weak, appearing as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. The use of his bloodline power had already placed a significant strain on his body, and later, being severely injured by the magical artifact personally crafted by Tian, Anthony's injuries were extremely serious, potentially even causing his bloodline level to decline. This filled Anthony with immense anger and regret. Especially recalling the vast power emanating from the black bracelet, Anthony still felt lingering fear. Back at the hotel, Anthony realized that things had developed beyond his expectations and immediately called his father, Prince William. Damn it! I sent you to China to investigate this Tian. Who ordered the attack on them? Do you know the trouble your actions will bring to our family? In the ancient castle of the European vampire clan, Prince William was furious upon learning of Anthony's actions. The Qinghong Consortium and the Rothschild Consortium are both top-tier global conglomerates. The Qinghong Consortium is backed by Qinghong Nightfall, while the Rothschild Consortium is backed by the Vampire Clan. After the Morgan Consortium was destroyed, they naturally became wary. Especially since an old man named Tian suddenly appeared within the Qinghong Consortium, supposedly the master of the consortium's leader, and was being shrouded in mystery, the Vampire Clan's higher UPS were greatly uneasy. Therefore, Prince William sent his son, Anthony, to China to investigate Tian's background. Before coming to China, he repeatedly warned his son not to clash with the Qinghong Consortium before thoroughly investigating the target's background. Unexpectedly, his fears came true. Father, I almost succeeded. It's just that I didn't expect that Eastern woman possessed a sacred artifact containing immense power, which is why. Shut up! Anthony tried to explain, but was interrupted by a stern voice on the other end of the phone. According to family intelligence, the woman you mentioned holds a very special position within the Qinghong Consortium. If you harm her, the Qinghong Consortium will definitely not let you off. You must leave China immediately. Right now! Prince William's roar came from the other end of the phone. Anthony knew that China was now Qinghong Consortium territory, and he was probably already on the Nightfall Assassin's target list. He had to escape China as soon as possible. As long as he could successfully escape back to Europe, the Qinghong Consortium would be powerless against him. Father, rest assured, I've made thorough preparations. Although this mission failed, they won't find it so easy to capture me. I'll set sail now and fly back to Europe via the island nation. Anthony had barely finished speaking when his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. A bizarre rift appeared in the void ahead, and from within it emerged a gigantic golden hand. At the same time, a cold voice rang in Anthony's ear. You dare touch my granddaughter and try to run away. The voice faded, and the terrifying golden hand grabbed the completely terrified Anthony. Ah! With a scream from Anthony, he was dragged into the spatial rift and vanished completely. Bang! Anthony's phone fell to the ground, he had disappeared into thin air. Garcia, standing nearby, collapsed to the ground in terror, rubbing his eyes violently. After confirming it wasn't a hallucination, he was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't understand how Anthony had simply vanished into thin air. Anthony, what happened on your end? Speak! Prince William, still unaware of what had happened, shouted loudly on the other end of the phone. Garcia, regaining his senses, hurriedly picked up the phone from the ground, trembling. "Your Highness Prince William, this is Garcia, the Earl's servant." The Earl just was grabbed by a golden hand. Chapter 140, The Best Way. Inside Villa Number 1, Anthony appeared out of thin air before everyone. Everyone was stunned. Although the spatial portal in the backyard had given them a completely new understanding of Ye Tian's unbelievable abilities, this time, Ye Tian's performance was clearly even more outrageous. He had actually pulled someone over out of thin air. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? As for Anthony, he was completely dumbfounded, starting to question his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? 1 second he was still in the hotel, how did he suddenly find himself in a strange place? Did he travel through time? In fact, because he had triggered the protective magic artifact on Ye Qingxiu's wrist when he attacked her, he had become tainted by Ye Tian's mental power, which was why Ye Tian had so easily located his spatial coordinates and pulled him over. It's him! Ye Qingxiu recognized Anthony immediately. Bastard! What did you do to Tian? Anthony also saw Ye Qingxiu, then recognized Ye Tian and Ye Hengtu. After all, he had investigated the Qinghong Consortium extensively and had naturally seen photos of Ye Tian and Ye Hengtu. After the initial shock and disbelief, Anthony's emotions gradually calmed down. You must be the powerful figure behind the Qinghong Consortium? I never imagined you possessed such incredible abilities. Anthony looked at Ye Tian, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. Capturing people across space, such an inconceivable method, was something even his grandfather, the Blood Emperor, the strongest member of their vampire clan, didn't possess. If this hadn't happened to him, he would never have believed that anyone in this world could possess such a miraculous ability. Miss Ye, I was indeed reckless before. How about this? I can remove the curse mark on your friend, but you must promise to let me leave Dragon Kingdom. How about that? Anthony glanced at the unconscious Lin Qian beside him and immediately spoke to Ye Qingxiu. Ye Qingxiu frowned, not answering immediately, but looking at Ye Tian. Ye Tian glanced at Anthony and said indifferently, "For daring to attack my granddaughter, I wouldn't be satisfied with wiping out your entire vampire clan, and you still want to leave." Anthony's expression changed drastically, both astonished by Ye Qingxiu's status in Ye Tian's heart, and clearly not expecting that the other party would take their vampire clan so lightly. After all, their vampire clan had ruled the underworld of Europe for thousands of years, and was one of the most powerful forces on Earth. Old sir, isn't your tone incredibly disrespectful to our vampire clan? And I must remind Miss Ye, once a body is marked with the curse of our vampire clan, it becomes a servant of the clan, an irreversible process. If you kill me, its master, this woman won't live either. Humph. Anthony seemed to sense that Ye Qingxiu valued her best friend Lin Qian highly, and his confidence swelled. Ye Qingxiu's expression changed slightly as she looked at Ye Tian. Great-grandpa, is what he said true? You can't do anything about it? Ye Tian nodded. He's right. The bloodline of the vampire clan is inherently unique. Through a special secret technique, it can penetrate deep into the spinal cord. This person's bloodline has already seeped into this girl's bone marrow, merging with her original bloodline. There's truly no way to reverse it now. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ye Qingxiu's brows furrowed even more deeply. Miss Ye, now you should believe me, right? If you want your good friend to live, you can't kill me. If I die, your friend will be buried with me. Ha ha ha. Anthony couldn't help but laugh triumphantly at the end. However, just when Anthony thought his life was finally spared, Ye Tian suddenly grabbed him with his hand. Ah! Anthony screamed, feeling himself being tightly enveloped by an invisible force, his entire body suspended in midair, unable to move an inch. You dare kill me? Don't you care about that girl's life or death? Anthony, suspended in midair, stared at Ye Tian in terror, screaming. Ye Tian smiled coldly. The bloodline of your vampire clan is indeed a bit troublesome to deal with, but I only need to extract your bloodline and transfer it to this girl, and her life will naturally be safe. She can live without you. Having said this, Ye Tian suddenly clenched his fist. Anthony immediately felt a powerful force squeezing his body, as if his bones were about to be crushed by that vast power. No! You can't kill me. If you kill me, my father, my grandfather, will not let you go. Ye Tian completely ignored Anthony's threat, raising his left hand. Whoosh! A ball of intensely hot flame shot out from Ye Tian's palm, instantly enveloping Anthony in midair. Ah! A piercing scream rang out as Anthony was completely engulfed by the flames. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Although Ye Tian had demonstrated his ability to breathe fire from his palm when teaching Ye Qingxiu alchemy, they never imagined that Ye Tian's Samadhi true fire would be so powerful. A few minutes later, Anthony had completely turned to ashes, and a drop of blood emitting a faint golden light floated in the air. This was a drop of essence blood that Ye Tian had extracted from Anthony's bloodline. Go! Ye Tian flicked his finger, and the drop of essence blood shot towards Lin Qian, accurately entering her brow and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Great-grandpa, what did you do to Qian? Ye Qingxiu couldn't help but ask. Ye Tian replied, this girl has already fused with the bloodline of the vampire clan. Completely separating it is extremely difficult. The best way is to extract the bloodline of this vampire and transfer it to her, only then can her life be saved. Yet Kingxu seemed to understand, her expression shifting. Does that mean Qian will become a vampire like this person? Will she have to rely on drinking blood to survive? Tian nodded. That's true, but it's not absolutely necessary to drink human blood. Animal blood works too. At least her life is saved, and if she can improve her bloodline through cultivation and reach the level of the ancient Julai tribe, she won't need to drink human blood anymore. After hearing Tian's explanation, Kingxu's expression became somewhat complicated. However, she also knew that this was probably the best way to save Lin Qingqian's life. Chapter 141 Li Qingqiang's Predicament. In Gaul, Europe, within an ancient and mysterious manor castle. Anthony, my child. A middle-aged white man, appearing to be in his 50s, suddenly cried out, his face filled with grief. This man was Prince William, one of the two princes of the vampire clan. Just as Anthony was being forcibly refined alive by Tian's Samadhi true fire, Prince William sensed through his bloodline that his son was dead in the Dragon Kingdom. It is well known that the higher the rank of a vampire, the more difficult it is to reproduce. Anthony was Prince William's only son, whom he had always doted on. And now, he was dead. After the initial overwhelming grief, a burning rage ignited within Prince William. No matter who you are, you killed my child, and I will make you pay. Just as Prince William was itching to rush to the Dragon Kingdom, find his son's killer, and avenge his child himself, suddenly, a piercing alarm blared throughout the vast manor, a sign of intrusion. Someone dares to invade my vampire headquarters. Who has the audacity to do this? They're courting death. Prince William, already grieving the loss of his son, was now incredibly grim. He instantly transformed into a blur, rushing towards the direction of the alarm. Meanwhile, in a grove of trees outside the castle manor, Li Qingqiang was surrounded by dozens of vampires. That's right, this intruder who had broken into the vampire clan's lair was none other than Li Qingqiang, who had come to collect blood. Normally, with Li Qingqiang's strength, collecting the blood of a vampire with Duke-level bloodlines wouldn't have been too difficult. However, he was incredibly unlucky, having run into another vampire prince, Prince Kate. It's important to understand that within the vast vampire clan, there are only 2 vampires of princely rank. This level of strength surpasses even the Grandmaster level experts of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Even though Li Qingqiang is now at the half-step celestial realm, facing Prince Kate and dozens of powerful vampires wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Who do we have here? It's the renowned guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. General Li openly entered my vampire castle and injured my people. Is this a declaration of war against our vampire clan? Is this your personal decision, or the official decision of your Dragon Kingdom? Prince Kate was tall and thin, with a hooked nose and a sinister look in his eyes, giving off a cold and ruthless aura. Li Qingqiang's expression turned slightly grave. He clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said, "This junior has come uninvited, which is indeed somewhat presumptuous. As for injuring a vampire duke, there were extenuating circumstances, and it was unavoidable. I hope Prince Kate can forgive me." Although Li Qingqiang was nearly 100 years old, vampires have a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. Both princes were over 120 years old, so in terms of age, Li Qingqiang was indeed a junior. Moreover, in this matter, he was ultimately in the wrong. A peaceful resolution would be ideal. If this matter were to escalate into conflict between the vampire clan and the Dragon Kingdom, it would be detrimental to both sides. A reason? A last resort? I'm very curious, General Li, what exactly motivated you to break into my vampire castle at night and injure my people? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, this matter won't end well. Li Qingqiang frowned, pondered for a moment, and finally recounted the general facts. Of course, regarding the method of using vampire blood as a medicinal ingredient to treat infected individuals, he only mentioned it as a suggestion from experts in the Dragon Kingdom's military, omitting any mention of Tian. Prince Kate, after listening, fell into deep thought, secretly shocked. The vampire race's bloodline originated from the ancient Julai tribe. Even within their own vampire clan, no more than a handful knew this fact. He had long heard that the Dragon Kingdom's Kunlun intelligence-gathering capabilities were no less than those of the US Bureau X. Now it seemed indeed formidable, knowing even such a secret about their vampire race. After a moment of silence, "Very well, I, the prince, will not pursue this matter further, but I have one condition: I must enter the ancient tomb you mentioned." The ancient tomb Li Qingqiang described was most likely the burial site of the ancient Julai tribe. That is, the bloodline progenitor of their vampire clan. If he could go inside and take a look, he might find unexpected treasures. Thinking of this, a strong, burning light flashed in Prince Kate's eyes. Li Qingqiang frowned and pondered for a moment, finally nodding. All right. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the vampire clan had, after all, operated in Europe for over 1,000 years, and even the powerful Western papacy couldn't do anything about it, demonstrating the depth of their influence. If he didn't agree to this condition, a grudge would be formed between the Dragon Kingdom and the vampire clan. This matter was of great importance and had to be handled with caution. Great. It's a deal then. Kate smiled and waved to her clansmen, signaling them to make way for Li Qingkang. However, just as Li Qingkang was about to leave, a blur of motion appeared before him, blocking his path. It was Prince William. Kate, how dare you? Father has already given the order that any outsider who trespasses into our vampire castle will be killed without mercy. How dare you let this intruder leave? Do you even respect Father? Prince William and Prince Kate had always been at odds, frequently fighting over the Blood Emperor's throne. Seeing Prince William about to let Li Qingkang leave, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Prince Kate's face turned cold. William, my brother, I'll explain this to you and Father later. This General Li and we had a misunderstanding. The Dragon Kingdom and our vampire clan have always lived in peace. Don't cause trouble. Peaceful coexistence? Upon hearing this, Prince William sneered, his eyes blazing with fury. Just now, my son Anthony died in the Dragon Kingdom. My dear brother, is this what you call peaceful coexistence? What? Prince Kate feigned shock, but a glint of delight flashed in her eyes. Prince William's only son, Anthony, is dead, meaning his lineage is virtually extinct. What will he use to compete with him for the Blood Emperor's throne? Prince William naturally noticed the barely concealed joy on Princess Kate's face. Already filled with immense grief and indignation, he exploded with rage. Today I will use this Chinese man's blood to atone for my dead child. No one can stop me. With these words, Prince William launched a brutal attack on Li Qingkang. Chapter 142 Blood Emperor Charles III. Whoosh! Prince William moved with lightning speed, delivering a straightforward, unadorned punch. The air crackled with explosive force, as if the sheer power could shatter the void. A vampire of princely caliber, in terms of physical prowess alone, is more terrifying than a grandmaster-level expert in Eastern martial arts. Unfortunately, he faced Li Qingkang, the war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Even before his breakthrough, Li Qingkang could easily crush ordinary grandmaster-level experts. Moreover, influenced by Tian, his mental state had broken through, and he had one foot in the celestial realm, making his strength incomparable to before. Li Qingkang, with one hand behind his back, simply raised his fist and threw a punch, equally unadorned, a direct clash of strength. Bang! A sound like an explosion rang out as their fists collided heavily in midair, a true clash of raw power, a pure test of brute force. Logically, vampires are naturally physically powerful, so Li Qingkang's strength contest with his opponent was an attack on his weakness against their strength. However, the next moment, thump, 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 Prince William staggered back 7 or 8 meters before barely regaining his footing. Li Qingkang, on the other hand, remained calm and composed, clearly having not used his full strength in that punch. His body was formidable, his physical strength comparable to that of vampires, and coupled with his powerful internal energy, Prince William posed no threat to him. You are no match for me. Prince William, I apologize regarding your son. However, I have urgent business to attend to and must return to the Dragon Kingdom immediately, so I will not keep you company any longer. Li Qingkang did not want to directly sever ties with the vampires, as that would bring unnecessary trouble to the Dragon Kingdom, so he was already exerting great effort to control his emotions. However, Prince William, consumed by rage over his son's death, had long since lost his reason. How could he possibly let it go so easily? You killed my son, and an apology is all it takes? This isn't that simple. You won't leave until I uncover the truth. Enraged, Prince William roared, his face contorting into a ferocious expression. He had unleashed his bloodline power, his aura surging dramatically, radiating a chilling and violent aura. Whoosh! With his bloodline power activated, Prince William's speed and strength nearly doubled, making him a force even Li Qingkang couldn't ignore. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Although Li Qingkang still held a firm advantage, the previous overwhelming dominance was gone. Of course, this was mainly because Li Qingkang had maintained a peaceful stance, not using his full strength, while Prince William, oblivious to the danger, continued his aggressive advances. Li Qingkang pondered that continuing like this wasn't a solution. The little brats of Dragon Soul were waiting for him to return and save them. Every moment he lingered increased the danger on their side. Prince William, I've been so accommodating, yet you've been so aggressive. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Qingkang intended to finish the fight quickly. He roared, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, like a golden Buddha descending to earth. Get out of my way! Li Qingkang's steps suddenly became incredibly heavy, as if walking through mud and sand. His footwork was peculiar, like some ancient dance. His fist was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, appearing to weigh over 1,000 pounds, yet moving with lightning speed. Bang! The fist seemed to pierce through the void, arriving in the blink of an eye. Prince William had no time to react, his eyes wide open, clearly not expecting Li Qingkang's true strength to be so formidable. Faced with this powerful punch, he couldn't even dodge. It seemed that if this punch landed on Prince William, even if he didn't die, he would suffer serious injuries. However, at that moment, whoosh! A figure, as swift as a ghost, suddenly appeared behind Prince William, seemingly appearing out of thin air. It grabbed Prince William's shoulder and pulled him backward, allowing him to narrowly avoid Li Qingkang's punch. Immediately afterward, the figure that had suddenly appeared threw another punch, meeting Li Qingkang's fist head-on. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, even the surrounding ground trembled, as if a massive earthquake had struck. With this clash of fists, Li Qingkang was knocked back for the first time, retreating more than 10 meters. The ghostly figure also staggered back 7 or 8 meters. After regaining his footing, Li Qingkang immediately focused his gaze, his expression turning grave. Before him stood a tall, elderly white man, bearing a striking resemblance to Prince William. Indeed, this man was none other than the emperor of the vampire clan, also known as the Blood Emperor, Charles III. It was said that Charles III was over 200 years old and the strongest among the vampires. Father! Prince William was overjoyed to see Blood Emperor Charles III appear. Prince Kate, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Humph! As the elder brother, you just stood by and watched your brother be bullied by an outsider? Charles III glanced at Prince Kate, clearly displeased with his behavior. Prince Kate trembled. Father, this matter is rather complicated. I was just about to report to you. Prince Kate approached Blood Emperor Charles III and briefly recounted the events. When he heard that the Dragon Kingdom had discovered a tomb suspected to belong to the ancient Julai tribe, a slight ripple appeared on Charles III's previously calm face. The vampire bloodline originated from the ancient Julai tribe, but it had a significant flaw. If the Julai tomb could be found, perhaps a way to remedy this bloodline defect could be discovered. Prince William, standing nearby, grew anxious and hurriedly said, Father, my son Anthony just died in the Dragon Kingdom, and this man just happened to appear in our vampire castle. There might be some ulterior motive involved. You can't be fooled by his words. King Charles III frowned. His second son's concerns were not unfounded. Thinking of this, King Charles III's eyes narrowed slightly. Dragon Kingdom boy, tell me the location of that tomb. I will have someone verify it. If what you say is true, I can forgive and forget what happened before. However, until the matter is clarified, you will remain here for now. Without a second thought, Li Qingkang resolutely refused. No, I have urgent business and must return to the Dragon Kingdom immediately. No one can stop me. Having said this, Li Qingkang abruptly stopped, leaping into the air and creating a shockingly deep crater in the ground where he stood, before flying away into the distance. King Charles III did not immediately give chase, but instead smiled coldly. If we were outside, capturing you might not be so easy, but don't forget where you are. My vampire castle, you can't just leave as you please. As King Charles III finished speaking, he waved his hands in the air. Whoosh! Puffs of blood mist rose into the air, quickly enveloping the entire castle. Meanwhile, Li Qingkang, who was about to force his way out of the castle, suddenly felt himself trapped in a blood-red world. Chapter 143 Guidance, Breakthrough. Father, this Chinese is too arrogant. Should we capture him and teach him a lesson? Prince William immediately suggested. King Charles III shook his head. This Chinese is very strong. Even if I wanted to capture him alive, it would take considerable effort. He's currently trapped in an illusion, the Blood Sea illusion set up by the Blood Ancestor. Even if he doesn't die from it, escaping won't be easy. King Charles III paused slightly, then continued. We have more important things to do now. Immediately mobilize all our forces in the Chinese kingdom and investigate the ancient tomb this man mentioned. This might be our vampire clan's chance to break free from the bloodline curse. As he said this, a strong sense of anticipation flickered in King Charles III's eyes. The vampire clan's special abilities, while terrifying throughout the European underworld and allowing them to rule this land for 1,000 years, also made them outcasts in the eyes of the world. Therefore, for thousands of years, the vampire clan has been searching for a way to resolve this bloodline defect and break the curse. According to family records, the only way to completely resolve this bloodline defect is to find their bloodline progenitor, the ancient Julai tribe. However, this ancient race has long since vanished into the annals of history, and for thousands of years, their arduous search has yielded nothing. By the time of Charles III, he had essentially given up hope. Unexpectedly, he received this pleasant surprise from Li Qingkang. Of course, this information still needs verification. There's no guarantee that Li Qingkang isn't lying to them. Villa number 1 in Shanghai. Shortly after Tian transferred Anthony's bloodline to Lin Qian, the latter had already slowly awakened. Xiaoxiu, how did I end up at your house? Wasn't I at the company? Oh right, my brother was kidnapped by that foreigner. They used him to threaten me into calling you. Are you all right? Lin Qian remembered what had happened and immediately became extremely anxious. Yeah, Kingxiu said, "We're both fine. It's all been resolved, and your brother has been rescued. Qian, I have something very serious to tell you now, so please be prepared." Then, Ye Kingxiu recounted in detail how Lin Qian had been cursed by Anthony, and how Ye Tian had transferred Anthony's vampire bloodline to her to save her. Lin Qian was completely stunned after hearing this. "What? Xiaoxiu, does that mean I'm a vampire now? I have to drink blood regularly to survive." Ye Kingxiu nodded. "Theoretically, that's true. But don't worry, my great-grandfather said that although the vampire bloodline has serious flaws, you can compensate for these deficiencies through cultivation. Once you reach a certain level, you can break free from your dependence on blood." Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "Then how do I cultivate? Let's start now." The thought of having to drink fresh blood regularly made Lin Qian feel nauseous, and she longed to start cultivating immediately. Yet Kingxiu said, "Cultivation isn't something that can be done overnight, it takes time. But don't worry, I'm here. I'll teach you slowly later." Seeing Lin Qinqin's slight disappointment, Ye Kingxiu deliberately lifted Lin Qinqin's chin with her hand. "Good disciple, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to call me master?" Lin Qian was both amused and exasperated. "You silly little shui, I'm already like this, and you're still joking with me like this." Just as the two were playfully teasing each other, on the other side, Ye Tian, who was chatting with Ye Hengtu in the courtyard, suddenly raised an eyebrow, as if sensing something. "That kid Li Qingkang, he really is in trouble." It turned out that when Li Qingkang went to Europe, Ye Tian had foreseen that he would encounter a calamity, and therefore left a spiritual energy around him. Upon hearing this, Ye Hengtu was immediately startled. This Commander Li is, after all, a pillar of the Dragon Kingdom. The vampire clan shouldn't dare to make things too difficult for him, right? Unless he wants to start a full-scale war with the Dragon Kingdom. Ye Tian shook his head and said, "The vampire clan already knows that their members have been killed in the Dragon Kingdom." Ye Hengtu suddenly understood, a look of worry flashing in his eyes. "No wonder. I've already had someone investigate. The man Master killed was named Anthony, the only child of Prince William, one of the two princes of the vampire clan. And Li Qingkang just happened to appear at the vampire castle at this time. They'll definitely connect these two events. Master, look at how things have gotten." Ye Tian laughed heartily. "You mean I tricked this kid, right?" Ye Hengtu quickly smiled apologetically. "Disciple wouldn't dare. But since Master already knows everything, why not lend him a hand?" Ye Tian waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This is both a calamity and a rare opportunity for this kid Li. I'll give him a few pointers later. As for whether he can break through the heavenly human profound gate in one fell swoop, that depends on his own destiny." At this moment, in the vampire castle, Li Qingkang was trapped in the blood sea illusion, feeling as if he were on an endless sea of blood. No matter how he ran and jumped, he couldn't escape this terrifying world. Is this an illusion? Or a magic array? I never imagined the vampire clan would have such a trump card. Li Qingkang frowned, feeling utterly helpless. Just as he was at his wit's end, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What is the celestial realm? It is when the mind transcends the mortal body, transcends all things in the world, and views the world from the most macroscopic perspective. All phenomena are illusory, there is no self, no person, and no sentient being. This is Senior Ye's voice. Li Qingkang instantly recognized Ye Tian's voice. Although he was shocked that Ye Tian's voice had suddenly appeared in his mind, this was clearly not the time to ponder that question. Ye Tian's words were like a wake-up call, perfectly matching his current predicament, giving him an instant moment of enlightenment. Buzz! The shackles, already as thin as a cicada's wing, shattered with a deafening roar. Li Qingkang immediately closed his eyes, entering a state of complete enlightenment. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qingkang abruptly opened his eyes, his aura undergoing an incredible and astonishing transformation. So that's how it is. Having successfully broken through to the celestial realm, everything before Li Qingkang seemed utterly laughable. Break! Li Qingkang unleashed a punch, and in the next instant, the blood sea world that had trapped him for so long shattered with a deafening roar. Where are they? After breaking free from the blood sea illusion, Li Qingkang immediately prepared for battle, but he saw neither Charles III nor his entourage. It turned out that the Blood Emperor of the vampire clan, along with his two sons, had arrived in the Dragon Kingdom and were now at the foot of Qinbei Mountain. Chapter 144 The Confident Blood Emperor. That's it. This is it. I've sensed the power of the ancient ancestral bloodline. King Charles III was overjoyed. After using his influence in the Dragon Kingdom to locate the ancient tomb in Qinbei Mountain, King Charles III, along with his two sons, rushed here. Soon, following the sensation of that bloodline power, King Charles III and his group traversed a maze of passages, finally arriving at an underground palace. This was a place that Li Qingkang and the Dragon Soul group had never reached before. At the very center of this palace was a stone pool about 3 meters in diameter, filled to the brim with blood that glowed with an eerie, scarlet light. My God! Am I seeing things? This pool contains the purest Julai bloodline. King Charles III and his 2 sons were completely stunned. They never imagined that this ancient and mysterious underground palace would contain an entire pool of the blood of the ancient Julai tribe, and judging from the aura, it was clearly the purest Julai bloodline. King Charles III seemed to have an idea. I know. I've seen some records in ancient books. In the Great War of Ancient Times in the East, the great chieftain Chu of the ancient Julai tribe was killed by the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor. After the tribe retrieved Chu's body, they planned to resurrect him through a blood sacrifice, but they failed for some reason. The successive blood emperors of the vampire clan have dedicated their lives to searching for pure Julai blood, and they know more about the history and legends of the ancient Julai tribe than even the people of the Dragon Kingdom themselves. Prince William said, according to Father, could this blood pool before us be an altar built by the ancient Julai tribe to resurrect the demon god Chu? Prince Kate was somewhat incredulous that ancient Julai chieftain Chu lived over 5,000 years ago. How could their blood have been preserved to this day? King Charles' III's eyes shone with intense fervor. You don't understand. Ordinary blood would have long since vanished after thousands of years. But pure Julai blood is special, naturally incorruptible, and this pool itself is extraordinary, so its preservation to this day is entirely possible. Blessed by the blood ancestor. I never imagined my son and I would have such an opportunity. King Charles III was overjoyed and stepped into the blood pool. Prince William and Prince Kate, equally excited, immediately followed him in. If they could absorb the blood in this pool, their bloodline level would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap, perhaps even compensating for the vampire clan's bloodline defects, eliminating the need to feed on blood in the future. Huff, huff, huff. After entering the blood pool, the 3 men immediately began to greedily absorb the blood. Boom, boom, boom. As the blood was absorbed into their bodies, the 3 men immediately felt an incredibly hot and violent energy spreading through their bodies, as if it were about to tear them apart. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. After only half an hour of absorbing the blood, Prince William and Prince Kate could no longer endure it and fled the blood pool. Their strength was ultimately limited, unable to absorb too much of the Julai clan's bloodline at once. However, even so, their strength had all undergone a qualitative leap. Prince William believed that if he encountered Li Qingkang again, he certainly wouldn't be as pathetic as before. Useless. You two wait over there. Charles III ordered, then lay down completely, submerging himself in the blood pool. A full night passed, and the bloodline energy in the pool had been completely absorbed by Charles III. Bang! Charles III slapped his hands against the bottom of the pool, his body instantly rising into the air, flying out of the blood pool, his aura clearly more than 10 times stronger than before. His eyes even shimmered with a faint blood gold light, and even his temperament seemed to have changed. Strange. How could it be so easy? Having successfully absorbed the Julai clan's bloodline from the blood pool, Charles III wasn't happy. Instead, he was somewhat puzzled. Although his current strength was more than 10 times greater than before, and he had even completely overcome the bloodline defects of the vampire race, thus fulfilling a long-cherished wish that countless ancestors had been unable to achieve, he still had an inexplicable feeling in his heart, a feeling that everything had gone too smoothly. Had he really done it so easily? Father, are you all right? Prince Kate immediately approached, asking curiously. King Charles III waved his hand. I'm fine. Where's that William? Prince William was nowhere to be seen in the hall. Prince Kate stammered. William said he wanted to find the murderer of his son. He should be in Shanghai by now. King Charles III frowned. Why is that boy so impulsive? In fact, Prince William's impulsive decision to go to Shanghai to find his son's murderer was entirely due to Prince Kate's instigation. He intended to use the Qinghong Consortium's power to kill his younger brother, who was vying for the Blood Emperor's throne. Father, the person behind the Qinghong Consortium is incredibly powerful. We haven't fully investigated his background. And now we're on their territory, we can't act rashly. Prince Kate quickly added. He clearly wanted to stop Charles III from rescuing Prince William. Based on his understanding of his father, Charles III was cautious and suspicious by nature, and would certainly not risk his life before clarifying the situation. However, this time he had miscalculated. What are you saying? William is your own brother. Do you expect me to just watch him go and die? Besides, with my current strength, I can even kill a celestial realm expert in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. No one in the Dragon Kingdom can stop me now. After saying this, King Charles III clenched his fist, creating a series of crackling explosions that echoed through the surrounding void. He shattered the void with his bare hands. Prince Kate was stunned. He knew that his father's strength would increase dramatically after absorbing the bloodline of the Ninely tribe, but he clearly hadn't expected that in just one night, Charles III's strength would increase to such a terrifying level. Moreover, his entire personality seemed to have changed drastically. as if he had become a completely different person. Soon, and shortly after the two left the underground palace, crack! The mysterious blood pool suddenly shattered into pieces, then spread throughout the entire ancient hall. Finally, it collapsed with a deafening roar. Chapter 145. The Great Battle is about to erupt. After exiting the Shanghai airport, Li Qingkang went directly to Villa No. 1 and found Tian. Meanwhile, Li Qingkang had already secretly transferred the Dragon Soul members infected by the blood poison to Shanghai. They were just waiting for Tian to concoct the antidote so they could be given it immediately. Senior, I entrust everything to you. Li Qingkang handed the blood sample he had obtained earlier to Tian. Tian took it and turned to walk towards the backyard. He needed to go to Snake Valley to collect some medicinal herbs. Come back in an hour for the antidote. Li Qingkang figured he had nothing else to do, so he decided to stay at Villa No. 1 and wait. Just as Li Qingkang and Hengtu were chatting idly. Halt! This isn't a place you can just barge in. Accompanied by a scream, the door of Villa No. 1 was violently kicked open. Immediately afterwards, a voice echoed throughout Villa No. 1. Who killed my son? Show yourself! The newcomer was none other than Prince William. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing the commotion, the Nightfall members immediately appeared. 10th brother, are you alright? The group helped Yeshi, who had been injured by Prince William, to his feet, glaring angrily at him. Prince William glanced at the Nightfall members, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. The legendary Nightfall assassins are nothing more than this. I can sense that my son, Anthony, died right here. Tell me who killed my son, and perhaps I might consider sparing your lives. Prince William spoke without stopping, clearly not taking the Nightfall members seriously at all. I killed your good-for-nothing son. If you want revenge, let's see if you have the ability. Yasan shouted, drawing a black dagger and charging straight at Prince William. Yasan was the strongest among the Nightfall group, already firmly established at the Grandmaster level. However, he knew this white man before him was no ordinary opponent and seemed unwilling to hold back. A weak ant. Prince William simply reached out and grabbed. Clang! Yasan's sharp dagger was actually caught by Prince William's bare hand, and then his arm suddenly jerked. Crack! The dagger shattered instantly, and Yasan was forced back several steps. So strong. Knowing that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, Yasan immediately retreated rapidly. Although I can sense that you didn't kill my son, you're definitely involved. Go to hell. Prince William moved slightly, instantly pursuing Yasan like a shadow, and slammed his palm down towards Yasan's head. If this palm struck, Yasan would surely die. Third brother. The people of Nightfall cried out in unison, clearly not expecting Prince William's strength to be so much greater than the legend suggested. Little did they know that after absorbing the bloodline of the Julai tribe from the ancient tomb, Prince William's strength had undergone a qualitative leap. Just as tragedy seemed imminent, a figure flashed out from the villa, heading straight for Prince William. Old William, you're over 100 years old, aren't you ashamed to make things difficult for a junior? The figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Li Qingkang. Faced with Li Qingkang's sudden attack, Prince William, abandoning his pursuit of Yasan, immediately jumped aside. Upon seeing who it was, he was astonished. Li Qingkang, you actually escaped from the castle so quickly? Li Qingkang, having dodged Prince William's attack, didn't immediately retaliate. A mere illusionary, it might not be able to trap anyone. Old William, considering our past relationship, and the recent loss of your son, I advise you, this isn't a place for you to run wild. Leave now. The Dragon Kingdom has always maintained a we won't attack unless attacked attitude towards the troublesome vampire clan, avoiding a complete breakdown in relations unless absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, Prince William, due to his son's death, had already lost his reason. Tell me who killed my son. Otherwise, everyone here will die today. Seeing Prince William's attitude, Li Qingkang lowered his eyes, shook his head, and sighed softly. I originally intended to settle this peacefully, but if you were so ungrateful, then don't blame me for being impolite. From Hengtu, Li Qingkang already knew that Anthony was killed by Tian. Prince William was so relentless, this matter was unlikely to end well. Since avoidance was impossible, a fight was the only option. Prince William smiled coldly. Li Qingkang, I am no longer afraid of you. After saying this, whoosh! Prince William's speed was as fast as lightning, several times faster than before. Having absorbed the power from the mysterious blood pool, Prince William's strength had greatly increased, and he was brimming with confidence. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. Logically, his previous strength was slightly inferior to Li Qingkang's, but now it had more than doubled, which should have been enough to easily overpower him. However, the reality was that even with his speed pushed to the limit, he couldn't even touch the hem of Li Qingkang's clothes. How could this be? Prince William's expression changed, his eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty, then something occurred to him. You also broke through. A faint smile appeared on Li Qingkang's face. Not too stupid. do you know how strong the celestial realm is? Your speed, which you're so proud of, is now no different from a tortoise in my eyes. As his voice fell, asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Li Qingkang casually unleashed a few palm strikes, his movements barely perceptible, and in the blink of an eye, he had knocked the greatly strengthened Prince William to the ground. Prince William, I'll give you one last piece of advice, let this matter rest. From now on, the vampire clan can coexist peacefully with the Dragon Kingdom. If you insist on avenging your son, you will implicate your entire vampire clan. Prince William laughed coldly. Li Qingkang, you have no idea how powerful my father is now. If I die here today, he will wipe you all out. I know the Qinghong Consortium has a celestial realm expert behind it, but in front of my father now, a celestial realm expert is nothing. Kill me, and your Dragon Kingdom will face the wrath of our vampire clan. Li Qingkang frowned, his expression turning grim at Prince William's words. The vampire clan was extremely troublesome. Unless they could be completely wiped out, they would face endless trouble. This was why the Dragon Kingdom had always maintained a policy of non-interference with the vampires. If killing Prince William led to this calamity for the Dragon Kingdom, he would be a sinner. However, judging from Prince William's attitude, it was clear he was determined to find the murderer of his son. Should he pass the buck to Senior Ye? No. Senior Ye had done great favors for both him and the country. How could he let a mere vampire cause him such distress? Fine. I, Li Qingkang, will take responsibility for this. Since you wish to die, then I will grant your wish. Li Qingkang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, preparing to kill Prince William on the spot. However, at this moment, an aged and deep voice suddenly rang out above Villa Number 1. Let's see who dares to kill my son. Boom! As the voice rang out, a figure descended from the sky like a falling meteor, accompanied by a deafening roar. It was Blood Emperor Charles III.